Chapter 131. For 57. For 56 the cold countdown, like the footsteps of death, echoed mercilessly in Lin Yu's mind. The moment he rushed into the Cathedral of Hope, the heavy oak doors slammed shut behind him, completely isolating him from the endless roars of monsters outside and the noisy battlefield where gods clashed. Inside the cathedral, there was a deathly silence. Unlike the foul air outside, filled with spores and decay, the air here carried a strange, holy scent, like incense. Above the towering Gothic dome, rows of huge stained glass windows depicted sacred biblical stories. Rows of neat benches were covered in thick dust, and the red carpet leading to the altar had long since lost its vibrant color, appearing dilapidated and weathered. This place seemed like a forgotten paradise, isolated from the world. However, Lin Yu dared not relax for a moment. Because under his level 2 radar scan, he could clearly see several extremely faint red dots, almost blending into the environment, lurking within the shadows of this seemingly sacred church. They were bacterial lurkers. These damn top assassins, skilled in disguise and ambush, had actually infiltrated this place. Heh, it seems the road to heaven is never smooth sailing. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He had to find that damn trigger point before these lurking monsters discovered him, or rather, before he completely lost his fighting ability due to infection. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately immersed himself completely in the radar scan, beginning a thorough and meticulous carpet search of the entire church. He needed to find the main power switch hidden atop the bell tower. 344. 343 The countdown continued. Lin Yu could feel his body becoming increasingly unresponsive. His vision was blurred as if through frosted glass, barely able to discern the outlines of objects. His legs felt like lead. Every step was incredibly difficult and heavy. The bell tower is on the west side of the church. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, guided by the radar, dragging his collapsing body step by step towards the bell tower. With each step, he left a trail of black, bloody footprints on the ground, filled with an ominous aura. Just as he was about to reach the spiraling stone staircase leading to the bell tower, hiss! A black shadow, moving with incredible speed, suddenly leaped out from the shadow of a huge confessional chamber to his side without warning. It was a fungal lurker. It had clearly been drawn by the increasingly dense, almost assimilated, delicious aura emanating from Lin Yu, and could no longer restrain itself, launching a deadly sneak attack. However, this time, Lin Yu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. The instant the fungal lurker launched its attack, he didn't even turn his head. Instead, in an extremely bizarre manner, completely defying human biomechanics, he abruptly slid to the side. Thud! The bone blade, gleaming with a chilling light, grazed his nose and slammed into the ground where he had just stood, sending sparks flying. I was waiting for you. Lin Yu turned his head, his eyes, now a deep crimson from the infection, gleaming with a mad and ferocious hunter's light. His earlier staggering, seemingly weak appearance, as if he might collapse at any moment, was all an act. He used himself as bait, deliberately creating a huge opening, just to force out these damned rats lurking in the shadows. The lurking fungus clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly exhausted prey would still have the strength to fight back. For the first time, a hint of human-like astonishment appeared in its eyes. But Lin Yu gave it no chance to react. The flamethrower at his hand roared furiously once more. Whoosh! A fiery orange dragon instantly engulfed the bewildered fungal lurker. Having dealt with this troublesome creature, Lin Yu dared not linger. He rushed up the winding stone stairs, beginning his final ascent. The stairs were high and narrow, bearing the marks of time. With each step Lin Yu took, he felt as if his lungs were being torn apart. His consciousness began to fade, and bizarre, illusory images of his mother began to appear before his eyes. 121. 120 almost there. With his last ounce of willpower, he finally reached the top of the clock tower. Here, on a spacious, open platform, one could see most of the city below. A massive, rusted bronze bell hung silently in the center of the platform. Behind the bell, on a seemingly ordinary wall, a cleverly concealed hidden compartment, disguised as a relief sculpture, was easily spotted by his radar scan. Lin Yu mustered his last ounce of strength, rushed forward, and slammed open the compartment with his elbow. An old, red, lever-operated main power switch, reminiscent of the industrial age, appeared before him. He stretched out his trembling hands, covered in black calluses from infection, and gripped the cold lever, his last hope. Then, with the last ounce of his human strength, he pulled it down with all his might. Open it. Click. Boom. Accompanied by a heavy, ancient mechanical hum, the entire Cathedral of Hope seemed to awaken at that moment. Deep beneath the cathedral, a series of muffled rumbles, like the pounding heart of a giant beast, echoed. A cold system notification popped up before him. Eden Shelter Number 1, entrance open. Evacuation passage located in the cathedral's underground cemetery. Please arrive and complete the evacuation within 5 minutes. Evacuation countdown. 5 o'clock. At the same time, another, even colder and more deadly countdown finally reached its end. Fungal infection countdown. 0:01. Midnight. Chapter 132. The instant the infection countdown reached 0, Lin Yu felt a buzzing sound in his brain, as if a miniature nuclear bomb had been dropped on him, instantly plunging him into a blank. A cold, violent will, filled with chaos and a destructive desire, not belonging to him, surged into his mind like a burst dam, attempting to completely overwhelm and devour his original consciousness. Get out of my body. Lin Yu let out a caged beast's roar, clutching his head tightly. Half of his scarlet eyes belonged to him, a desperate struggle, while the other half belonged to the fungus, a cold, emotionless madness he could clearly feel. His body was being rapidly and ruthlessly seized control by that foreign will. His skin was being covered by a pale, hard fungal shell at a visible speed. His 10 fingers were twisting and deforming uncontrollably, transforming into sharp bone blades capable of tearing through steel. He was becoming a monster. No! Absolutely not. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by that boundless darkness, in the final moment, a life-saving thunderbolt flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered a treasure he had long forgotten. Skill upgrade card. Blue can upgrade any skill of blue quality or lower by 1 level. He happened to possess a life-saving skill that perfectly met the upgrade requirements. Skill name, Emergency Medical Care. Level, Blue. Effect, instantly stimulates the activity of one's own cells, restoring non-fatal severe injuries within 3 seconds. Limited to 1 use per instance world. Without the slightest hesitation, he didn't even have time to think about what changes the upgrade would bring. With his last shred of willpower, Lin Yu roared wildly and hysterically in his heart. System. Upgrade for me. Upgrade Emergency Medical Care. Buzz. The blue card in his spatial backpack instantly transformed into countless specks of light, then, like a warm golden current, merged into his body. A brand new system notification, filled with supreme authority, exploded in his mind. Skill upgrade successful. Skill name, Emergency Medical Care. Level, Purple. Effect, uses powerful life energy to slightly heal abnormal bodily states. Each use permanently and slightly enhances the user's cell activity and self-healing ability. Limited to 3 uses per instance world. 3 uses? Lin Yu's consciousness, about to be swallowed by darkness, erupted once more like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, fueled by a renewed will to survive. Without hesitation, he immediately used his first use, the purple quality Emergency Medical Care. The next second, an incomparably powerful, pure, and life-giving warm current, like a surging Yangtze River, instantly swept over his entire body. The cold and violent fungal will that had been raging in his mind was instantly suppressed by this warm and domineering life energy, like ice meeting its nemesis. The pale fungal shell that had been growing wildly on his body rapidly dissipated like a receding tide, revealing his original skin again. Warning! Fungal infection temporarily reversed. Infection countdown reset to 2 o'clock 2 minutes. He had bought himself a precious 120 seconds of human time. Evacuation countdown. For 10 Lin Yu glanced at the evacuation countdown, then at his own life's countdown, which had restarted. Without hesitation, the moment he regained control of his body, he immediately sprinted towards the stairs leading to the underground cemetery. He had to rush down the towering clock tower and reach the underground evacuation point within 2 minutes. He dared not delay for even a moment, because he knew that these 2 minutes were bought with a precious skill. He ran down the winding stone steps, each step feeling like walking on a nice edge. His body was still weak from the previous injuries and the after-effects of the infection. 1 o'clock. 0:30. 0:10. 120 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Just as he rushed down the bell tower, arrived at the main hall of the church, and was about to step into the passage leading to the underground cemetery, his infection countdown reset to 0 again. That familiar, cold, and violent will surge back like a tide, trying to completely assimilate him. The second time. Emergency Medical Care. Lin Yu roared, using his life-saving trump card again in the last second before his consciousness was swallowed up. Life energy surged again, and the infection state was rewound 2 minutes earlier. Infection countdown reset to 2 o'clock. he dared not linger and plunged headlong into the deep and narrow passage leading to the underground cemetery. The passage was pitch black, filled with the aura of death. On the walls on both sides were rows of ancient stone coffins embedded in the walls, as if countless eyes were watching him, the intruder, from the darkness. Evacuation countdown. 2:20. Without hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit once again. 0:10. 0:05. Just as his infection countdown was about to reach 0 for the third time, he finally reached the end of the passage. One last time. Hold on. He used his last bit of strength to use the third and final emergency medical care. Infection countdown reset to 2 o'clock. He crawled into the narrow ventilation duct, tumbling and scrambling forward. Finally, after a dozen seconds, he tumbled out of the other end of the duct, landing heavily in an empty stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, the soft, green evacuation beam, full of new life and hope, was quietly operating, and the system notification arrived as scheduled. Evacuation point detected. Evacuation in progress. Estimated time, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. These final 60 seconds. Lin Yu stared intently at the beam of light, his heart pounding wildly. He knew he had no more trump cards left. All he had left were about 100 seconds of human time. All he could do was wait. Wait for the gates to heaven to open for him. Chapter 133. As the warm, soft green light completely enveloped Lin Yu's body, his nerves, stretched to their limit from the extreme struggle, finally relaxed completely. Boundless exhaustion, like the deepest sea, instantly overwhelmed him. He didn't even have time to feel the pulling sensation of the teleportation before his consciousness drifted into a peaceful, long-lost slumber. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the familiar, futuristic central hall of the World Hub. He instinctively reached out and touched his shoulder. It was smooth as ever, without even a single scar. He looked down at his hands, fair, long, and full of strength. The blackened, hardened nails from the infection, and the terrifying wound covered in fungal hyphae, seemed like a distant, unreal nightmare, long since vanished without a trace. The power of the boundary hub restored him to his most perfect, peak state. It was as if the previous near-death experience, the frantic race against death, had never happened. But Lin Yu knew it wasn't a dream. The cold, desperate feeling of being eroded by fungi, his consciousness gradually being devoured, the hellish pain of burning his own flesh with flames to survive, these were like the deepest imprints, indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, forever unforgettable. He slowly rose from the ground, ignoring the curious or awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding players. He simply waited quietly. Soon, the familiar, ornate yet cold settlement screen unfolded before him. Mission: a 12-seed meat grinder dungeon. Fungal hell. Personal rating: D. You survived, but that's all. Remember, in this cruel world, merely surviving is nothing to be proud of. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. A D-rank rating. This was the lowest rating he had received since entering the Realm Hub. But he wasn't surprised. After all, although he had survived, it was in the most wretched and tragic way, even sacrificing a precious resurrection opportunity to barely escape. In the cold judgment of the Realm Hub, this was indeed not a commendable achievement. He continued reading. Experience points being calculated. You returned without any valuable items from this dungeon. Estimated total value of loot, 0. Based on your performance and loot, your experience points gained in this dungeon are 00. A huge, mocking, bright red 0 appeared abruptly and glaringly in the center of the results screen. The entire screen seemed to be mocking his failure in the most direct and ruthless way. Around him, there seemed to be some faint, suppressed chuckles. Look! That guy's experience points are 0. I'm dying of laughter. The first time I seen someone come out of a dungeon without getting a single point of experience. Probably just a lucky newbie who survived by hiding in a corner the whole time. D-grade rating, 0 profit. TSK, what a disgrace. Those contemptuous and disdainful comments clearly reached Lin Yu's ears. However, Lin Yu's face showed no anger, nor even a trace of frustration. He simply stared quietly, calmly, at the glaring 0. His eyes were like a bottomless, undisturbed well. But only he knew what terrifying, overwhelming rage, enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, was brewing beneath that tranquil surface. Failure? No. This wasn't failure, it was merely the price. It was the bloody price he paid for his weakness and naivete. He remembered the Skyfire mercenary group's ruthless, unreasonable, and domineering style of crushing everything with money and equipment. He remembered the lone wolf's unparalleled skill, their terrifying calculations that manipulated the entire battlefield. He remembered the battle axe mercenary group's fearless, impeccable teamwork, like a war machine. He also remembered how he, like a pitiful ant, was easily killed by a stray bullet that came from nowhere. All plans and hopes were utterly shattered by the powerlessness and humiliation. Weakness is the original sin. In this cruel, dog-eat-dog world, without strength, you don't even qualify as a pawn. You're reduced to insignificant dust, easily crushed on the chessboard of those gods. Power. I need stronger power. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing a trickle of blood, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. A raging fire, unprecedented in its intensity, ignited in his once calm eyes, a fire that seemed capable of burning the entire world to ashes. This zero-sum game hadn't broken him. Instead, it acted like a powerful stimulant, fueling his thirst for power and his determination to become stronger to an unprecedented, absolute peak. He retracted the light screen, ignoring the gazes of everyone around him. At least he had preserved one resurrection opportunity, and the upcoming reward dungeon. A cold, resounding system notification, without warning, echoed throughout the central hall of Realm Hub. Survivor detected has successfully completed 5 force dungeons, without using any resurrection attempts. Reward dungeon qualification activated. Reward dungeon will open precisely in 72 hours. Survivor, please prepare. This booming, divinely ordained announcement instantly drowned out all the noise and discussion in the hall. The entire central hall fell into a deathly silence. The next second, everyone, all eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were fixed in disbelief on the D-rank player with 0 experience points, whom they had just been mocking. The expressions on the faces of those players, who had been snickering just moments before, froze instantly. Their mouths gaped open, almost big enough to fit an egg, and their expressions shifted from disdain to shock, to bewilderment, finally settling into a deep-seated pallor of fear and awe. A reward dungeon? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? 5 times he survived. My god. This guy. He's actually a monster who passed the seed meat grinder trial? D-rank rating. 0 rewards. So it's because he participated in that legendary hellish dungeon, with a death rate of over 90%. No wonder. No wonder. To survive in that kind of place is a miracle in itself. Let alone D-rank. Even F-rank would be enough to make all S-rank players blush with shame. We were just laughing at such a monster? In an instant, all the players who had mocked Lin Yu felt a burning pain on their cheeks, as if an invisible hand had repeatedly and fiercely slapped them countless times. They subconsciously took several steps back, lowered their heads, and didn't even have the courage to look Lin Yu in the eye. In this cruel world, ignorance is not terrible. What's terrifying is that they are ignorant, yet they enjoy mocking what they themselves cannot comprehend. True power. Lin Yu retracted the light screen, ignoring the stunned and terrified mortals around him. He knew that what he had lost would ultimately be reclaimed 100-fold, 1,000-fold, in another form. A cold smile curved his lips. He turned and strode towards his personal space. Chapter 134. Having escaped the deathly shadow of the seed meat grinder, Lin Yu didn't immediately immerse himself in anticipation of the upcoming reward instance. He was an absolutely rational hunter. Before welcoming the feast, he had to sharpen his blade to its finest edge. He returned to his home in the real world, only to find that his mother had already gone to her new home in the capital. The next day, he took the Source Energy train and returned to the heavily guarded Dragon Shield Bureau's 7th training base on the outskirts of Beijing. His purpose here was simple: to complete the procedures for promotion to Intermediate Escort. The title of Intermediate Escort was not just a more prestigious one for him. It meant he would have access to higher-level intelligence and the Dragon Shield Bureau's internal trading market. Intelligence was fundamental to his survival in the post-apocalyptic world. And the internal market meant he could purchase military-grade special equipment and rare resources not available to ordinary players at prices lower than the outside black market. This was his most important pre-battle preparation for the upcoming reward instance. Entering the futuristic base lobby, Lin Yu immediately attracted the attention of many Dragon Shield members passing by. His deeds, reported by Qin Shui, had already caused quite a stir within Dragon Shield. A super rookie who, as an ordinary person, passed the legendary seed meat grinder trial. This was practically a living legend. However, just as he was about to head to the personnel department to complete the formalities, a sharp and untimely voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh, isn't this our famous Lin Yu? What's this?" Having narrowly escaped death from the seed meat grinder, instead of praying at home, what are you doing here at Dragon Shield? Are you here to show off your glorious D-rank rating? Lin Yu frowned slightly. He didn't even need to turn around to know who the voice belonged to. Zhao Tianlong, the captain of the 3rd Squad, who had constantly opposed him in the Misty Harbor instance, and was ultimately humiliated by Qin Shui. Lin Yu turned around and saw Zhao Tianlong walking towards him from a short distance away, arms crossed, a fake smile on his face, accompanied by several equally disdainful lackeys. He had clearly been waiting for Lin Yu. "I heard you were quite the star in that dungeon," Zhao Tianlong said, circling Lin Yu and clicking his tongue in amazement. His gaze was as if he were looking at a beggar who had miraculously survived a garbage dump. "Alone, single-handedly, after everyone else had retreated, you dared to stay in that godforsaken place. And in the end, you came back alive with a glorious D-rank rating and 0 rewards. TSK TSK TSK, truly remarkable, truly remarkable." He said remarkable, but the sarcasm and mockery in his tone were almost overflowing. "I bet you found a rat hole in some sewer, buried yourself in it, and survived until the dungeon ended by eating dirt, right? Otherwise, with your strength, how could you possibly come back alive from that place?" His lackeys immediately chimed in, letting out a series of ear-piercing laughs. "Ha ha ha, Captain's right. This guy must have been a coward the whole time to barely escape with his life. Someone like that actually qualified for the reward dungeon? He's got incredibly good luck. I think he's a disgrace to our Dragon Shield Bureau. That's right. What our Dragon Shield Bureau needs are true heroes like you, Captain, who dare to fight and take risks. Not cowards like this who only know how to take shortcuts and survive by hiding." Zhao Tianlong's smugness deepened as he listened to his subordinate's flattery. He wanted to humiliate Lin Yu in front of everyone, to completely crush this newcomer favored by Qin Shui. He wanted everyone to know that he, Zhao Tianlong, was the true leader among the younger generation of Dragon Shield Bureau, and this Lin Yu was just a lucky clown who couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Faced with the impotent rage of these clowns, Lin Yu's face remained calm and composed. He didn't even lift an eyelid, simply standing there silently, as if the performance of the group before him had nothing to do with him. The best way to deal with a mad dog isn't to fight it, but to ignore it. Because any response will only make it bite harder. Lin Yu's indifference, this disregard, ironically ignited an unprecedented, offensive anger in Zhao Tianlong. What he hated most was Lin Yu's attitude. That perpetually nonchalant, arrogant air of treating everyone as if they were invisible, that damn pretentious jerk. What kind of look is that? You piece of trash. Zhao Tianlong was completely enraged by Lin Yu's calmness. He took a step forward, a powerful aura of an awakened pressing down on Lin Yu. "You think you can hide your guilty conscience by not speaking? Let me tell you, trash like you doesn't deserve to be in Dragon Shield. You only tarnish the sanctity of the name Dragon Shield." Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Yu's collar, a chillingly cold female voice, as if freezing the air itself, suddenly rang out from behind him like a blast of ice from the depths of hell. "Zhao Tianlong, do you not want your hand anymore?" Zhao Tianlong's body stiffened abruptly. The savagery and arrogance on his face vanished instantly upon hearing that voice, like a flame doused with ice water, replaced by an undisguised, deep-seated fear and dread. He slowly, stiffly, turned around. He saw Qin Shui standing prettily behind him, unnoticed. She was still wearing that sharp black women's suit, but her sharp phoenix eyes were devoid of any warmth, only a bone-chilling coldness capable of freezing steel to powder. "Captain Qin." Zhao Tianlong's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Qin Shui ignored him, merely casting a cold glance at him with her icy eyes, the warning and killing intent in her gaze unmistakable. Then, she spoke slowly, her voice soft yet clear, echoing throughout the hall and reaching everyone's ears. "A piece of trash, who can't even get a ticket to the reward dungeon, only able to find a sense of existence here by bullying newbies." Her voice paused, filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. "What right do you have to judge a true survivor who fought his way out of the seed meat grinder? Mind your own business. If I see you harassing my 9th Squad again." She didn't finish her sentence, but the chilling threat in her unfinished words made Zhao Tianlong's face turn deathly pale. He knew Qin Shui wasn't joking. If he dared to overstep any boundaries again, this woman would truly cripple him without hesitation. I. Zhao Tianlong was speechless, his face flushed, unable to utter a single word. Amidst the pitying and mocking gazes of those around him, he and his equally terrified lackeys slunk away like stray dogs. The farce ended there. Qin Shui then turned back to Lin Yu, the icy coldness on her face instantly melting away, replaced by that familiar smile filled with appreciation and approval. "Let's go, I taken care of your promotion paperwork." Lin Yu nodded and followed Qin Shui towards the elevator. He knew he owed her a favor again. Soon, He smoothly obtained his new identity card, Dragon Shield Intermediate Escort, and access to B-level and below intelligence, and entry into the Dragon Shield internal trading market. Chapter 135. After successfully advancing to Intermediate Escort at Dragon Shield, Lin Yu didn't linger at the base. He declined Qin Shue's invitation to lunch, knowing he had a more important place to go in this world. A place called home. He traveled in the latest maglev-powered train, arriving in Jinghua, the capital city of Yin, a place both familiar and unfamiliar, from the Dragon Shield base on the outskirts of Beijing in less than an hour. The scenery outside the window rushed past, towering skyscrapers, a constant stream of energy-powered vehicles, and pedestrians hurrying along the streets, their faces either hopeful or numb, creating a unique urban landscape filled with a futuristic cyberpunk style, yet tinged with a sense of apocalyptic oppression. Lin Yu's heart, however, was unusually calm. He no longer belonged to this noisy world. Based on the location his mother had sent him, he quickly found the luxury apartment near the prestigious Jinghua University town, a place where land was incredibly expensive. His mother had bought it outright using the credit points he'd given her. As he swiped his ID card to open the technologically advanced keypad door, a warm and inviting atmosphere filled with the sense of sunshine, food, and the faint smell of laundry detergent wafted out. The apartment was large, over 200 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, decorated simply yet elegantly. Several lush potted plants sat in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, clearly well cared for. On the coffee table, a plate of freshly cut fruit, carefully covered with plastic wrap, sat. Everything here formed a stark and intense contrast to the cold, dark ruins filled with death and decay he had experienced in the apocalyptic instance. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Yu's heart. He knew this was what his mother wanted to give him. A safe haven where, no matter how much hardship or bloodshed he endured outside, he could return, let down his guard, and rest. He looked around the living room, but didn't see his mother. However, on the dining table, he found a warm note written in delicate handwriting. Xiaoyu, by the time you see this note, Mom should have already been staying at your aunt's house in Kyoto for a few days. Your uncle hasn't been feeling well lately, so I'm going to visit him. Everything in the new house is ready for you. There's food in the fridge, all your favorites. Do you know how to use the microwave? Just heat it up when you're hungry. Do your best at Dragon Shield, but also be careful and don't overexert yourself. Mom doesn't want you to become some great hero. Mom just wants you to be safe and sound. Lin Yu picked up the note, still warm from his mother's touch, and a genuine, warm smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. His mother was giving him his own space in her own way. Just then, his gaze was drawn to something more striking on the dining table. It was a beautifully crafted, gold-embossed opening ceremony notice issued by Jinghua University. Dear Lin Yu, congratulations on becoming a member of the 2025 freshman class of Jinghua University. Our school will hold a grand opening ceremony in the main auditorium of the campus in 7 days. Important leaders from the Ministry of Education, the Dragon Shield Bureau, and major financial groups will be present to witness this historic moment. Please be sure to attend on time. Sincerely, Admissions Office, Jinghua University. At the very bottom of the notification letter, there was a line of supplementary information highlighted in small red print. Special note, according to the collaborative agreement between Boundary Hub and various universities, if a student is forcibly conscripted into an instance by the Boundary Hub system during the opening ceremony, the student can report to the university's Academic Affairs Office upon return with proof of instance settlement. Relevant credits and attendance will be handled specially. Seeing this line, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Once again, he deeply felt the profound binding and integration this world had already formed with the Boundary Hub system. Even Jinghua University, the most prestigious university in Yin country, had to create a special green channel for the Boundary Hub's forced conscription. This was no longer just a simple game. This was a completely new social order, a new world rule, built around the Boundary Hub instance. Lin Yu put away the notification letter and walked into the spacious and bright new room his mother had prepared for him. He threw himself heavily onto the soft, comfortable bed, feeling the warm, sun-dried bedding. His body completely relaxed at that moment. But his mind remained highly alert. This tranquility was only temporary. 3 days later, the door to the reward instance would open for him. It would be a brand new challenge, full of unknowns and opportunities. He had to face it in his best condition. Chapter 136. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet in his room, eyes slightly closed, entering a meditative state of tranquility. He was processing the massive amount of intelligence he had acquired from the Dragon Shield Bureau's internal database after his promotion to Intermediate Escort. This intelligence unveiled a far wider and far more brutal world for him. He learned more about the secrets of the seed meat grinder and the reward dungeons. He saw the terrifying, world-destroying power possessed by the top players, who stood at the pinnacle, like gods. He also learned that forces like the Skyfire and Battle Axe mercenaries were only second-rate, or even third-rate, in the entire world of superhumans in Yen country. Not to mention the members of these lower-level mercenary groups. Above them were even larger, more colossal ancient tycoons and mysterious organizations, like abyssal behemoths, controlling countless resources and secrets. This world was far larger and more complex than he had imagined. The power is still far from enough. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a burning desire for power flashing in his deep gaze. With a thought, he carefully retrieved from his spatial backpack a trump card he had treasured and agonized over for so long. It was a sealed test tube made of special quartz glass. Within the test tube, a purple liquid, possessing an eerie beauty and flowing slowly in a spiral like a living thing, emitted a chilling glow, a glow imbued with both the allure of life and the aura of destruction. Name: T-Virus Original Sample, Unstable. Rank: Purple, Special Quest Item. Description: Contains infinite possibilities for the evolution of life, but also comes with the enormous risk of destroying everything. Direct use will give you a 95% chance of transforming into a powerful mutant who has lost their mind, and only a tiny 5% chance of successfully fusing with the virus, breaking through the limits of humanity, and becoming a higher life form. Special note: this item can be purified and stabilized by a pharmacist of LV.50 or higher, who has transitioned from a medic. After stabilization, the risk of fusion failure will be reduced to 5%, and there is a very high probability that the user's own human consciousness will be preserved. The stabilized item will be upgraded to red. Red. Looking at the red rating on the screen, radiating supreme majesty like a divine mark, Lin Yu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He had never had a clear concept of what a red quality item truly meant. But after reviewing the Dragon Shield's Class B database, he finally understood what a terrifying, heaven-defying, legendary realm it was, a realm that could drive even the top tycoons mad. Any item of red quality possessed the terrifying power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, even altering the entire world order. He had once naively considered trading this vial of T-Virus with a large biotechnology company like Shinong Group for a large sum of credits and some high-level equipment. Now, looking back, how childish and laughable that idea was. Shinong Group would compensate him, perhaps even offer a large sum to keep quiet, but they would absolutely, positively, never return the stabilized, red-quality perfect T-Virus potion to him. Placing hope in the kindness and credibility of others is the most foolish and deadly act in this apocalyptic world. Then go to Dragon Shield. Lin Yu's mind conjured Qin Shue's heroic and sincere face. He knew that with Dragon Shield's resources, they definitely possessed national treasure-level alchemists of LV.50 or higher. But did he dare gamble? Entrust his life, and the only key to supreme power to someone else. This was tantamount to seeking help from a tiger. Even if Qin Shui was trustworthy, what about those above her? What about the higher-ups at Dragon Shield? Before a red treasure capable of altering the balance of power in a nation, any individual's promise and credibility were as fragile as a sheet of paper. A struggle flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The allure of that red-quality substance was simply too great. So great that it even tempted him to gamble everything. But quickly, that impulse was forcibly suppressed by his deeply ingrained rationality and caution. No. Absolutely not. Before he possessed the strength to speak with these behemoths on equal footing, any attempt to engage in such an unequal trade would be suicidal. It seems that until you acquire new, self-sufficient power in the reward instance, you can only remain dormant, Lin Yu murmured to himself, looking at the T-Virus sample emitting an eerie purple light in his hand. He made his final, and most rational, decision. This final trump card, he must, and could only, firmly hold in his own hands. He carefully placed the T-Virus sample, capable of unleashing a bloodbath, back into the depths of his spatial backpack. Chapter 137. 72 hours of waiting passed in the blink of an eye amidst the peace and tranquility of the real world. When that cold, irresistible system notification rang in Lin Yu's mind again, he was sitting alone in an open-air cafe near Jinghui University City, enjoying the rare afternoon sun. Reward dungeon is about to open. Teleporting in progress. Without giving him any chance to say goodbye, that familiar feeling of being pulled by an invisible giant hand instantly ripped his consciousness from this noisy real world and threw it into that colorful time-space tunnel. Unlike the previous 4 summons filled with oppression and the aura of death, This teleportation carried a strange, warm, and peaceful feeling. When Lin Yu's feet touched solid ground again, a refreshing breeze, mixed with the fragrance of sunshine, sea breeze, and tropical flowers, rushed towards him. He found himself standing on a beach on a tropical island, with scenery so beautiful it could be used as computer wallpaper. The sky was a cloudless, azure blue. The sea was a crystal clear, turquoise green. In the distance, lush coconut groves and swaying palm trees rose in the breeze, with colorful seabirds occasionally calling as they flew overhead. This didn't feel like a post-apocalyptic instance filled with death and danger, a product of the Boundary Hub system. Instead, it felt more like a top-tier, secluded vacation paradise. Welcome to the reward instance. Angler's Bay. A gentle, even slightly benevolent, system notification sounded softly in his ear. The rules for this instance are as follows. Rule 1. Attacking each other is prohibited within this instance. Any intentional malicious attack will be severely punished by the Boundary Hub system. Rule 2. This instance lasts for 48 hours. You may choose to evacuate at any time before the instance ends. Rule 3. In this world, you will have the opportunity to obtain generous rewards by completing specific tasks or using special items. Good luck. Looking at these 3 rules, which could be described as benefits, Lin Yu finally relaxed completely, the tension that had been building up because of the seed meat grinder. PvP is prohibited, and you can evacuate at any time. This is practically the official announcement telling all players. Relax, there's no danger here, enjoy this victorious party. He looked around and found that a few dozen players were already scattered across the vast beach and dock. Without exception, these players all exuded a powerful and confident aura, completely different from ordinary players. Some carried massive, menacing swords taller than themselves, their muscles bulging like steel, their eyes filled with a wild fighting spirit. Lin Yu even spotted several mysterious mecha warriors clad in futuristic power armor and full-face tactical helmets. Clearly, those standing here were true prodigies, like himself, who had successfully passed the seed meat grinder trial. However, compared to these other high-level players, who radiated such power, Lin Yu, dressed in ordinary combat gear and unarmed, appeared somewhat out of place. Lin Yu ignored the curious or disdainful glances directed at him. His gaze was drawn to a solitary figure at the end of the dock. At the end of the long, ancient wooden pier, an old fisherman, dressed in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, his face obscured, sat quietly on a wooden post, holding a rustic fishing rod made of emerald green bamboo. He remained motionless, as if completely one with the world around him. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. He knew this was likely the one who issued the core quest for this reward instance. Without hesitation, he walked straight towards the mysterious old fisherman. When he stepped onto the pier and stood before the old fisherman, the man, who seemed to have been in meditation for hundreds of years, slowly, very slowly, raised his head. Hidden beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat were a pair of weathered, yet deep and bright eyes, like stars. Young man, the old fisherman's voice was hoarse and ancient, as if it came from a distant, forgotten time. You too have come for the legendary 7-color divine carp. Lin Yu didn't speak, but simply nodded quietly. A trace of distant reminiscence appeared on the old fisherman's face. He sighed and said, I saw it once in this bay. It was the most beautiful creature I had ever seen in my life. Unfortunately, it vanished in a flash, never to be seen again. My days are numbered. My only wish is to see it one last time before I die. He handed the emerald green bamboo fishing rod to Lin Yu. If you can help me find it and bring it to me, I will give you the most precious treasure of my life. Ding! You have triggered the quest, the angler's last wish. Quest objective: find the legendary 7-color divine carp in this bay and give it to the old fisherman. Quest reward: red quality unknown reward X1. Special note: many other rare fish also live in this bay. Give them to the old fisherman to exchange for blue or higher quality rewards. The moment Lin Yu took the fishing rod, all the other players present simultaneously received the quest notification, and each of them suddenly had an identical beginner fishing rod in their hands. Name: beginner's fishing rod. Quality: white. Description: an ordinary fishing rod. Perhaps it will bring you unexpected good fortune? Lin Yu looked at the unassuming fishing rod in his hand, then at the players in the distance, who were already excitedly searching for the best fishing spots, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. A seemingly fair fishing competition, purely a contest of luck, had begun. Chapter 138. The air in the reward instance was sweet. There was no pungent gunpowder smoke, no nauseating stench of blood, and certainly no pervasive fungal spores, reeking of decay and death. Only warm, gentle sunshine, a salty sea breeze, and the invigorating fragrance of tropical flowers. Lin Yu took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented relief in his lungs, which had been tense from days of battle and infection. He didn't rush to find the mysterious old fisherman, but instead, like a true tourist, strolled leisurely along the soft sand, calmly observing this new, benevolent world, and those chosen ones, who had arrived with him. Just as he expected, none of those standing here were weak. Almost the instant the system notification sounded, most of the players present had already begun their treasure hunt in their own ways. Ha ha ha! This place has great scenery. I go take a swim and see if I can catch a couple of big fish. A bald, muscular man, over 2 meters tall, with muscles like cast iron and skin covered in hideous scars, let out a deafening laugh. He was clearly a pure strength type awakened, with absolute confidence in his powerful physique. Like a human tank, he charged directly into the vast blue sea, splashing up towering waves. He took a deep breath, and like a giant whale, plunged headfirst into the deep sea, attempting to conquer this rich ocean in the most primal and savage way. Seeing his reckless behavior, some of the surrounding players chuckled good-naturedly, while others curled their lip in disdain. On the other side, a lean player with eagle-like eyes, dressed in a gray, tight-fitting combat suit, displayed a completely different level of professionalism, a true technical expert. He was a scout. He took out a uniquely shaped, silver flying fish-like miniature underwater reconnaissance vehicle from his inventory. "Go, Moray Eel," he commanded in a low voice. The reconnaissance vehicle, named Moray Eel, instantly activated its miniature propellers at the tail, silently gliding into the water, moving nimbly like a real moray eel, and quickly disappearing from sight. Immediately afterwards, a crystal-clear underwater 3D map, transmitted in real time by sonar and a high-definition camera, appeared on the scout's tactical goggles, where there were schools of fish, reefs, and unusual seaweed. Everything was crystal clear. His methods instantly drew envious and jealous glances from many surrounding players. In any instance, intelligence is always the shortest shortcut to victory. And this scout had undoubtedly maximized the advantages of intelligence warfare. Besides these two typical player types, the other survivors were also showcasing their own unique skills. Some awakened ones, while lacking the physical strength to dive directly deep like the powerhouse, used their superhuman lung capacity and endurance to continuously swim in the nearshore area, attempting to find rare fish stranded on the coral reefs. Some agile awakened individuals displayed their superhuman reflexes, standing on the pier with eyes like lightning. Whenever a school of fish swam by at incredible speed, their harpoons shot out like arrows, sending up sprays of glistening water. Of course, many more opted for the safest and most traditional method: fishing. They each occupied advantageous positions on the pier and rocks, casting their beginners' rods into the sea, and then began their patient, expectant wait. For a moment, the entire bay was a lively scene of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique skills. Just then, the powerful, muscular man who had dived into the deep sea suddenly emerged from the water, looking disheveled, like a sea lion choking on water, coughing violently and gasping for fresh air. Cough, cough. This damn water pressure is insane. He coughed and cursed. I only gone less than 50 meters, and I feel like my bones are about to be crushed. And it's pitch black down there, not enough oxygen at all. I'm suffocating. His failure instantly deterred other divers, who had also considered trying. They finally realized that this seemingly calm and beautiful bay was far more complex than it appeared. Soon, the first lucky one appeared. A somewhat thin young man suddenly slammed his fishing rod down with tremendous force. "It's hooked! It's hooked!" he cried excitedly, his face flushed, as he struggled fiercely with the massive creature underwater. Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding players, he struggled for nearly 10 minutes before finally managing to drag the large creature out of the water. It was a peculiar fish, entirely ice blue in color, with a pair of dazzling fins resembling butterfly wings, and a faint blue halo emanating from its body. Name: Icefin butterflyfish. Quality: blue. Description: a rare fish living in the cold currents of the deep sea, with delicious flesh, and its fins can be used as materials for crafting special potions. Ha ha! I caught one! I caught one! The young man was so excited he almost jumped up on the spot. He held the still struggling Icefin butterflyfish and eagerly ran to the old fisherman. The old fisherman took the fish, a hint of approval flashing in his cloudy eyes. He nodded, took out a piece of equipment shimmering with the same blue light from his robes, and handed it to the young man. It was a lightweight arm guard made of an unknown metal, exuding a streamlined beauty. Name: Tide Traveling Arm Guard. Quality, blue. Effect, increases swimming speed by 20% and slightly reduces water resistance when equipped. A top-tier blue item. The atmosphere in the entire bay was instantly ignited. Greed and fanaticism shone in the eyes of every player. Like a school of sharks smelling blood, they cast their fishing rods even more vigorously into the sea, fantasizing about being the next lucky one. Continuously, people caught all sorts of strange fish shimmering with blue light. There was the steel-spine pufferfish, covered in sharp bony spines like a hedgehog. There was the electric jellyfish, with a semi-transparent body and what seemed like flowing electricity within. And there was the archering fish, capable of shooting high-pressure water jets with the power of bullets. Each rare fish could be exchanged with the old fisherman for a blue item, with good attributes, or a powerful one-time use item. The entire dock was immersed in a joyous atmosphere of harvest, and a frenzied pursuit of even greater profits. Lin Yu, however, remained an outsider, observing everything with detached indifference. He didn't join the frenzy, nor did he touch the seemingly ordinary beginner's fishing rod. He simply walked leisurely to a secluded corner of the island, leaned against a huge, wave-eroded rock, and sat down. A faint, amused smile played on his lips. It was as if what these people were frantically chasing were nothing more than insignificant children's toys. Chapter 139. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, gently brushed against Lin Yu's cheek. He leaned against the cold reef, eyes closed, as if he had already fallen into a deep sleep in the warm sunlight. Around him, cheers of surprise and excitement rose and fell from the players. Ha ha ha! Another one! A flame shrimp! What good stuff can I get this time? Look at mine! A venomous sea serpent. Purple quality material. I'm rich. I'm rich. Brother, are you selling your boomerang fish? I offer 10,000 credits. The entire bay was like a bustling, extravagant casino, brimming with speculation and revelry. Everyone was blinded by the readily available blue rewards, frantically casting their fishing rods, placing all their hopes on that elusive luck, fantasizing about catching even rarer fish and exchanging them for even better equipment. No one noticed that on the edge of this clamor and frenzy, the black-clad youth, who had chosen to lie flat from the beginning, beneath his seemingly closed eyelids, possessed a pair of deep, icy eyes that gleamed with absolute rationality. Even less did anyone know that at this very moment, a black and white, three-dimensional radar map covering a 7-kilometer radius of the sea had silently and dramatically unfolded in his mind, like a divine scroll. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Yu's mind became completely integrated with the entire radar system. His vision, at this moment, transcended the limitations of space and the laws of physics, overlooking the entire bay from a godlike perspective. On his radar map, the players on the island and at the dock were all glowing red dots. They were like a swarm of headless flies, crowding together on the small dock, scrambling for what Lin Yu considered ridiculous best fishing spots. And their hooks could only reach the very surface of this vast sea, a shallow area less than 100 meters deep. There, indeed, were a few scattered moving dots emitting red light. But their numbers were extremely small, and their movements were erratic. Catching them required immense patience, and a bit more luck. A bunch of fools. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold, extremely disdainful smile. This was merely the cheapest bait thrown out by the Boundary Hub system. Using easily obtainable blue rewards to satisfy the greed of most players, immersing them in this low-level gambling thrill, thus making them ignore the true, most fundamental treasure of this world. Lin Yu's gaze didn't linger even slightly on the blue dots of light in the shallow water. His mind, like a highly sophisticated deep-sea probe, controlled the radar scan, inch by inch, delving deeper into that unfathomable, unknown, and dark abyss. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,500 meters. As he descended, the water grew increasingly cold and dark, and the dots of light on the radar map became fewer and fewer. But Lin Yu knew that the truly great fish always lived in the deepest darkness, beyond the reach of others. Finally, just as his radar was about to scan a 2,000-meter deep underwater zone filled with massive trenches and submarine volcanoes, his entire radar screen was suddenly and unexpectedly filled with a dazzling, almost igniting, enormous red dot of light. It was it. It must be it. The legendary being, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, that the old fisherman had described in a fleeting moment. The 7-colored divine carp. The enormous red dot occupied nearly a tenth of his radar screen. The energy it emitted was 100 times stronger than any boss he had ever encountered before, including the terrifying spore giant. This wasn't just a fish. This was practically a living, mythical beast lurking in the deep sea. At 2,000 meters, the underwater pressure is enough to crush a tank into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. A storm raged in Lin Yu's heart. He finally understood why the reward for this quest was the legendary red quality. This was simply not a quest designed for ordinary players in this instance. Forget using that laughable newbie fishing rod. Even if you brought the most advanced nuclear submarine, you probably wouldn't even have a chance to get within 100 meters before being completely crushed into a pile of cold metal dust by the terrifying water pressure and the invisible pressure of that mythical behemoth. This was a dead end, a quest destined to be impossible from the very beginning. A quest of certain death. However, there was no despair on Lin Yu's face. In his eyes, instead, burned an unprecedented, even more intense, and frenzied flame than that red dot of light. Because he knew that for others, this was a dead end. But for him, this darling of the ocean, possessing the heart of the tide, this would be the only, smooth road to the altar. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within him stirred by the discovery of the treasure, and did not act immediately. Now was not the time. He retracted the radar, slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of absolute calm and rationality flashed in his deep gaze, so incongruous with the frenzied scene around him. He stood up from the rocks, brushed the sand off his clothes, and then did something that surprised everyone. He didn't walk towards the sea, nor did he pick up his fishing rod. Instead, he leisurely walked back to the old wooden pier, went to the old fisherman, who was still fishing with his eyes closed, seemingly isolated from the world, and quietly sat down beside him. Chapter 140. Lin Yu's actions, in the eyes of the players, who were fiercely battling around him, were utterly out of place, even foolish. Hey, look at that guy. See him? He hasn't moved at all since the beginning, and now he's sitting with that old man? Is he out of his mind? He's probably giving up, because he's had such bad luck, not catching a single fish. Trash is trash. He can't even seize a freebie like a reward dungeon. He deserves to be a scavenger for life. Several players, who had just acquired a piece of blue equipment, looked at Lin Yu's back, and let out undisguised, smug sneers. In their eyes, Lin Yu's behavior was tantamount to giving up digging in front of a gold mine, and instead going to chat with an old gatekeeper, utterly foolish. However, they would never understand that a true hunter always maintains the utmost patience before making a move. They would never know the profound control and calculation behind Lin Yu's seemingly meaningless actions. Lin Yu ignored the malicious speculations and gossip. He simply sat quietly beside the old fisherman, watching the shimmering sea and the ancient fishing float bobbing in the sunlight. He didn't speak, and neither did the old fisherman. A strange, silent understanding formed between them. Time flowed slowly on in the sea breeze. After an unknown amount of time, the old fisherman's hoarse, ancient voice slowly broke the silence. Young man, you seemed different from them. Lin Yu turned his head, looking into the old fisherman's deep eyes hidden in the shadow of his straw hat, and smiled faintly. Perhaps they're all going crazy for those visible fish. The old fisherman's voice carried a hint of world-weary wisdom. But you seem uninterested in those things. It's not that I'm uninterested, Lin Yu shook his head, correcting him. It's just that my goal is different from theirs. Oh! A hint of curiosity flashed in the old fisherman's eyes. What is your goal? It's that 7-colored divine carp you once saw. Lin Yu's answer was direct and undisguised. The old fisherman fell silent. His hand, gripping the fishing rod like withered tree bark, trembled slightly. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh, a sigh filled with endless reminiscence and emotion. That was a very, very long time ago. His voice became distant and ethereal, as if taking Lin Yu back to a distant past forgotten by time. Back then, I wasn't a fisherman. I was a marine biologist, one of the world's top scientists. I sailed on the state-of-the-art research vessel, the Explorer, my lifelong dream being to explore the deepest, most mysterious ocean forbidden zones on this planet, to search for those unknown life forms that only exist in myths and legends. More than a decade ago, we came to this bay, known to the world as the Eye of the Storm, a place never before trodden by humankind. Here, a miracle of life, and a forbidden zone of death. It was here that I saw it. A near fanatical light, a light called faith, shone in the old fisherman's eyes. It was a creature of indescribable beauty. Its scales seemed to be forged from rainbows and stars, and with each movement, it left behind dazzling, aurora-like streaks of light in the water. It wasn't a fish, it was a god. The true, one and only god of this ocean. We were all awestruck by its beauty. We tried to approach it, to study it, even to capture it. But we were all wrong. The old fisherman's voice suddenly became low and filled with anguish. We disturbed it, and we angered it. It merely flicked its tail slightly. Then, the whole world seemed to collapse before our eyes. A towering tsunami, a terrifying vortex powerful enough to shred steel. Our explorer, before the wrath of that god, was as fragile as a paper toy, instantly torn to shreds. I am the sole survivor. I was washed ashore on this deserted island, barely surviving by eating wild fruit and raw fish. From that day on, I was no longer some worthless biologist. I was merely a sinner, a humble atoning party who, through my arrogance and greed, disturbed the slumber of the god. I stay here, fishing day after day, not to catch fish, but to wait. Waiting for the day I can see it again, and say to it in person, "I'm sorry." The old fisherman's story was finished. Lin Yu listened quietly. The old fisherman wasn't lying. The wrath of the gods he spoke of was likely the active skill of heart of the tide that triggers a small-scale tsunami, and the explorer he was aboard was probably the same research vessel from which Lin Yu had found the deep-diving combat suit in the Misty Harbor instance. So, these two instant worlds were connected in some unknown, mysterious way. What vast, intricately plotted worldview lies hidden behind the boundary hub? Lin Yu was filled with awe. But he didn't show these discoveries on his face. He simply looked at the old fisherman and calmly asked, "Do you think it's possible for humans, with their strength, to approach it?" The old fisherman shook his head bitterly. "Impossible. It's not a difference in strength, it's an absolute crushing on a life level. Before it, we are all just humble, insignificant ants." Lin Yu didn't speak again. He had obtained all the information he wanted. He stood up, bowed slightly to the old fisherman. Then, he turned and left. All he had to do was wait. Chapter 141. Time flowed slowly, amidst the fervor of most players, and the despair of a few. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere on the bay gradually shifted from initial clamor and excitement to a sense of restlessness and impatience. Almost all the players had caught one or two rare blue-quality fish, exchanging them for a few decent blue-quality pieces of equipment from the old fisherman. But that was all. As time went on, they increasingly realized with despair that the legendary seven-color divine carp, representing the highest reward of red quality, was simply a vague and impossible task. No matter what bait they used, no matter how many auspicious spots they changed, no matter how fervently they prayed, the newbie's fishing rod could only ever offer them those small, meager blue consolation prizes. "I'm not fishing anymore. This rubbish is a complete rip-off." A hot-tempered soldier finally snapped after catching yet another worthless ordinary sea fish. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fishing rod to the ground and stomped it to pieces. "I wasted a whole day here. And all I got were 2 pieces of trash blue gear. I could have run a normal dungeon and gotten much more rewards." His words instantly resonated with most of the players present. Exactly. This quest is a total trap. Red rewards? I haven't even seen a single purple fish yet. I think that old man is just messing with us. What kind of seven-color divine carp is that? It probably doesn't even exist. Forget it. Let's quit while we're ahead. Getting a few pieces of blue gear for free is already pretty lucky. Continuing like this is just a waste of time. More and more players began to lose patience. Their greed was worn down by the harsh reality. However, just when most people were about to give up, there was always a small group of self-righteous smart people who believed they had found a shortcut to success. A makeshift elite team of 5 players, after some intense haggling, actually managed to gather 10 rare blue-quality fish and approach the old fisherman. Leading them was a shrewd and capable-looking scout. He respectfully placed the 10 still-living rare fish before the old fisherman. "Old sir," he said with a confident, self-assured tone, "we know the chances of catching the divine carp are slim. We're willing to exchange these 10 blue-quality fish for a chance to go underwater. We don't need the best equipment, just a basic diving kit that will allow us to move freely underwater for a while. That will be enough." He was confident that with the strength of their elite team and his own powerful reconnaissance abilities, finding the 7-color divine carp would be a piece of cake. The old fisherman looked at the 10 fish gleaming with blue light, a barely perceptible glint of pity flashing in his cloudy eyes. He didn't speak, but silently retrieved an incredibly bulky, steampunk-style, antique diving suit from a worn wooden crate behind him. It was a suit pieced together from brass and heavy leather, with only a small, round observation window on the helmet, looking like an antique salvaged from a museum from the last century. Name: Vintage Heavy Diving Suit. Quality: Blue. Effect: withstands pressure at a depth of 300 meters. The included compressed oxygen tank only allows the user to remain underwater for 15 minutes. Due to its bulky design, the wearer's movement speed will be reduced by 50%. Go, The old fisherman said hoarsely. This is the only usable thing I found from the wreckage of the Explorer. Hopefully, it will bring you good luck. The scout captain frowned visibly when he saw the suit's attributes. 15 minutes? 50% movement speed reduction? This attribute is even worse than he imagined, but it's too late now. He could only grit his teeth and put the diving suit on the strongest member of the team, a strength-type awakened individual. Splash. The burly man, looking like a clumsy tin can in the diving suit, jumped heavily into the water with the help of his teammates. Go! Everyone follow. Maintain formation. The scout captain waved his hand triumphantly, leading the remaining 4 members, who followed closely behind, diving into the sea. They were full of confidence, fantasizing that they were about to become the first heroes in the world to capture God. However, the ideal was lofty, but reality was harshly despairing. Less than 10 minutes had passed. The once spirited elite team, like 5 drowned rats scalded by boiling water, fled back from the water in a disheveled state. The burly man in the diving suit was deathly pale. He collapsed on the ground as soon as he reached the shore, vomiting mouthfuls of seawater as if he had just escaped death. No! Absolutely not, he said, his voice trembling with shock. The water pressure down there is too much. I feel like my lungs are going to burst. And the currents are so strong and turbulent. Wearing this tattered suit, I can't control my body at all. I almost got swept into the underwater current several times. And oxygen, another team member added, still shaken. 15 minutes. Too short. Not enough time for us to explore any valuable areas. We haven't even seen a school of fish, and the oxygen is already running low. Their failure was like a bucket of ice-cold water, poured over the heads of all the players, who still held on to hope. Even a well-equipped elite team ended up in such a sorry state. What could these casual players do? Hope, at this moment, was utterly shattered. Chapter 142. The elite squad's crushing defeat was the final straw. The atmosphere in the entire bay, which had been filled with fervor and restlessness, instantly cooled, replaced by a suffocating, deathly silence called despair. Everyone understood. The so-called red quality reward was nothing but a mirage, visible but forever out of reach. It was a cruel joke played on them by the Boundary Hub system. I'm done. What a waste of my time. Exactly. This stupid quest is utterly useless. I'm leaving. Getting a few free blue items is already a huge win. Yeah. That old man won't let us keep taking advantage of him. He stopped giving us equipment after 2 submissions. Sigh, what a pity. I thought I could reach the top this time. Come on, you. Just surviving the seed meat grinder is something to be grateful for. What are you even thinking about red rewards? The survivors, in 2s and 3s, gathered together, venting their frustration with a tone filled with resentment and self-deprecation. They stopped looking at the old fisherman still fishing with his eyes closed, and stopped looking at the tempting yet unfathomable sea. They began to tally their loot from this dungeon, their faces showing a hint of satisfaction, but even more so, an undisguised disappointment. Soon, the first player made their choice. He walked to an open area on the beach, and calmly said to the empty air, "Boundary Shoe, I choose to evacuate ahead of schedule." Buzz! A gentle beam of teleportation light descended from the sky, completely enveloping his body. The next second, his figure transformed into countless specks of light within the beam, vanishing forever from this beautiful yet cruel island. His departure, like a signal, completely ignited the retreat of all the players present. Sigh, forget it, I'm leaving too. I'm not waiting anymore. There's no point in waiting any longer. Brothers, see you again in the martial world. One after another, green beams of light, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, lit up and faded in every corner of the beach and dock. The number of players was decreasing rapidly at a visible pace. 10 minutes ago, this was a bustling market filled with laughter and lively chatter. 10 minutes later, only a handful of gamblers remained, still clinging to hope for the last hurrah. Lin Yu remained quietly seated behind a secluded rock, coldly observing the entire process of this grand event's rise and fall. His face maintained its calm expression, as if everything before him was irrelevant. But within him, a raging storm was brewing. He watched the players leave, their expressions a mixture of satisfaction and dejection, feeling no pity, only a cold, absolute rationality befitting a superior. These people left not because they understood the true nature of the mission, but because their strength, their vision, their perspective, all were merely enough to allow them to see the readily available blue rewards. They were like scavengers at the foot of a gold mine, content with picking up a few scraps, never able to imagine the dazzling diamond veins buried deep within that gold mine, veins that would drive the world mad. And he, Lin Yu, would become the sole victor, the one with the qualifications and ability to excavate that vein. Another half-hour passed. On the bay, besides Lin Yu and the old fisherman who stood like a statue, few other living figures remained. The clamor subsided, the revelry ended. The whole world returned to tranquility, with only the gentle waves tirelessly kissing the golden sand, as if playing a final, soothing melody for the farce that had just ended. Lin Yu knew his time had come. He slowly rose from behind the rocks, brushing the sand off his clothes. He glanced at the shimmering sea in the distance, then at the solitary figure at the end of the pier, a figure that seemed to have waited for 1,000 years. A cold, confident smile, radiating control, curved his lips. He didn't rush towards the sea, but first took out a mask from his spatial backpack. After all, he was about to use a golden item, and it wouldn't be good if it were seen. He wouldn't reveal any of his trump cards before obtaining the final reward. Having done all this, he finally began to walk unhurriedly towards the deep blue stage filled with unknowns and treasures. The setting sun cast its golden rays, like the gentlest brushstrokes in God's hand, bathing the entire bay in a dreamlike, warm orange-red hue. The sea shimmered, as if covered with a layer of crushed gold. At the end of the pier, the old fisherman, dressed in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, remained in the same unchanging posture, quietly fishing, as if trying to cast himself into an eternal statue gazing at the sea. The whole world was silent, save for the sounds of the waves and the wind. However, just as this tranquility was about to be completely swallowed by the night, a mysterious figure wearing a mask, as if emerging from the shadows, shattered this beautiful scene. It was Lin Yu. He concealed his face deeply beneath the mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes that, even in the afterglow of the setting sun, still shone with a cold, rational light. He did not walk towards the pier, nor towards any of the seemingly suitable rocks for entering the water. He walked slowly, step by step, to the deserted beach, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. On the dock, the few remaining gamblers, still clinging to hope and making a final desperate attempt, noticed this strangely behaving newcomer. "Hey, look, what's that guy up to?" "I don't know. It's been so long, and he's only showing up now. Probably just another newbie trying his luck." "Heh, coming at this hour? It's too late. We've been waiting here all day and haven't even seen a single purple fish. Who does he think he is? The chosen one?" Chapter 143. They whispered amongst themselves, their voices filled with contempt and disdain, completely disregarding this seemingly mediocre newcomer. However, what happened next instantly froze their mocking faces. Their self-satisfied, superior eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. The mysterious masked man, upon reaching the beach, didn't, as they expected, take out a fishing rod or attempt to dive. He simply and slowly raised his right hand. Then, in his palm, a golden heart, the size of a basketball, composed entirely of the purest azure crystal, seemingly imbued with the boundless majesty and life force of the entire ocean, appeared out of thin air without warning. Buzz! The instant that golden heart appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble slightly. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, filled with holiness, majesty, and absolute control over all water elements, like a tangible tsunami, swept wildly outwards from Lin Yu in all directions. The sea was no longer calm. The once gentle waves, at this moment, seemed like the most devout believers who had seen their king, and began to rhythmically bow down in worship towards Lin Yu's direction. The omnipresent water molecules in the air, as if drawn by a fatal attraction, frantically converged towards the golden heart, forming visible azure energy whirlwinds around it. Name: C69 Heart of the Tide. Quality: Gold, Unique. Effect 1. Pass a deep sea breath. While wielding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any underwater environment, and your movement speed and perception range in water will be permanently increased by 50%. Effect 2. Active tidal power summons surrounding water elementals to create a small-scale tsunami, causing devastating impact on the designated area. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Note: master the tides, and you will be the darling of the ocean. Gold: a gold item? The players who had been gloating on the dock were stunned the moment they saw the heart in Lin Yu's hand. Their minds went blank, as if struck by 1,000 thunderbolts of creation, instantly plunging them into absolute, deathly silence. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, violently, like sieves. The expressions of disdain and mockery on their faces froze, cracked, and were completely replaced by an indescribable mix of shock, fear, jealousy, and the deepest, most powerless despair. How is this possible? One player's voice, shrill and distorted with extreme shock, seemed not to come from a human throat. He He actually has a gold item? No wonder he looked down on those blue trash from the beginning. So while we mortals were still gloating over a crumb, he already owned an entire granary. We were just laughing at such a rich guy. Boundless regret and fear, like the coldest tide, instantly overwhelmed their reason. They felt a burning pain on their cheeks, as if an invisible hand had repeatedly and brutally slapped them countless times. In their stunned and desperate gazes, Lin Yu made a shocking move they would never forget. He didn't dive, nor did he swim. He simply carried the heart of the tide, radiating supreme divine power, step by step, calmly, as if strolling in his own backyard, into the deep blue ocean that was cheering and boiling for him. The seawater seemed to possess life. It automatically parted to make way for him. He walked step by step on the wet, golden sand, towards the deep sea, a forbidden zone for mortals. His figure, on that azure ocean road that had parted for him, appeared so solitary, so mysterious, so otherworldly, until his figure completely disappeared into the bottomless darkness that closed again. The few poor gamblers on the dock finally recovered from the mythical, extreme shock. Chapter 144. As Lin Yu's body was completely enveloped by the warm, gentle seawater, an unprecedented feeling of comfort and intimacy, as if returning to the cradle of life, instantly spread throughout his body. He could clearly feel every drop of seawater around him cheering and leaping with joy. Like the most docile pets, they affectionately surrounded him, lifting him up and protecting him. The passive effect of Heart of the Tides. Deep sea breath was fully activated at this moment. Lin Yu was astonished to find that he could actually breathe freely underwater, just like on land. The seawater that would have rushed into his lungs was automatically broken down into the purest oxygen and the purest water elemental energy by an invisible force the moment it approached his mouth and nose, nourishing his body. Is this what it feels like to be the Sea King? Feeling this overwhelming power, a small ripple stirred within Lin Yu's heart. Without further hesitation, a thought flashed through his mind, and the heart of the tide floating in his palm instantly merged into his chest, transforming into a deep blue mark, like an ancient totem. The next second, his body, like a deep-sea torpedo imbued with life, streaked across the dark, icy depths of the ocean, leaving a long, azure trail of light as it hurtled towards the enormous red dot on the radar map, located 2,000 meters below the abyss. This was another world. A world utterly different from the sunlit scene above the surface, a fantastical and wondrous underwater kingdom, filled with wonder and beauty. As they descended deeper, sunlight could no longer penetrate the deep blue. In their place, countless bizarre underwater creatures and plants, emitting various fluorescent colors, illuminated what should have been a pitch-black deep sea, transforming it into a vast, psychedelic underwater nightclub. Swarms of transparent starlight jellyfish, with what appeared to be silvery galaxies flowing within their bodies, floated slowly and gracefully past Lin Yu like the brightest stars in the night sky. Clusters of flame coral, rooted in the underwater cliffs, and radiating an orange-red glow like burning flames, tinged the surrounding seawater with a warm hue. And then, there were the enormous fungal giant claws, resembling whales, but covered in glowing mushrooms on their backs. They moved slowly and laboriously across the sandy seabed, each breath releasing strings of colorful, dreamlike bubbles. Lin Yu's figure swiftly traversed this magnificent tapestry brimming with the miracles of life. He was like a solitary king surveying his territory, coldly scrutinizing this bountiful kingdom that belonged to him. Of course, beauty often comes with deadly danger. As he passed through an area comprised of a vast, labyrinthine underwater stone forest, he could clearly see on his radar map several elite-level monsters, radiating a dangerous red glow, lurking in the shadows of the stone forest, waiting for their prey. Among them were deep-sea giant eels, exceeding 10 meters in length and possessing jaws as sharp as steel. There are mimic octopuses that can perfectly blend into the surrounding rocks to launch deadly sneak attacks. Even more so, there are large groups of mutated sonic dolphins that know how to use sound waves for coordinated attacks. Any other player, even wearing the cumbersome old-fashioned heavy diving suit, who rashly ventured into this area, would probably be torn to shreds within 10 seconds by these lurking hunters, leaving not even bones behind. But Lin Yu is like the most elegant dancer in this deathly stone forest. He possesses a 50% perception range bonus granted by the Heart of the Tide. Combined with his already incredibly powerful level 2 radar, he can always predict the location of all dangers minutes in advance, then choose the safest path, calmly and silently bypassing them. He is like a true ghost, strolling leisurely under the noses of these terrifying deep-sea hunters, untouched by a single leaf. Time flowed by in his rapid descent. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu finally traversed the perilous stone forest and arrived at the edge of a deeper, darker abyss trench. This was the final domain of the legendary seven-colored divine carp. He stood at the edge of the trench, looking down. It was a pure, absolute darkness, impenetrable even to light, a darkness that sent shivers down one's spine. It seemed like the final entrance to hell. And in the deepest recesses of that darkness, a gigantic, star-like red dot of light radiated endless allure, silently awaiting his arrival. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He knew that the real challenge lay ahead. Without further hesitation, he leaped, like a falling meteor, resolutely plunging into the embrace of that boundless abyss. Chapter 145. In that absolute abyss, where even light could not reach, Lin Yu, like a meteorite with its own will, resolutely plummeted into the endless darkness. The power of the heart of the tide pounded powerfully in his chest like a second heart. Its azure halo, like an absolute domain, bathed the surrounding seawater in a sacred glow. The terrifying water pressure from 2,000 meters deep, enough to crush a military submarine into scrap metal in an instant, before this mighty force originating from the ocean's very source, was as docile as a lamb. It not only caused him no harm but transformed into powerful thrusts, accelerating his descent. This was a forbidden zone for life, a hell for mortals. But this was his absolute home turf. After an unknown amount of time submerged, when the depth gauge had jumped to a heart-stopping 2,200 meters, Lin Yu finally traversed that long, dark death zone and reached the very bottom of this abyssal trench. The sight before him caused even his heart, usually unmoved by any spectacle, to skip a beat. Directly before him stood a vast underwater coral labyrinth, composed of countless enormous, strangely glowing blue corals, like a chessboard left behind by the gods, silently rising in this desolate abyss. These corals, in various shapes, some resembling menacing dragons, others like ancient trees with gnarled roots, interwoven together to form an incredibly complex, yet dreamlike, natural maze. In the center of the maze, a massive, star-like red dot radiated endless allure, silently awaiting his arrival. Interesting. It seems I must pass this appetizer before meeting the main character. A playful smile curved Lin Yu's lips. He knew that this seemingly beautiful coral maze was far more dangerous than the perilous stone forest he had encountered before. The crisscrossing coral reefs not only formed countless dead ends and traps, but also served as the perfect, natural hunting ground for apex predators lurking in the shadows. Any other player, even with the most advanced deep-sea probe, would be toyed with and killed by this natural maze if they recklessly ventured in. But Lin Yu possessed the world's most accurate and infallible navigation. He completely immersed his mind in the radar map. The next second, the entire vast coral maze, all its paths, all its blind spots, all its undercurrents, even every potentially dangerous crevice, was meticulously and clearly outlined in his mind. He was like a student with a standard answer key, tackling an open-ended exam that would be hellish for others. Turn left, proceed 300 meters, then go up, around that area of electromagnetic jellyfish. Right ahead, beneath that seemingly flat sand, lurks a sand-diving crocodile over 15 meters long. We must glide silently past it from 100 meters above its head. Guided precisely by the radar, Lin Yu moved like a slippery fish, navigating the deadly coral labyrinth with textbook artistry. At times, he clung to the massive coral reef walls, narrowly avoiding deadly currents. At other times, he moved like a weightless ghost, silently flashing over the heads of slumbering, terrifying deep-sea monsters. The entire process was fluid and graceful, filled with a breathtaking, tense, and thrilling beauty. Finally, after traversing this coral labyrinth, a place of certain death for others, a colossal underwater cave, seemingly large enough to contain an entire mountain, appeared before him. This was the final sanctuary, the legendary abode of the god. However, when Lin Yu saw the scene inside the cave, his pupils suddenly contracted. The enormous, star-like red dot he had seen on the radar was not the seven-colored divine carp he had imagined. It was a terrifying deep-sea giant eel, over 100 meters long, larger than the thickest ancient tree, its entire body covered in obsidian-hard scales. It was currently coiled in the center of the cave, fast asleep, each breath creating massive, terrifying undercurrents in the water enough to shred steel. It also emitted an extremely dense, purple, ominous aura, the kind that signifies an epic-level boss. This was the true, top-tier predator of the sea. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He never dreamed that the enormous red dot he'd seen on the radar, the one that had stirred his heart, would actually be such a terrifying guardian, one he couldn't possibly defeat. And what about the seven-colored divine carp? Lin Yu forcibly suppressed his shock, adjusting the radar's scanning precision to the highest level, carefully searching the enormous cave inch by inch. Soon, beneath the shadow of the deep-sea giant eel's massive body, he discovered an extremely faint, tiny, almost negligible golden dot emitting a seven-colored glow. That dot possessed no aggression or threat whatsoever. Instead, it radiated a peaceful, tranquil, and warm light, filled with the primal energy of life. That was the real seven-colored divine carp. It had actually been living under the protection of this terrifying behemoth all along. Lin Yu instantly understood. To obtain the divine carp, he must first overcome this slumbering, epic-level guardian. To fight head-on? That would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting certain death. Chapter 146. Facing the deep-sea giant eel, a mountain-like creature coiled in the center of the cave, slumbering in a deep sleep, Lin Yu knew that any direct confrontation would be foolish, suicidal. The crimson aura of energy, representing epic level, silently proclaimed an absolute dimensional gap in life level between it and the previous elite-level monsters. Not to mention him, even 3 heavily armed doomsday fortresses arriving here would likely be easily whipped into a pile of scrap metal by this king of the deep sea with a single tail strike. A direct confrontation was certain death. The only chance of survival lay in outsmarting it. Lin Yu silently concealed his body behind a massive, mountain-like coral reef, suppressing his aura to the extreme. His brain, at this moment, like the most sophisticated supercomputer, began to operate frantically, analyzing everything before him. The cave's terrain, the giant eel's sleeping posture, the divine carp's location, the surrounding water flow, even every usable rock. Everything was rapidly constructed in his mind into an incredibly complex tactical sandbox, brimming with variables. Although the giant eel is asleep, its perception far surpasses any monster I encountered before. Any slight energy fluctuation, even an anomaly in the water flow, could awaken it. And once it's awakened, my first objective is evacuation. Lin Yu set his final bottom line for himself. He would never risk his life on such a high-stakes gamble, with almost zero chance of success for a mission. He activated the radar, meticulously surveying the surrounding terrain again and again. Soon, an incredibly audacious yet feasible plan rapidly took shape in his mind. His gaze locked onto a massive stalactite, the size of a house, rickety due to geological activity, on the other side of the cave. Below the boulder lay a bottomless trench. That's it. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. What he needed to do was create a massive commotion, completely diverting the giant eel's attention from the divine carp. To create a precious, even if only a few seconds, absolute vacuum time for himself. He no longer hesitated. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and the heart of the tide, already one with him, began to throb wildly and violently in his chest at an unprecedented frequency. Buzz! An incomparably powerful, incomparably pure, azure energy, seemingly capable of commanding the entire ocean, erupted from his body. Heart of the tide's active skill. Tidal power was activated without hesitation at this moment. Move! Lin Yu roared silently in his heart. He focused all of this terrifying energy, originating from the ocean's very source, onto the massive, teetering stalactite. The next second, the seawater throughout the cave seemed to receive a king's command, beginning to converge and compress towards the boulder in a manner completely defying the laws of physics, forming a visible, incredibly powerful, and terrifying directional current. The current, like an invisible hand capable of moving mountains, slammed violently onto the already precarious boulder. Crack! Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive stalactite, the size of a house, could no longer withstand the terrifying force and snapped off the cave's ceiling. Then, with immense force, it plummeted down into the bottomless trench below. The commotion was like a depth charge dropped onto a calm lake. The entire cave trembled violently and wildly. Roar! The deep-sea giant eel, which had been sleeping soundly, was instantly awakened by this sudden, earth-shattering commotion. Its pair of enormous, searchlight-like golden vertical pupils, filled with savagery and majesty, snapped open. It was clearly enraged by this inexplicable commotion. It let out a roar filled with supreme. With a majestic, furious roar, its massive, mountain-like body, hundreds of meters long, suddenly swung, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging headlong towards the direction where the boulder had fallen. It wanted to see which insolent wretch dared to provoke it, and disturb its 1,000-year-old slumber. Success? A surge of secret joy welled up in Lin Yu's heart. He had successfully lured away this terrifying guardian using a precious active skill, usable only once per instance world. Now! Lin Yu dared not delay for a moment. He pushed his speed to the limit, his entire body like an arrow released from a bow, rushing into the sacred cave, now wide open due to the guardian's departure. The instant the giant eel vanished, his goal was singular. That was to take away the legendary carp, representing the highest reward of red quality, before the terrifying behemoth could react. Chapter 147. The instant the massive figure of the deep-sea giant eel disappeared into the depths of the trench, Lin Yu's speed exploded to its absolute limit. Like a blue lightning bolt slicing through the darkness, he charged without hesitation towards the deepest part of the cave, towards that sacred place radiating a soft, seven-colored light. As he approached, the peaceful, tranquil feeling, filled with the aura of primal life, grew increasingly intense. It was as if even the malevolent energy tainted by countless killings deep within his soul was being subtly purified under the warm light. Soon, he arrived before the small golden dot of light. The sight before him made his heart, pounding violently from his extreme escape, skip a beat. He saw a small underwater altar formed by countless clusters of dazzling, unidentified luminous crystals. A koi carp, no more than half a meter long, its body crystal clear, as if sculpted from the purest rainbow glass, beautiful beyond compare, floated quietly in the clear water. Each of its scales radiated a different, dazzling color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7 colors flowed and shifted slowly across its body in the most perfect, harmonious way, as if containing the most mysterious laws of the universe concerning light and life. Its eyes were not the murky, dull eyes of a fish, but like two of the purest obsidian, full of spirituality, wisdom, and a faint compassion that seemed to understand everything. It simply watched Lin Yu, this uninvited intruder. There was no fear, no hostility, not even the slightest ripple. It was as if it had been waiting here for millennia, for countless years. Waiting for the destined one, the one who could understand its solitude, the one with whom it was meant to be. This was the 7-colored divine carp. Lin Yu gazed at this creature, seemingly embodying all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His heart, hardened by the apocalypse, couldn't help but feel a pang of pity at this moment. He even entertained an absurd thought. Perhaps he shouldn't disturb its tranquility. Perhaps he should turn and leave, letting this beautiful legend remain forever in this secluded, sacred place of the deep sea. However, reason quickly triumphed over that unrealistic, superfluous emotion. He had no time. The giant deep-sea eel that had been lured away could react at any moment and return. Once trapped inside, he would surely die. He had to take the divine carp away immediately. Lin Yu's eyes hardened and sharpened once more. He slowly extended his right hand, preparing to forcibly capture the seemingly defenseless divine carp in the most direct way. However, just as his hand was about to touch the divine carp, the beautiful creature suddenly and actively swam towards his palm. Its pure, obsidian-like eyes curiously examined the heart of the tide mark on Lin Yu's chest, which was emitting azure light. It could sense a familiar, intimate, ancient call from the depths of its bloodline within that aura. The next second, an incredibly heartwarming scene unfolded, one that Lin Yu had never expected. The beautiful 7-colored divine carp, like the gentlest, most affectionate cat, gently and tenderly rubbed its smooth, cool, glass-like head against Lin Yu's palm. An indescribable, warm, and peaceful energy instantly spread throughout his body from his palm. He could clearly feel all the lingering ailments he had sustained from the battle, and his severe injuries rapidly healing under this miraculous energy, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu's mind went blank. He never dreamed that this so-called capture would be so easy and harmonious. This wasn't just a capture, it was practically a god willingly following him. He knew that all of this was thanks to the heart of the tide within his chest. This wondrous object, also originating from the ocean source, granted him the sole right to engage in equal dialogue with the 7-colored divine carp. The divine carp treated him as one of its own. A bittersweet feeling welled up within Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he gently cradled the divine carp that had willingly come to him in his palm. The divine carp offered no resistance, instead obediently swimming joyfully around his arm, like an innocent child who had found a long-lost relative. "Let's go, little one," Lin Yu thought, a strange warmth rising within him. With the divine carp that had so readily thrown itself into his arms, he turned and swam at full speed towards the cave's exit without a moment's hesitation. Just as he was about to leave the cave, he could clearly feel a terrifying pressure, filled with endless rage and violence, rapidly approaching from the bottomless trench behind him. It was the deep-sea giant eel. It had reacted. Lin Yu dared not look back even slightly. He pushed the power of the heart of the tide to its limit, transforming himself into an even more dazzling blue streak of light, and narrowly escaped just seconds before the terrifying beast returned to its cave. Chapter 148. When Lin Yu, carrying the shimmering 7-colored divine carp, resurfaced on the sea bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, the entire world seemed to become more vibrant and alive because of their presence. The divine carp circled him, leaping joyfully on the surface, each leap leaving a trail of dazzling, rainbow-like light in the air. The scene was as beautiful as an unreal, mythical dream. Lin Yu didn't linger on the sea. He determined his direction, and swam straight towards the figure of the old fisherman, still waiting alone at the end of the pier. When his figure appeared beneath the pier, there were less than 10 hours left in the instance, and he assumed there were no other survivors besides him. The old fisherman, who had been frozen in eternal waiting, suddenly trembled violently. His eyes, long clouded by the passage of time, burst forth with an unbelievable, dazzling light, like a final burst of life, when he saw the seven-colored divine carp frolicking joyfully around Lin Yu. It's it! The old fisherman's voice, hoarse and distorted with extreme excitement, was filled with endless, complex emotions suppressed for decades. It really is it. It's back. He struggled to his feet from the wooden stake he had sat on for countless years, his hunched body trembling violently with excitement, as if it might fall apart at any moment. He walked shakily to the edge of the pier, stretching out his withered hands, covered in aged spots and thick calluses like bark, as if wanting to touch the sacred being that had haunted his dreams for half his life. Seeing his excited expression, Lin Yu understood. He gently patted the divine carp's head, gesturing for it to swim over. The divine carp seemed to sense the complex aura of regret and anticipation emanating from the old fisherman. Without the slightest fear, it slowly swam to the old fisherman and gently rubbed its smooth, glass-like head against the old fisherman's trembling, aged hands. What? The moment he touched the divine carp, this strong old man, who had endured decades of loneliness and self-reproach on the deserted island, could no longer suppress his emotions. Like a child who had made a mistake, he knelt on the pier, embraced the divine carp, and burst into tears. His cries were filled with endless regret, endless longing, and the last vestige of attachment to life that had been worn away by the long years. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed your peace. I shouldn't have used human arrogance and greed to desecrate your sacredness. He stammered, repeating those belated apologies and confessions over and over again. The divine carp simply remained still, letting him hold it. A faint, all-knowing compassion flickered in its pure obsidian-like eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the old fisherman's sobs gradually subsided. He seemed to have shed the last tear of his life. He slowly released the divine carp, then looked with a relieved, boundless gratitude at Lin Yu, who had stood quietly by his side the entire time, without disturbing him. Thank you, young man. The old fisherman's voice became incredibly calm and serene, like that of a traveler about to embark on a long journey, having laid down all his obsessions and burdens. You have fulfilled my last and only wish in this life. You have allowed me to receive divine forgiveness before leaving this world. Trembling, he pulled a small, rectangular object, wrapped tightly in layers of oilcloth, from his tattered straw raincoat. He carefully unwrapped the layers of oilcloth, revealing what he had treasured his entire life, something more precious than his own life, his treasure. It was an unremarkable, even somewhat rusty, ancient brass key. The key's shape was extremely peculiar. Its top was not the usual round or square shape, but rather a small, lifelike statue of a fisherman fishing. This is the only thing I found in the captain's cabin of the Explorer that wasn't damaged in that disaster. The old fisherman solemnly handed the key to Lin Yu. I don't know what it's for, or what it can open, but my intuition tells me it is very important. Now, I give it to you, along with all the gratitude of my life. The instant Lin Yu received the ancient key, a golden system notification, filled with supreme majesty, exploded before him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the angler's last wish. Congratulations on obtaining a red quality unique item, the fisherman's master key. Item, the fisherman's master key. Quality, red, unique. Effect, can transform into any form of physical key or electronic access card the host has ever seen, ignoring level, opening all doors, locks, and treasure chests blocked by non-regular forces. Note, in the world of the fisherman, no fish can refuse him, and no door can stop him. Boom! The moment Lin Yu saw the item's attributes, his mind went completely blank, overwhelmed by a roar of ecstatic joy. Ignore level. Open all doors, locks, and treasure chests sealed by non-rule-based forces. This is no longer just a key. This is practically a bug. A heaven-defying, super cheat that can ignore most of the rules of the Realm Hub. With it, in any future dungeon, those hidden treasure vaults and secret rooms sealed by passwords, permissions, or high-level locks will be useless before him, readily available for his every whim. The strategic value of this equipment is immeasurable. It's even 100 times more valuable than all the equipment he's acquired before combined. While Lin Yu was still immersed in this immense, God-given surprise, he didn't notice that after handing over the keys, the old fisherman's face was losing its serenity and relief at an eerie speed. It was being replaced by a cold, calculating, and maniacal grin. Chapter 149. Heh heh, heh heh heh. A series of suppressed, hoarse, and eerie laughs, like those of a night owl, suddenly escaped from deep within the old fisherman's throat. His hunched body slowly straightened. His face, once etched with wrinkles and age spots, a face brimming with kindness and repentance, now seemed to don a completely new mask, becoming utterly ferocious, twisted, and insane. Where was the trace of compassion and liberation in those murky eyes? Only an extreme blasphemy against life and a perverse fanaticism of impending triumph remained. A powerful, overwhelming sense of danger surged through Lin Yu's heart. He abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the eerie old man before him, who seemed to have transformed in an instant from a dying penitent into a demon crawling out of hell. You are not that fisherman. Lin Yu's voice was icy cold. Of course I am. The old fisherman's lips twisted into a terrifying, almost ear-to-ear grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, sharp teeth. But I'm not either. He spoke in a cryptic tone, then slowly removed the straw hat from his head. What was revealed was a face Lin Yu had never seen before, pale, thin, yet brimming with intellect and madness, the face of a middle-aged scholar. His eyes gleamed with a kind of inhuman, almost obsessive, twisted flame towards science and evolution. Let me introduce myself. I am the true, sole survivor of the explorer, the chief bioengineer, Dr. Goodman. As for that poor, weeping fisherman? He was used as experimental material by me 10 years ago, fused with a damned crab, and sunk into the mud and sand of this bay. Dr. Goodman's face revealed a morbid, cruel smile. And I, using his identity, have been waiting here for 10 whole years. Waiting for someone as foolish yet powerful as you, someone who can help me bring this life-giving rainbow koi fish back to me, the perfect tool. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. This was all a trap, a flawless, deadly deception laid from the moment they set foot on this island. This so-called reward instance wasn't a benefit at all. It was a meticulously designed, enormous trap used to select tools to help this mad scientist complete his perverse experiments. You? Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly with anger. However, Dr. Goodman didn't give him a chance to speak. He suddenly pulled a high-tech, silver syringe from his pocket and, with incredible speed, plunged it into the body of the unsuspecting seven-colored divine carp still at his feet. He injected an entire vial of mysterious liquid, brimming with unknown energy and shimmering with an eerie green light, into the divine carp's body. No! Lin Yu roared, trying to stop him. However, it was too late. The instant the mysterious liquid was injected. Ugh! The seven-colored divine carp let out a piercing cry filled with endless pain and sorrow. Its beautiful, rainbow-like body began to twist, expand, and melt at a visible speed. Brilliant, life-giving seven-colored rays of light uncontrollably and wildly emanated from its body. These rays did not disappear. Instead, as if drawn by some mysterious force, they converged in midair into a massive, incredibly complex, and mysterious energy array composed of countless gene chains and energy runes. At the same time, the entire world seemed to be fast-forwarded. Lin Yu only felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery. It began to change at an incomprehensibly rapid pace. He was like an audience member forcibly shoved into a movie theater, forced to watch a bloody and sinful epic of creation orchestrated by this mad scientist. Time acceleration. 10x, he saw Dr. Goodman, using the magic circle formed from the life energy of the divine carp, begin his insane experiments. He captured countless strange marine creatures from the deep sea. He then, through some unknown means, lured, or rather, kidnapped, countless innocent humans from the real world. Then, he threw them all into that sinister magic circle filled with seven-colored light. Time acceleration. 100x screams and wails fill the air. Flesh and blood are fusing. Genes are collapsing. Life is undergoing a forced, sinful evolution in the most twisted and painful way. The first, entirely new, deformed species is born. It is a terrifying monster that retains the upper body of a human, but its lower body has become a gigantic crab covered in ferocious claws. Success? I succeeded. Dr. Goodman looked at his masterpiece and let out a maniacal laugh. This is what I wanted. This is the ultimate form of life. A fusion of the advantages of all species, perfect, ultimate, new humanity. Time acceleration. 1,000 times the scene before Lin Yu's eyes is getting faster and faster. It grew increasingly blurry. He saw countless bizarre fishmen being continuously produced from that sinister magic circle. There were sharkmen with shark heads and sharp teeth. There were mantamen with wings on their backs, capable of gliding at high speed through the water. There were even electric goddess-men with bodies as transparent as jellyfish, capable of releasing high-voltage electricity. Dr. Goodman, using the life of a 7-colored divine carp and the flesh and blood of countless innocents, had forcibly created a completely new, aggressive, and terrifying intelligent race. And he himself had become the sole and supreme god of this newborn race. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood what a foolish mistake he had made. He had personally handed the key to opening the gates of hell to a complete madman. He had become the biggest accomplice in this racial mutation. Just as he was about to succumb to madness due to endless self-blame and anger, the rapidly flowing time came to an abrupt halt. The entire world returned to silence. And he found himself standing on the central plaza of a vast underwater city. A city brimming with futuristic technology yet covered in thick layers of barnacles and seaweed. Chapter 150. When the surging tide of time finally subsided, Lin Yu discovered that the world he inhabited had undergone a terrifying, irreversible transformation. He was no longer standing on that sunny tropical island, but within a magnificent, spectacular, yet deathly and decaying underwater city. A colossal energy shield, composed of an unknown transparent material, like an inverted bowl, completely isolated the city from the murky, dark depths of the sea. Outside the shield lay a chilling, boundless darkness. Occasionally, a few enormous, eerily glowing deep-sea beasts, like ghosts patrolling their territory, would slowly swim by, their massive, cold, and lifeless eyes curiously peering into this unique bubble within the shield. Inside the shield was a futuristic jumble of steel and glass. Skyscrapers with unique, streamlined designs soar into the clouds, piercing the protective dome of the city. Floating in midair, light-powered maglev tracks connect every corner of the city like a spiderweb. This place was clearly once a technologically advanced underwater garden of Eden for humanity. But now, this Eden has long been lost. All the buildings are completely covered by a thick, slippery, dark green layer of seaweed and dense, tumor-like barnacles, exuding an air of decay and desolation. The streets are deserted, save for a few rusted, oddly shaped hover cars scattered haphazardly, silently recounting the horrific disaster that once struck this place. The new masters of this lost city are the deformed, aggressive fishmen created by Dr. Goodman himself. Lin Yu could clearly see terrifying, savage, and violent fishman monsters wandering aimlessly among the abandoned buildings and in the dark alleyways. They are the new citizens of this deep-sea city. They are the only enemies Lin Yu will face next. Ding! Hidden dungeon triggered. Welcome to Deep-Sea City, Atlantis, Echo. Dungeon background. A former human underwater colony, lost in the Great Cataclysm, swept into the unknown deep-sea realm. The mad scientist Goodman, using the power of the divine carp, created a new intelligent race here, the Deep-Sea Clan. Instance quest, none. Instance rules, none. Instance duration, 3 hours. Special note, you may choose to evacuate at any time. A cold system notification slowly appeared before him, then slowly dissipated. No quest, no rules. Only a cold, 3-hour countdown. And the option to escape at any time. The boundary hub system seemed to be telling Lin Yu in this way. Child, you messed up. You opened Pandora's box with your own hands. Now, search for treasures within the Pandora's box you opened. Lin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness. He looked at the monster-infested, deathly city he had created, and comforted himself that all of this must have already happened. He was just experiencing the process again. He wasn't a saint. He wouldn't put himself in unnecessary danger for the sake of so-called atonement. But at the same time, he was by no means a coward who would abandon the enormous profits before him out of fear. Since he himself had created this mess, he would squeeze out the last, and most lucrative, drop of profit from it before leaving. This was Lin Yu's style. He no longer hesitated. He was going to scavenge in this sinister city. His eyes were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only a primal, possessive desire for this vast, untapped treasure trove before him. Since I come, I can't leave empty-handed, he murmured to himself, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable, chilling resolve. Time was running out for him to scavenge. Chapter 151. Radar, full power, activate. In an instant, Lin Yu's mind completely connected with the powerful survival radar system that had long since merged with him. Buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy, perceptible only to himself, like a detonated shockwave, swept wildly from him towards the entire massive underwater city. The next second, an incomparably magnificent, spectacular, and clear black and white three-dimensional map covering the entire Atlantis unfolded in his mind like God's creation scroll. The towering central control tower, the uniquely designed residential areas, the massive energy supply station, and the ominous, ancient good located deep within the city. Dr. Mann's sinister biological laboratory. Every corner of the city, every building, every street was scanned by his radar, leaving no place to hide. But what truly made his already cold heart pound wildly was the countless, alluring points of light on that enormous map, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, representing high-value resources, blue points of light, purple points of light. Even at the top of the central control tower, and at the deepest part of that biological laboratory, he saw two faint yet incredibly noble, soul-stirring, golden points of light. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yu's brain felt as if it had been struck by a giant wave of happiness. He never dreamed that this seemingly abandoned, lost city would harbor such an astonishing treasure, a treasure so vast that any top tycoon would covet it. The blue dots represented pieces of high-quality, lost futuristic technology equipment. The purple dots might be bottles of precious gene-enhancing potions that could permanently boost attributes, or invaluable blueprints containing groundbreaking technological secrets. And those two golden dots. Lin Yu didn't even dare to imagine what kind of legendary treasures they might be, enough to change his destiny. I'm rich. This time, I'm really going to be rich. Even with Lin Yu's rock-solid composure, faced with such an immense, almost free temptation, his breathing became rapid. He knew that the disappointment and resentment he felt from losing his reward instant's qualification paled in comparison to this immense treasure trove. This wasn't punishment at all, it was clearly the highest, most generous, exclusive, ultimate reward bestowed upon him by the Realm Hub system after he completed that impossible task. However, excitement didn't cloud his judgment. He quickly shifted his gaze from the alluring lights to the countless, equally dense, blood-red lights representing danger. This treasure trove was also filled with deadly, terrifying dangers capable of tearing him apart instantly. Countless fishman monsters, like loyal guards, protected every corner of the city. The closer one got to the high-value loot locations, the denser the surrounding red lights became, and the stronger the energy fluctuations they emitted. Especially around the two final treasure locations shimmering with golden light, he even saw several terrifying, epic-level, purple energy signals far exceeding the intensity of the deep-sea giant eel he had encountered before. It seems obtaining the treasure won't be easy. Lin Yu's mind quickly calmed down. He needed to devise a perfect, efficient, and absolutely safe scavenging route. He opened the map and began planning rapidly. The central control tower and the biological laboratory are the ultimate targets. We can't touch them for now. They're where the monsters are most concentrated. Forcing our way in would be suicidal. I should start with the outer perimeter, those relatively weakly defended blue and purple supply points. Accumulate equipment and increase strength first, then proceed step by step, like peeling an onion, layer by layer, until finally, I claim those two sweetest fruits. A clear, rational, and calculated action plan quickly took shape in his mind. He glanced at the 3-hour countdown in the upper right corner of the dungeon. Every minute and second he had was incredibly precious. With no more hesitation, he determined his direction and completely merged himself into the endless shadows of this deep-sea ruin, a place brimming with both opportunity and danger. A final, solitary scavenging frenzy, belonging only to him, had officially begun. Chapter 152. After regaining absolute rationality and control of the high ground, Lin Yu transformed into the most dangerous and greediest ghost in this desolate deep-sea city. His eyes were devoid of any superfluous emotion, only a primal, cold possessiveness towards the alluringly glowing supply points on the radar map. 3 hours. He had to maximize his gains within these short 3 hours. He didn't rush to challenge the purple supply points in the city center, surrounded by layers of red dots, that would be tantamount to exposing himself directly to the most intense main battlefield. Like a shrewd hunter, he focused his gaze on the isolated purple targets scattered along the city's outskirts, where defenses were relatively weak. I start with you. Lin Yu's gaze locked onto the nearest one, a solitary purple dot located on the 37th floor of a dilapidated underwater financial building, already riddled with corrosion. Radar revealed that this place had once housed the city's central bank vault, protected by a half-meter-thick superalloy blast-proof door and a top-of-the-line electronic combination lock. Any other player, even if they found this place, would be helpless against this impenetrable wall of size, forced to return empty-handed. But for Lin Yu, who possessed the fisherman's master key, This so-called absolute defense was nothing more than a ridiculous paper tiger, utterly ineffective. He discerned his direction, his figure moving like a ghost, silently disappearing into the endless shadows of this silent city. He didn't choose the wide main roads, which would make him an easy target for the roaming fisherman monsters. Using his level 2 radar's absolute control over the city's terrain, he chose the most concealed and complex wild paths. Sometimes traversing the deep, dark underground sewage pipes, sometimes clinging like a gecko to the outer walls of towering skyscrapers, using abandoned maintenance passages and ventilation ducts for silent, three-dimensional, extreme movement. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling squads of fishmen. These mutated creatures created by Dr. Goodman were even more troublesome than Lin Yu had imagined. He saw a patrol of 3 sharkmen. They retained human limbs, but their heads had transformed into ferocious shark heads covered with 3 rows of sharp teeth. They moved incredibly fast in the water, their weapons being gleaming fishbone spears crafted from special bone. Lin Yu even witnessed one of the sharkmen leaders effortlessly pierce the armor of a rusted hover car with a single spear thrust, and in the shadows of another street, he spotted an even more dangerous creature, adept at camouflage and ambush. A mimetic octopus man. Its lower body was composed of countless slippery, sucker-covered octopus tentacles, while its upper body could freely change color and shape to blend perfectly with the surrounding seaweed and barnacles. If it weren't for the radar's live signal lock-on function, Lin Yu would have nearly swum right over it several times, less than 10 meters above its head, but he was, after all, Lin Yu. A top-tier hunter whose very bones were etched with caution and calculation. He could always anticipate the patrol routes and lurking positions of these monsters minutes in advance, then choose the perfect moment to slip past them silently from their blind spots. Throughout the entire process, he didn't fire a single shot, nor made a single unnecessary sound. Like a ghost, he arrived at the foot of the underwater financial building, filled with the aura of death, without shedding a drop of blood. He didn't use the main entrance, but instead went around to the back of the building, finding an entrance to the underground parking garage, half buried by collapsed rubble, and crawled inside. Then, he followed the long dormant, pitch-black emergency fire escape routes inside the building, ascending upwards. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, he arrived at the door of the central vault on the 37th floor, the place that once represented the city's wealth and power. It was a massive, round, blast-resistant door, sleek and futuristic, cast from a single piece of an unknown, silvery white metal. At the very center of the door was a complex electronic password verification panel, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Dried, dark red bloodstains remained on it, seemingly telling the story of someone who had attempted to forcibly break through it, only to meet a gruesome end. Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. He slowly retrieved a simple, mysterious brass key from his spatial backpack. "It's your turn to perform," he murmured to himself, then gently placed the fisherman's master key onto the complex electronic password verification panel, which glowed with a ghostly blue light. The instant the key touched the panel, a miracle occurred. Whoosh! The ancient brass key suddenly erupted with an incomparably dazzling, blinding red light. Enveloped in the red light, its form began to twist, deform, and melt rapidly in a dreamlike way, completely defying the laws of matter. In the blink of an eye, the ancient key transformed into a pool of silvery liquid, like liquid metal, and then, at an incredible speed, it reformed and reassembled. Finally, it became a high-tech electronic access card, exactly the same as the one on the electronic password verification panel, shimmering with the same eerie blue light. The Fisherman's Master Key transformation successful. Current form: Atlantis Central Bank Highest Authority S-level access card. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. Ignoring level. Ignoring rules. This was the irrational, heaven-defying dominance of a red-quality item. Without further hesitation, he gently inserted the S-level access card, transformed from a key, into the card slot on the verification panel. Beep. Identity verified. Welcome, Highest Authority Administrator. Central Vault. A blast door is opening for you. Accompanied by a heavy yet pleasant mechanical hum, the incredibly thick superalloy blast door, which had never been opened by anyone in the past decades, slowly and silently slid open to both sides. A chilling air, filled with the aura of wealth, rushed in from the crack in the door. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly. He was about to experience the first major success of his scavenging journey. Chapter 153. The moment the incredibly heavy, superalloy explosion-proof door was fully opened, Lin Yu's breath hitched slightly. Inside the vault, there were no mountains of gold and silver jewelry, as he had imagined, nor rows of top-tier equipment gleaming with alluring light. The entire vault was excessively empty. In the very center of the vault, a single, futuristic, temperature and pressure-controlled storage cabinet crafted from special crystals stood silently. Within the storage cabinet, an irregularly shaped, multifaceted crystal core, no bigger than a fist, its surface a pure, deep purple, seemingly containing the profound energy of the universe, floated silently in midair, slowly rotating, radiating a powerful energy fluctuation that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. His face broke into an expression of disbelief and ecstatic joy. Name: Source Energy Crystal Core Essence. Quality: Purple A Source Energy Crystal Core, and the most refined, purple quality one at that. Lin Yu's brain went blank, as if struck by a massive wave of happiness. He suddenly remembered something he had almost forgotten. Ever since he obtained a Source Energy Crystal Core in his first beginner-level zombie dungeon, no matter how hard he searched in subsequent dungeons, he had never seen a trace of it again. He had always thought it was just bad luck. But now, he finally understood. It wasn't bad luck, it was that this kind of thing was simply not a strategic resource produced in regular dungeons. He recalled the information he had seen in the Dragon Shield Bureau's Class B database regarding Source Energy Crystal Cores. Source Energy Crystal Core, Essence, codenamed Purple Gold, is the highest level energy currency circulating within the Boundary Hub system. Its production methods are extremely rare. Currently, it is only known to appear in beginner dungeons and dungeons after participants have passed the 5th mandatory recruitment. Looking at the small, purple crystal core before him, Lin Yu's heart, which had always been as hard as a rock, trembled violently with excitement. He had truly struck gold this time. His radar upgrade was secured. He carefully opened the storage cabinet and held the Source Energy Crystal Core, Essence, radiating an alluring purple light, in his palm. A warm and pure energy flowed from his palm, instantly spreading throughout his body, restoring his mental strength, somewhat depleted from the previous battle, to its peak state in an instant. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. An unprecedented flame of greed erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately stored this priceless treasure in his spatial backpack, then turned and left the now dull and tasteless central vault without looking back. One item was enough to drive him to such madness. And amidst the ruins of this city, there were 33 identical resource points, shimmering with an alluring purple light, quietly awaiting his arrival. This was no longer a scavenging expedition. This was a feast. An unprecedented gluttonous feast of source energy crystals, prepared exclusively for him by the Boundary Hub system. For the next hour or so, Lin Yu transformed into the most efficient and greediest cleaner in this desolate deep-sea city. With the precise navigation of his level 2 radar, and the heaven-defying fisherman's master key that could ignore all physical and electronic locks, he began his frenzied, sweeping stockpiling journey, like a rat entering its own granary. The second purple resource point, located in the curator's office of the city aquarium, was protected by a biolock requiring both iris and voiceprint verification. The fisherman's master key has transformed into a high-tech contact lens and voice changer capable of simulating the curator's iris and voiceprint information, easily cracking the code. And here's another source energy core, Essence, X1. The third purple resource point is hidden deep within an abandoned military base's underground ammunition depot, guarded by a complex security system comprised of laser beams and gravity sensors. The fisherman's universal key transformed into a tiny jammer capable of blocking all electronic signals, allowing Lin Yu to move with impunity. Source Energy Core, Essence, X1, acquired the 4th, the 5th, the 10th. Lin Yu, like a highly efficient assembly line worker, frantically harvested the city's most core and precious wealth in an almost mechanical, numb, yet unparalleledly pleasurable way. In his spatial backpack, the purple cores representing astronomical wealth were accumulating at a breathtakingly rapid pace. He had even stopped bothering to calculate how much he had actually gained. All he knew was that he had to completely, cleanly, and utterly clear every single purple dot he could reach from this map. He wanted to eat his fill. He wanted to recoup 100-fold, 1,000-fold, all the losses he had suffered because of the D-rank rating from this hidden treasure trove. Chapter 154. The Feast of Source Energy Crystals completely immersed Lin Yu in a frenzied, primal thrill of accumulating wealth. However, he wasn't blinded by this immense joy. His sense of caution remained taut, like a highly sensitive alarm clock. He knew that this treasure-filled ruined city also harbored deadly dangers, enough to tear him apart instantly. As he ventured deeper into the city's heart, the fishman monsters he encountered became increasingly bizarre and powerful. These deformed new humans, created by Dr. Goodman, had clearly evolved a unique, hierarchical, and clearly defined ecosystem within this isolated deep-sea metropolis. On his way to the 15th Purple Supply Point, an abandoned city power hub, he encountered a silent, yet terrifying and deadly hunt. It was a narrow, essential underground maintenance tunnel leading to the central station, filled with massive pipes and sophisticated instruments. On his radar map, this tunnel was completely empty, devoid of any red dots indicating hostility. However, Lin Yu's beast-like, battle-hardened instincts, honed through countless life-or-death trials, told him danger was here. A cold, slippery, venomous danger that sent chills down his spine. He didn't rush forward. Instead, he pressed himself tightly against the shadow of a huge, barnacle-covered pipe, suppressing his breathing and heartbeat to the faintest possible level. Then, he adjusted the scanning precision of his secondary radar to an unprecedented, extreme level and began a meticulous, carpet-like pixel-level scan of this seemingly safe passage. Finally, in a near slow motion, frame-by-frame scanning mode, his radar detected an extremely faint, almost negligible anomaly. Less than 20 meters ahead, at the top of a similarly thick sewage pipe, amidst the seemingly unremarkable shadows covered in dark green seaweed, there was a faint, almost imperceptible red outline with an extremely weak energy signal, almost completely blending into its surroundings. That outline was extremely flat and extremely thin, if not for repeated confirmation by the radar. Lin Yu would have even thought it was just a relatively large patch of seaweed on the pipe. But that was definitely not seaweed. It was a top-tier master of disguise, capable of suppressing its life energy fluctuations to a minimum, even deceiving conventional radar scans. Name: Manta Assassin. Rank: Elite. Description: a mutated creature created by the forced fusion of human and deep-sea manta ray genes. It possesses extremely powerful camouflage and gliding ambush abilities. Like a harmless carpet, it silently lurks above its prey's path, then descends from the sky the instant the prey passes, silently severing its throat with its scalpel-like, bone-like blades hidden beneath its wings. Note: when you feel the wind above your head, you are already dead. Lin Yu stared at the radar's description of this new species, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He knew that if it weren't for his deep-seated caution, if it weren't for his absolute trust in the radar, he would have been like the most foolish of all, unwittingly walking into the deadly trap set by this top assassin. Interesting. There's even a monster that knows counter-surveillance. A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He didn't choose to take a detour, because he knew that for such a top assassin, any attempt to escape would only expose his most vulnerable back to its deadly bone blade. The only way to survive was to fight back. He would turn this arrogant hunter into his prey. A bold and risky plan quickly took shape in his mind. He slowly emerged from the shadows of the pipe. He deliberately feigned complete lack of vigilance, even a slight lapse in alertness, and unhurriedly, step by step, walked towards the manta ray assassin lurking directly below. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. He could even feel the increasingly intense, chilling, and malicious killing intent emanating from the seemingly calm shadow above his head. Now, just as his foot was about to step into the manta ray assassin's killing range, in the final centimeter, Lin Yu's seemingly relaxed body suddenly erupted with an explosive power completely opposite to what it had been before. He whirled around, his military-grade portable flamethrower already aimed at the deathly shadow above him, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. "Show yourself, you scum!" Whoosh! A 10-meter-long, orange-red fire dragon, filled with destructive heat, roared angrily, with a completely inhuman. With a swift and decisive movement, the seemingly calm shadow was utterly and mercilessly swallowed up. Hiss! A piercing, inhuman scream, filled with pain and shock, suddenly erupted from the flames. The manta ray assassin, which had been perfectly disguised, could no longer maintain its disguise in the face of the absolute heat. Its flattened, carpet-like body twisted and struggled wildly in the flames, revealing its true form. However, Lin Yu gave it no chance to retaliate. The instant it revealed itself, Lin Yu's T-56 tactical longsword, like a black lightning bolt, pierced upwards with terrifying, tearing force, precisely and fiercely plunging into its soft, vulnerable abdomen, weakened by the flames. The battle was over. Lin Yu, expressionless, pulled his long sword from the still convulsing corpse, then calmly walked into the power station. The 16-source energy crystal core, essence, has been obtained. Chapter 155. As time went on, Lin Yu's scavenging journey became increasingly frantic and efficient. He was like a cold-blooded, meticulously crafted harvesting machine, treating this vast, desolate deep-sea city as a bountiful wheat field waiting to be harvested. He encountered the crab-armored thugs, covered in thick carapaces, with astonishing defensive capabilities, like mobile fortresses. He didn't choose to fight them head-on, but instead used the fisherman's master key to open the back door of the supply depot they guarded. Before they could react, he had already taken his spoils and left. He also encountered hordes of siren choirs, who knew how to use sound waves for mental interference. Again, he didn't choose to fight, but instead used several high-explosive grenades to collapse the load-bearing pillars of the concert hall where they were located, using tens of thousands of tons of reinforced concrete to completely and physically bury the annoying noise forever. He took the principles of pragmatism and efficiency above all else to the extreme. If he can steal, he never rob. If a trap can solve the problem, he never uses precious physical strength and ammunition. Every action he takes is like a cold, calculated death poem. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the countdown to the dungeon had less than an hour left, Lin Yu's spoils had reached a terrifying level that would make any top tycoon envious. 34. A full 34 purple quality source energy crystal cores, essence, representing astronomical wealth, lay quietly in his spatial inventory, radiating a captivating, powerful glow. In addition, he also casually looted a large amount of unique, futuristic, blue-quality equipment and items found only in this world. There was the Poseidon Thruster, which allowed the user to briefly sprint at high speed underwater. There was the Thunder Eel Glove, which could fire high-voltage currents, causing double damage to underwater creatures. Even in an abandoned medical center, he found a blue-quality Poseidon No. 1 gene repair fluid that could instantly heal most external injuries and significantly enhance cell activity for a short period. His wealth had increased dramatically, a terrifying surge, in just 2 short hours. However, Lin Yu was not satisfied. His gaze, like that of the most greedy dragon, was fixed on the radar map, on the last and most alluring 2 golden dots shimmering with supreme divine power. One was the top of the central control tower, located in the very center of the city, towering into the clouds, seemingly capable of piercing the protective dome. The other location, nestled deep within the city, was Dr. Goodman's sinister biological laboratory, guarded by countless powerful, purple, epic-level monsters. Lin Yu was torn between his conscience and his inner turmoil. Reason told him that taking what he had and retreating immediately was the wisest choice. His current gains had far exceeded his expectations. To challenge those 2 forbidden areas, veritable dragon's dens and tiger's lairs, would be tantamount to betting all his hard-earned wealth on a gamble with extremely low odds of success. But greed, humanity's most primal and powerful desire, was like a tempting demon, constantly whispering in his ear. Go. Go and see. Anyway, I can always retreat. Lin Yu's breathing became increasingly rapid. A mad flame called ambition ignited in his cold eyes. A complete gambler who, from the very first day he stepped into the realm hub, had wagered his life. And a true gambler, when faced with the ultimate all-in opportunity that could change his life, can never refuse. I risk it. He was going to challenge that seemingly weakly defended central control tower. He was going to unleash his greed and madness to the fullest in those final, less than an hour. He equipped himself with his newly acquired Poseidon thrusters and Thunder Eel gloves, and clutched the precious Poseidon gene repair fluid No. 1 tightly in his hand. Then, like a wounded lone wolf about to launch its final charge, he discerned his direction and charged headlong towards the golden tower that represented supreme glory and deadly danger. He began a final race against the rapidly ticking countdown of the instants. Chapter 156. The road to the central control tower was a veritable road to hell, paved with the corpses and blood of countless mutated monsters. Lin Yu completely abandoned any secrecy or concealment. He pushed his combat power to an unprecedented, absolute peak. Like a humanoid doomsday chariot, brimming with rage and destruction, he charged towards the golden tower with the most direct, domineering, and utterly unreasonable force. Any creature that stood in his way, whether agile sharkmen or incredibly defensive crab-armored thugs, was torn into countless, insignificant fragments of flesh and blood under his near-mad, relentless barrage of firepower. His flamethrower, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaped the twisted lives of this sinful city. He left a long, charred trail of death and destruction behind him with flames and explosions. He knew he had no way out. Either stand atop the pinnacle of glory at the end of time, or, in this final madness, be utterly overwhelmed by the endless army of monsters, turning into a pile of cold, withered bones. Finally, with less than 10 minutes left in the dungeon's countdown, covered in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell, he kicked open the heavy door of the central control tower, forged from a special alloy. He succeeded. He rushed in, however. Inside the control tower, There was no golden treasure he had imagined, the one that would allow him to ascend to the heavens in one step. Here, there was nothing. Only a massive holographic projection device, emitting a faint blue light, stood silently in the center of the hall. A strong sense of unease welled up in Lin Yu's heart. He knew he had probably been tricked. And sure enough, the moment he stepped into the hall, the heavy alloy door behind him slammed shut with a loud boom. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the entire hall suddenly turned on. Beams of cold, binding energy shot out from the walls on all sides, like a spiderweb, completely sealing off the entire hall, and on the holographic projection device in the center of the hall, a pale scholar's face, a face he would never forget, filled with madness and mockery, slowly appeared. It was Dr. Goodman. "Good evening, my dear Mr. Toole." Dr. Goodman's holographic projection looked at Lin Yu, a playful, cat-and-mouse smile on his face. "I knew it. Someone as greedy and excellent as you, a perfect experimental subject, would never be satisfied with those small-scale appetizers. You would definitely come looking for me. You've been monitoring me all along?" Lin Yu's voice was icy cold. "Of course." Dr. Goodman shrugged matter-of-factly. "This city is my laboratory. And you outsiders are nothing more than guinea pigs used to test the combat capabilities of my children. Your every move is under my control. My test was correct. You probably possess the ability to detect high-level items, finding the divine carp, and then so purposefully searching for resources in this city." Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that from beginning to end, he had been completely manipulated by this madman. Now, the game is over. Dr. Goodman's face revealed a morbid, fanatical smile. "As for you helping me find God, and this is my ultimate reward, I have decided to bestow upon you the highest honor. That is, to become my most perfect and ultimate work of art." Before he finished speaking, a dazzling, seven-colored light, filled with both sacred and sinful aura, suddenly erupted behind Lin Yu without warning. Lin Yu whirled around, his pupils contracting sharply. Behind him, seemingly out of nowhere, stood an ultimate, terrifying monster, a human torso forcibly sewn together with the head and tail of the beautiful seven-colored divine carp in the most twisted and bizarre way. Suspended silently in midair, it emanated an unparalleled pressure, 100 times more terrifying than the deep-sea giant eel before, like a god descending, enough to make one's soul tremble. Dr. Divine Carp. It was the perfect shell Dr. Goodman had prepared for himself. The next second, its figure suddenly vanished on the spot. Fast. Extremely fast. So fast that even Lin Yu's radar couldn't detect its movement. Lin Yu only felt a blur before his eyes, and an irresistible, terrifying force, like being struck head-on by an entire ocean, gripped his throat. His powerful body, before this force, was as fragile as a newborn infant, easily lifted into the air with a single hand. Evacuate. Only this thought remained in Lin Yu's mind. He didn't hesitate, immediately about to silently recite the command representing his last chance for survival. However, a cold, emotionless system notification, like the final pronouncement of death, mercilessly and loudly popped up before him. Warning. The current area has been forcibly locked by the power of unknown rules. Evacuation failed. Automatic evacuation after countdown. It's over. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart sank completely into an endless, cold abyss. Chapter 157. Space locked. Escape failed. When those cold, blood-red system notifications, filled with despair, were mercilessly branded onto Lin Yu's retina like a death sentence, his heart, hardened by countless trials and tribulations, for the first time, was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable chill called powerlessness. He was finished. He knew that this time, he was truly, utterly finished. He had calculated everything, outsmarted all the monsters, anticipated all the traps. But he hadn't anticipated that this mad scientist possessed such heaven-defying, terrifying power, enough to interfere with the rules of the Boundary Hub system. This was no longer a battle between a player and a boss. This is the insurmountable, dimensional, absolute crushing power of a mortal facing a true god, who has mastered the rules. Trying to run? Dr. Divine Carp bizarre face, a distorted stitching of human and divine carp features, revealed a mocking, almost human-like smile. Its voice was no longer the hoarse, aged scholar's, but a strange, eerie resonance, a blend of male and female voices, human language and fish calls, filled with both sacred and sinister undertones. On this perfect stage I personally crafted for you, no actor may leave without my permission. Its hand, covered in fine, multicolored scales, gripping Lin Yu's throat, tightened slightly. Suffocation. An unimaginable feeling of suffocation instantly engulfed Lin Yu's entire body. He could clearly feel the bones in his neck creaking and groaning under the terrifying force. His consciousness, due to lack of oxygen, began to rapidly blur. However, just as this force was about to completely crush his throat, Divine Carp suddenly released its grip. It tossed Lin Yu's body onto the cold, hard alloy floor, as if it were a piece of trash. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Yu knelt on the ground, clutching his neck, coughing violently and desperately, greedily inhaling the cold air filled with a feeling of confinement. Don't be nervous, my dear Mr. Tool. Dr. Divine Carp slowly floated in front of him, looking down at him with an admiring and playful gaze, as if examining a perfect work of art. I won't kill you. At least, not now. Because I'm very interested in you. Its voice was full of seduction. You possess a unique aura, brimming with potential. Your genes are the most perfect and resilient vessel I ever seen. If I can realize my new human project within you, the final product created will far exceed my imagination. So, I changed my mind. A morbid, fanatical, possessive flame erupted in Dr. Divine Carp's eyes. I am no longer content to be merely the god of this small, isolated underwater city. I want to go to your world. Its voice suddenly rose, filled with an undeniable, mad ambition. I want to find that rich world you in, filled with countless excellent experimental subjects like you. Then, I will spread my gospel, my greatest new human project, to every corner of that world. I will completely liberate all of you humans from the shackles of that fragile and inferior carbon-based life form. I will transform you all into perfect, superior, ultimate life forms like me. And you? Slowly, it extended a slender finger shimmering with seven-colored light and gently touched Lin Yu's brow. You will become my first and most perfect apostle. A cold, aggressive, terrifying energy, seemingly intent on completely transforming his soul, surged wildly into Lin Yu's mind from its fingertips. However, just as that energy was about to completely invade his consciousness, Divine Carp suddenly withdrew its hand. A regretful, clicking lip expression appeared on its face. Never mind, it's not the right time yet. Your false body cannot bear this sacred gift from me. Besides, in the end, without you, I cannot be reborn. Consider it my small token of gratitude for helping me find the god. It slowly turned around, its seven-colored eyes, filled with both holiness and malevolence, looking at the holographic projection in the center of the hall. On the projection, a vast cosmic star map, filled with countless stars, slowly emerged. Get out, my dear little mouse. Its voice turned cold and indifferent again, like a bored god who had lost its toy. Go back, become stronger. Then, await my arrival. Await the day I transform your world into my most perfect, next laboratory. As its words fell, the terrifying power of rules that had imprisoned the entire space quietly dissipated. On Lin Yu's retina, the evacuate button, which had long since turned gray, lit up again. Opportunity! A flame of survival, like someone who had survived a catastrophe, erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. He didn't hesitate for a moment, didn't listen to another word of this madman's nonsense. With all his might, he roared wildly and hysterically in his heart. Evacuate! A soft, green beam of teleportation light instantly enveloped his battered body. The next second, his figure dissipated into specks of light within the beam. And in his final moments, he seemed to hear the madman doctor mutter under his breath, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. What a rude guy, he can't even say thank you. Chapter 158. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. That Dr. Divine Carp was truly terrifying. He wasn't just powerful in terms of strength. More frighteningly, he seemed to have grasped the existence of the World Hub world, and even possessed some mysterious power capable of briefly interfering with the system's rules. It should only have affected my mind, giving me the illusion that the space was locked. Lin Yu analyzed rapidly in his mind, forcing himself to calm down. The World Hub is supreme. A native boss of a dungeon world could never truly lock its teleportation rules. Otherwise, it would be unplayable. He could only console himself with this thought, but the image of that mad doctor, and his insane declaration to turn the entire world into a laboratory, hung like an inescapable shadow over his heart. Just then, the familiar, magnificent yet cold settlement screen suddenly unfolded before him. Unlike before, this time, two separate settlement interfaces popped up, both radiating dazzling golden light. Reward Dungeon, Angler's Bay. Personal rating, S. You grasped the essence of the quest, winning the favor of the gods with your mortal body. Your patience and wisdom brought you rewards far exceeding those of ordinary people. Reward Dungeon, Deep Sea City, Atlantis, Echoes. Personal rating, S. In the hell you created with your own hands, you staged a greedy one-man show. With your courage and madness, you turned a disaster into a scavenging feast of your own. Double S rating. 2 S-rank ratings, like 2 dazzling medals, were imprinted on the light screen, radiating a blinding, almost blinding light. The previously noisy atmosphere in the central hall of the Realm Hub instantly fell into a deathly silence. All eyes, as if they had seen a ghost, were fixed on the seemingly ordinary young man in black who had just returned. Double S-rank ratings? Am I seeing things? A reward dungeon, and he actually got 2 S-rank ratings at the same time. What kind of godlike operation is this? Monster. This guy is definitely a monster. However, Lin Yu remained deaf to the exclamations and praises around him that would have made anyone feel elated. His gaze was fixed intently on the most exciting part that was about to begin. Experience points being calculated. Calculating your items for this dungeon. Detected item. Red quality Fisherman's Universal Key X1, providing 10,000 experience points. Detected item. Purple quality Source Energy Core, Essence, X34, providing 3,400 experience points. Detected item. 7 blue quality items, providing 70 experience points. Detected item. White quality Basic Supplies Tools, providing 12 experience points. Total experience points gained, 13,482. Special reward for double S-rank rating. You will receive 1 chance to draw a purple quality skill. Over 13,000 experience points. A chance to draw a purple skill. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid at this moment. He knew he was about to undergo an unprecedented, insane transformation. Experience points being injected. Current level, LV.8, 761/900. Experience points 139, level up. Current level, LV.9, 0/1000. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Whoosh! A warm golden beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Lin Yu's body. However, this wasn't the end. Experience points 1000, level up. Current level, LV.10, 0/1100. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Experience points 1100, level up. Current level, LV.11, 0/1200. A series of dazzling golden rays, like a free clearance sale at a wholesale market, relentlessly and frantically bombarded Lin Yu. The blinding light even forced the petrified players around him to painfully close their eyes. Experience points 1800, level up. Current level, LV.18, 743/1900. You gain 1 free attribute point. Boom! When the last, and most dazzling, golden light dissipated, Lin Yu's level had skyrocketed from LV.8 before his return to a terrifying LV.18, a level that left all other players of the same level far behind. 10 levels in a row. This was unprecedented in the history of World Hub, a mythical miracle worthy of being recorded in history. Lin Yu felt the unprecedentedly powerful force surging within him like a mighty river, and a confident, cold smile curved his lips. He didn't rush to add skill points, but instead turned his gaze to the purple, mysterious roulette wheel representing the special reward. Start drawing. The wheel spun rapidly, countless purple skill icons transforming into a blurry stream of light before his eyes. Stop! With his command, the wheel slowly came to a stop. The pointer finally pointed to a skill icon emitting a dark, shadowy glow. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the purple quality passive skill, Shadow Step. Skill, Shadow Step. Quality, purple. Type, passive skill. Effect, your body seems to merge with the shadows. When moving at night or in dimly lit environments, your movement speed will be permanently increased by 30%, and your footsteps and aura will be passively and significantly weakened. Note, the night will become your perfect hunting ground. A perfect assassin's divine skill. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. With this skill, his future survivability and stealth assassination abilities would experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 159. In the absolute silence of his personal space, Lin Yu finally had time to digest his terrifying, meteoric rise to power. He first opened his attribute panel, which displayed a row of brand new data that would drive anyone mad. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV.18, 743/1900. Strength, 12. Agility, 14. Stamina, 15 + 5, Heart of the Insect Nest. Unallocated free attribute points, 10 a full 10 points. The result of leveling up 10 times was 10 incredibly valuable free attribute points, allowing him to freely shape his future path. Looking at this enormous sum of wealth, Lin Yu fell into a brief, but incredibly rational state of mind. Having experienced the trials of Fungal Hell and Deep Sea City, he deeply realized that his current weakness still lay in his ability to unleash explosive, direct damage output. Although his stealth and strategic abilities had reached an unparalleled level, once locked onto by an enemy, especially a relentlessly aggressive firepower player like the Skyfire mercenary group, he would still find himself in an extremely passive and vulnerable position. My stamina, thanks to the Heart of the Hive recovery effect, is sufficient for now. What I need is faster speed and stronger, enough power to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Yu's eyes became incredibly resolute. Without any hesitation, he allocated those 10 precious attribute points in the most optimal way, one that best suited his fighting style: 5 points of strength, 5 points of agility. Boom! The instant the attribute points were allocated, a terrifying, transformative power, 100 times stronger than any previous upgrade, surged through his entire body like a burst dam. He could clearly feel every muscle in his body cheering and leaping with joy, as if infused with the purest energy, brimming with unprecedented, explosive power. His body became lighter than a feather, more agile than a cheetah. He even had the absurd illusion that, if he wanted, he could easily dodge bullets fired at him. This was true power. After adjusting to his surge in strength, Lin Yu finally turned his gaze to his greatest gain. The 34 Source Energy Crystal Cores, essence, lying quietly in his spatial backpack, radiating an alluring purple light. He didn't rush to the black market to exchange them for the astronomical number of credits, because he knew that these things held a strategic significance for him, even more important than credit points. With a thought, he opened the upgrade interface of the survival radar system, which he had studied countless times. On it, a line of cold, yet deadly alluring text silently awaited his favor. Level 3 Radar Upgrade Requirements: Source Energy Core, Premium, X1 or Source Energy Core, Essence, X3. Upgrade. Lin Yu issued the command in his mind without hesitation. The next second, 10 of the 34 Source Energy Cores in his spatial inventory vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, an immense, mysterious energy, brimming with a torrent of information, surged into his mind. Survival Radar System Upgrade Successful. Current level, Level 3. Privilege Enhanced. Function Unlocked. Detection Range, Radius 8 km. New Function, Rough Classification of Biological Types. Function Details: Upon detecting biological energy signals, the radar will mark the approximate type of the creature next to its red dot, e.g., human, zombie, alien, insect, ghoul, etc. Note: this function only performs basic racial classification and cannot determine specific strength. Level 4 Radar Upgrade Requirements: Source Energy Core, Red, X1 or Source Energy Core Gold, X3. Range expanded by 1 km. Biological Type Labeling. This is another qualitative leap. This means that in future dungeons, he will possess a more precise and efficient intelligence gathering ability. He can foresee in advance whether he will face hordes of zombies or survivors skilled in stealth and ambush. The tactical significance of this is immeasurable. Just as Lin Yu was excited about his radar upgrade, a friend communication request from the Boundary Hub system suddenly popped up. It was Qin Shui. Lin Yu answered the call. Qin Shui's stunningly beautiful and heroic face appeared on the screen, her face showing an undisguised astonishment, as if she had seen a monster. "I heard you got a double S rating in the reward dungeon." Her voice carried a hint of teasing, but more than that, it was a deep-seated shock. "Just how many surprises are you hiding?" Lin Yu simply smiled faintly. "Just lucky." "Lucky again?" Qin Shui rolled her eyes at him helplessly. "I'm sick of that excuse. Tell me, what good stuff did you get this time? It couldn't be something of red quality, could it?" She meant it as a joke, but unexpectedly, Lin Yu actually nodded. "It really is," Lin Yu said calmly. "I got something red, a functional one. Specific details, I can't say." The word red was enough to make Qin Shui on the other side of the screen freeze instantly. Her mouth opened slightly, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with disbelief and utter shock. After a long while, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, and a complex, bitter smile appeared on her face. "I take back what I just said. You're not a monster, You're actually the favored son of the Realm Hub." She didn't press further. She knew that pressing further was pointless. She spoke with an unprecedented solemnity. "Lin Yu, prepare well. The special dungeon mission begins in a few days. I'm still in the final competition for the mission captain position. This mission is very special, extremely difficult, but the rewards are equally astonishing. If you can successfully complete this mission under my command and receive a good evaluation, you will be directly promoted to senior escort. At that time, you will be eligible to apply to the Dragon Shield headquarters for a high-security family housing unit. Family housing unit. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew what that meant. It meant that his mother could live in the safest and most fortified military fortress in Yin Kingdom, enjoying high-level protection. That was absolute safety that no amount of money could buy. Okay. An unprecedented, determined flame ignited in Lin Yu's eyes. I wait for your news. Chapter 160. After ending the communication with Qin Shui, Lin Yu's heart remained restless for a long time. Advanced Escort, Dragon Shield Headquarters Family Quarters. These two words, like two burning brands, were firmly etched into his heart, becoming his clearest and most urgent goal at this stage. For his mother's absolute safety, he had to succeed. In the following days, he didn't enter any more dungeons, but instead, like a true, soon-to-be university freshman, began preparing for his university life. 2 days later, at Jinghui University, the day for freshmen to register. Lin Yu, alone, carrying a simple backpack, walked into this most prestigious university, considered a holy land throughout the entire Yin Kingdom. The campus of Jinghui University was even larger and more magnificent than he had imagined. Futuristic teaching and laboratory buildings blend harmoniously with historically significant, classically styled buildings, exuding a unique charm that embodies both academic excellence and academic power. The campus bustles with activity, filled with vibrant and energetic young faces. They are the true cream of the crop from all over Yin country. Following the directions, Lin Yu quickly found the registration area for their freshman department in the Welcome Plaza. The person in charge of greeting them was a kind-looking middle-aged female teacher. Hello, student. Please show me your admission notice. Lin Yu handed over his electronic notice. The teacher skillfully operated the tablet and quickly retrieved Lin Yu's file. When she saw the glaring red words unawakened on Lin Yu's file, a fleeting, almost imperceptible expression of regret flashed across her face. But she quickly concealed it, her face returning to a professional, gentle smile. Lin Yu, is that you? Welcome to Jinghui University. Your dormitory is room 302, building 17, area A. Your class is regular class 1. She handed Lin Yu a brand new, technologically advanced campus card. Alright, the formalities are complete. Go check on your class. Your advisor should be waiting for you. Lin Yu took the campus card, nodded calmly, and turned to leave. He didn't notice the subtle hint of pity and sympathy in the eyes of the other freshmen queuing to register, as he turned away. He quickly found the somewhat old-looking teaching building that had assigned them, regular class 1, to, located in the most secluded corner of the entire department. The freshman classes at Jinghui University are divided into 3 categories. The first category, and the most elite, is the professional class. Those who enter this class are all exceptional individuals, who have awakened rare combat professions such as combat soldiers, medics, and reconnaissance soldiers, truly the chosen ones. They are the university's core focus, the key students it cultivates. The second category is the awakening class. Those who enter this class are outstanding potential stars, who have awakened basic superpowers such as strength, agility, and stamina. The third category, and the lowest level, is Lin Yu's class, the ordinary class 1. The students in this class, though all achieving excellent results in the dungeon and being classified as high-potential survivors by the system, shared a common, and most fatal flaw: they were all unawakened, ordinary people. In this world where extraordinary power is revered, ordinary people have a limited potential. When Lin Yu pushed open the half-closed classroom door, which even had a layer of peeling paint, there were already 7 or 8 students scattered inside. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat heavy and oppressive. Everyone had their heads down, silently playing with their Source Series phones, seemingly immersed in their own worlds, unwilling to communicate with others. Lin Yu could sense from them a kind of inferiority and resentment completely different from the prodigies of the professional class and the awakened class. Lin Yu paid no attention to any of this. He casually found an empty seat by the window, sat down, and began browsing the dazzling array of expensive special equipment in the Dragon Shield's internal market, equipment he used to look down on. However, his nonchalant, seemingly indifferent demeanor soon attracted unnecessary trouble. Bang! The already dilapidated classroom door was violently kicked open. 3 arrogant-looking youths dressed in matching outfits with awakening Class 1 badges swaggered in. The leader was a tall, thin, agile awakened with a flippant gaze. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked onto Lin Yu, the only one who showed no sign of tension or fear at their arrival. Hey guys, look! He pointed at Lin Yu with a mocking and playful tone, saying to his 2 companions, There's actually one fearless guy here, daring to act all high and mighty in front of us? Ha ha ha, probably hasn't caught up in reality yet? Thinks this is still that trash high school, where he could earn praise by just surviving in dungeons? Another burly, awakened power user chimed in, deliberately clenching his fist, a fist the size of a cooking pot, brimming with explosive power, with a cracking sound. The three of them walked step by step towards Lin Yu, surrounding him, their faces displaying cruel, cat-and-mouse smiles. The other students in the ordinary Class 1 classroom, seeing this scene, turned pale with fright, burying their heads even lower, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Lin Yu slowly raised his head. He looked at the three awakened individuals before him, who, in his eyes, were like three noisy and laughable flies. His face remained expressionless. His eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. He didn't even bother to say a word to them, because he knew that any words were superfluous against these childish tricks, their pathetic displays of superiority through violence. He simply continued to calmly look down at his Source Series phone, treating them as three non-existent, transparent wisps of air. Chapter 161. Lin Yu's disregard was like a resounding, invisible slap, landing squarely on the faces of those three arrogant geniuses from awakened Class 1. Their previously playful and amused smiles instantly froze, replaced by a furious, savage rage, as if offended by an ant. You're asking for death. The leader, an agile awakened, was utterly enraged by Lin Yu's disdainful attitude. He roared, suddenly reaching out to grab the still lit. He snatched the Source Series phone away violently, and smashed it to pieces. In his eyes, a piece of trash, who hadn't even awakened his superpowers, didn't deserve such a high-tech, expensive gadget. He wanted to trample on this arrogant guy's dignity and pride thoroughly, cleanly, and ruthlessly in front of everyone. The other students in the classroom, witnessing this scene, instinctively let out a suppressed gasp in fright. Some timid girls even closed their eyes in despair. They seemed to foresee the next second that the seemingly weak young man in black would be severely humiliated, even beaten until his head bled, a miserable end. However, just as the agile awakened individual's hand was about to touch Lin Yu, his movements suddenly froze. A hand so fast it left an afterimage on his retina, had silently gripped his wrist like an iron clamp. The owner of that hand was Lin Yu. He remained seated, not even fully raising his head. But in his eyes, which had been as calm as an ancient well, a chilling, terrifying killing intent had ignited within them. The agile awakened individual felt as if his wrist had been gripped tightly by the jaws of a prehistoric beast. An irresistible, excruciating pain instantly spread throughout his body. He could clearly hear the bones in his wrist creaking and groaning under the terrifying force. You let go. His voice, shrill and distorted with pain and fear, cried out. He tried to break free, but to his despair, he found that the other person's hand was like an unshakable mountain welded to his wrist, utterly immovable no matter how much he struggled. How could this be? He was a power awakener. His strength and reaction speed were 1.25 times that of an ordinary person, and this guy in front of him was just a bottom-tier piece of trash, without even any special abilities. How could he possess such terrifying power? Just then, Lin Yu slowly raised his head. A helpless, almost excessively delicate smile appeared on his handsome face, as if he were talking to himself. Sigh. He sighed softly. Originally, I didn't want to bother with you kids. But his eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, like two unsheathed, deadly blades capable of piercing the soul. I still couldn't help it. Before the words were even finished, he tightened his grip on the other's wrist with a sudden burst of strength. Crack! A crisp, chilling sound of bone breaking echoed through the silent classroom. The arrogant awakened power user's entire wrist had been brutally crushed by Lin Yu in the most savage and unreasonable way. Ah! A piercing scream, inhuman and filled with endless pain and fear, erupted from his mouth. Like a stray dog with a broken leg, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his grotesquely twisted, bloodied wrist, writhing frantically and in agony. The other two awakened individuals, terrified by the sudden, bloody, and horrific scene before them, retreated in terror. Their faces, once filled with arrogance and domineering swagger, were now deathly pale with fear. Lin Yu slowly rose from his seat. He didn't even bother to glance at the pathetic figure on the ground, howling like a dead dog. He calmly turned his gaze to the two so-called geniuses, who were now completely dumbfounded. His face remained expressionless, but his voice was icy cold, like the whisper of death from the deepest hell. Want to continue? The farce, in the most bloody and shocking way, finally came to an end. Lin Yu ignored the geniuses who scrambled away from the classroom, and paid no heed to the awe and fear in the eyes of the other students in the classroom. He calmly returned to his seat, as if the demonic man who had casually crushed someone's wrist was not him at all. A short-haired boy with black-rimmed glasses, who seemed bolder, hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to walk up to Lin Yu and whisper, "Classmate, you gotten yourself into big trouble. That guy is from the Awakened Class 1, and his brother is the vice president of our school's student council. He's a LV.20 Agility Awakened. He definitely won't let you get away with this." Lin Yu merely glanced at him indifferently, remaining noncommittal. He truly didn't want trouble. He was here only to fulfill his mother's task and quietly obtain that so-called graduation certificate. But that didn't mean he would let some insolent flies buzz around his ears. He, Lin Yu, was never a pushover. Soon, the opening ceremony of Jinghua University officially began in the school's magnificent auditorium, large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Lin Yu sat in the most secluded corner of their ordinary Class 1 classroom, looking at the brightly lit, packed auditorium, yet feeling a strange, absurd sense of alienation. He noticed many empty seats in the auditorium. He knew that the occupants of those empty seats were probably currently in a cold, apocalyptic world filled with death and danger, waging the most desperate and bloody struggle for survival. Just as his thoughts were drifting, a loud voice, filled with reverence and excitement, resounded throughout the auditorium through the loudspeakers. "Now, let us give a warm round of applause to the pride and beacon of all awakened beings in Yin Kingdom, and indeed the whole world. The supreme leader of our Dragon Shield Bureau, the globally recognized #1 player, Mr. Lin Tianxi, come to the stage to give us a speech." Boom! Thunderous applause instantly ignited the entire auditorium. Everyone's face revealed a fanatical, almost pilgrimage-like expression of worship, and Lin Yu, in the moment he heard the name Lin Tianxi, his body trembled violently. He abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the imposing, godlike figure who slowly walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The instant he saw that face, a face exactly like the one from the depths of his memory, the face of his father, who had sacrificed himself to protect him in the alien nest. A face both resolute and gentle. Lin Yu's mind went blank, as if struck by the weight of the entire universe, instantly plunging into an absolute, deathly silence. Chapter 162. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire world, the thunderous applause, the frenzied cheers, the dazzling lights. Everything, in Lin Yu's perception, rapidly and silently faded away, turning into a monotonous, pale, black and white silent film. His world was reduced to that familiar yet unfamiliar, towering figure on the platform. That face that had appeared clearly countless times in the original owner's memories, in his midnight dreams, only to shatter mercilessly. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Yu's body trembled uncontrollably and violently. His breathing became incredibly rapid and erratic. His heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, each beat bringing a suffocating, excruciating pain. An indescribable torrent of emotions, a complex blend of shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and the deepest, coldest fear, rushed forth like a burst dam, instantly breaching his one solid bulwark of reason. Dad? He instinctively jumped up from his seat, uttering a trembling, dreamlike murmur that even he himself couldn't understand. The short-haired boy with black-rimmed glasses beside him was startled by his sudden, violent reaction. Classmate? What's wrong?" he asked softly with concern. However, Lin Yu seemed not to hear him at all. In his eyes, in his world, only that man remained. That man, who should have long since died in a distant, cold, alien world filled with death and despair. His father, however, in that final moment, when he was about to completely lose control due to extreme emotional turmoil, a cold, absolute rationality, like the sharpest dagger, pierced fiercely into his chaotic sea of consciousness, about to be completely submerged by the torrent of emotions. No! Something is definitely wrong. Lin Yu bit his tongue hard. The intense pain brought a sliver of clarity back to his crumbling reason. He forcefully suppressed his almost unleashed, frenzied emotions. He sat back down, head bowed, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing a trickle of blood, but he seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. His brain, at this moment, was working at an unprecedented, unparalleled speed, frantically. A series of contradictory yet incredibly clear possibilities flashed through his mind. The first possibility: he was his father, Lin Zhan. He hadn't died. He had miraculously survived the brutal battle at the alien nest. However, for some unknown reason, he had lost all his memories, even changing his name to Lin Tianxi. This possibility was full of hope. The second possibility, he wasn't his father. He was just a stranger who looked exactly like his father. This possibility is the simplest, yet the cruelest. But could two people really be so alike? It wasn't just the resemblance in facial features, but also the same inner strength, gentleness, and powerful aura emanating from them, all identical. This coincidence is simply too perfect. The third possibility, and the most terrifying, the one that sent chills down Lin Yu's spine. He was his father. But no. His body was still his father's body. But his soul, his consciousness, had already been possessed by another, unknown, terrifying being. Was it a surviving human from that alien world? Or a terrifying, humanoid alien that had evolved to possess advanced intelligence? This thought, like the most venomous, cold-blooded snake, instantly coiled around Lin Yu's heart, almost suffocating him on the spot. But this possibility was also filled with inexplicable contradictions. If his father had truly been possessed, then whether human or alien, after gaining his father's powerful strength and memories, why didn't they choose to eliminate the threat completely? He and his mother, his two biggest hidden dangers, were completely erased from this world. Instead, they were allowed to live peacefully for so many years. And that thing even kindly left a large sum of compensation, allowing his mother to raise him without worry. This doesn't conform to the most basic behavioral logic of any body snatcher. What exactly is hidden here? One inexplicable mystery after another, like countless invisible, enormous spiderwebs, completely and tightly enveloped Lin Yu's thoughts, leaving him feeling powerless and dizzy. He didn't know he truly didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely could not tell his mother about this. He couldn't imagine what kind of maddening, hopeless, and despairing abyss she would fall into if she, a woman already heartbroken for over 10 years because of her father's sacrifice, knew that there might still be a father in this world. He couldn't, and dared not, gamble on that possibility. Until the truth is revealed. I alone will bear this burden. A heavy, resolute light, completely incongruous with his age, flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He must become stronger. He must become stronger, relentlessly, and at all costs. He must become strong enough to have the right to speak on equal terms with that person standing at the pinnacle of the world, the number one person globally. He must personally tear away all the pretenses on that man's face. He must personally unearth all the secrets buried for over a decade regarding his father's death. Chapter 163. Just as a monstrous wave of emotion surged within Lin Yu, setting the grandest and most audacious goal of his life, on the stage, the man revered by thousands like a god. Lin Tianxi finally spoke slowly. His voice, though not loud, possessed a strange, almost magical power that seemed to penetrate the soul, clearly echoing in every corner of the auditorium, instantly silencing the thunderous applause and fervent cheers. Dear students, teachers, everyone, good morning. His voice, warm, magnetic, and full of power, was like a gentle breeze. My name is Lin Tianxi. Like you, I was once an ordinary student filled with both confusion and hope for the future. His opening remarks, approachable and friendly, instantly bridged the gap between him and all the privileged students present. Many people call me the world's number one, the beacon of humanity. But today, standing here, I don't want to talk to you about those empty, vague words about glory and responsibility. I only want to share with you a small secret I recently discovered, one that might change the future of all of us. His words instantly piqued the intense curiosity of everyone present. What kind of earth-shattering, world-shaking intelligence could be called a secret by the world's number one? Even Lin Yu forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions within her, focusing all her attention on that man. He knew that every word he spoke next could determine his future path to becoming stronger. A faint smile, radiating confidence and control, appeared on Lin Tianxi's face. He slowly held up 3 fingers. 300 points, he calmly uttered. A legendary, sacred number, enough to drive every top-tier awakened being present mad and breathless. Just a month ago, after countless life-or-death trials, my total basic 3-dimensional attributes finally, with great difficulty, broke through the 300-point barrier that had plagued all the world's top players for decades. Boom! His words were like a super nuclear bomb detonating across the entire universe. After a brief, deathly silence, the entire auditorium erupted in a cacophony of cheers and discussions 100 times more frenzied than ever before. 300 points? My God! Did I hear that right? Lin Shen actually broke through 300 points? This isn't human anymore? This is practically a walking god in the real world. No wonder he's called the beacon of humanity. 300 points. That's a distant, mythical realm we wouldn't even dare to dream of. A fervent, almost divine, worship shone on everyone's faces. They knew they were witnessing a momentous, historic moment worthy of being recorded in human history. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly at that number. He knew what 300 points meant. It wasn't just a simple number, it was an absolute, qualitative leap in the realm of life. It was the insurmountable chasm between mortals and gods. On the platform, Lin Tianxi smiled, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed down. The frenzied roar that had been enough to lift the rooftops miraculously subsided instantly. This was the unparalleled prestige and influence of the world's number one. And at the very moment I broke through 300 points, Lin Tianxi's voice rang out again, filled with a mysterious, deadly allure. The Realm Hub system opened a door to a completely new world for me. A completely new type of instance, one we never seen before, nor even imagined. He didn't specify what that new instance was. But his eyes, brimming with exploration and fighting spirit, already told everyone the immense opportunities and challenges hidden behind that door. Currently, that new instance is still in the unknown, exploratory stage. Its dangers, its rules, everything about it, remains a mystery. I will be the pioneer, the first to step into that unknown territory. Once I have thoroughly explored the information within, I will share all the detailed information with the Dragon Shield Bureau and the Yin Kingdom Awakener Management Bureau. At that time, everyone present, as well as the elites from various universities, will also have the opportunity to come into contact with that brand new, broader world. His words resonated deeply, filled with the selfless responsibility and spirit of a leader. So, students, his gaze slowly swept across the young faces below the stage, faces filled with excitement and longing. Strive on. Become stronger, relentlessly, at all costs. Because a brand new, more magnificent, and more dangerous era is about to begin. And you are the hope of this era, the future. With that, amid thunderous applause, he turned and left, leaving behind only a towering figure that everyone could only look up to. Lin Yu stared intently at that figure. His eyes held no admiration, only an unprecedented, frenzied fighting spirit, as if it wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. 300 points. A new world. Lin Tianxi. Wait for me. I will find you soon. Chapter 164. Jinghua University, this ivory tower standing atop the pinnacle of power and culture in Yin country, didn't bring Lin Yu much of the novelty and excitement expected of a freshman. He calmly handled the tedious and boring affairs of the semester, attending classes, going to the library, and occasionally visiting the luxurious training room specifically for awakened ones to adjust to his terrifyingly surging physical stats. His life was low-key, almost invisible. He was like a true, out-of-place ghost, silently drifting outside this bustling ivory tower filled with youth and dreams. However, the brilliance of genius cannot ultimately be obscured by the standards of mediocrity. On the third day after his enrollment, an unexpected visitor shattered his carefully maintained tranquility. Hello, Lin Yu. I'm your dean of students. My name is Wang Meng. A middle-aged man with a refined appearance, meticulously combed hair, and an air of scholarly elegance and authority, proactively stopped him at the dormitory entrance. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a powerful, restrained energy fluctuation emanating from this man, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Clearly, this seemingly gentle dean of students was also a powerful, unassuming awakened one. Dean Wang, hello, Lin Yu nodded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Wang Meng looked at this special student, a celebrity among the entire freshman class, and a gentle smile full of appreciation and goodwill appeared on his face. Lin Yu, I come to see you today to discuss your class assignment. He paused, then explained sincerely, first, I want to apologize for the oversight in our school's academic affairs system. Your assignment to regular class 1 wasn't due to any bias, but because our school system automatically places all students listed as unawakened in regular classes during freshman class assignments. This is a rigid, outdated rule that's been in place for decades. It's clearly no longer keeping up with this rapidly changing era, full of miracles and uncertainties. Wang Meng looked at Lin Yu, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. I reviewed all your files and, through my friends at Dragon Shield, learned about your astonishing performances in various dungeons. While I don't know exactly how you, as an ordinary person, achieved feats that even top-tier awakened ones couldn't accomplish, I believe your potential far surpasses that of any so-called prodigy in our school. Therefore, today, on behalf of the school, I formally extend this invitation to you. His voice became incredibly solemn and earnest. We hope you can transfer from the regular Class 1 to our school's most elite, best resource Class 1, the Awakening Class 1. We believe that with your talent and potential, given enough time and resources, access to a high-quality awakening potion, and even achieving the legendary professional awakening in a future dungeon, it's only a matter of time. And Awakening Class 1 will provide all of this for you. There, you find the best teachers, the best training facilities, and the highest monthly stipend of 100,000 credits. His words were forceful and incredibly tempting. Any ordinary student, upon hearing such generous, seemingly instant success offers, would probably be so excited they kneel down on the spot, tears streaming down their face. However, Lin Yu's face remained impassive. He simply listened quietly, then slowly shook his head. "Thank you, Director Wang." His voice was calm yet filled with unwavering resolve, "but I refuse." "What?" Wang Ming's confident smile froze instantly. He stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd and unbelievable answer in the world. Rejection? He actually rejected it? Rejected the path to success that every ordinary student dreams of, the road to the top? Why? Wang Ming stammered, even starting to wonder if he encountered a madman with a screw loose. Lin Yu looked at his shocked and bewildered expression, and simply smiled faintly. He didn't explain. Because he knew the other person simply couldn't understand his world. Awakening potions? Professional awakening? These were gifts that others would need to expend countless resources and luck to obtain. For him, possessing the survival radar system, as long as he was willing to take enough risks, they were simply easy peasy. And the so-called best teachers and best training facilities, for a true warrior whose very bones were etched with battle and slaughter amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, seemed utterly laughable and naive. Lin Yu was about to embark on a unique, solitary path, a path of dominance that belonged only to him. He needed no one's guidance. He needed no one's charity. "There's no why," Lin Yu said calmly. "I think Class 1 is fine. Quiet, no one to bother you." Having said that, he ignored the completely petrified dean of students, calmly brushed past him, and entered his dormitory. Leaving Wang Ming alone, standing there blankly, staring at that aloof and resolute figure. After a long while, he finally let out a long, complex sigh. Young people these days. They're really becoming more and more incomprehensible. Chapter 165. Having refused the dean's kind offer, Lin Yu's life returned to the absolute tranquility he cherished. Like a true hermit, he completely isolated himself from the bustling and superficial social circle of Jinghua University. During the day, he would act like any ordinary student, going to the library and poring over seemingly useless idle books about ancient history and mythology, trying to find clues about the Realm Hub worldview from those forgotten pages. He was restraining himself from the urge to play dungeons. Both his mind and body needed rest. On the 5th day after he enrolled, Qin Shui contacted him. On the screen, Qin Shui's strikingly beautiful face appeared somewhat tired, but her eyes shone with an undisguised excitement and sharpness of a victor. "It's done." Her voice was concise and powerful. "I got that mission." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew the real show was about to begin. "Tell me, what exactly is it?" "A special, related instance that you would never expect." Qin Shui's face revealed a mysterious, playful smile. "Remember that special escort mission I told you about before? The source of the mission, or rather, the key to opening the instance, is in the hands of one of your high school classmates." "High school classmate?" Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Wang Hao's honest, chubby face flashed through his mind. "It's not Wang Hao." Qin Shui seemed to read his mind, and shook her head. "It's a boy in your class named Chun Yang." "Chun Yang?" Lin Yu quickly searched his memory for the name. Soon, a vague, thin figure, always sitting in the corner of the classroom, silent and almost invisible, emerged in his mind. He couldn't even remember ever having spoken a word to this classmate. "It's him." Qin Shui nodded, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief and emotion. No one could have imagined that such an insignificant little guy would have such incredible luck in a seemingly ordinary, beginner-level zombie dungeon. In that dungeon, while trying to escape the zombies, he inadvertently hid in an abandoned, ancient Taoist temple. Then, in a secret chamber of the temple, he found a tattered ancient book and a black Bagua token filled with mysterious runes. And that token is the only key to unlocking a completely new zombie world. Zombie world. Related dungeon. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood why Qin Shui, and even the entire Qin family behind her, would pay such a huge price to compete for this mission. This was the first truly related dungeon discovered by humanity since the arrival of the World Hub. It represented what might be a completely new, unknown, and full-fledged world line. Its strategic value is simply immeasurable. So what is our mission? Lin Yu's voice became incredibly solemn. It's simple yet complex. Qin Shue's expression also turned serious. This instance is a special world with a level restriction. Only players between LV.10 and LV.20 can enter. Of course, Qin Yang, as the key holder, is not subject to this restriction. However, his invited teammates must also meet this level requirement. And your current level also meets the requirement. This mission is the first and most important value assessment that our Dragon Shield Bureau has conducted on this brand new instance world. I will lead 2 other elite members of the 9th Squad to be responsible for the safety of the key holder, Qin Yang, throughout the entire process, ensuring he survives to open the instance and emerges alive. And you? Qin Shue looked at Lin Yu, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with absolute trust and expectation. Your mission is singular. Treasure hunting. In that entirely new, unknown world, like the most voracious hunting dog, use all your abilities to search, to excavate, to bring back everything of value. The higher the value of what you bring back, the higher your final evaluation for this mission will be. The rewards you receive will also be far more generous than you can imagine. How about it? Qin Shue's lips curled into a tempting smile. Dragon Shield needs to know the value of the related instance. Lin Yu remained silent. But the frenzied, determined flame burning in his eyes, which suddenly shone like cold stars in the darkness, said it all. Chapter 166. 2 days later, at the Dragon Shield Bureau's 7th training base, in a top-secret teleportation preparation room specifically for special missions, Lin Yu met all her teammates for the first time. Qin Shue was still dressed in her sharp black combat uniform. Behind her stood 2 elite members of the 9th Squad. 1 male, 1 female. The man was as burly as a mountain, exuding a terrifying, oppressive aura like a prehistoric beast, clearly a pure strength type awakened. The female member, on the other hand, was petite, with bright, intelligent eyes. A few faint, vibrant green lights occasionally flashed from her fingertips. Without a doubt, she was an extremely rare medic. A top-tier commander, an impenetrable heavy-armored frontline, and an indispensable logistical support. This was a near-perfect, textbook-perfect iron triangle protective formation. The core they were supposed to protect stood awkwardly in the corner of the room, looking utterly out of place. It was Qin Yang. He was still the same as Lin Yu remembered, thin, silent, even somewhat timid. He wore a brand new, standard combat uniform, clearly just received from the Dragon Shield Logistics Department, that seemed completely out of place with his frail frame. He clutched tightly the black Bagua token, covered in mysterious runes, his palms sweating with nervousness. The moment his gaze met that of the tall, cold-eyed young man in black, who slowly entered through the door, his entire body trembled violently. His mouth opened slightly, and his eyes, already filled with tension and unease, were instantly filled with an even stronger, indescribable complex emotion, a mixture of shock, disbelief, and, most profoundly, self-loathing. Lin Yu? His voice, sharp and distorted with extreme shock, was filled with a dreamlike unreality. He never dreamed that his teammate on this mission, the mysterious treasure-hunting expert personally invited by Qin Shue, the legendary captain of the Dragon Shield Bureau's Elite 9th Squad, would actually be him? Lin Yu, the one who, throughout his 3 years of high school, had always sat silently in the corner of the classroom, unnoticed, and even subconsciously regarded as useless and a backdrop by everyone, including himself, because of his unawakened status? How could this be? Qin Yang's mind went completely blank. He watched the young man in black who simply nodded calmly at him, then walked straight to Qin Shue's side, and began whispering about the mission details. Looking at the powerful and confident aura emanating from him, an aura that rivaled even the 3 top elites of Dragon Shield around him, he felt a profound sense of absurdity and fantasy about this world. Once upon a time, though he was insecure and silent, deep down he still felt a secret joy and pride in his incredible luck. He believed he was the protagonist favored by fate. But now, seeing Lin Yu again, he finally, painfully and clearly realized he was never the protagonist. He was merely a lucky guy, holding the key to a new world, yet too afraid to even leave his own home, a pitiful, insignificant figure. The man before him, however, was the one truly qualified to explore, conquer, and plunder the new world, the true, powerful one. A man once looked down upon by him and everyone else, a bottom-tier trash, had unknowingly grown to a terrifying height that he could only look up to, unable even to reach his silhouette. This immense, chasm-like disparity filled his heart with bitterness. Lin Yu paid no attention to Qin Yang's complex gaze, filled with the shock and inferiority of a loser protagonist seeing a true overpowered hero. His entire attention was focused on the final, detailed information about this instance that Qin Shui had just synchronized to his personal computer. Instance name, a 93 Soul Town. Instance type, related zombie world. Entry level restriction, LV.10 to LV.20, excluding key holders and invitees. Combat preparation restriction, none. Core mechanics. 1. World malice. This world is shrouded in extreme yin energy year-round, with only 2 hours of daylight each day. During the long nights, the strength of all zombie-like creatures will be greatly enhanced. 2. Awakening of the Zombie King. After 48 hours, the millennial zombie king sleeping beneath this land will fully awaken. 3. Evacuation rules. After 24 hours, the system will randomly generate 3 evacuation points in this world. Looking at the ominous and malicious messages on the screen, Lin Yu's eyes became extremely solemn. This mission will definitely not be as simple as it seems on the surface. Chapter 167. After meticulously memorizing every detail of this mission, Lin Yu finally shifted his gaze from his personal terminal. He looked at Qin Shui and calmly made his last, and most important, request before entering this instance. Can I not broadcast the Realm Hub live for this mission? His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with unwavering resolve. He didn't want to be watched like a monkey. Even more, he didn't want to expose his greatest trump card for survival. The survival radar system, to a gaze filled with voyeuristic desire. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu's cold, resolute eyes, and was slightly taken aback. Then, she understood Lin Yu's concerns. Every true powerhouse has their own unspeakable secrets. And for a top-tier treasure hunting expert, his treasure hunting methods are his very foundation, his core essence. Okay. Qin Shui nodded almost without hesitation. She spoke with absolute trust and appreciation. This mission is a top-secret exploration operation. All operation records will only be reported to the highest levels of Dragon Shield. I, in my capacity as captain of the 9th Squad, assure you that all your actions will be absolutely free and confidential. Thank you. Lin Yu nodded calmly. He knew what Qin Shui's promise meant. It meant that he could, in that completely new and unknown world, unreservedly unleash all his abilities to their fullest potential. After resolving his last concern, Lin Yu began his final pre-battle preparations. First, he retrieved a perfectly crafted purple weapon from his spatial backpack, a weapon he had long forgotten, yet which seemed tailor-made for this mission. It was an ancient-looking sword, about 3 feet long, carved entirely from the purest, ageless, lightning-struck peach wood. The blade was inscribed with cinnabar, filled with mysterious, Taoist-inspired soul-suppressing runes, a peachwood sword. Name: soul-suppressing peachwood sword. Rank: purple. This was the treasure he had obtained from the purple random equipment draw card after achieving an S-rank rating in the 2nd dungeon. He had previously thought that this thing was useless except for its appearance. Unexpectedly today, it became the perfect weapon for conquering this new zombie world. The moment Qin Shui saw the peachwood sword, a hint of undisguised surprise flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. Good stuff, she exclaimed sincerely. This mission has really put you in a serious position. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly, remaining non-committal. Immediately afterward, a logistics personnel from Dragon Shield pushed in a cart loaded with various special supplies. Mr. Lin Yu, these are your special supplies for this mission. He placed several sealed, technologically advanced metal boxes in front of Lin Yu. The first box opened, revealing a full crate of top-grade century-old rice, plump, translucent grains, seemingly still carrying a hint of masculine energy. Name: Centennial-aged rice. Quality: blue. Description: produced in a special dungeon world rich in spiritual energy, it has been precipitated for over 100 years, containing pure exorcising power. When applied to a wound inflicted by a zombie, it can greatly slow the spread of zombie poison in a short time. The second box opened, revealing 10 sealed test tubes made of special crystal tubing. Inside the tubes was a vibrant, ruby red, scalding hot pure yang chicken blood. Name: pure yang chicken blood. Quality: blue. Description: extracted from the hard blood of the 3-legged fire crow in the EP131 zombie world. Containing the most powerful and yang flame energy, applying it to weapons can inflict additional burning damage on zombies and other evil entities. The last and largest box contained a futuristic, silver-white, full-coverage portable recirculating oxygen mask, along with 10 replaceable compressed oxygen cylinders. Qin Shui explained, "We all know these creatures seem to lack sight, relying entirely on sensing the breath of living people, the so-called yang energy, to locate and hunt their prey. This equipment can isolate our scent to the greatest extent possible, preventing us from becoming their primary target from the outset. Looking at these luxurious supplies specifically prepared for dealing with zombies, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying resources of the Dragon Shield organization. Although these items were only blue quality, their rarity and specificity meant that each piece could fetch an astronomical price on the black market, and now, they had become his personal, exclusive supplies. Alright, all preparations are complete. Qin Shui glanced at the countdown on the screen, which was about to reach 0. An unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on her face. She looked at Qinyang, who had been cowering in the corner like a quail the entire time, trembling with fear. Her voice was icy as she commanded, "Qinyang, it's your turn. Open the door to a new world." Chapter 168. When Qin Shui's cold, emotionless command rang out in the silent preparation room, the thin young man, Qinyang, who had been cowering in the corner. His body trembled violently. His face, already deathly pale from tension and fear, became completely bloodless, turning as white as a sheet of paper just pulled from water. He raised his head, looking at Qin Shui with an almost pleading gaze filled with boundless terror. Can I not go?" His voice, hoarse and distorted with extreme fear, trembled with a heartbreaking, helpless weakness. He didn't want to go. He really didn't want to go. He'd rather hand over this incredible opportunity that could have propelled him to the top. He didn't want to return to that cold, terrifying apocalyptic world filled with death and despair. However, what awaited him were Qin Shui's sharp, ruthless phoenix eyes, colder and more merciless than the eternal ice of Siberia. "Do you think you still have a choice? If the key could be traded, we would never have brought you here to risk your life. This related dungeon is extremely valuable. Don't worry, the three of us will protect you, and from now on, your mandatory dungeons will be escorted by Dragon Shield agents." Qin Shui's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest ice spike, capable of freezing one's soul, piercing deeply into Qinyang's already fragile heart. Qinyang's body stiffened abruptly. The last trace of color drained from his face. He knew Qin Shui was right. From the moment he reported the existence of this token to Dragon Shield, his fate was no longer his own. He was merely a tool. A lowly, one-time use key to open the door to a new world. Boundless despair, like the deepest, coldest seawater, instantly engulfed him. Slowly, he closed his eyes, two streams of hot tears, filled with resentment and regret, silently sliding down his pale cheeks. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. Those eyes, once filled with fear and cowardice, now held only a resigned, lifeless, numb stillness, like a walking corpse. He no longer hesitated or resisted. He walked stiffly, like a puppet controlled by invisible threads, step by step, to the center of the preparation room. He slowly raised the ancient, jet-black Bagua token, covered in mysterious runes. Then, with all his might, he frantically poured his spiritual power, already bound to the boundary hub system, into it. Buzz! Accompanied by an ancient and mysterious buzzing sound seemingly from the primordial era, the jet-black Bagua token suddenly erupted with an incomparably dazzling, blindingly bright, blood-red light. The previously lifeless mysterious runes on the token seemed to come alive at this moment, beginning to twist, flow, and combine wildly in a strange rhythm. Then, in the very center of the token, a small vortex, composed of countless blood-red runes and filled with an aura of ominousness and death, appeared out of thin air. The vortex expanded outward at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide, blood-red, unstable spatial rift, filled with a sense of spatial distortion, tore open in the center of the preparation room. At the other end of the rift was not a dazzling starry sky, nor a colorful time tunnel, but a pure, soul-chilling darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light in the world. A cold, damp wind, filled with the aura of decay and death, as if from the deepest hell, suddenly poured out from the rift, causing the temperature in the entire preparation room to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Ding! Special related instance detected. Instance name: a 93 soul-suppressing land. Spatial anchoring in progress. Anchoring successful. Teleportation channel constructed. Please enter within 10 seconds. Countdown: 10, 9, 8. An unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on Qin Shui's face. She turned and glanced at Lin Yu and her two elite team members, who were already fully prepared. With an unquestionable, resolute tone, she issued her final order: remember, once inside, the three of us will protect Qinyang every step of the way. No further exploration is permitted until a completely safe base is found. Lin Yu, you are free to act. I don't care what methods you use, or where you go. I only want one result. That is, before you leave, Bring back anything of value from that world. Yes. The four of them responded in unison, their voices shaking the rooftops. Having said that, Qin Shui was the first, without looking back, stepping into that blood-red darkness filled with the unknown and death. Her two elite team members, one on each side, supported the completely terrified Lim Qinyang, following closely behind. Lin Yu was the last. Just before stepping through that door, he turned back and glanced at this technologically advanced and luminous world belonging to humanity. Then, a look of madness and battle lust flashed across his face. A brand new hunting game, full of unknowns and thrills, was about to officially begin on that mysterious, ancient land, steeped in Eastern horror. Chapter 169. As Lin Yu's body was completely engulfed by the cold, viscous, blood-red darkness, a strange feeling, unlike any he had experienced before, instantly swept over him. There was no sense of spatial distortion, no sense of time being pulled. He felt as if an invisible, icy giant hand had dragged him violently into an ancient, sunless well, filled with bone-chilling cold, relentlessly and endlessly falling towards the endless, dark bottom, filled with the stench of death and decay. He didn't know how much time had passed. When his feet finally touched solid, cold ground again, the suffocating feeling of falling slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes and found himself standing at the entrance of a desolate, ancient town, imbued with an Eastern aesthetic of horror. This was the A93 soul-suppressing land. The sky was a sickly, leaden gray, devoid of sunlight, moon, or stars. A colossal, blood-red crescent moon, radiating a deathly pale light like the cold glow of a dead man's face, hung eerily high in the sky, shrouding the desolate land in a chilling, ominous, scarlet halo. The air was thick with an intense, damp stench, a mixture of earth, decaying wood, and the faint odor of corpses. All around him stretched an endless, withered birch forest, its distorted shapes resembling struggling, agonizing ghosts. An ancient path, paved with bluestone slabs, pitted and overgrown with moss by time, wound its way from beneath his feet to the half-collapsed, ancient archway of vermilion wood in the town. Above the archway, three large, ominous characters written in seal script, their strokes faded and illegible, appeared and disappeared under the blood moonlight. The City of the Dead! Lin Yu looked at this eerie scene, filled with elements of Chinese horror, and oppressively oppressive, and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew this place was far more sinister than any dungeon he had ever experienced before. Everyone, check your equipment! Activate your oxygen masks! From this moment on, without my order, no one is allowed to make a sound exceeding 30 decibels. Qin Shui's cold, solemn voice clearly reached everyone's ears through the team channel. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Lin Yu also skillfully put on the futuristic portable recirculating oxygen mask, completely isolating himself from the cold, filled air of this world. Then, he gripped the ancient-looking soul-suppressing peachwood sword, its blade engraved with vermilion soul-suppressing runes, tightly in his hand. A warm, masculine energy surged from the hilt, instantly spreading throughout his body, dispelling some of the pervasive, bone-chilling cold surrounding him. Alright, from now on, we split up. Qin Shui glanced at Qinyang, who was still trembling, then at Lin Yu, who was already in combat mode with icy eyes, and decisively issued the order to split up. The three of us will protect Qinyang. Using this archway as a center, we explore eastwards, searching for a safe, defensive structure that can serve as a temporary base. Lin Yu, you head west and explore freely. Remember, our communication channels will remain open 24/7. If you encounter any insurmountable danger or discover any valuable intelligence, immediately alert the other side. Understood? Understood. Lin Yu and the other two team members responded in unison. Alright, move out. With Qin Shui's command, this small 5-person exploration team was completely divided into two independent action groups. Qin Shui, along with her two elite team members, like the most professional bodyguards, tightly protected the still trembling Qinyang in the center, carefully stepping onto the ancient bluestone path leading to the east side of the town, a path fraught with unknown dangers. A treasure hunt filled with Chinese horror and unknown perils had officially begun. As he moved forward, he completely immersed his mind in the radar scan. Survival radar system, level 3, activated. Scanning bioenergy signals within an 8-kilometer radius. The next second, a black and white 3D map covering the entire city of the dead and its surrounding area unfolded in his mind. On the map, hundreds upon hundreds of densely packed red dots representing danger, like will-o'-the-wisps, covered every corner of the town. Next to each red dot was a label that sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Zombie. However, what truly excited Lin Yu were the several blue and purple resource dots scattered throughout this red sea of death. Chapter 170. After parting ways with Qin Shua's team, Lin Yu, like a drop of ink merging into the ocean, silently and completely merged into the endless shadows of this desolate city. He didn't choose to enter the birch forest filled with the unknown and the eerie, but instead set his sights on the vaster, more opportunistic western district of the city of the unjustly dead. This area, once the most bustling commercial and residential district of the town, with its staggered buildings and crisscrossing streets, provided him with the perfect, natural stage for stealth and concealment. He gripped the soul-suppressing peachwood sword, brimming with masculine energy, tightly in his hand, while simultaneously maximizing the scanning function of his level 3 radar. Buzz! A black and white three-dimensional map covering an area of 8 kilometers unfolded in his mind. However, this city of the unjustly dead was larger than he had imagined. Even a level 3 radar could only cover less than half of the western part of the city. Beyond that lay a deep, unknown darkness shrouded in mist. Within the radar's coverage area, hundreds upon hundreds of red dots, representing danger, were scattered across every street and every building. Zombies, zombies, and more zombies. The crystal-clear creature-type labels on the radar gave Lin Yu a direct and clear understanding of the world's danger level. However, just as he was carefully planning his first scavenging route, an extremely bizarre, incongruous, and enormous red dot suddenly and unexpectedly entered his radar field of view. The red dot, the size of a wash basin, emitted energy fluctuations several times stronger than most elite-level monsters he had ever encountered, but, most strangely, next to that enormous red dot was a blank space. There were no creature-type tags whatsoever. It was as if even the World Hub system couldn't identify what this thing was. An unknown, powerful, hostile unit? Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. A powerful, overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. In this world filled with malice, the unknown often meant the most extreme, deadly danger. Instinctively, he wanted to immediately move away from that strange red dot. But he was also somewhat unwilling. Because, less than 50 meters away from that enormous red dot, a resource point emitting an alluring purple glow was quietly lit. Wealth and danger are always intertwined. A struggle flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Ultimately, greed triumphed over caution. He concealed his presence to the extreme, even maximizing the passive effect of Shadow Step. His figure, like a wisp of non-existent smoke, silently darted and weaved among the abandoned buildings, step by step approaching that area filled with temptation and danger, a place of death. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the long-abandoned 3-story residential building where the supply point was located. And there, opposite him, was a seemingly ordinary 2-story building with its doors and windows tightly shut. Lin Yu hid behind a dilapidated courtyard wall, his breath catching in his throat. He could clearly feel a faint yet powerful, oppressive aura emanating slowly from the small building. He silently climbed over the wall into the courtyard, then, like a gecko, stealthily made his way up the rusted drainpipe to a broken window on the 2nd floor. He peered inside. The supply point was in a locked, old wooden crate in the center of the room. After confirming it was safe, he prepared to climb in through the window. However, just as half his body was peering through the window, a chilling, bone-chilling sense of crisis, as if freezing his very soul, suddenly erupted from behind him without warning. Then, a powerful, steel-like hand, moving with incredible speed, leaped from the shadows of the building opposite him, like a predatory eagle, and gripped his ankle tightly. Oh no! Lin Yu's expression changed drastically in that instant. He was dreaming. He never expected that thing would attack first. And its speed was unbelievably fast. He didn't even have time to resist or struggle. An irresistible, terrifying force, like being head-on struck by a speeding heavy truck, surged from his ankle. He was easily yanked from the 2nd floor window like a tattered sack, and then, in an extremely disheveled manner, dragged rapidly towards that mysterious little building filled with an aura of death. Damn it! Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He tried to use his soul-suppressing peachwood sword to sever the terrifying hand gripping him. However, before his sword could fall, bang! The wooden door of the small building was violently kicked open from the inside. A middle-aged hunter, over 1.9 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel, wearing a tattered animal skin vest, and a weathered face full of wildness and power, appeared before him, and that huge, eerie red light was. It came from him. This guy wasn't a monster. He was a living, breathing NPC? Lin Yu's mind went blank. In that instant of stunned silence, the burly hunter, like dragging a dead dog, pulled him into the dark, eerily atmospheric building. Then, with a bang, he slammed the heavy wooden door shut. Lin Yu felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and was slammed against the cold, hard wooden floor by a tremendous force. He struggled to get up, but the burly hunter, like an unshakable mountain, pressed him down, rendering him completely immobile. "You arrogant brat!" The hunter's voice was rough and hoarse, filled with a furious roar of disappointment and frustration. "What time is it? It's almost dark. You still dare to wander around outside? Do you think you have too long a life?" Lin Yu was dizzy from his outburst. Looking at the mysterious NPC with abnormally powerful strength, he was momentarily speechless. The burly hunter, after dragging him into the room, ignored him completely. He turned and picked up several yellow talismans covered in mysterious vermilion runes from the corner of the wall. With deft movements, he sealed every crack in the doors and windows, leaving not a single gap. Only then did Lin Yu realize that the room he was in was actually a bizarre safe house filled with Chinese horror elements. Chapter 171. When the last crack in the door was completely sealed shut by the yellow talisman imbued with mysterious power, the previously faint, deathly, and ominous chill outside the room seemed to be completely blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The entire room fell into an absolute, reassuring, and warm silence. The middle-aged hunter, having done all this, finally let out a long sigh of relief. He walked to the table in the center of the room, lit an old kerosene lamp that emitted a dim yellow light, and then plopped down on a long bench, scrutinizing the uninvited guest, who was slowly rising from the ground with a gaze full of scrutiny and vigilance. "You're not from our town." His voice, though still rough, was calmer than before. "Speak, young man, who are you? What are you doing in this godforsaken place?" Lin Yu dusted himself off, staring at the powerful, enigmatic middle-aged hunter before him, his mind racing. He knew he might have encountered a crucial NPC, a key figure who could alter the entire course of the story. He chose not to conceal anything, nor to lie, because he knew that before such an unfathomable powerhouse, any lie would seem utterly ridiculous and futile. "My name is Lin Yu," he said calmly, "and my companion and I are outsiders. We just want to find something here, and then leave." "Outsiders?" The middle-aged hunter's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of understanding and a deeper, more profound pity in his eyes. "Sigh. Another group of pitiful treasure hunters lured to this godforsaken place by those damned legends." He sighed, as if he had already seen too many foolish outsiders like Lin Yu, who perished here for a vain promise of treasure. "Take my advice, young man," his voice became earnest, "this place is not for you. This is no longer a world for the living. Now, it's almost dark." He pointed out the window to the blood-red sky, visibly being swallowed by the boundless darkness. "Once night falls, those things will crawl out of their graves. At that point, even a celestial being descending to Earth won't be able to save you. Your only way out now is to wait." "Wait." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "That's right, wait." The middle-aged hunter nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "My master, the town's only night watchman, left the town 3 days ago to go into the mountains to find a true master. I reckon, in at most a day, a highly skilled and enlightened master will arrive in our town to perform a ritual. Then, that damned, never-dispersing fog shrouding the town will be completely dispelled. And that will be your only, and last, chance to leave this place, you outsiders." The fog cleared? The extraction point. A thunderbolt flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He knew he had gambled correctly. This seemingly reckless, middle-aged hunter had actually revealed crucial, hidden information about the extraction point. Without hesitation, he immediately and concisely informed Qin Shui, who was on the other side of the town, of this momentous discovery via the team channel. West District, coordinates XXX. Key NPC detected, suspected of triggering hidden extraction point event. Immediately. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Shui responded decisively on the other end of the communication channel. "Roger. We're on our way. You keep him calm." Ending the communication, Lin Yu's heart finally settled. Looking at the burly hunter before him, still incessantly urging him not to wander off, he calmly asked, "Senior, may I ask your name?" "My name is Wang Daniu," the hunter replied in a deep, gruff voice. "And you, young man, just stay here in my house. I assure you, as long as you don't run off to your deaths, this house is the safest place." Having said that, he ignored Lin Yu, let out a long yawn, and then, surprisingly, laid down fully clothed on a simple wooden bed, snoring loudly like thunder. It seemed that in his world, as long as he stayed in this house covered in talismans, nothing could threaten him anymore. Lin Yu looked at this absurdly carefree and mysterious hunter, feeling both amused and exasperated. Soon, in less than half an hour, Qin Shui, along with her 2 elite team members and Chinemo, who was nearly driven mad with fear, appeared silently at Wang Dania's doorstep like 3 nimble cheetahs. Lin Yu opened the door and let them in. As soon as Qin Shui entered, she immediately began issuing orders methodically. Xiao Shan, you're in charge of guarding the door. Medic, check the surrounding area for any unknown toxins or curses. Chinemo, you stay in the innermost part, don't move. This group of people, so naturally, even somewhat familiar, treated Wang Dania's simple, spell-filled home as their new temporary safe house. Wang Daniu, who was fast asleep, was awakened by their noise. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at these well-equipped, imposing outsiders, and instead of being annoyed, he grinned, revealing a smile. You're here? Perfect timing. My house is big, you can find somewhere to rest. He muttered, as long as you don't run away, this place is the safest. Then, he rolled over and went back to sleep, as if the collapse of the sky had nothing to do with him. Qin Shui looked at this NPC, whose behavior was shrouded in mystery, her brows furrowing slightly. Lin Yu walked to her side, lowered his voice, and said in an extremely solemn tone, don't underestimate him. This guy is not simple. His strength is immense, so immense. Even I couldn't break free. Qin Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. She knew Lin Yu had some strength, and for him to say couldn't break free, this seemingly honest hunter's true strength had probably reached an unbelievable, terrifying level. In an instant, this small hunter's hut, covered in talismans, became even more mysterious and unpredictable in everyone's minds. Chapter 172. Amidst Wang Dania's thunderous snoring, the city of the unjustly dead entered its long, deathly, blood-red night. Outside the window, an endless, chilling, synchronized thud of zombies leaping about echoed through the air. Occasionally, a few suppressed roars, not of human origin, filled with pain and resentment, would break the silence. But inside Wang Dania's small hunter's hut, protected by mysterious talismans, peace and tranquility reigned. The horrors outside seemed like a story from another world, utterly incompatible with this place. Qin Shui's team, having confirmed absolute safety, finally relaxed completely and began taking turns resting and keeping watch. Lin Yu, however, did not choose to rest. His mission had only just begun. He donned the futuristic, high-tech circulating oxygen mask, then slid out through a window he torn a small crack in, disappearing once more into the endless darkness filled with death and chance. The city of the dead is a forbidden zone for all living beings. But for Lin Yu at this moment, it felt more like a vast, undefended amusement park brimming with treasures. He had pushed the passive effect of Shadow Step to its limit. Under the crimson moonlight, his movement speed gained a 30% bonus. Combined with the circulating oxygen mask that perfectly isolated his breath and aura, he was like a truly invisible man walking through a sea of corpses. Countless zombies, dressed in modern clothes, hopped and skipped past him in perfect unison. Their already decaying, sightless faces were filled with a frenzied thirst for life. But they were completely unaware that less than half a meter away, a vibrant, delicious prey was calmly brushing past them. Lin Yu even had the leisure to silently grumble to himself. They really do hop around. Using the precise navigation of his level 3 radar, he perfectly avoided the areas with the highest zombie density, heading straight for his first, pre-planned, high-value loot location. Located on the west side of the town was an abandoned church, filled with European-style architecture. This church seemed so out of place in this town overflowing with Chinese horror elements. Its very existence was filled with a sense of incongruity and secret. Lin Yu silently slipped through the shattered, massive stained glass window of the church. The church was a scene of utter chaos. Rows of once-neat pews were now overturned and scattered across the floor, littered with countless documents, spent shell casings, and dried, dark red bloodstains. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. Lin Yu paid no heed to these traces. His gaze was fixed on the blue dot of supplies on the radar located in the church's confessional. He entered the small, dusty confessional with practiced ease, and then, in a well-hidden compartment in the floor, found a locked, dark green metal box. The fisherman's master key once again proved its worth. With a click, the box opened. Inside, there were no valuable equipment or props, only some high-calorie compressed biscuits, a few military-grade adrenaline cans, and a thick notebook wrapped tightly in waterproof tarpaulin. Lin Yu picked up the notebook and opened to the first page. A line of handwriting, bold and unrestrained, filled with a chilling and ruthless aura, caught his eye. TQ Unit, First Exploration Operation, Top Secret File. Operation Codename, Prometheus. Operation Objective, Infiltrate A93, the Land of Souls, to find the legendary secret of immortality. TQ. Unit? Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He had probably inadvertently touched upon the most crucial secret of this world. Chapter 173. The dim light of a kerosene lamp flickered quietly in the hunter's hut, which was covered in talismans. Lin Yu sat at the table, an open top-secret file, full of mysteries, found in a hidden compartment of the church. His fingers gently stroked the sturdy paper, slightly yellowed with age, his gaze becoming incredibly solemn and profound. This thin notebook in his hands recorded more than just a failed exploration mission. It was a deliberately buried history, filled with greed, madness, death, and sin. He turned to the second page, where a detailed background introduction to the Prometheus operation was presented. Background summary. According to fragmented information deciphered from an ancient ruin by the Panga Consortium, a mysterious power exists in the city of the dead that can reverse life and death, even granting immortality to the dead. The Panga conglomerate's highest board of directors attaches great importance to this intelligence. They believe that once they can master this power, they will become truly immortal gods in this world. To this end, they spared no expense, spending astronomical resources to reach an agreement with our TQ forces, hiring us as the first pioneers to infiltrate this unknown forbidden land and bring back samples of immortality for them. Panga conglomerate? For immortality? A cold, disdainful glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. It's that same greedy parasite who have already reached the pinnacle of the world, yet are still not satisfied with the status quo, pulling this stunt behind the scenes again. He continued reading. Behind the notes was a detailed log of the operation. The log was kept by the captain of this TQ unit, a tough, iron-willed man codenamed Hellhound. Day 1, we successfully arrived at the Land of Souls. The air here is filled with ominousness, and the people here are filled with malice. But none of this can stop the advance of TQ. We are born warriors, we are born for war. Day 3, we encountered the first wave of zombie attacks. These things are even more troublesome than described in the data. They are tireless, fearless of death, and their hearing is almost abnormally sharp. We lost 2 brothers. Damn it! Day 7, we finally found the legendary church. We believe that the secret of immortality is hidden here. However, the defenses here are far beyond our imagination. We are trapped. Day 10, out of ammunition and food. We made a crazy decision. We decided to sacrifice a portion of the samples to forcibly activate that thing. I don't know if what we did was right or wrong. But we have no way out. 13th day, we succeeded? Or rather, we failed. That thing was indeed activated. It truly possesses the power of immortality. But that power is also filled with a mad, corrupting influence that we cannot comprehend. Day, I can't hold on much longer. My body is being transformed. My consciousness is being eroded. I can feel my dead brothers coming back to life in a completely new, terrifying way. They are calling me to join them. Final record, if anyone can see this notebook, please, leave here immediately. Don't go looking for some bullshit immortality. That's not a blessing at all. It's a curse. A curse that can drag the entire world into an endless abyss. We will all live forever in hell. The record in the notebook ends here. The last page contained only a distorted, grotesque face drawn with dried, blackened blood, filled with endless pain and despair. Lin Yu slowly closed the notebook. A monstrous storm raged within him. He had come incredibly close to the core truth of this world. The so-called secret of immortality was likely the true culprit that had caused this city of the unjustly killed to become the horrific place it was today, and the TQ unit, which had been completely wiped out, had not truly died. They had probably lived forever in some dark corner of this city, in an even more terrifying way. Just then, a cold system notification popped up before him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a purple quality intelligence resource, TQ Unit's Deadly Files X1. Lin Yu put away the ominous notebook, his gaze becoming incredibly profound. He knew that this notebook contained even more important information. That is, after them, a second, and even a third, group of people successfully took the so-called samples from here. And those who failed to escape all ultimately headed to the same mysterious place. The Land of Souls, Underground. Chapter 174. Underground. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his deep eyes gleaming with contemplation. He immediately immersed himself completely in the scan of the Level 3 radar, attempting to penetrate this cursed land and glimpse the ultimate secret hidden deep beneath. However, this time, the radar scan seemed to have struck an invisible, incredibly thick wall of size. He could only vaguely see that several kilometers below the city of the unjustly dead, there existed an enormous, distorted, and anomalous area filled with intense energy interference. The energy signals there were mixed and chaotic, like a gigantic tumor forcibly kneaded together by countless different energies, filled with malice and resentment. Besides that, he could not discern any other valuable, concrete information. It seems that to know what lies down there, I have no choice but to go down myself. Lin Yu understood. But he did not rush into action. That unknown underground area was undoubtedly the most central and dangerous forbidden zone of this city of the unjustly killed. Rushing in rashly would be tantamount to suicide. He had to make the most thorough preparations before descending. He carefully stored the ominous TQ Force's deadly files into his spatial backpack. Then, he once again merged into that endless darkness filled with death and opportunity. Time, in the oppressive yet rewarding and exciting atmosphere, flew by, second by second. He then ransacked the town's largest traditional Chinese medicine shop, Fu Man Lu, finding large quantities of aged cinnabar and realgar, imbued with potent yang energy, in the dusty cabinets. He even plundered the town's only abandoned slaughterhouse. There, he found half a bucket of solidified, yet still radiating a strong yang aura, black dog blood. As he delved deeper into this eerie town, Lin Yu gained a more profound understanding of its unique worldview. This city of the unjustly killed was not some isolated ancient ruin. It was simply an ordinary, inland town, forgotten by the tide of modernization, developing at an extremely slow pace. There were telephone poles, cell towers, and even a few old video arcades and game rooms reminiscent of the 1980s. But more than anything, it was filled with historically weighty, preserved buildings. There are ancient royal palaces, their carved beams and painted rafters now dilapidated. There are courtyard houses with green tiles and blue bricks, now overgrown with moss. Even in the heart of the town stands a massive, ancient city god temple, dedicated to an unknown deity, its incense long since extinguished. The residents here, too, are a group of remnants abandoned by the times, stubborn and filled with superstition. According to scattered records in newspapers and documents that Lin Yu found, the residents are extremely resistant to outsiders and utterly reject all modern innovations. They would rather believe in shamanistic rituals and drinking talismanic water, practices long proven to be nonsense. They refuse to believe in modern medicine, which represents science and civilization. Even the local police find it difficult to work here. The slightest mistake can result in them being forcibly driven out by the ignorant and united villagers with hoes and carrying poles. It is precisely because of this unique, closed-off, and superstitious cultural environment. This provided the perfect breeding ground for the so-called immortal curse. Lin Yu watched as the zombies, dressed in various ordinary clothes reflecting the changing times, hopped and skipped past him in neat rows. There were factory workers in blue overalls. There were nurses in white uniforms. And even a policeman, tragically killed in the line of duty, dressed in a police uniform. Chapter 175. Time flew by during Lin Yu's efficient yet greedy scavenging journey. 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He had thoroughly searched the western district of the City of the Dead at least 3 times. Every valuable resource point he could reach had been completely emptied. His spatial inventory was fuller than ever before, besides the most valuable, purple-quality TQ Force's deadly files. He had also looted a large number of powerful, blue items unique to this world, filled with Chinese horror elements. There was even a soul-summoning bell that could temporarily throw zombies into chaos. He even found a top-grade blue armor piece made of special gold thread, still faintly imbued with dragon energy, in the long-abandoned tomb of an ancient general. Corpse-suppressing official robe. Name: corpse-suppressing official robe. Quality: blue. Effect: a specially made official robe worn by ancient royal corpse-suppressing officials, possessing extremely strong resistance to corpse poison and yin energy. When equipped, it significantly reduces the corrosive effects of zombie corpse energy. The appearance of this equipment gave Lin Yu's survivability another qualitative leap. He even had an absurd illusion. As long as he didn't act recklessly, and didn't actively provoke those obviously dangerous high-level elite zombies, he could even roam freely in this desolate ghost city. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the mysterious underground area on the radar map, still shrouded in a thick fog filled with intense energy interference. His heart was heavy. What he had experienced before was merely an appetizer. That unknown underground world was the true main course of this feast. Hidden there was the most crucial, and most deadly, ultimate secret of this city of the unjustly dead. Time is almost up. Lin Yu glanced at the slowly ticking countdown on the screen. Remaining time: 29 hours 14 minutes and 32 seconds. Less than 5 hours remained until the escape point appeared. And only a little over a day remained before the so-called Millennial Corpse King awoke. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to find what he needed in that forbidden underground world before the Corpse King awakened, and then leave gracefully. He checked all his equipment and supplies one last time. Soul-suppressing peachwood sword, corpse-suppressing official robe, pure yang chicken blood, century-old rice, cinnabar, realgar, black dog blood. 18 kinds of weapons, all complete. He was armed to the teeth. Then, a cold, resolute, and insane flame flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Let me see whether a god or a ghost is hidden beneath this earth. Without further hesitation, he determined his direction and rushed towards the most likely entrance to the mysterious underground area on the radar map, an area filled with unknown dangers. The ancient city god temple in the center of the town. An even more terrifying and thrilling journey to the center of the earth was about to officially begin beneath that ancient temple filled with an aura of ominousness and death. As he rapidly traversed the familiar streets teeming with zombies, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind without warning. He looked at the ordinary zombies, their movements so monotonous they were almost laughable. A mischievous, playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, he stroked his chin, silently grumbling to himself. According to the classic lore, above these lowest-level cannon fodder, known as white zombies and black zombies, there should be even higher-level ones, green zombies, hairy zombies, and even the legendary, impervious to blades and fire, the ultimate flying zombie. I wonder if this dungeon world will give me such a big surprise. Chapter 176. Lin Yu's mischievous thought didn't come true. The night in the city of the unjustly dead remained deathly silent, filled with a repressive calm. Aside from the tireless, hopping ordinary zombies, no higher-level, legendary flying zombies appeared to give him a big surprise. But this only made Lin Yu's heart heavier. He glanced at the slowly ticking countdown on the screen. Less than 3 hours remained until the escape point appeared. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to set off immediately for that mysterious underworld full of unknowns and opportunities. Before taking action, he contacted Qin Shui, who was on the other side of the town, through the team channel. He succinctly, and without reservation, shared all the key intelligence he had obtained from the TQ Force's deadly files. That's how it is. That TQ unit has been completely wiped out. And the ultimate clues to the so-called secret of immortality they were searching for all point to the city's underground. I'm going down to take a look now. After a brief, deathly silence on the other end of the communication, Qin Shui finally replied, her voice filled with solemnity and astonishment. I understand. This information is very important. Be careful. Wait! Just as Lin Yu was about to end the communication, Qin Shui's voice suddenly rang out again, filled with undeniable decisiveness. It's too dangerous for you to go down alone. We come and meet you. We need to get the most detailed, first-hand information about that unknown underground world. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He wanted to refuse. He was used to working alone. But before he could speak, a piercing, ear-piercing scream, filled with fear, came from the other end of the communicator. No! I won't go! I don't want to go. It was Chen Yang. There are definitely a lot of monsters down there. I don't want to go down. Please, don't leave me here alone. He cried out like a frightened child about to be dragged into a slaughterhouse, his cries filled with despair and irrationality. Immediately afterward, Qin Shui's cold, suppressed anger came through the phone. Chen Yang. Shut up. Do you think this is your home? We're on a mission. We told you time and again, Wang Dania's house is safe. As long as you don't run out, you be safe. We're just leaving temporarily, we be back soon. No. I don't believe it. What if those zombies come in if you leave? I be eaten by them. I don't want to be left here alone. I don't want to. Chen Yang's voice was trembling with tears, filled with hysterical, cowardly madness. On the other end of the communication line, chaos reigned. Lin Yu could even hear the impatient roar of the heavy armor team member and the gentle, yet powerless, attempts at reassurance from the medic. Lin Yu listened quietly, his face expressionless. But in his cold eyes, a deep, undisguised disgust flashed. What he hated most were these cowardly and incompetent people who dragged the entire team down. After a long silence, Qin Shui's weary and helpless voice finally came through the communication channel again. Sorry, Lin Yu. It seems we can't get through for now. Protecting the key holder's safety is the top priority of this mission. We can't leave him here alone. Be careful, you must be careful. Okay. Lin Yu calmly uttered a single word, then decisively ended the communication. He would return to the rhythm he knew best, the rhythm that suited him best. He glanced at the ancient city god temple in the distance, bathed in the crimson light of the waning moon, resembling an ancient behemoth crouching in darkness, exuding an aura of ominousness and death. That was the entrance to hell. Without further hesitation, his figure, like a ghost, silently merged into the endless, cold darkness. Chapter 177. The city god temple in the city of the wrongfully dead has long lost its former majesty and sanctity. The massive temple gates have been tightly bound from the inside by countless thick iron chains, inscribed with vermilion runes, layer upon layer, as if sealing away a terrifying, unparalleled demon that crawled out of hell. The temple walls have mostly collapsed, replaced by walls of countless pale human skeletons and black, unidentified animal skeletons mixed with mud, a somber and eerie wall filled with an aura of death. The air is thick with an extremely strong, eerie smell, a mixture of incense, the stench of corpses, and damp earth. This place is less a temple and more a vast graveyard, suppressing endless resentment and death. Lin Yu's figure, like a weightless falling leaf, silently vaulted over a relatively low bone wall. He didn't rush to find the entrance to the underground. Instead, he pressed his body firmly against a broken stone tablet that had already been toppled, immersing himself completely in the radar scan. He wanted to first thoroughly and completely etch the map of this forbidden area into his mind. Buzz, centered on him, a black and white three-dimensional map of the entire city god temple, and its depths hundreds of meters underground began to be drawn clearly and precisely in his mind. The scene before him caused even his heart, which had long been unmoved by any terrifying sight, to freeze slightly. Beneath the city god temple lay a colossal underground palace, far exceeding his wildest imagination. The palace, with its complex, layered structure, resembled an inverted, gigantic anthill, extending nearly 1,000 meters into the earth. And on each level of that palace, countless, densely packed, blood-red lights, symbols of danger, lit up within it. Zombies! Zombies! And more zombies. This was a veritable pit of 10,000 corpses. However, what truly terrified Lin Yu was not the sheer number of zombies. Instead, among the red dots representing zombies, there were several other completely different, brand new red dots with distinct creature-type tags. Zombie! Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. These were likely the souls of the TQ troops, who had long since died. Zombies and undead, these two terrifying undead creatures from different worldviews, were strangely coexisting in this small, underground, forbidden area. What terrifying, mysterious power was hidden in this world? Lin Yu's heart was filled with unease. But along with immense danger always comes equally immense opportunity. He could clearly see that within that red sea of death, there were also several alluring purple and one golden specks of resource light. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Guided by the radar, he quickly found the hidden entrance to the underground palace in a long dried-up ancient well in the backyard of the city god temple. Without hesitation, he leaped into the endless, profound darkness, a place filled with death and treasure. Inside the underground palace, it was even colder and damper than Lin Yu had imagined. The air was thick with an overwhelming, nauseating stench of adipocere and formaldehyde. This was not a royal tomb, but a colossal, ancient, folk-run underground mortuary. Narrow, long passageways paved with bluestone slabs crisscrossed like a spiderweb, connecting to stone chambers of varying sizes where corpses were kept. Inside those chambers were rows of long-rotted wooden mortuaries, densely packed with open, empty, black, thin-skinned coffins. Clearly, thousands of unclaimed corpses had once been stored here. Now, the owners of these corpses have all come back to life, becoming new residents of this underground kingdom. Lin Yu concealed his aura to the extreme, moving silently through the death-filled passageways like a wisp of smoke. Like a highly efficient ghost, he perfectly avoided all the patrols of wandering zombies and undead, guided by precise radar. He even observed up close the zombies transformed from TQ unit members. They were fundamentally different from the native zombies of this world. Zombies moved stiffly, only hopping around. They relied on sensing the yang energy of the living. These zombies, however, retained human mobility. They ran and jumped, relying on sight and hearing. Two completely different monsters, two completely different target acquisition mechanisms. This made the already perilous underground palace even more treacherous and unpredictable. Just as Lin Yu was about to reach the first purple supply point, a huge central mortuary, an extremely cold, terrifying pressure, filled with intense resentment and killing intent, suddenly erupted from behind the tightly closed stone door of the mortuary. Then, thump, thump, thump. A heavy, battering thud, so loud it made the entire passageway tremble violently, slowly echoed from behind the door. Not good. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically in that instant. He had alerted the master of this place. He didn't hesitate and immediately tried to retreat. However, it was too late. Boom! The door. The massive stone door, carved from a single block of rock, was shattered from within by a single, terrifyingly powerful punch. A terrifying, ancient-style zombie, over 2 meters tall, with muscles as withered as a dried corpse, skin a strange bluish-black, and black claws half a foot long and razor-sharp on its 10 fingers, appeared before him. It must be the boss of this mortuary. An ancient zombie that had slumbered for an unknown amount of time. It had no eyes. But the instant it appeared, it precisely turned its long rotted face, leaving only 2 black eye sockets, towards Lin Yu's direction. It could see him. Chapter 178. The instant the decades-old zombie locked its resentful, lifeless, dark eyes onto him, Lin Yu knew he had lost all his advantages in stealth and concealment. He had been discovered. Discovered by an elite-level boss that didn't rely on yang energy, but rather on a more bizarre and advanced form of resentment-based perception to lock onto its prey. Roar! A hoarse roar, inhuman and filled with endless pain and resentment, escaped the old zombie's throat. Its withered, iron-like legs suddenly exerted force, and its entire body, like a fired, bluish-black cannonball, hurtled straight towards Lin Yu with a terrifying, tearing wind. Fast. Extremely fast. Its speed completely overturned Lin Yu's stereotypical impression of zombies as stiff and rigid creatures. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He dared not meet the attack head-on. He slammed his feet down, activating the passive effect of Shadow Step to its maximum. His entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt, performing a daring sideways roll, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering, fatal impact. Boom! Less than half a second after he moved away, the old zombie's iron-hard body slammed violently into the thick wall of bluestone slabs behind him. The entire wall shattered as if struck head-on by a speeding dump truck, countless fragments of stone shooting wildly in all directions. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Lin Yu stared at the enormous human-shaped hole in the wall, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would probably be a mangled mess of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from the rubble. However, the old zombie gave him no chance to breathe. Having missed its attack, its withered body twisted violently, its half-foot-long black claws, like 10 of the sharpest, most poisoned scalpels, slashing down with terrifying force, aimed at Lin Yu, who had just rolled to his feet. This claw blocked all of Lin Yu's escape routes. Attack from both sides. No way to retreat. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He had to take it head-on. Come on! You bastard! He roared like a trapped beast. The soul-suppressing peach with sword in his hand had, unbeknownst to him, been coated with a thick layer of chicken blood, vibrant like a ruby, brimming with vitality and pure yang energy. Sizzle! The originally ancient vermilion soul-suppressing runes on the peach with sword, upon contact with the pure yang chicken blood, erupted like dry tinder meeting a raging fire, instantly bursting forth with an incomparably dazzling, blinding golden lightning. A terrifying exorcising power, filled with holiness, majesty, and absolute restraint against all evil, erupted with a deafening roar. Lin Yu, with unwavering and resolute momentum, fiercely met the descending claw of death. Break! Clang! An ear-piercing, resounding metallic clang, like the clang of a great bell, boomed through the narrow passageway. Sparks flew. The dazzling golden lightning on the peach with sword clashed violently, with the dense black corpse energy coiled around the old zombie's pitch-black claws. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of ear-piercing, corrosive sounds, like boiling oil being poured onto a branding iron, rang out wildly. Piles of foul-smelling black smoke billowed wildly from the point of impact. A stalemate. It was a stalemate. Lin Yu, relying on the dual restraint of the soul-suppressing peach with sword and pure yang chicken blood, actually managed to directly block the deadly attack of this terrifyingly powerful, decades-old zombie. Roar? For the first time, a trace of human emotion, surprise and pain, appeared on the old zombie's rotting face. It was clearly also. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak human, wielding an unassuming wooden sword, could unleash such terrifying, divine power, enough to scorch its very essence, now. A cold, hunter-driven glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Victory or defeat hinged on this instant. He abruptly released his grip on the sword, letting the golden peach with sword be flung away by the old zombie's immense force. Then, with lightning speed, he pulled a handful of 100-year-old glutinous rice, plump grains brimming with exorcising power, from his spatial backpack. Without hesitation, he flung this large handful of rice, a veritable holy light grenade, fiercely towards the nearby, slightly ajar, rotting, grotesque maw, now close enough to be seen in shock. Give me a good meal. Roar! The old zombie let out its first truly piercing scream since awakening, a scream filled with endless pain and terror. The century-old glutinous rice, brimming with the power of pure yang, was 100 times more terrifying to this extremely mean and evil creature than the most potent aqua regia in the world. Its entire oral cavity, and even its internal tissues, were instantly corroded by that domineering, evil-dispelling power, riddled with holes, emitting plumes of foul-smelling, black smoke. Its attack rhythm was completely disrupted by this sudden, intense internal pain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu seized this creature, which he had obtained through the exchange of expensive items. A rare, fatal opening. He suddenly ducked, and in the instant the old zombie thrashed its head in agony, he picked up the soul-suppressing peachwood sword that had fallen to the ground. Then, he channeled all his strength into his right arm, and like a tightly wound spring, he leaped into the air. The peachwood sword in his hand drew a perfect, golden arc in midair, an arc imbued with death and judgment. "Die!" he roared, thrusting the peachwood sword, gleaming with boundless divine power, down sharply and precisely into the old zombie's unsuspecting skull. Thud. The battle was over. The old zombie's massive, bluish-black body stiffened abruptly, all movement ceasing abruptly. The black corpse energy in its dark, hollow eye sockets, filled with endless resentment and savagery, vanished swiftly, as if encountering its nemesis, ice and snow. Finally, its massive, mountain-like body crashed to the ground, turning into a cloud of black ash. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, but his face showed no joy. He had won by a narrow margin. If it weren't for the absolute restraint he displayed with his equipment and items, he probably would have perished here today. He didn't delay any longer, quickly entering the central morgue, which was already wide open, and began to inventory his spoils. Chapter 179. The central mortuary was even more spacious than Lin Yu had imagined. This was clearly the most central and important part of the entire underground mortuary. Rows of eternally burning lamps, emitting a ghostly green glow, illuminated the surrounding walls. In the very center of the hall stood a massive, technologically advanced yet eerie mortuary platform, crafted from an unknown, dark, cold metal. Around the platform were countless complex, blood-red runes, imbued with Taoist spirit yet incongruous with the cold metal pipes. This was clearly the site of a terrifying experiment, a fusion of taboo and madness, blending science and metaphysics. Lin Yu's target, the supplies radiating an alluring purple light, was quietly placed on the eerie mortuary platform. 3 items in total. The first item is an ancient, thread-bound book, sewn from an unknown animal hide, exuding an air of antiquity and vicissitude. Skill book, Maoshan Corpse Refining Technique Fragment. Quality, purple. Effect, after learning this, you will master the basic method of corpse refining. You can use special rituals and materials to refine a suitable corpse into a loyal corpse servant. The strength of the corpse servant depends on the corpse's strength in life and your refining technique. Note: those who toy with the dead will ultimately be toyed with by death. The second item is a small, thumb-sized, bluish-black corpse pill, seemingly containing endless resentment and corpse energy, which fell from the body of that decades-old zombie. Material: 100-year corpse pill. Quality: purple. Description: the core of a zombie's power, formed over decades by gathering the utmost energy of heaven and earth. It is a core material for crafting high-level corpse control talismans and certain forbidden pills. The third item is a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat worn yellow talisman. Consumable: 3 Pure Ones Edict Talisman. Quality: purple. Effect: invokes the power of the 3 Pure Ones to perform a devastating, holy expulsion of all evil spirits within a designated area. Deals massive area of effect damage to zombies and evil spirits. One-time consumable. 3 items, all top-grade purple-level items closely related to this zombie world. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. He had truly struck gold this time. Especially the Maoshan Corpse Refining Technique, it was practically tailor-made for a lone wolf like him, a heaven-defying, divine skill. With it, he would no longer fight alone. He could build his own absolutely loyal, tireless, and fearless army of the undead. Without hesitation, he immediately stored these 3 priceless treasures in his spatial backpack. Then, his gaze turned to the deepest part of the mortuary, to the single, dazzling golden target, his ultimate goal. It was a small, independent altar, carved from a single piece of white marble, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery. On the altar, there lay quietly a thin, thread-bound secret manual that looked even older and more worn than the Maoshan Corpse Refining Technique, as if it would turn to ashes at the slightest touch. Skill book. Divine Strike. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly the moment he saw those 2 words. He carefully extended his slightly trembling hand and cradled the seemingly ordinary manual in his palm. The next second, a golden system notification, radiating supreme majesty, exploded before him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the gold quality skill book, Divine Strike. Skill, Divine Strike. Quality, Gold. Type, Active Skill. Effect, using yourself as a container, the power of the 9 heavens is invoked, briefly descending upon you. After activation, all your attributes will receive a 50% boost. Immune to mental control effects. Duration, 2 hours, cooldown, 5 hours. This skill has no usage limit. Note, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, lousy, please appear. All attributes increased by 50%, immune to control effects. Lasts for a full 2 hours. Moreover, there is no usage limit within the dungeon. Boom. The moment Lin Yu saw the skill's effect, his mind went completely blank, overwhelmed by a roar of ecstatic joy. A golden combat skill. He forcibly suppressed the surging waves of immense surprise within him and carefully stored this golden skill book, capable of changing his destiny, into his spatial inventory. Only then did he finally have time to search for the so-called follow-up clues. Chapter 180. He quickly found a shriveled corpse in a corner of the morgue, long dead, still wearing a futuristic TQ military combat uniform. That was clearly the leader of this exploration team, Hellhound. In his withered, tightly clenched hand lay a military-grade personal communicator with a completely black screen. Lin Yu had just taken it in his hand. ZZZZ. The communicator's screen flickered a few times, then lit up again. On it was the leader's last, and most desperate, communication record. Calling headquarters, this is Prometheus Operation Team. Please respond. The experiment failed. We all failed. That wasn't immortality at all. It was Pandora's box. A terrifying source of a virus capable of destroying our entire world. We, with our own hands, released it. Headquarters has fallen. I saw it everywhere. The whole city is finished. The virus has spread as far beyond our imagination. It is infecting everyone in our world at an incredible speed. There is no hope here. The only sample has been taken away by the Vulture Squad. Hopefully, they will succeed. ZZZ. The communication log ends here. When Lin Yu finished reading the final communication record, filled with despair and the aura of death, a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. He finally pieced together all the clues, revealing a chilling and terrifying truth. This so-called Land of Souls was not some independent, ancient zombie world at all. This was the source of disaster in the world of the futuristic TQ forces. They, in their pursuit of that elusive immortality, had personally released a terrifying virus from this ancient, eastern hell, a virus capable of destroying their entire civilization. The experiment failed. The Pandora's box was opened. Then, an apocalyptic catastrophe swept across the TQ world. The city fell. The people became ordinary zombies, only knowing how to devour flesh. And some of them, catalyzed by the virus, evolved into even more terrifying mutants. And where did the Vulture Squad, who successfully escaped with the sample, go? Did they successfully develop the so-called antidote? Or did they bring this disaster to a completely new, innocent world? These mysteries, like countless invisible spiderwebs, completely enveloped Lin Yu's thoughts. He had probably unwittingly been drawn into an incredibly vast, epic, global questline, possibly involving several interconnected worlds. Just as he was feeling a chill run down his spine at this discovery, the futuristic communicator in his hand, belonging to Captain TQ, suddenly and without warning, erupted with an incomparably dazzling, blindingly bright, blood-red light. Immediately afterward, a cold, emotionless system notification exploded before him. Ding! Special Related Instance Token detected. Hidden Instance World Coordinates unlocked. Congratulations on obtaining the next related instance, S198, the key to the City of the Dead. Instance name, S198 City of the Dead. Instance type, Related Zombie World, low-budget version of zombie virus. Entry-level restriction, LV.20 to LV.30. Escape rules, unknown. World malice, unknown. Special note, this instance is a large-scale public exploration instance. When you choose to open this instance, the instance world will simultaneously appear in the Realm Hub's public matchmaking system, and will be randomly matched with 500 players who meet the level requirements to enter with you. He glanced at the nearly empty countdown timer for the instance. His journey through the Land of Souls should come to an end. Without further hesitation, he turned and silently retraced his steps. He was leaving this oppressive, ghostly place filled with secrets and death. Chapter 181. As the crimson crescent moon finally sank unwillingly below the western horizon, a faint, yet vibrant and hopeful golden ray of dawn, for the first time, tore through the ominous sky shrouded in endless darkness and deathly silence. The city of the unjustly dead, its precious 2 hours of daylight had arrived. With the first rays of sunlight, the tireless army of zombies that had roamed the streets for 22 hours seemed to receive an ancient command from the depths of their blood. They stopped their synchronized, eerie leaps in unison. Then, they turned, facing the same direction. The ancient underground mortuary, a place filled with death and secrets. Pat-pat, pat-pat, pat-pat. Thousands upon thousands of zombies converged into terrifying, bluish-black torrents, brimming with the aura of decay and death. With stiff yet rapid steps, like weary birds returning to their nests, they began their orderly return to their cold homes. The scene was magnificent, yet filled with an indescribable, eerie, and sinister atmosphere. Within this vast army of returning home, a black, ghostly figure, using the thin, shadowy light of dawn, silently moved upstream. It was Lin Yu. He had pushed the passive effect of Shadow's step to its limit, his entire being seemingly merging completely with the morning shadows. He was like a solitary ghost walking in another dimension, calmly brushing past the cold, walking corpses exuding a dense, deathly aura. Although his futuristic, oxygen-filled mask perfectly blocked out all his yang energy, theoretically making him an invisible man to these zombies, who relied on breathing to locate their prey, after the terrifying ambush by the decades-old zombie that could detect him without needing to breathe, Lin Yu's approach had become more cautious than ever before. In this malicious world, any assumptions or absolute trust in the rules could become a fatal death knell, dragging him into an abyss of no return. What if, among these thousands of zombies, there were another, or even several, mutated elite zombies with equally eerie sensory abilities? He would be in serious trouble. Therefore, he was willing to spend more time and effort to minimize all risks. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. He moved with the ease of a master stealth expert, traversing the death-soaked zombie horde without a trace of life. Finally, before the sun fully rose, he silently returned to the warm, inscribed hunter's cabin. When he opened the door and saw the worried and anxious faces of Qin Shui and the others, faces worn thin from a sleepless night, his heart, which had been taut like steel, finally relaxed completely. "You're back." Qin Shui looked at the black-clad youth who exuded a faint, chilling killing intent, a complex emotion flickering in her sharp phoenix eyes. She didn't ask what Lin Yu had experienced down there. Nor did she ask what he had gained. Because she knew the answer was no longer important. What mattered was that he had returned alive. That was enough. Lin Yu nodded calmly. He walked to the table, poured himself a glass of water, and then gave Qin Shui a concise and detailed report of all his discoveries that night. From the eerie underground mortuary filled with zombies and ghouls, to the terrifying remains of the TQ unit, now completely wiped out, to the ambush by the terrifyingly powerful, decades-old zombie, and, from the TQ captain's corpse, the final, enigmatic communication record containing the phrases global mutation and the city of fallen corpses. He revealed almost everything. Of course, besides the golden divine strike skill book that could change his future. He only mentioned it casually. Besides those purple materials and items related to zombies, I also found something golden. He didn't specify what the golden thing was. But even the word golden was enough to make everyone present, including Qin Shui, gasp. A golden item. This man actually managed to get one again? Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu's calm face, as if he were just saying something trivial like the weather's nice today. She began to wonder if she and this man had entered the same dimensional portal instance. He's the hacked version of the boundary hub, isn't he? But she quickly adjusted her mindset. She looked at Lin Yu and said in an extremely sincere and solemn tone, "Don't worry, Lin Yu. While we at Dragon Shield are eager to obtain all intelligence about the new world, we also respect the hard work of every pioneer who has taken enormous risks. The primary objective of this mission is simply to verify the strategic value of this related instance. We will not ask you to hand over any spoils you have obtained through your own strength and courage." She paused, then added, "Of course, if you wish, Dragon Shield is happy to acquire them at a price that will absolutely satisfy you. Golden items, while valuable to Dragon Shield and even to other top-tier powers, are not truly unique and rare resources. After all, their scale is simply too enormous. But for any individual player, finding even a few purple items in a dungeon is already an incredible stroke of luck. Let alone the legendary golden treasures. Lin Yu looked at Qin Shui's sincere eyes, and simply smiled faintly. We see, he calmly gave an ambiguous answer. Chapter 182. Just as Lin Yu finished reporting all the intelligence to Qin Shui, the atmosphere within the entire team became incredibly heavy and eerie due to the sheer volume of information and the shock of the golden item. With a creak, the heavy wooden plank door of the hunter's hut was slowly pushed open from the outside. A warm, masculine golden light, mixed with the fresh scent of the forest, instantly flooded the slightly dark, talisman-filled hut, dimming the dim kerosene lamp light. An elderly man in his 70s, dressed in a worn, faded blue Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, a lean yet vigorous face, and an air of otherworldly wisdom, appeared in the doorway. In his hand, he held an equally ancient whisk, carved from a piece of peach wood struck by lightning, its age unknown. On his back hung a huge, yellow cloth bag covered in mysterious vermilion runes. His eyes were calm and profound, as if containing the entire starry sky, carrying a faint, weathered wisdom that seemed to have seen through everything. Could he be the true Master Wang Daniu spoke of, the one who could save this ghost town? Master! Wang Daniu, who had been fast asleep, seemed to be telepathically guided, and suddenly sprang from his bed. Looking at the venerable figure in the doorway, a childlike, joyful, and adoring smile spread across his face. He scrambled to the old man's feet, knelt respectfully, and cowed out loudly. Master! You're finally back! The old man, known as the Celestial Master, simply nodded calmly. His deep, penetrating eyes, seemingly able to see through people's hearts, slowly swept over the several wary and guarded outsiders in the room. His gaze lingered for half a second on Qin Shui's spirited face. Then it lingered a second longer in Lin Yu's cold, rational, and deep eyes. Finally, he slowly withdrew his gaze, his face expressionless. Get up, Daniu, he said calmly. The Celestial Master is borrowing my body for a while. You follow his instructions. Yes, Master, Wang Daniu replied. And just then, a system notification sounded. The dungeon progress has reached 24 hours. Evacuation plan being generated. Generation complete. Evacuation point A, Gate of Rebirth. Location: City of the Wrongfully Dead, Underground Mortuary, Central Mortuary. Mechanism: lie quietly on that vengeful mortuary platform, and you will gain eternal peace. Evacuation point B, Path of Repentance. Location: City of the Wrongfully Dead, West Church, Confession Room. Mechanism: confess your sins to the gods. When your soul is redeemed, the gates to heaven will open for you. Evacuation point C, Dawn. Location: City of the Wrongfully Dead, Central Archway. Mechanism: wait for the Celestial Master to perform rituals to dispel the fog. When the first true sunlight falls upon the earth, the evacuation passage will open. Limited to 2 hours. 3 distinctly different evacuation points. Qin Shui and the others instantly wore expressions of deep contemplation and seriousness. They began rapidly analyzing the pros and cons and risks of the 3 evacuation points. The underground mortuary? No way. That's a lair for zombies and ghouls. We just received intelligence from Lin Yu that the danger down there far exceeds our expectations. This so-called Gate of Rebirth is definitely a trap. Qin Shui was the first to reject Plan A. What about the church? The petite medic chimed in. Lin Yu went there before. Although it seemed safe, the confessional always felt eerie. And evacuation through listening to teachings is too ambiguous. What if that deity is an evil god? Their analysis was logical and well-founded. However, Lin Yu simply listened quietly. His face remained expressionless. Because he already knew the final answer. He'd been to the underground mortuary, to the central mortuary at Womi's place. There was no gate to the afterlife whatsoever, just a cold, mortuary platform riddled with the marks of forbidden experiments. Lie down there? He'd likely be torn to shreds by the zombies transformed by the TQ forces lurking in the shadows, and by the ghouls returning to the mortuary. He also been to the church. He knew better that the so-called confessional room contained nothing but thick dust, and a hidden door leading to the underground wine cellar. Confess to God, and then wait to die, huh? So, both of those were fake. The real, only way to survive was waiting for the Heavenly Master to perform the ritual. We could only wait for the Heavenly Master to perform the ritual. Lin Yu calmly brought this controversial discussion to an unquestionable close. Chapter 183. Looking at the black-clad youth with his cold eyes, and an air of absolute confidence that seemed to see through everything, they couldn't help but feel a strange, yet undeniable, sense of conviction. They didn't know what Lin Yu's basis for this judgment was. But their battle instincts, honed through countless life-or-death trials, told him. Trusting him was the right thing to do. Okay. Qin Shui, the iron-blooded captain of the Dragon Shield Bureau's elite 9th squad, for the first time, set aside all her pride and opinions before a man. She nodded solemnly. Do as you say. Time passed slowly in a tense yet expected wait. Wang Dania had already prepared all the materials needed for the ritual, as instructed by his master, who was possessed by a celestial being. A massive, pure bronze alchemy furnace, engraved with mysterious runes, was carried out of the cellar and placed beneath the dilapidated archway in the center of the town. A huge, intricate yin-yang symbol, drawn in cinnabar and ink lines, brimming with Taoist mystique, surrounded the furnace. Inside, he had already filled it to the brim with igniter materials, and a large quantity of peach wood imbued with pure yang energy. Everything was ready. Only the final touch was needed. Just then, the old celestial master, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly one with heaven and earth, slowly opened his deep, all-seeing eyes. He stood up and walked unhurriedly to the enormous alchemy furnace. Then, he slowly turned around, casting his calm, emotionless gaze upon the few outsiders standing not far away, silently observing everything. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Yu. A sense of foreboding instantly welled up in Lin Yu's heart. Sure enough, the old celestial master looked at him, a profound and inscrutable smile on his face. Young man, his hoarse voice slowly rang out, you seem to have quite a connection with my Taoist school. Having said that, he actually raised his right hand slowly in front of everyone, and then, towards Lin Yu, he grabbed at the air, buzz. Lin Yu felt his spatial backpack tremble violently. Immediately afterward, two of his most prized possessions for this dungeon, purple, top-grade items filled with exorcising power. The one that had burst from the body of the decades-old zombie filled with the 100-year corpse pill imbued with yin energy. And that 3 Pure Ones edict talisman, powerful enough to unleash the might of the 3 Pure Ones and deliver a devastating blow to all evil spirits. Completely beyond his control, it transformed into 2 streaks of light from his spatial backpack and flew straight into the old celestial master's hands. Holy crap! Lin Yu's mind went completely blank with a boom. He never dreamed that this seemingly venerable old man would actually be a robber who would openly steal without a second thought. Moreover, his methods were so bizarre as to be completely incomprehensible. He could actually disregard the rules of the World Hub system and forcibly seize items directly from his bound spatial inventory. This is no longer a simple NPC. This is practically a bug with real authority, walking through this world. You? Lin Yu's face instantly filled with shock and anger. He was about to speak, to question him. However, the old celestial master seemed to have read his mind, and a kind and amiable faint smile appeared on his face. Young man, calm down, he said slowly. I, this old Taoist, am giving you these 2 little trinkets to save the tens of thousands of pitiful, unjustly killed souls in this city. This is immeasurable merit. Of course, I, this old Taoist, have never been one to take advantage of the younger generation. As he spoke, he pulled a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat worn, invitation made of an unknown, golden paper from the sleeve of his wide Taoist robe. He flicked his finger. The golden invitation transformed into a stream of light, floating lightly into Lin Yu's hand. This item is called the Ascension Token. Consider it a small compensation from me to you. Once you reach level 50, you naturally know its use. Having said that, he ignored Lin Yu, who was now completely petrified, turned around, and threw the 100-year corpse pill and the 3 Pure Ones edict talisman together into the enormous, already prepared alchemy furnace. Then, he muttered incantations, and suddenly flicked his whisk. Boom! A golden, sacred, and majestic samadhi fire descended from the sky, instantly igniting the entire alchemy furnace. Lin Yu stared blankly at the so-called Ascension Token in his hand, which emitted a faint golden light. Name, Ascension Token. Quality, ? Type, Special Invitation. Effect, when your level reaches LV.50, you will be qualified to enter an unknown vast world instance with this token. Note, a frog in a well cannot comprehend the ocean. 1,000 curses ran through Lin Yu's mind. He looked at the old man with the "I'm doing this for your own good" air, then at the so-called invitation in his hand, which looked like a huge empty promise. Nuomi was truly suffering in silence, unable to voice his grievances. He could only shove the Ascension Order, its potential for misfortune or fortune, along with his overwhelming rage, back into his spatial inventory. He vowed that once he reached level 50, his first act would be to go to that so-called Great Thousand World, find this old ding, and make him vomit up 100-fold, 1,000-fold, for everything he had ingested that day, Just then, accompanied by the soaring flames from the alchemy furnace and the ancient celestial master's majestic and awe-inspiring chanting. The blood-red mist that had shrouded the entire city of the unjustly dead for countless years began to dissipate slowly, at a visible pace. Warm, golden sunlight, for the first time, truly shone upon this cursed, deathly land, and the green pillar of evacuation light, full of new life and hope, arrived as expected, slowly appearing before them. Go! Lin Yu let out a low growl filled with frustration and anger, and without looking back, he was the first to rush into the pillar of light. He didn't want to stay in this damn place, which had caused him to lose everything, for even a second longer. Chapter 184. When Lin Yu's figure solidified again within the pillar of light in the central hall of the realm hub, his heart, filled with resentment and anger from being forcibly robbed by the old celestial master, finally began to calm down. He glanced at the ascension token lying quietly in his spatial backpack, emitting a faint golden light, and shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. Although he had been forcibly compensated by that unreasonable old with a blank check, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Overall, his trip to the soul-suppressing land was still a complete success. The familiar, magnificent settlement screen unfolded before him. Mission: a 93 soul-suppressing land. Personal rating: S. You stroll leisurely through this forbidden land filled with Eastern horrors. You uncover long-buried secrets, and win a bountiful harvest for yourself. Experience points being calculated. Items detected: Purple quality TQ Forces Deadly Files X1, Maoshan Corpse Refining Technique, Fragment, X1. Total 3 items, providing 3 times 100 is equal to 300 experience points. Items detected: Blue quality Corpse Suppressing Official Robe X1, Century Old Rice X5. Total 12 items, providing 12 times 10 is equal to 120 experience points. Items detected: White quality Basic Supplies, Several Tools, providing 25 experience points. Items detected: Gold quality Skill Divine Strike X1, providing 100 experience points. Total experience points gained: 300 plus 120 plus 25 plus 500 is equal to 1,445 points. Current level: LV.18, 743/1900. Experience points plus 1445, level plus 1. Current experience points: 288 out of 2,000. He directly chose agility, and his agility has reached the 20-point mark, although the experience points gained this time seemed insignificant compared to the terrifying feast of leveling up 10 times in a row last time. Lin Yu was already very satisfied. His greatest gain this time wasn't the experience points, but the powerful skills and equipment that would allow his combat system to undergo a qualitative leap. He calmly put away the settlement screen, not lingering in the lobby any longer, and returned directly to his personal space. He needed time to properly digest his enormous gains this time. 2 days later. Just as Lin Yu had already mastered the basics of the Maoshan Corpse Refining Technique, Fragment, and was beginning to plan which dungeon world to go to capture a few high-quality corpses to refine his first corpse servant, Qin Shue's communication arrived as scheduled. On the screen, Qin Shue's beautiful and heroic face appeared somewhat serious. Lin Yu, the higher-ups have made a final assessment of the intelligence you brought back this time. Her voice was heavy. We all underestimated the enormous crisis hidden behind that so-called correlated copy. A lost world where an entire civilization was overrun by zombies due to a failed experiment. That's the origin of the zombie copy. Lin Yu listened quietly, without speaking. What Nuomi Qin Shui was about to say was the real key point. Therefore, the Bureau has made a decision. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with solemnity. 7 days later, we will assemble all elite members of the Dragon Shield Bureau's 9th, 3rd, and 7th divisions, ranging from LV.20 to LV.30, to form an unprecedented, large-scale joint exploration force of over 100 people. And our goal is singular. S-198, the City of Corpses. And you, Lin Yu? Qin Shui looked at him, speaking with an undeniable tone. As the holder of that soul key, you must participate. Of course, don't worry. She seemed to sense Lin Yu's concerns and added, we won't restrict your freedom in any way. Once inside, you can still act alone as before. We only need you to open that door to a new world for us. Lin Yu understood. The higher-ups at the Dragon Shield Bureau, after evaluation, still considered him a lucky treasure hunter. In their eyes, no matter how skilled Lin Yu was at searching or how lucky he was, he could never find valuable supplies and key items faster or better than their massive, heavily armed war machine comprised of hundreds of top elites. They needed him to act as a doorman. and Lin Yu was happy to play that role. After all, he, too, was filled with intense curiosity about the enigmatic city of fallen corpses. Moreover, he looked at the Golden Divine Strike skill book lying quietly in his spatial backpack. A cold, confident, and controlling smile curved his lips. He, too, needed a large enough stage to test his true strength. All right. He calmly uttered a single word. 7 days later, I will arrive on time. Chapter 185. After making the 7-day promise with Qin Shui, Lin Yu's life returned to the brief tranquility before the storm. He didn't take on any more missions, nor did he study those combat techniques filled with the aura of killing and death. He was like a true, unadorned, ordinary college freshman, appearing punctually every day in that classroom belonging to their ordinary Class 1, filled with an atmosphere of oppression and inferiority. He came there not to attend classes, nor to socialize. He was only there to complete what he considered the supreme mission of his mother. However, trouble always seems to prefer, actively seeking out those who don't want trouble. On the third day of enjoying this hard-won peace, the short-haired boy with black-rimmed glasses, who had been terrified by his earlier words, "I still can't help it," anxiously approached him. Lin Yu. Something terrible has happened." His voice was filled with tension and fear. "What is it?" Lin Yu slowly raised his head from a book about World Core Monster Characteristics Encyclopedia, his eyes calm and expressionless. It's those people from Awakened Class 1. The short-haired boy stammered, "The guy whose wrist you crushed last time. His brother. He's come looking for you." His brother's name is Li Tianbao. He's the vice president of our school's student council in charge of discipline. He's a LV.20 agility awakened. He said he'd make you pay the most painful price for your arrogance. He challenged you to a public duel at the martial arts arena. Just 3 days from now. A classic case of the younger student getting beaten up, and the older one following suit. Lin Yu's face showed no surprise. He just felt a little bored. "The martial arts arena?" he asked calmly. "Yes. It's the martial arts arena in our school, the one specifically for resolving personal grudges between students." The short-haired boy's face was filled with worry. "Lin Yu, you absolutely mustn't agree. That Li Tianbao is notoriously ruthless. Last year, a clueless freshman, because he talked back to him, had both his legs broken in the arena. He's still in the hospital." "I understand." Lin Yu nodded calmly, then lowered his head again, turning his gaze back to the book in his hands, filled with myths and legends. It seemed that the so-called vice president of the student council and the dangerous public duel were far less appealing to him than the 9 phoenixes, the bird-faced creature in the book. Seeing his nonchalant, seemingly indifferent demeanor, the short-haired boy became extremely anxious. "Lin Yu, how can you not be worried at all? That's Li Tianbao." "Oh!" Lin Yu calmly turned a page. Just then, the already dilapidated classroom door was once again violently kicked open from the outside. Several arrogant-looking youths dressed in matching outfits with student council badges escorted a tall, brooding man with a menacing scar on his face as he swaggered in. He was Li Tianbao. The moment he entered, his icy gaze, sharp as a viper's, fixed on Lin Yu, who hadn't even raised his head the entire time. You're Lin Yu?" His voice was hoarse and cold, filled with an undeniable, condescending authority. Lin Yu still ignored him. He even calmly turned another page of his book. A flash of savage, icy rage crossed Li Tianbao's eyes. What he hated most was trash like this who dared to act arrogantly in front of him. "I don't care what your background was, or what kind of bullshit luck you had." He walked step by step to Lin Yu, speaking in a cruel, death-sentencing tone. 3 days later, at the martial arts arena, I will personally crush every single bone in your arrogant body. Then, I make you get out of this school like a dead dog." Having said that, he prepared to turn and leave. In his view, he didn't need this piece of trash's consent at all, because this wasn't a challenge. It was a notification. However, just as he was about to turn away, the black-clad youth, who had been silent all along, seemingly terrified, finally slowly closed the book in his hand. He raised his head, his gaze calm, even somewhat bored, as he looked at the strongman before him, who, in his eyes, resembled a clown leaping about. Then, slowly he spoke. His voice, though not loud, boomed like a thunderclap in the silent classroom. "The martial arts arena? That kind of childish playhouse is too rubbish. How about this?" A cold, cynical smile, tinged with madness and contempt, curled at the corners of his lips. "We go straight to the arena of the Realm Hub. Life and death, let fate decide." Chapter 186. When Lin Yu's 2 short sentences, calm yet brimming with endless madness and bloodlust, echoed in the silent classroom. The entire world seemed to be paused. Li Tianba's face, already filled with brutality and malice, froze instantly. For the first time, a trace of human emotion appeared in his venomous, icy eyes, a look of utter astonishment and disbelief, an absurd expression. The student council members behind him, equally arrogant, were struck dumb, as if by lightning. Even the short-haired boy with black-rimmed glasses, who had been hiding behind Lin Yu, fearing for him, was completely petrified. The Realm Hub Arena? Life and death. Let fate decide. Has he gone mad? He, a mere ordinary person at the very bottom of society, who hasn't even awakened any superpowers, actually dares to challenge a level 20 agility awakener to a life-or-death duel? This isn't just arrogance. This is downright courting death, willingly offering his neck to the Grim Reaper's scythe. After a brief, mental blank, Li Tianba's face instantly blazed with a furious, humiliated rage, as if provoked by an ant. He was even so enraged that he laughed. Heh. He looked at the man before him, whom he considered utterly insane, a piece of trash, who didn't know his own mortality, and said in a cruel and mocking tone, "Good, very good, excellent. I, Li Tianba, have been at Jinghua University for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a cowardly piece of trash like you. Since you're courting death, then I grant your wish." He was about to agree. However, at the very last moment before he could utter that okay, a chilling, unexpected, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, like the most venomous snake, instantly coiled around his heart, forcing the words that were on the tip of his tongue to get stuck in his throat. He abruptly met Lin Yu's deep, calm eyes, devoid of any emotion. What kind of eyes were those? There was no anger, no fear, not even the slightest trace of human emotion within them. There was only absolute, cold, indifference towards life. He had only seen that look in one place before. That is, within the Realm Hub, in those high-difficulty dungeons filled with death and despair. Those who truly fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their hands stained with endless blood. True executioners and madmen. A thought, like the most terrifying, chilling lightning, instantly ripped through his rage-blinded rational mind. No, this guy is strange. He is definitely not some ordinary piece of trash. No trash would dare to remain so calm in the face of the pressure of a LV.20 powerhouse like himself. And no trash would dare to initiate a life-or-death battle against him. He either has an extraordinary background that allows him to disregard him, or he was a beast in sheep's clothing, 100 times more terrifying than himself. A layer of cold, fine sweat instantly beaded on Li Tianba's forehead. His previously savage and arrogant aura deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon under Lin Yu's calm yet endlessly oppressive gaze. He was afraid. He, the student council vice president, who had been a tyrant at Jinghua University for years, felt fear for the first time before a useless person who hadn't even awakened any superpowers. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly, trying to hide his slightly trembling voice. He looked at Lin Yu, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace than a genuine cry, a smile full of bravado but inner weakness. Humph. You win. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a polite remark. However, I, Li Tianba, am not some indiscriminate executioner. I just wanted to teach you a small lesson. No need to escalate this to a life-or-death struggle over such a trivial matter. Let's just leave it at that. Let's go! Having said that, he didn't linger for a moment, not even daring to look at Lin Yu again. Leading his terrified lackeys, he slunk away like a few scared dogs, fleeing the classroom that had filled them with endless fear and humiliation. He chickened out. He completely chickened out in front of everyone. The entire classroom fell into a deathly, impenetrable silence. All the students in ordinary class 1 stared blankly, as if looking at a monster, at the black-clad youth who calmly returned to his seat, as if nothing had happened. A tremendous storm raged in their hearts. But Lin Yu ignored all of this. Chapter 187. The dramatic duel incident at Jinghua University ended in the most anticlimactic and farcical way, leaving Lin Yu a living, forbidden legend within this ivory tower. No fool dared to disturb his leisurely retirement life in ordinary class 1. Lin Yu was happy with the peace and quiet. Like a true hermit, he devoted all his energy to researching and cultivating the golden, heaven-defying divine strike skill book. Time flew by in the quiet, day-to-day practice. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. In a training ground at Jinghua University, Lin Yu, shirtless, his bronze-colored, streamlined muscles exuding an astonishingly powerful aura under the dim light. His eyes were tightly closed, and he entered a state of blissful meditation, a state of complete absorption in the world. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. A chilling, almost abyssal, battle intent erupted from those dark, unfathomable eyes, a frenzied fighting spirit that seemed capable of burning the entire world to ashes. Divine strike. He let out a suppressed, yet supremely majestic roar. Buzz, and indescribable, seemingly emanating from the heavens, golden, mysterious energy, filled with an aura of holiness and majesty, surged into his crown without warning. The next second, his entire body was completely enveloped in an incomparably dazzling, blinding golden aura. His muscles were bulging and swelling at a visible rate. His bones crackled and popped under the strain. A powerful, domineering, and world-destroying force instantly swept over his entire body. Ding! Skill Divine Strike activated. Your attributes have received a 50% boost. Effect duration: 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Yu slowly stood up from the ground. He felt the unprecedented, surging power within him, a power that seemed capable of shattering a planet with a single punch. A cold smile, full of confidence and control, appeared on his face. After 5 days of intensive training and adaptation, he had finally fully integrated this golden, heaven-defying trump card into his combat system. He was fully prepared for the upcoming new journey, full of unknowns and challenges. Just then, the high-tech communicator on his wrist, a special device applied to the dragon shield, rang precisely on time. It was Qin Shui. "It's almost time." Her voice was concise and solemn. "Assemble at Training Base 7. When Lin Yu's figure reappeared in the heavily guarded teleportation preparation room of the Dragon Shield Bureau's Training Base 7, the scene before him caused even his usually unflappable heart to falter slightly. The spacious preparation room was densely packed with nearly 100 top elites from Dragon Shield Bureau, all clad in identical black combat uniforms with gold dragon patterns. Each of them exuded a chilling, murderous aura, like a drawn sword. Their eyes, sharp as eagles, were filled with a fervent thirst for battle. Their levels, even the lowest, were all above LV.20. And at the very forefront of these nearly 100 elite team members stood 2 men, their auras far more powerful and terrifying than the others, as unfathomable as mountains. One was tall and handsome, with gentle, jade-like eyes, wearing a specially made light combat uniform in blue embroidered with a lifelike oriental dragon. The other was as burly as a bear, with a resolute, unsmiling face, wearing heavy-powered armor as thick as basalt, exuding an aura of absolute defense. They were the supreme commanders of this Lost City exploration operation. The 2 captains of the Dragon Shield's top-tier, elite special operations team. The 4 symbols: Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. Lin Yu noticed that even Qin Shui, the iron-blooded queen of the 9th Squad, stood quietly at the back of the line, like an ordinary team member in front of these 2 men. "It seems this operation is even more important than I imagined," Lin Yu thought to himself. He walked to Qin Shui's side and lowered his voice, asking, "Who are they?" Qin Shui's face showed an unprecedented solemnity. She explained in a tone full of reverence, "They are our Dragon Shield Bureau's true elite, the 4 Symbols Special Forces team. The one in the blue clothes is the captain of the Azure Dragon team, Azure Dragon Rank 1. The one in the black heavy armor is the captain of the Black Tortoise team, Black Tortoise Rank 1. Rank 1? Yes, rank is just a title." Qin Shui nodded. "Within the 4 Symbols team, there is an extremely strict hierarchy. From lowest to highest, there are 5 ranks. Rank 1 means they are relatively lower ranking, new generation captains in these 2 top teams. And someone like Lin Tianxi, who stands at the pinnacle of the world, his title is Divine Dragon Rank 5. Lin Yu understood. Today, he had truly witnessed just the tip of the iceberg of the behemoth that is Dragon Shield Bureau. Just then, the handsome Captain Qilong, with his gentle and refined eyes, slowly walked up to everyone. His gaze slowly swept over each person present, finally settling on Lin Yu, the black-clad youth who had seemed somewhat out of place throughout. A hint of curiosity, and a barely perceptible expression of approval flashed in his eyes. "I presume this is the key to our operation, Lin Yu?" His voice was gentle yet powerful, like a spring breeze. "My name is Qilong. The upcoming operation will depend heavily on you." Chapter 188. Faced with Captain Qilong's well-intentioned and proactive gesture of goodwill, Lin Yu simply nodded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He knew that the other party's politeness stemmed not from his own strength, but from the unique key in his hand, the key to unlocking a new world. Qilong had clearly also noticed Lin Yu's unsociable and aloof personality. He said nothing more, only smiled faintly, then turned to face all the team members present. His gentle gaze instantly sharpened and hardened. "Everyone!" His voice suddenly rose, filled with an undeniable, iron-blooded chilling aura. Regarding the importance of this S-198 Lost City exploration operation, I think I don't need to elaborate further. This is the first time that our Dragon Shield Bureau, and even our entire Yin Kingdom, has had the opportunity to systematically, and on a large scale, explore a completely new, interconnected dungeon world full of unknowns and opportunities. We are the pioneers. We are the trailblazers. And now, his gaze swept over Linyu. The gate to a new world is about to open for us. Everyone, hear my command? He roared. Prepare, synchronize matchmaking. Yes, sir. All the elite members of Dragon Shield present roared in unison. Every face was filled with fighting spirit. They quickly activated the Boundary Hub matchmaking system on their retinas, their fingers hovering over the virtual start matchmaking button, awaiting the final, unified command. This was a calculated move by Dragon Shield. It also reflected their absolute confidence and domineering nature as the strongest supernatural organization in Yin Kingdom. They intended to gather 500 or 600 top elites in this near-private area manner, surging in the moment Linyu activated the instance. They wanted to completely transform that brand new, treasure-filled world into their Dragon Shield's private backyard. Linyu, witnessing this magnificent scene brimming with iron will and heroic spirit, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He stepped forward and pulled out Captain TQ's personal communicator, which had now become a key. Then, he glanced back at Captain Azure Dragon, who was giving him a solemn nod. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, pressed the red, mysterious, and unknown activation button. Now! Everyone! Match! Captain Qinglong roared, shaking the heavens and earth. The next second, nearly 100 elites in the preparation room, along with 500 top players from 5 other squads already waiting outside the base, simultaneously pressed the match button that represented deployment. However, at the very same instant they pressed the button, in several other unknown, dark corners of the world, the headquarters of the Wings of Freedom mercenary group in the United States. In Japan, the Amaterasu Shrine is a secret base. In the European Union, the Knights Templar are an underground fortress. Tens of thousands of players of different skin colors, all well equipped, and with eyes filled with coldness and greed, also revealed cruel smiles, like sharks smelling blood. They were also constantly matching for minutes, just so that a group of people could enter the dungeon with the Dragon Shield at the same time. For freedom. For the Emperor. For God. When Lin Yu's figure refroze in the central square of the Lost City, filled with ruins and decay. Behind him, beams of teleportation light bearing the Dragon Shield signature golden dragon emblem lit up continuously. However, it only lit up 244 times. Including himself, a total of 245 times. Far from reaching their initial prediction of booking out 80% of the venue, around them were unfamiliar teleportation lights, emanating the auras of different countries and organizations, filled with vigilance and hostility. What's going on? The gentle smile on Captain Qinglong's face instantly froze, replaced by a cold, terrifying killing intent filled with shock and rage. He knew something had happened. Something terrible had happened. Their operation had been leaked. There was a damn mole hidden within their Dragon Shield. They had leaked the core, most top secret, timing of their operation, the synchronous matching process. Chapter 189. Xuanwu. Contact headquarters immediately. Find out what's going on. Qinglong's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. For the first time, a raging fire ignited in his usually gentle eyes. Yes. The usually taciturn, towering Xuanwu captain nodded solemnly. He pulled a uniquely shaped, futuristic-looking silver spherical communicator from behind his heavy power armor. Name, interdimensional communicator. Quality, purple. Description, a limited edition, expensive, one-time use, strategic item sold by the World Hub shop. Allows for one-way, no more than 5 minutes of information transmission with the real world, ignoring spatial and rule limitations in most instance worlds. Price, 500,000 credits. Without hesitation, Xuanwu crushed the priceless, one-time use communicator. An invisible stream of information, visible only to them, shot skyward, piercing the oppressive, gray sky of the Lost City and reaching the distant real world. Meanwhile, the 245 elite members of Dragon Shield present finally recovered from the massive upheaval. Their faces were filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. How could this be? Where are our people? Why were so few of them brought in? There must be a mole. The matching time for this operation was top secret, S level. No one outside of us could possibly know. Which damn **** dared to betray Dragon Shield? To betray his own country. If I knew who he was, I chop him into mincemeat myself. Everyone was filled with overwhelming rage and a chilling sense of betrayal, as if they'd been stabbed in the back by their own people. Lin Yu stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, his face expressionless. But a deep, knowing glint flashed in his icy eyes. He wasn't surprised. Wherever there's profit, there will be betrayal. Dragon Shield, while the most powerful supernatural organization in Yin Country, wasn't a monolithic entity either. In the real world, Dragon Shield, the highest command center. The moment the intelligence from within the Lost City was relayed back, the entire command center fell into a deathly, suffocating silence. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Seated in the center, the highest-ranking officer of Dragon Shield, an old general with 3 gleaming stars on his shoulders, his weathered, chiseled face instantly filled with a terrifying, chilling killing intent. Investigate. He spat out through clenched teeth. A single, chilling word, enough to make the entire Dragon Shield tremble violently. Investigate. Even if you have to turn the entire Dragon Shield upside down. You must find that damned, traitorous vermin. I will make him, and his entire family, pay the most painful, bloody price for their stupidity and betrayal. At a single command, the massive, terrifying machine of Dragon Shield, a veritable national weapon, instantly sprang into action with overwhelming force. In just half an hour, the investigation yielded results. All team members who entered the instance were cleared of suspicion, because they too received their specific matching time only at the last minute before the operation began. Ultimately, all the clues pointed to the same place, one that no one expected. Dragon Shield, Intelligence Department Team 1. When the counterintelligence team stormed into that team's office, they found only a cold, lifeless corpse. And a suicide note filled with regret and despair. The team leader, an honest and hard-working middle-aged man, who had served diligently at Dragon Shield for over 10 years, had shot himself at his desk. His suicide note was simple. His parents had been secretly kidnapped a few days earlier by a mysterious foreign organization. The other party used his parents' lives to threaten him into revealing the specific time of the operation. The moment he handed over the information and his parents were safely released, he chose suicide to end his tragic life filled with sin and humiliation. However, when the most professional counterintelligence experts from Dragon Shield arrived at the scene and conducted a meticulous and professional investigation, they reached a conclusion that chilled everyone to the bone. This team leader was very likely just a pitiful scapegoat pushed out. A perfect sacrifice to cover up a larger mole hidden at a higher level deeper within. Lost City Central Square. When the headquarters investigation results, filled with solemnity and anger, were transmitted to every team member through the team channel, everyone's heart was filled with sorrow. Lin Yu listened quietly to everything, but a cold, piercing chill rose within him. He had previously planned to apply for the so-called family housing immediately after this mission, bringing his mother to the headquarters of Dragon Shield for the safest protection. Now, how ridiculous and naive that idea seemed. Even within the heavily guarded Dragon Shield, the nation's sharpest weapon, such deep-seated, sordid betrayals and conspiracies lurked. Where in this world can true, absolute safety still exist? He knew he was wrong. Mountains crumble, people run away. In this cruel, post-apocalyptic world filled with betrayal and lies, the only thing that could truly make him and his family feel safe was his own invincible iron fist, capable of crushing all threats. He had to become stronger. Chapter 190. The shadow of the traitor loomed like the heaviest cloud, pressing down on the hearts of every member of Dragon Shield. But they were, after all, the elite of Dragon Shield. The sharpest blade of the Yin Kingdom, capable of severing everything. After a brief moment of anger and sorrow, their faces were once again replaced by a colder, more chilling, terrifying fighting spirit filled with iron will and murderous intent. Since the enemy had challenged them in such a despicable way, then they would use the most direct and barbaric method to thoroughly, cleanly, and ruthlessly crush all those scum who dared to oppose them. The entire landscape of the Lost City changed drastically at this moment. A planned peaceful exploration and assessment trip instantly transformed into a small-scale world war filled with bloodshed and slaughter, a fight to the death. More than 240 elite members of Dragon Shield faced over 200 equally well-equipped and ruthless spies and mercenaries from around the world. And those dozens of unfortunate, scattered survivors caught in this clash of titans. An unprecedentedly brutal melee is about to unfold in this Lost City, filled with the aura of death and decay. Amidst this tense, volatile atmosphere, a cold system notification arrived as scheduled, echoing in the minds of every visitor. Welcome to S-198 Lost City. Instance type, Zombie World. Combat preparation restrictions, none. Core mechanics. 1. Evacuation rules. 3 evacuation points will be randomly generated in this world after 24 hours. 2. Survival time limit. The lost city will be destroyed by a nuclear bomb after 48 hours. 3. World malice, night of no light. In this world, every hour, all zombie-like creatures will enter stealth mode, gaining 10 minutes of absolute physical invisibility, including their own voices. When I saw the specific description of the third item, World Malice, everyone present, from the elites of Dragon Shield to the foreign spies, instantly turned deathly pale. Invisibility for 10 minutes every hour? This is utterly absurd. This means they are about to face an unseen, intangible army of terrifying ghosts, ready to pounce from any dark corner and tear their throats apart. Everyone silently heeded this warning. However, none of them noticed. At the edge of the crowd, Lin Yu, the black-clad youth who had seemed somewhat out of place throughout, showed no fear on his face. Instead, a cold amusement curled at the corner of his mouth. Invisibility? He stared at the crystal-clear Level 3 radar map in his mind, which meticulously marked the energy signals of every living being within an 8-kilometer radius. Only 4 words came to his mind. A clown. He knew that this world, which was hell to others, would become his perfect hunting ground. Just then, a series of chilling, hoarse roars, filled with pain and hunger, echoed from all directions of the city. This long-dormant, lost city was completely awakened by the arrival of these uninvited guests. Countless ordinary zombies dressed in modern city clothes surged forth, like a tide from abandoned buildings and dark alleyways. Among these ordinary zombies were also elite mutants, whose physiques and appearances had undergone terrifying distortions. Name, Stasis. Description, an extremely bizarre mutant. When it remains absolutely still, its body will completely merge with its surroundings, entering a state of perfect camouflage that even the most sophisticated detection instruments cannot detect. Name, Flesh and Blood Shield. Description, a moving mountain of flesh forcibly fused from the corpses of countless zombies. Its body was covered by an exaggeratedly thick layer of bioarmor composed of congealed flesh and bone, possessing terrifying physical defense capabilities. Cold, impersonal descriptions of the monsters popped up on the retinas of every player who approached them. However, what truly concerned Lin Yu wasn't these strangely shaped zombies. It was that on his radar map, amidst the dense cluster of red dots representing zombies, there were several scattered red dots with completely different creature-type tags. Zombie! Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew he had found it. He had found the source of the evil that had brought the terrifying curse of the Land of Souls to this world. Chapter 191. Zombies. Lin Yu stared at the few sparse, yet uniquely malevolent red dots on the radar map, radiating an aura distinct from all the surrounding zombies. His gaze deepened. He knew those were the so-called samples brought back by the Vulture team from the Land of Souls, and the area where those things were located must be the final headquarters of the TQ forces in this lost city. There lay hidden the world's most crucial secrets, and also the richest treasures, just as Lin Yu had set his first target for exploration. In the real world, at the Dragon Shield's highest command center, filled with a chilling and furious atmosphere, the urgent negotiations with the so-called Blue Star United organization finally yielded results. The result was just one word. Huh. When the old general of Dragon Shield, who exuded an imposing aura without anger, heard the liaison officer at the front repeat the arrogant and disdainful official reply in a tone filled with humiliation and anger, a cold smile, brimming with boundless killing intent, appeared for the first time on his weathered, chiseled face. Good. Peace has lasted too long, some competition is needed. He muttered to himself, his voice not loud, but it seemed to ignite the entire command center's frigid air with his overwhelming rage. A bunch of retired old dogs, their claws and blood long since dulled by a life of ease, terrified out of their wits. They actually dare to provoke us? He slammed his fist on the table, unleashing a terrifying roar filled with supreme authority. Pass on my orders. Notify all Dragon Shield members within the Lost City. From now on, the mission objective is changed. Exploration and assessment are now second priority. There can only be one first priority. Kill! His voice was filled with unwavering resolve, iron-fisted ruthlessness, and madness. No matter what methods you use. No matter the cost. You must wipe every last piece of trash from those foreign official organizations that dare to oppose us, without exception, completely eradicate them from that world. I will let them know. I will let the whole world see clearly. Why should they compete with the elites of our Yin Kingdom? And, after Lin Tianxi and those level 150 elite teams from the Great World Dungeon return, tell them to go and compete properly with those old guys from the allied organizations. Lost City Central Square. When that latest order from headquarters, filled with boundless rage and ruthless killing intent, reached the ears of every member of Dragon Shield through the team channel, the previously oppressive and tense atmosphere of the entire plaza was instantly ignited by a terrifying flame called battle intent. A flame even more violent and intense. Kill! More than 240 elite members of Dragon Shield unleashed a frenzied roar that could shatter the sky. Their eyes were no longer filled with confusion or anger. Only the purest, coldest killing intent remained. A brutal clearing operation, initiated by Dragon Shield, was about to unfold in this desolate city filled with death and ruins, and amidst this tense atmosphere, thick with ruthlessness and madness, a storm was brewing. A calm, even somewhat untimely, voice slowly entered Captain Qinglong's ears through a separate communication channel. Captain Qinglong, I request permission to operate independently. It was Lin Yu. Qinglong frowned slightly as he looked at the young man in black who had stood quietly at the edge of the group, like an outsider the entire time. Reason? I haven't had any tactical training with any of the team members. Lin Yu's voice was calm yet filled with absolute rationality. Forcing me into any squad would only slow them down and be a waste of my personal abilities. Qinglong fell silent. He knew Lin Yu was right. This man was like a lone wolf. Any constraints would only dull his sharp claws. All right. After a long silence, he nodded solemnly. I approve. But remember, you are still a member of Dragon Shield. Yen blood flows in your veins. I understand. Lin Yu replied calmly. Chapter 192. After receiving Captain Qinglong's approval, Lin Yu didn't linger for even a moment. Like an inconspicuous drop of ink flowing into the ocean, he silently slipped away from the massive, ruthless war machine of Dragon Shield. He didn't look back at his fanatical compatriots, eager for a bloody, life-or-death friendly exchange with their foreign colleagues. He also ignored the unfamiliar competitors, hidden in various corners of the city, watching everything with wary and hostile eyes. His eyes had only one goal. That was the place on his radar map, radiating a unique red glow, distinct from all the surrounding zombies, filled with an aura of extreme mean and evil. He was going to find the most crucial secret of this world. He too was going to reap the world's richest treasure. He pushed the passive effect of Shadow Step to its limit, transforming himself into a faint black afterimage, almost invisible to the naked eye, silently traversing the ruins and decaying skyscrapers. His figure sometimes clung to the vine-covered exterior walls of vertical buildings like a gecko. At other times, he glided silently from the rooftop of one building to the rooftop of another, like a weightless leaf. He treated this three-dimensional urban jungle, filled with death and danger, as his perfect personal parkour stage. Along the way, he also encountered several groups of wandering zombies. But these ordinary cannon fodder, whom he perceived as slow-moving and intellectually deficient, couldn't even detect a trace of him. He was like a true Grim Reaper walking among humans, calmly and gracefully reaping the cheap souls already marked by death. Of course, he also encountered some more troublesome opponents. For example, those top-tier ambushers who knew how to use stillness to completely blend into their surroundings. The stasis. But fortunately, he possessed radar. He could always foresee the presence of these living landmines from dozens of meters away. Then he would calmly choose to deter. He couldn't keep his radar running at full power indefinitely. That would consume too much mental energy. He even suspected that if he were still using a level 2 radar, he might not even be able to detect the stasis. He was like a top-tier player with a full map cheat, turning what was a hellish difficulty horror game for others into a thrilling and challenging sightseeing journey. Finally, after nearly half an hour, he arrived at his first destination. It was an unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated, 5-story old residential building. On his radar map, the few red dots he had been searching for so long, exuding a unique zombie aura, were quietly distributed across different floors of this building. Lin Yu didn't rush in. Like the most patient hunter, he silently crept to the rooftop of a taller office building across the street and set up high-powered binoculars. He wanted to observe first. He wanted to thoroughly see through the internal structure and defensive deployments of this prey, filled with unknowns and dangers. However, when he pointed the binoculars at a broken window of the building, the scene before him made even his already cold-hearted heart tremble slightly. Inside that dilapidated room, filled with dust and cobwebs, a young soldier, clad in a TQ unit combat uniform soaked in blood and mud, sat silently against the wall. He clutched a cold, empty assault rifle. A trace of dying resentment and despair lingered on his face. His chest bore a gaping, gruesome, gaping hole. He had been dead for some time. But unlike the ordinary humans infected by the virus, he hadn't turned into a zombie. He retained the last vestiges of human dignity. And guarding him was a zombie, also dressed in a tattered TQ combat uniform. It stood silently motionless, like a loyal guardian beside the corpse, as if protecting the soul of its fallen comrade. Lin Yu watched this incongruous, yet strangely tragic and eerie scene. His heart was filled with mystery. Chapter 193. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. This zombie was definitely suspicious. It wasn't guarding the corpse itself, but something important on it. He put away his binoculars, his decision made. He would go in and obtain that secret. His figure slid down from the shadows of the rooftop, like flowing water merging into darkness, silently. He moved swiftly along the building's shadow, the shadow step effect increasing his speed by 30%, making him almost an undetectable phantom. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the target apartment building. He didn't choose the long-rotted main entrance, but instead circled around to the back of the building. There was a relatively intact wall there. The drainpipes, though rusty, were still sturdy. He held his breath, lowering his internal energy to freezing point. For a zombie, the breath of a living person was like a torch in the darkness. His limbs burst forth with powerful strength, and he silently climbed upwards along the drainpipes. His movements were light and coordinated, without making a single extra sound. Soon, he reached the broken window on the second floor. He listened intently. The room was deathly silent. Slowly, he peered out. The scene inside was exactly the same as what he had seen through the binoculars. The soldiers' corpses, the guardian zombie, everything was frozen, like a solidified oil painting, filled with the aura of death. Lin Yu no longer hesitated. His body, as nimble as a cat, nimbly vaulted through the window, landing silently. The instant his feet touched the ground, the zombie, which had been motionless like a statue, suddenly twisted its head at an angle completely contrary to its physiological structure, a full 180 degrees. Its pair of dark, empty eye sockets, devoid of pupils, were fixed intently on Lin Yu. A chilling, terrifying aura, filled with resentment and killing intent, erupted forth. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. This was all within his expectations. Holding his breath could fool most ordinary zombies. But against this clearly mutated elite individual, any wishful thinking is fatal. Roar! A hoarse, inhuman growl escaped the zombie's throat. Its half-foot-long, jet-black claws, in the dim light, drew a deadly, cold light, carrying a terrifying power to tear everything apart, as it clawed towards Lin Yu's throat. However, what met it was an even faster, colder, deadly sword light. Lin Yu's body, moving faster than the zombie's attack, had already struck. The soul-suppressing peach with sword in his hand had silently been drawn, its ancient. On Park's sword, the crimson soul-suppressing runes seemed to sense their master's killing intent, emitting a faint, holy, and majestic light. One sword, a throat-severing strike. Swift. Accurate. Ruthless. There were no superfluous movements, no fancy techniques. Only the purest, most efficient, killing instinct, already ingrained in his soul. Thud. A dull sound, like a sharp blade slicing through rotten leather, suddenly rang out in the silent room. The elite-level zombie's body stiffened abruptly. Its claws, halfway through their swing, stopped limply in midair, less than a centimeter from Lin Yu's throat. Its head slowly slid off its already decaying neck, rolling with a glug to the corner of the wall. And its massive, headless body crashed to the ground, turning into a cloud of black ash. Instant kill. Once again, a clean, textbook-perfect instant kill. Lin Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his face expressionless. He walked to the body of the TQ soldier and knelt down. He didn't touch any of the equipment on the body, but instead focused his gaze on a waterproof tactical pocket on the soldier's chest. He reached out and opened the pocket. Inside, lying quietly, was a blue hardcover notebook tightly wrapped in a special plastic seal. Chapter 194. Lin Yu took the blue hardcover notebook out of the sealed bag. The cover was blank, except for a peculiar badge composed of gears and double helixes, exuding a sense of technology and mystery. Below the badge, a name was written in a powerful font. As 198, Chief Genetic Engineer, Albert Lee. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This seemingly unremarkable diary in his hand probably contained the most crucial secret of this lost city. He slowly turned to the first page of the diary. On it, written in a slightly messy yet logically structured engineer's handwriting, were final words filled with despair and regret. August 2nd, cloudy. I don't know if anyone will ever see this diary. If you do see it, then leave this city immediately. Run. Run as far as you can. Never look back. Because this is no longer the human world. This is the hell we created with our own hands. September 5th, sunny. It all started 3 months ago, with that damned exploration of the soul-suppressing land. We are the top biological genetic research team under the Panlong conglomerate. We spent decades and astronomical resources, our lifelong dream being to conquer the ultimate problem that has plagued humanity for thousands of years. Immortality. By chance, we found scattered clues about immortality in an ancient Eastern secret manual. All the clues pointed to that mysterious and death-filled Eastern Forbidden Land, named A93 by the World Hub system. So we hired the world's most powerful TQ forces as our pioneers, bringing back samples of hope from that hell. It was a terrifying, aggressive virus we had never seen before. We named it the progenitor virus. November 20th, rainy. We succeeded. We successfully created the perfect immortal serum using the progenitor virus and the finest biological genes we collected from various copy worlds. But we also failed. Just as our experiments were about to enter the final human testing phase, a sudden, damned betrayal completely destroyed everything we had. A group of madmen calling themselves C.Q. They somehow obtained the exact location of our laboratory. Like a pack of hyenas smelling blood, they frantically attacked our research institute. They stole our most core and most dangerous original source of the progenitor virus. And during their evacuation, in order to destroy all the evidence, they detonated the main energy core of our laboratory. December 9th, sunny. The explosion destroyed everything. But it also unleashed an even more terrifying hell. Those failed experiments, filled with various mutated viruses, which we used as experimental material, escaped from their shattered petri dishes. The entire research institute instantly became a living hell filled with death and cannibalism. We, the unarmed researchers, became the first victims of infection. The institute's management, those damned idiots, who only cared about their own positions, issued the most foolish and deadly order immediately. Completely seal off the entire institute. They thought that by locking us and those monsters in this underground iron coffin, they could bury this secret forever. They were wrong. Wrong beyond belief. January 9th, cloudy. The virus still leaked out. I don't know how it got out. Maybe through the ventilation ducts? Maybe through the sewers? All I know is that when I used my engineer privileges to open the last escape route and crawled out of that hell, what I saw was a city that had completely died. I didn't want to die. I just wanted to live. But it seems I've become an accomplice to this disaster. I'm sorry. The diary entry ends here. Lin Yu slowly closed the engineer's last words, filled with sin and despair. A tidal wave of emotion surged within him. The Panlong conglomerate. The anti-TQ organization. The virus leak. He had finally pieced together all the clues, cobbled together a complete and chilling truth. Without further delay, he immediately stored the priceless blue diary in his spatial backpack. Then, he found his second target on the soldier's corpse. A top-secret purple file, also tightly wrapped in a waterproof bag. Panlong Conglomerate Secret Experiment Base Underground Structure Overview. Looking at the detailed map in his hand, so detailed that every ventilation duct and hidden door was clearly marked, a cold, greedy smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. He had obtained the true key to that underground treasure trove. He didn't rush down. Instead, he first immersed himself completely in the radar scan, giving the ground beneath his feet a final confirmation. Sure enough, directly beneath this residential building, dozens of meters underground, lay a colossal underground steel fortress, far larger than he had ever imagined, brimming with modern technology, without any chance of escape. Within that fortress, countless densely packed red dots, representing danger, stood like loyal guards protecting the final secret. Chapter 195. After thoroughly digesting all the intelligence and clues, Lin Yu didn't immediately rush headlong into the underground steel fortress filled with unknown dangers. Like the most cautious squirrel, he made sure to fill his food supply before winter. He meticulously searched the secret-filled apartment building from top to bottom. Finally, in a hidden compartment on the first floor, disguised as a wall, he found the last legacy of the TQ squad. Several palm-sized, high-energy compressed biscuits with a futuristic feel. Name, TQ. Military High-Energy Nutritional Block. Quality, blue. Effect, one block provides all the energy an adult needs for 3 days of high-intensity exercise. 2 uniquely shaped melee weapons, their blades dark red, seemingly forged from some unknown bone, exuding a wild and powerful aura. Name, Alien Bone Blade. Quality, blue. Description, a standard short blade crafted from the bones of a high-level alien creature. Its sharpness and toughness far surpass any known alloy on Earth. And 3 tiny source energy crystal cores, each only the size of a fingernail, entirely sky blue, seemingly imbued with the pure power of the sky. Name: Source Energy Crystal Core Rare. Quality: Blue. Description: A source energy crystal core 1 level lower than the refined grade. Can be used to power most high-tech equipment and upgrade certain special systems. Although the value of these blue materials seemed somewhat insignificant compared to his previous terrifying hauls of purple and gold items. But Lin Yu showed no disgust. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, even the smallest accumulation of resources could become the final deciding factor in a crucial moment of the future. After collecting all the spoils, he finally turned his attention to the entrance to Hell. It was an extremely hidden emergency maintenance passage located in the basement of a residential building, disguised as an ordinary sewage outlet. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. The underground world was even more oppressive and terrifying than Lin Yu had imagined. It was a veritable steel ghost town. Wide passages paved with a special alloy crisscrossed like a spider web, connecting white laboratories and incubation rooms of varying sizes, filled with futuristic technology. The air was thick with an extremely strong, nauseating stench of disinfectant, formaldehyde, and a thick, pungent odor of blood. Clearly, countless insane biological experiments, filled with taboos and evil, had been conducted here. Now, those guinea pigs once confined in cages have become the new masters of this underground dead city. Lin Yu could clearly see that the monsters, who were just ordinary zombies on the surface, were mutating at a terrifying rate here due to the more concentrated virus. They were generally a full size larger than their counterparts on the surface. Their skin was a more morbid, bluish-black color filled with lividity. Their movements were also more agile and ferocious. He had only been infiltrating the underground city for less than 10 minutes, and was preparing to cross a relatively open central passage when a chilling, terrifying pressure, brimming with intense savagery and hunger, erupted without warning from the shadows of a massive incubation chamber dozens of meters to his side. Then, a gigantic, mutated zombie, 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel and countless broken metal tubes and culture fluid tubing protruding from its body, slowly emerged from the shadows. Name: Glutton. Description: The ultimate killing machine born from the perfect fusion of a TQ unit's heavily armored soldier and the progenitor virus. Its bloodshot eyes, filled with endless madness and ravenous hunger, precisely traversed dozens of meters, locking onto Lin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows of the pipe. Oh no! Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He'd been discovered. Without hesitation, he was about to silently recite the 2 words representing his strongest trump card: Divine Strike. However, at the very last moment before he activated his skill, an incredibly bizarre and dramatic scene unfolded. The terrifying glutton that had been locked onto him suddenly showed a hint of human-like confusion in its mad and savage eyes. It simply watched Lin Yu slowly disappear from its sight. Lin Yu froze. He instinctively glanced at himself. He was still standing there. But why? He suddenly remembered something. He held his breath. In that tense moment, just as he was about to activate Divine Strike, he instinctively held his breath. Could it be? An incredibly bold yet plausible guess instantly surfaced in his mind. He slowly and tentatively exhaled a weak breath. The next second, the glutton, which had been seemingly confused, instantly turned its savage eyes bloodshot again. It saw him again. Lin Yu immediately held his breath again. Sure enough, the glutton had lost its target again. Like a helpless, enraged bear that had been toyed with, it roared in place, filled with confusion and fury. A surge of elation, like surviving a catastrophe, erupted in Lin Yu's heart. He found it. He had found the most fatal, and only, weakness of these terrifying zombies mutated from the zombie virus. As long as he didn't breathe. In this underground dead city, he was invincible. He abandoned the idea of activating Divine Strike, burying himself even deeper into the shadows of the pipes. Then, like a highly efficient, silent ghost, he held his breath completely in the zombie-infested areas, stealthily moving at his limit, only taking brief breaths in safe corners where zombies were scarce. His movements were rhythmic and controlled. And so, without incident, right under the nose of the terrifying glutton, he successfully infiltrated deeper into this underground dead city filled with death and treasure. Chapter 196. Having mastered the breath-holding stealth technique, a skill akin to a bug in the system, Lin Yu moved with ease and grace in this underground dead city teeming with terrifying mutants. Lin Yu's heart was as calm as still water. He allocated his physical and mental energy to a perfect, ultimate balance. He would hold his breath and stealthily move through the horde of zombies for 30 seconds, then use a safe corner for 10 seconds of rapid breathing. This rhythmic alternation was perfectly balanced. Thus, without major incident, he made his way step by step towards the Panlong Consortium's A-level biological laboratory, located at the very heart of the underground city and the most heavily guarded. Finally, after nearly an hour, he arrived at his final destination. It was a massive, domed building, constructed from a single, unidentified silver-white metal, exuding a futuristic technological feel. At the building's entrance stood two massive, circular alloy blast doors, half a meter thick, capable of withstanding a direct hit from a nuclear bomb. On either side of these doors stood two loyal guardian deities, two terrifying 3-meter-tall gluttons, the same ones Lin Yu had seen before. This was the most forbidden area at the very heart of this underground dead city. Without hesitation, Lin Yu held his breath, pressed himself tightly against the shadow of a ventilation duct, and slowly pulled out the red key. The fisherman's master key transformed once more into a top-level, S-class electronic access card. He didn't even need to approach those two terrifying gatekeepers. He simply stood in a safe corner, at a distance, and gently swiped the massive blast-proof door. Beep. Identity verified. Welcome, Panlong Conglomerate, your highest-level partner. Grade A biological laboratory. First blast-proof door, opening for you. Accompanied by a muffled, almost imperceptible, slight mechanical hum, the incredibly heavy alloy blast-proof door silently slid open a crack, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Lin Yu's figure, like a wisp of non-existent smoke, flashed inside before the two gatekeepers could react. The laboratory was a scene of utter devastation, filled with death and sin. Large, cylindrical petri dishes made of special crystal were shattered, filled with the lifeless remains of countless failed experimental subjects, rife with horrific mutations. Scattered across the ground were countless documents, blueprints, and dried, dark red bloodstains. Clearly, a horrific, inhuman, and forbidden research had once taken place here. Lin Yu paid no attention to these. His gaze was fixed on the central computer in the laboratory, the only one still intact, emitting a faint blue light, the core control computer. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the cold, technologically advanced, energy-powered screen. The next second, a massive amount of the most crucial and insidious research data and secrets concerning the progenitor virus appeared. He witnessed how the Panlong Conglomerate used the progenitor virus and the lives of countless innocent people to create that so-called new human army. He also witnessed how those madmen from the anti-TQ organization dragged the city into an abyss of no return in their quest to seize this forbidden power. Just as he was diligently reading the research materials, a separate file, set to the highest encryption level, suddenly popped up automatically on the main computer. The folder's name was simple, just 2 words. Escape. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. He reached out and gently clicked on the folder. The next second, a dazzling, blindingly bright crimson light erupted from the folder. Immediately afterward, a cold, emotionless system notification sounded before him. Ding! Special related dungeon item detected. Hidden dungeon world coordinates unlocked. Congratulations on obtaining the next related dungeon, S562, the key to the train to corpses. Item name, escape file. Quality, purple, special mission item. Description, the last hope brought forth by elite agents of the Research Institute at the cost of their lives before being completely sealed off. It records the only path to another. Safe zone. Dungeon, S562 train to corpses. Type, related elite 5-player dungeon. Note, that train may lead not to hope, but to a deeper despair. Another key to a new world. The escape route data slowly transformed into a purple resource hard drive, just as he placed the resources into his spatial inventory. Roar. Chapter 197. A frenzied roar, filled with boundless savagery and hunger, 100 times more terrifying than the previous glutton, exploded without warning from behind him, immediately afterwards. A terrifying, chilling wind, filled with the intense aura of death and decay, like a gale swept from the depths of hell, fiercely attacked his back. Not good. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could even turn around, his body, relying on the battle instincts honed to the depths of his soul, had already rolled to the side with extreme laziness. Boom! Less than half a second after he moved away, an enormous, grotesquely deformed claw, seemingly forcibly stitched together from countless twisted arms and covered in viscous green slime, slammed down with immense force onto the spot where he had just been. Standing atop the core mainframe computer, that seemingly indestructible mainframe computer, crafted from the most advanced, unidentified alloy, was as fragile as a paper toy before that terrifying giant claw, instantly reduced to a pile of sparking, worthless scrap metal. Lin Yu stared at the utterly destroyed computer, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would likely be a mushy mess of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from that pile of scrap metal. He rolled to his feet, still shaken, staring intently at the terrifying, uninvited guest who had ambushed him. It was an ultimate, terrifying, stitched-together monster he had never seen or imagined before. It stood a full 5 meters tall, its entire body a perfect, yet most grotesque work of art, created solely for slaughter. Its body possessed both the terrifying, steel-like muscles of a glutton and the eerie skin of a static one that could perfectly blend into its surroundings. Even on its back grew a pair of enormous fleshy wings, like those of a manta ray assassin, capable of brief gliding. Name: Enhanced Mutant Abomination. Description: an ultimate biological weapon forcibly fused by Dr. Albert using his own genes, the progenitor virus, and the genes of several elite mutants. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He had encountered the final guardian of this underground dead city, and at that moment, in his extreme shock and fear, the nerves he had been holding his breath with, thin but fatally relaxed, slipped open. He couldn't hold his breath. He gasped for air. Roar! The instant he inhaled his first breath, the terrifying abomination, its scarlet eyes filled with endless madness and savagery, instantly flashed with a cruel, excited light, as if it had found its prey. It saw him, and locked onto him. The next second, its figure vanished from the spot, quick, extremely fast. Lin Yu only felt a blur before his eyes, and an irresistible, terrifying gust of wind, filled with the stench of death and decay, rushed towards him. Without the slightest hesitation, he met the attack head-on, with his T-56 tactical longsword, which whistled through the air, however. Clang! A piercing, metallic clang exploded. His T-56 tactical longsword, which had accompanied him through countless dungeons and slain countless zombies, was as fragile as a cheap plastic toy before the abomination's indestructible claws, shattering instantly with a single blow. Lin Yu's tiger's mouth was instantly ripped open by the immense force, blood gushing out. His body was as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed maglev train, flying uncontrollably backward and crashing heavily into the alloy wall. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. Strong. Too strong. Strong to the point of being unreasonable. Strong to the point of instilling despair. However, just as the abomination was about to press its advantage and tear him to shreds, an unprecedented, fierce light, like a raging wildfire, erupted in Lin Yu's eyes. He leaped up from the ground. He pulled out the blue alien bone blade, brimming with wildness and power, that he had previously looted from the corpses of the TQ forces, from his spatial backpack. Then, he let out a frenzied roar, like a trapped beast, filled with resentment and rage. God strike. Boom! A dazzling golden aura, brimming with holiness and majesty, erupted from his body. All his attributes received a terrifying 50% boost at that moment. His strength, his speed, his reflexes all surged to a terrifying, unbelievable level that even he himself found astounding. Come on! You scum! He roared, transforming into a golden lightning bolt, advancing instead of retreating, boldly charging towards the terrifying abomination that was also charging towards him. This was a final, deadly battle between a madman and a monster. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. When Lin Yu reappeared behind the abomination, the dark red alien bone blade in his hand was dripping with corrosive, viscous green blood. And he looked like a golden demon god emerging from hell. Thump! The arrogant ultimate biological weapon, the abomination, suddenly stiffened. Then, silently, it split in two from head to toe. Lin Yu didn't look back at the pile of flesh that had turned into a heap of rotten flesh. Chapter 198. The instant Lin Yu's figure vanished from the main force, like a ghost, a pre-planned bloody feast targeting all foreign survivors silently began in the desolate ruins of this city. Dragon Shield, the war machine representing the strongest superhuman power in Yin Kingdom, finally revealed its cold, sharp fangs, enough to tear everything apart, for the first time after long suppression, to those who dared to covet this land. Night was the best cover. Squads of 5 elite Dragon Shield assassins, moving like ghosts, silently infiltrated from every dark corner of the city. Each of them wore specially made black combat suits designed to absorb maximum light and sound, and tactical masks that concealed their presence, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. They were like a horde of death, reaping lives, silently blending into this sinful city filled with death and decay. Their actions were breathtakingly textbook perfect, possessing a tactical beauty. No superfluous words, not even a single unnecessary gesture. A mere glance was enough for them to instantly understand each other's intentions. In the back alley of an abandoned convenience store, 3 survivors from the country of Rya, back to back, cautiously huddled around a small campfire, munching on their now cold compressed biscuits. They were the lowest, most pathetic cannon fodder in this cruel world. They didn't even know why they were here, they only knew it was an inviolable order from above. However, in that fleeting moment when their nerves, numbed by fear and hunger, finally relaxed, death descended without warning. A black, ghostly figure, without warning, leaped from the decaying second-floor window above them. Fast. Extremely fast. So fast that the 3 survivors from the kingdom of Rya didn't even have time to react. The black figure, in midair, with a bizarre, physics-defying movement, suddenly twisted. The 2 specially crafted daggers in his hands, gleaming with a chilling light, like the fangs of a viper, drew 2 cold, perfect arcs in the air, filled with the meaning of death and judgment. Thud. Thud. 2 perfectly good heads, filled with astonishment and disbelief. It shot skyward. Scalding, crimson blood, like a fountain, surged wildly into the gray, ominous, sinful sky, and the instant the Dragon Shield elite responsible for the raid landed, 4 other figures, equally ghostly, silently closed in from both sides of the alley. Their swords, like the scythes of death, mercilessly engulfed the last survivor, utterly terrified, in the cold, deathly flash of blades. The entire process was fluid, clean, and swift, without uttering a single unnecessary sound. From the start to the end of the battle, it took less than 3 seconds. As the 5-man squad, as if their job was done, silently disappeared back into the darkness, the small campfire continued to burn quietly, as if nothing had happened. This bloody yet efficient, one-sided slaughter was simultaneously unfolding wildly in every corner of the city. Those so-called elites from around the world were as vulnerable as lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless, before the sophisticated and terrifying war machine of Dragon Shield. They were simply no match for them. Most of them, just hours before, were pampered, air-conditioned office workers, support staff. They had become support staff out of fear of entering dungeons, but were dragged back into the fight because of the need for a large number of qualified players to be matched within minutes. Their combat skills and mental fortitude had deteriorated drastically since becoming logistics personnel. Soon, panic, like the most virulent plague, spread wildly among the foreign survivors. What happened? Why can't we contact the 3rd and 5th squads? Our people are out of contact too. Just now, I heard our captain scream. And then, nothing. God! What happened? What kind of demon did we offend? Desperate, terrified screams echoed across the communication channels of various factions. They finally realized a chilling, terrifying truth. They had been hunted. Preyed upon by a pack of unseen, terrifying ghosts lurking in the darkness, the most lowly of prey. The instinct for survival drove them instinctively to huddle together. They dared not scatter. Like a flock of frightened sheep surrounded by wolves, they spontaneously huddled together for warmth. However, they were unaware that this was the true, ultimate outcome that Dragon Shield desired. An even bloodier and more brutal siege was about to unfold in this desolate city, filled with death and ruins, and at the heart of this storm, the instigator, Lin Yu, had already quietly slipped away from the blood-soaked battlefield, like a true outsider. His figure, activated by divine strike, moved swiftly through the city ruins, like a god descending to earth. Occasionally, a few foolish individuals, also from abroad, stragglers who had fallen behind, attempted to attack him, this seemingly lone fat sheep. However, they were met with streaks of golden sword light filled with the aura of destruction and death. When Lin Yu's figure finally reappeared in the tense and deadly atmosphere of the Dragon Shield's temporary camp, the terrifying golden aura emanating from him, like a god descending, slowly dissipated. Chapter 199. As the last wisp of golden divine light faded from Lin Yu's body, his imposing physique, a result of the surge in all his attributes, returned to its former upright and well-proportioned state. The 2-hour-long divine strike state finally ended. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the still abundant power within him, without the slightest trace of fatigue or weakness. He gained a deeper understanding of the extraordinary nature of this golden skill. It was practically a divine skill tailor-made for prolonged battles and high-intensity exploration, completely without any aftereffects, as if the surge in power had always belonged to him. He didn't linger outside the camp, heading straight for the technologically advanced command tent located at the very center of the camp. Inside the tent, Qinglong stood solemnly before a huge 3-dimensional map projected by light energy, constantly using his fingers to perform various tactical simulations. His brow was tightly furrowed. Clearly, the battle ahead was not as smooth as they had anticipated. "You're back?" The moment he sensed Lin Yu's presence, Qinglong immediately snapped out of his complex tactical maneuvering. He turned around, his warm, deep eyes, like an ancient well, scanning Lin Yu from head to toe. Only after confirming that Lin Yu was unharmed did he finally let out a silent sigh of relief. "Yes." Lin Yu nodded calmly, succinctly explaining his previous discovery. "I found the key information to the next hidden dungeon. But that thing is bound and cannot be traded." "As expected?" Qinglong's face showed no surprise, but rather a knowing look of as expected. He looked at Lin Yu, a faint smile of appreciation appearing on his handsome, dignified face. "It's all right. Getting it is already a great achievement." He didn't press for details about the crucial information. Nor did he question whether Lin Yu was lying, because he trusted his own judgment. And he also trusted this young man who, though young, had repeatedly created miracles. "Go and rest," Qinglong said gently. "The upcoming battle will likely be more difficult than we anticipate." Lin Yu nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the command tent. Qinglong had more important matters to attend to. While Lin Yu returned to his tent for a short rest and meditation, a massive undercurrent of malice and conspiracy, targeting Dragon Shield, was surging fiercely on the other side of the city. The elites from around the world, utterly terrified by the bloody assassinations by Dragon Shield, eventually gathered together, driven by the instinct for survival, setting aside their prejudices and misunderstandings after the initial panic and chaos. They formed a seemingly large, but actually fragile united forces riddled with internal contradictions and suspicions. Inside the United Forces Temporary Command Center, inside a long-abandoned hotel, several squad leaders from different countries sat grimly around a large round table, discussing their next move. "The Yin people are going too far." A short, sinister-looking ninja captain from the Ryak Kingdom slammed his fist on the table. His face, slightly contorted with rage, burned with a fierce, resentful humiliation. "We must make them pay the most painful price in blood." "Price? Hey Yamada-kun, you make it sound so easy." A tall, blonde, blue-eyed captain from the Freedom Wings mercenary group in the M country sneered. "Have you forgotten how our people died? We didn't even see a shadow of the enemy. They were all silently slaughtered like pigs by those damn ghosts lurking in the darkness. What do we have to fight them with?" His words instantly plunged everyone present into a deathly, suffocating silence. Yes. What do they have to fight those ghostly elites from Dragon Shield? Just when everyone felt powerless and desperate due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. A middle-aged man from the European Union's Knights Templar, who had remained silent all along, dressed in a black priest's robe and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared quite refined, slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold, eerily alluring bolt of lightning that instantly pierced the deathly silence and despair of the darkness. "Since we cannot defeat them on a human level," a cold, calculating, and cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips, "then why don't we resort to some inhuman power?" His words startled everyone present. Then, a terrifying, crazed glint of greed and malice flashed in their eyes. They instantly understood the seemingly harmless priest's vicious, hellish plan. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Shield's temporary camp, Lin Yu, who was meditating, suddenly frowned without warning. On his always-on level 3 radar map with a radius of 1 kilometer, a faint yet strangely incongruous change suddenly appeared. He could clearly see that at the entrance to an abandoned city sewer less than 800 meters from their camp, several red dots representing humanity were making some kind of furtive, malicious arrangement, and around them, even more numerous were those representing the dead, drawn like a tide from all directions of the city by some unknown, mysterious force. A blood-red dot of light appeared on the corpse. Oh no! A powerful, overwhelming sense of danger surged through Lin Yu's heart. He knew those damn bastards were about to use the most vicious and unreasonable method to kill someone else with a borrowed knife. However, just as he was about to immediately get up and alert Qinglong, a cold, emotionless system notification, filled with boundless malice, resounded without warning, like a divine decree from the heavens. In the minds of every descendant. 10th World Malice activated. Mechanism, Shadow. Effect. In this world, all zombie-like creatures will enter stealth mode, gaining 1 hour of absolute physical invisibility. Note, by the time you hear their voices, it will be too late. Lin Yu's face instantly turned incredibly grim. An unprecedented, invisible, terrifying storm of death targeting their Dragon Shield Bureau was about to unfold completely in this lost city filled with death and ruins. Chapter 200. As the system notification, filled with endless malice, slowly faded from Lin Yu's mind, A terrifying and chilling change occurred on his constantly active level 3 radar map. In that instant, the tens of thousands of red dots representing zombies, which had been densely packed on the map like a red ocean surging from all directions, vanished abruptly, as if they had never existed. It was as if the terrifying horde of zombies that had just engulfed the entire city was merely his imagination. But Lin Yu knew it wasn't an illusion. They hadn't disappeared. They had simply become invisible. They had transformed into an unseen, intangible, and even their roars had vanished, the most terrifying and deadly army of ghosts, and their target was singular, the dragon shield, the only source of alluring, vibrant life force emanating from this dark, death-filled ruin. Damn it! Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He dared not hesitate for a moment, bursting out of the tent and heading straight for the command tent at the very center of the camp. However, at the very last moment before he rushed into the tent, his forward-moving figure suddenly froze. A chilling, absolute rationality, like the sharpest dagger, pierced his sea of reason, which was clouded by extreme anxiety. No! He couldn't just rush in like that. He stared at the perfectly clear, yet completely empty radar map in his mind. His heart was filled with bitterness. How could he prove to Qinglong that the unseen, terrifying horde of zombies was rapidly approaching? Should he expose his greatest and most crucial secret, the survival radar system, in front of everyone? No! Absolutely not. He understood the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble better than anyone. Once his heaven-defying, bug-like ability, capable of altering the entire balance of the Realm Hub game, was exposed, he wouldn't just be targeted by greedy wolves from abroad. Even the internal workings of Dragon Shield would be thrown into turmoil. At that point, he would become the most succulent and tempting piece of meat in everyone's eyes. He would never have peace. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing a trickle of blood, but he seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. For the first time, he felt a wave of powerless frustration due to his inexplicably powerful abilities. Just as he was caught in a frantic internal struggle, torn between endless anxiety and difficult choices, the curtain of the command tent was slowly lifted from the inside. Qin Shue's strikingly beautiful face appeared before him, a hint of confusion on her lips. Lin Yu? What's wrong? You look terrible. Zombies are coming. Lin Yu forced down his inner turmoil, speaking in a tone that was both extremely solemn and as calm as possible. Many, a great many. Zombies? Qin Shue raised an eyebrow slightly, listening intently to the deathly silence and ominous darkness beyond the camp. Aside from the occasional faint whistling of wind from afar, there was no other sound. I can't hear anything? Her face was filled with confusion. They're silent. Lin Yu's voice grew even more serious. This is the newly activated world malice. They become invisible. Invisible? Qin Shue's pupils contracted sharply. She knew Lin Yu was not one to speak without reason. She immediately turned and rushed into the tent, reporting this crucial, ominous, and eerie intelligence to Qinglong. However, Qinglong's reaction wasn't as intense as she had expected. He simply listened calmly to Qin Shue's report, then slowly walked to the tent entrance, glancing at the deathly deep darkness. His face remained expressionless. I understand. He calmly uttered 4 words, then turned and walked back to the massive 3D map, continuing his tactical simulation filled with iron-blooded resolve and a chilling aura. It was as if the unseen, terrifying horde of zombies Lin Yu had described was nothing more than a trivial matter in his eyes. Captain? Qin Shue's face was filled with confusion and anxiety. Shouldn't we immediately organize a defense, or prepare to evacuate? Evacuate? A cold, absolutely confident smile curled at the corner of Qinglong's lips. Why evacuate? He pointed to the blue dots on the map representing the elite members of Dragon Shield, engaged in bloody street battles with their foreign colleagues. We still have nearly 100 brothers scattered throughout the city, carrying out the most dangerous clearing missions. What will happen to them if we retreat now? They lose their coordinates and supply points. His voice was firm and resolute, filled with the unquestionable responsibility and spirit of a leader. But Qin Shue wanted to say something more, but Qinglong interrupted her. Don't worry, he said calmly. They're just some invisible insects. Pass on my orders? He issued the orders without turning his head. All team members remaining at the camp, go on high alert. Reconnaissance teams, immediately conduct a thorough search of all areas within 1 kilometer of the camp. I want to see what tricks those damned rats hiding in the shadows can pull. Qin Shue felt a sense of helplessness. She knew Qinglong didn't completely believe Lin Yu's words. Or rather, he believed it, but he still underestimated the true terror of this shadow horde. Just then, on Lin Yu's constantly active level 3 radar map, in the previously empty Black Sea of Death, suddenly, without warning, Countless dense, chilling, blood-red dots of light, like will-o'-the-wisps. They had entered within 300 meters of the camp. Lin Yu's heart sank completely into an endless, icy abyss. It was all too late. He abruptly expanded his radar from 1 kilometer to a maximum of 8 kilometers. The next second, a terrifying apocalyptic scene, enough to utterly shatter even the most resolute warrior, unfolded in his mind. On his radar map, centered on their camp, every street, every building, every corner within an 8-kilometer radius was densely covered with hundreds of thousands of blood-red dots representing zombies. That was no longer a zombie horde. That was a sea of zombies. An invisible, silent, blood-red sea of death, capable of completely submerging and swallowing the entire city. Lin Yu let out a frantic roar filled with resentment and rage. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, they would all become sacrifices to the sea of death. He abruptly pulled out the golden heart, imbued with a sacred and majestic aura that he had always considered his ultimate trump card from his spatial backpack. See 69 Heart of the Tide. Chapter 201. The instant Lin Yu tightly grasped the heart of the tide, radiating supreme divine power, in his hand, his entire aura underwent a radical transformation. His dark, abyss-like eyes no longer held any anxiety or hesitation, only a cold, absolute control that seemed to command the entire world. He would become the sole terminator of this invisible storm of death. At that very moment, the top scouts of Dragon Shield, who had already been deployed throughout the camp, finally sent back first-hand intelligence filled with terror and disbelief. Captain! Captain! Something terrible has happened. A young scout stumbled into the command tent, his handsome face deathly pale with an unprecedented fear. War! Intense ground tremors. Based on my preliminary analysis and energy feedback from surrounding buildings, a zombie horde of at least 100,000 is rapidly approaching us at an alarming speed. What? For the first time, a hint of shock appeared on Qinglong's usually impassive and absolutely confident face. 100,000? This number struck him like a hammer blow heavy enough to shatter mountains. He finally realized the incredibly foolish and fatal mistake he had made. He had underestimated Lin Yu's warning. And he had also underestimated the madness and malice of the enemies lurking in the shadows. Immediately, notify all brothers on the field. Evacuate to the backup rendezvous point for Plan B. He acted decisively, issuing the final and most reluctant order without hesitation. However, just as he was about to pick up the communicator to personally issue this humiliating and resentful retreat order, a calm yet undeniably cold voice slowly sounded behind him. No need. It was Lin Yu. He had silently arrived at the entrance of the command tent. In his hand, he held a golden gem that radiated supreme divine power, seemingly containing the terrifying power of the entire ocean. This is nothing, no need to retreat. His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. All eyes, as if they'd seen a ghost, were fixed on the exquisitely beautiful golden object in his hand. Their faces were filled with a complex mix of shock, disbelief, and a deep, almost fanatical fervor. Qinglong's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Lin Yu, his handsome, dignified face also showing undisguised surprise. He had misjudged him once again. This man's hidden trump card was beyond his imagination. However, before he could recover from this immense shock, Lin Yu had already moved. He didn't utter another word. He simply slowly raised his right hand. Then, he poured all his spiritual power, which had long been integrated with the heart of the tides, into it without reservation. Tidal power. He let out a suppressed roar filled with supreme majesty. Buzz, a terrifying, indescribable surge of azure energy, seemingly capable of commanding the entire world, erupted from the golden heart. The next second, the entire world seemed to tremble slightly. The ubiquitous, invisible water molecules in the air, at this moment, seemed to receive the most sacred command of a king. They began to converge, compress, and condense wildly from all directions towards Lin Yu's location in a dreamlike manner, completely defying the laws of physics. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying, towering wave, tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, composed entirely of the purest azure water elements, seemingly capable of completely submerging an entire city, appeared out of thin air without warning. The wave hovered silently above the Dragon Shield camp. It did not immediately fall. It seemed to be awaiting its king's final command. Inside the camp, everyone, from Qin Shui to Qinglong, stared blankly, as if frozen in place, at the azure calamity hovering above them like a divine miracle. Their faces were deathly pale, devoid of any expression. Lin Yu, however, resembled a true ocean god who controlled the tides. He slowly raised his head, casting his cold, a motionless gaze upon the unseen sea of death rapidly approaching. Then, he slowly lowered his right hand. Go. He uttered a single, calm word. A cold word filled with the weight of death and judgment. Boom! With the fall of his voice, the terrifying, towering wave suspended in midair finally unleashed its long-suppressed roar of fury. With overwhelming, domineering force, it swept fiercely towards the unseen horde of shadowy zombies. The next second, a terrifying apocalyptic scene, enough to shatter even the most resolute warrior, unfolded before everyone's eyes, under the onslaught of that azure, towering wave. Countless terrifying zombies, previously invisible, with their blue faces and fangs, were forced to reveal their hideous forms, radiating an aura of death and decay. Their true form, faced with that irresistible, terrifying power originating from the very source of the ocean, they were as fragile as a swarm of humble ants swept away by a flood. They didn't even have time to utter a scream. They were utterly, cleanly, and mercilessly submerged and torn apart by that colossal blue wave, filled with destructive and purifying power. Then swept away, and flowed deeper into the city they had come from, a city filled with death and sin. The force of that single strike wiped out all enemies within a radius of several kilometers, an unprecedented and terrifying crisis of death, enough to completely annihilate their entire Dragon Shield Bureau. Just like that, it was resolved by that man, with a single, effortless move. When that colossal blue wave completely disappeared at the edge of the city, the whole world returned to a deathly silence. Only the mess of stagnant water, and the streets washed clean remained, as if that earth-shattering miracle had never happened. Chapter 202. When the cataclysmic blue wave finally subsided, and the world returned to a desolate silence, the temporary camp of Dragon Shield was still so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone, whether seasoned elites or powerful figures like Qin Shui and Qin Long who had already reached the pinnacle, remained staring at the sky, unable to recover for a long time. The stunned and pale faces still bore the lingering shock of the extreme event. The terrifying, almost divinely inspired, destruction replayed in their minds again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shui finally slowly recovered from the dreamlike shock. She slowly turned her head, her sharp phoenix eyes, filled with complex emotions and disbelief, fixed on the black-clad youth who had stood there calmly the entire time. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat, and she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she could only sigh softly, a self-deprecating tone filled with bitterness and helplessness. Lin Yu, how many secrets are you hiding that we don't know about? She looked at Lin Yu, a deep sense of powerlessness and defeat appearing for the first time on his handsome, dashing face. She had always thought she had overestimated this man. But now she realized she was wrong. Terrible wrong. This man was like a bottomless, mysterious black hole, filled with endless enigmas. You could never fathom his true limits. Others level up by accumulating massive amounts of blue and purple equipment and items, she said softly, looking at Lin Yu with a dreamlike, wistful tone. But you level up by using one golden world artifact after another. Is this even fair for us ordinary geniuses? Lin Yu looked at her adorably frustrated expression, and simply smiled faintly. He put away the now-dimmed heart of the tide and calmly explained, "It's just the power of a golden item. It can only be used once per dungeon." His explanation was understated. But to others, it sounded like a blatant display of power, reminiscent of Versailles. Just then, the Azure Dragon captain, who had been silent like an iron tower, finally recovered from the immense shock. He slowly walked up to Lin Yu. His handsome, dignified face remained expressionless. But his eyes, gentle and deep like an ancient well, were filled with an unprecedentedly heavy, thoughtful light. He looked at Lin Yu, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. "Actually, I was just about to use my trump card." As he spoke, he slowly pulled a small, golden seal from the chest of his technologically advanced combat suit. The seal, only the size of a thumb, was carved entirely from the purest, unknown golden divine jade. At the bottom of the seal was engraved an ancient seal script character, Kill, filled with an aura of iron-blooded power and domineering might. Name, Human Emperor's Killing Seal Imitation. Quality, Gold. Description, a replica of a war artifact with unparalleled killing power, personally crafted by the ancient human emperor. Although it is only a replica, it still contains a trace of the imperial aura of humanity, enough to suppress all evil. Another golden world artifact. Everyone's breathing quickened at this moment. They knew that today they had truly witnessed the terrifying power of the Dragon Shield. However, Qilong looked at Lin Yu, a bitter, self-deprecating smile appearing on his handsome face. My item is still a bit inferior to yours. Although it can also resolve that zombie horde, the cost is nearly 70% of my own life force. Moreover, for the next 24 hours, I will be in a state of absolute weakness, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Qinglong concealed the information about the human emperor's seal, that killing enemies of the same or higher level increases attributes, and continued. Unlike your golden artifacts. He looked at Lin Yu, his deep eyes filled with admiration and approval. Effortless and masterful. Lin Yu, you are excellent. He solemnly extended his right hand to Lin Yu. From now on, you are no longer our treasure hunting expert. You are the strategic advisor for this operation of Dragon Shield. This was a promise. More than that, it was recognition. An absolute recognition from a strong person to an even stronger one. Lin Yu looked into his sincere eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally extended his hand to shake his firmly. From this moment on, they truly felt integrated into the massive war machine of DHILD. While the atmosphere within their camp was peaceful, on the other side of the city, the foreign elites, who had been gloating and watching the battle unfold, were plunged into a deathly silence and panic. Through various reconnaissance methods, they had witnessed the cataclysmic event. Their faces were deathly pale with fear. They knew they had provoked a terrifying entity they could not possibly contend with. That cataclysmic event, like the heaviest hammer, had slammed into the hearts of all the foreign survivors with ulterior motives, shattering their pitiful plans filled with wishful thinking and malice. They finally, painfully, realized a cruel reality. The absolute, insurmountable gap in strength between them and DHILD. Panic, like the most virulent plague, spread rampantly within their combined forces. They dared not provoke any further action. Like a pack of terrified rats, they frantically tightened their defenses, cowering in the city's dark corners, trembling with fear, praying only that the terrifying eastern gods wouldn't find them. The strategic landscape of the entire Lost City underwent a dramatic and drastic reversal. A planned bloody and brutal world war was forced into a strange and oppressive garbage time prematurely, all because of Lin Yu's astonishing move. Inside the command tent at the Dragon Shield's temporary camp, Qinglong, the ace captain of Dragon Shield's new generation, full of wisdom and courage, quickly adjusted his mindset after the initial shock. Chapter 203. That earth-shattering miracle, like the heaviest iron hammer, slammed into the hearts of all the foreign survivors harboring ulterior motives, shattering their pitiful, wish-filled plans. They finally, painfully and clearly, realized a cruel reality. There was an absolute, insurmountable gap in strength between them and Dragon Shield. Panic spread like the most virulent plague within their allied forces. They dared not provoke any further action, like a pack of terrified rats, frantically shrinking their defenses and cowering in the city's dark corners, trembling, praying only that Dragon Shield wouldn't find them. The strategic landscape of the entire Lost City underwent a dramatic, earth-shattering reversal at this moment. A planned, bloody battle was forced into a strange and oppressive garbage time, prematurely due to Lin Yu's astonishing move. Dragon Shield's temporary camp, inside the command tent. Azure Dragon, the rising star captain of Dragon Shield, brimming with wisdom and courage, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. He surveyed the foreign survivors scattered like headless flies on the map, a hunter's cold rationality flashing in his gentle eyes. He knew assassination was no longer necessary. When the prey is utterly terrified and loses all will to resist, the most efficient method is to use overwhelming force to wipe them cleanly and decisively from this land. Pass on my orders? His voice echoed clearly through the command channel to every member of Dragon Shield. All squads, abandon assassination. Advance outwards in a fan shape from the camp. Full firepower, free fire. I want this city to be completely silent except for the language of Yin for the next 14 hours. At a single command, the terrifying war machine of Dragon Shield began to operate with even greater ferocity and ruthlessness. Advanced squads, composed of heavily armed personnel and fire support specialists, radiated outwards from the camp like an iron torrent. The muffled gunfire, the distinctive whistling of RPG rockets, and the crisp, deathly calls of sniper rifles echoed throughout the deathly silent city. A one-sided, bloody extermination campaign against all non-humans had begun. Lin Yu, however, calmly returned to his tent like a true outsider. He didn't participate in this easy kill operation, which he considered a foregone conclusion. He wasn't tired or afraid, he simply felt it was unnecessary. He had never engaged in any tactical coordination with these Dragon Shield elites. Joining them rashly would only disrupt their established understanding, and might even throw the entire team's rhythm due to his overly outstanding individual abilities. More importantly, he didn't want to, and couldn't, expose any more of his trump cards to anyone. He simply chose the method that suited him best. Lying down, he sat cross-legged on the cot, entering a meditative state of complete absorption, digesting the loot from this instance, while quietly awaiting the final evacuation. Time flew by in the oppressive atmosphere, thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. 14 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Instance progress reached 24 hours. Generating evacuation plan. Generation complete. Evacuation point A, Panlong Summit. Location, Lost City, Central Business District, Panlong Conglomerate Headquarters Building, Rooftop Helipad. Mechanism, arrived at the helipad, awaiting rescue helicopter. Evacuation point B, ARC train. Location, TQ. Force, underground backup site number 3. Mechanism, activate the backup train, leave the city of death. Special note, you have been detected to possess the next associated instance key. You must leave from this evacuation point, otherwise the key will be automatically destroyed. Escape point C, Purity's Nest. Location, Anti-TQ. Organization, Secret Base. Mechanism, find and destroy their Spark project. Special hint, an unknown artifact of gold quality exists within this base. Upon seeing these 3 distinctly different escape points, the entire DS Force temporary camp erupted in excitement. A golden treasure. Greed, a fanatical and determined flame ignited in everyone's eyes. Lin Yu opened his eyes from meditation, staring at the special notification on his retina, a notification brimming with undeniable dominance, yet his heart remained calm. He knew he had no choice. He calmly stepped out of the tent and approached Qin Long and Qin Shui, who were holding an urgent tactical meeting. I must leave through the second extraction point. He succinctly stated the special notification he had received. Qin Long and Qin Shui showed no surprise. They knew Lin Yu bore the mission of unlocking the next, more crucial, interconnected instance. A golden item. Lin Yu looked at Qin Long and asked the question that concerned him most. What should we do if we get it? Take it and hand it over. This time, it was Qin Shui who answered him. Her face showed an unprecedented solemnity. Afterwards, the Bureau will conduct a unified evaluation and distribution based on the contributions of all participants in this mission. All team members who participated in this acquisition operation will have priority and discounted purchasing rights. Of course, she added, glancing at Lin Yu, if it's a golden item obtained through solo adventure like you did before, it belongs entirely to the individual and doesn't need to be handed over. Lin Yu nodded, understanding. This was the rule and magnanimity of a large organization. I understand, he said calmly, but I still want to evacuate from the underground train. Lin Yu's calm yet resolute statement plunged the atmosphere in the command tent into a brief silence. Qin Long looked at him, his gentle eyes flashing with thoughtful light. He knew that Lin Yu's decision wasn't out of disregard for the golden treasure, but rather stemmed from the absolute, inviolable rules of the Boundary Hub system. Weighing the pros and cons happened in an instant. A golden treasure full of unknowns. A key to a wider, new, interconnected dungeon world. The priorities are clear. Good. Qin Long made a decisive decision without hesitation. I approve your operation. He turned to Qin Shui beside him. Qin Shui, you will lead the 1st and 2nd squads of the 9th Division, a total of 10 elites, to escort Lin Yu to Underground Station 3, ensuring his and the key's safe evacuation. Yes. Qin Shui nodded solemnly, her heroic face filled with unwavering resolve. She knew this was both trust and responsibility. As for the rest, Qin Long's gaze slowly swept over the Dragon Shield elites outside the tent, who were already itching for battle, their voice suddenly rising, filled with a frenzied, iron-blooded fighting spirit. Chapter 204. Follow me, all of you. I want to see what kind of incredible treasure that so-called anti-TQ organization is hiding in their red hole. With a single command, the massive and terrifying war machine of Dragon Shield split into 2 independent action teams once again. One massive assault force of nearly 200 men, personally led by Qin Long, surged forward like a steel torrent capable of crushing everything, charging headlong towards the alluring yet dangerous nest of purity. The other was an elite escort team of only 12 men, led by Qin Shui and Lin Yu. They would delve deep into the depths of this city of death to find the arc train leading to unknown hope. The 2 teams parted ways at the city's crossroads. One headed towards the bright battlefield filled with glory and wealth. The other venturing into the deep darkness, filled with unknowns and dangers. Lin Yu watched as Qin Long's massive, menacing force gradually disappeared into the city ruins, feeling no envy, only a cold, absolute rationality. He knew his path would always be walked alone. We should set off too. Qin Shui's voice pulled him back to reality from his brief reverie. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze falling on the purple overview map of the underground structure in his hand, a map shrouded in sin and secret. That so-called TQ Force Underground Backup Site Number 3 was definitely not a benevolent place. Underground Backup Site Number 3 was even more concealed and deep than the A-level biological laboratory Lin Yu had visited before. It was located beneath an abandoned freight transit station on the very edge of the entire underground dead city. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and his team arrived. The place was deathly silent. Huge metal shelves, covered in rust and barnacles, lay scattered haphazardly, some with the decaying remains of unidentified goods. The air was thick with an intensely cold, pungent smell, a mixture of engine oil, rust, and a faint stench of blood. "The entrance is down there," Lin Yu said to Qin Shui, pointing to an extremely well-hidden alloy entrance disguised as a regular maintenance manhole cover. Qin Shui nodded, and two heavily armed team members behind her immediately stepped forward, working together to slowly lift the heavy manhole cover, weighing several hundred pounds. A wave of cold, stale air, thick with the stench of death and decay, rushed out from the dark, bottomless opening. "Everyone check your oxygen masks. Turn on your tactical searchlights. Prepare to enter." Qin Shui's voice was grave. The group immediately sprang into action. Lin Yu was the first. Without hesitation, he leaped into the deep, dark abyss filled with unknown dangers. And just after they entered the long, oppressive vertical passage leading to the underground station, they didn't notice. In the shadows of the city behind them, filled with ruins and decay, several shadowy, yet powerfully aura-filled, unfamiliar figures silently emerged. They were the escaped fish that hadn't been completely wiped out by DHILD. With eyes filled with greed and malice, like hyenas, they stared intently at the alloy manhole cover that had now been replaced. They knew that the main force of DHILD had gone to the Hive of Purity, filled with golden treasures, leaving only a small escort team behind. A bold, risky, and opportunistic idea quickly took root and spread in their minds. They were going to pull off a classic mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind scenario. The vertical underground passage was longer than anyone had imagined. Cold, damp air dripped down the metal walls, condensing into droplets that pounded like the pendulum of death in the absolute silence. The beams of the tactical searchlights could only penetrate about 10 meters of darkness ahead. Beyond it lay a pure abyss that swallowed all light. Lin Yu walked at the very front of the team. He didn't turn on his searchlight that would make him the most conspicuous target in the darkness. He focused entirely on the radar scan, taking in everything within an 8-kilometer radius. He was the team's most accurate and reliable eye. Energy fluctuations at the corner of the passage 30 meters to the left. Lin Yu's voice rang out calmly through the team channel, devoid of any emotion. 3 in number, type unknown. Qin Shui reacted immediately, giving a concise and powerful tactical hand signal to the team behind her. The team instantly switched from marching to combat readiness. 2 heavily armed team members, like 2 mobile steel fortresses, held their riot shields firmly at the forefront. Behind them were 8 assault team members armed with the latest electromagnetic rifles, their dark muzzles pointed at the unknown darkness. "Advance." Qin Shui's voice was cold and decisive. The team began to approach the unknown corner with a slow but firm pace, exuding an oppressive aura. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Just as the team was about to reach the corner, Lin Yu's voice rang out again. "The stasis. They're on the wall." Before the words were even finished, 3 eerie black shadows, almost blending into the surrounding metal wall and exuding a deadly aura, suddenly swooped down from the wall beside them without warning. They moved with lightning speed. Their surgically sharp-boned blades drew 3 cold, perfect arcs in the dim light, arcs imbued with the meaning of death and judgment. However, what awaited them was a wall of deathly bullets, already prepared, composed of dense, scorching electromagnetic projectiles. "Fire!" Qin Shui's furious roar and deafening gunfire erupted simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets, crackling with eerie blue electricity, rained down like a torrent, instantly weaving into a deathly metallic storm capable of tearing everything apart in the narrow passage. The 3 arrogant stasis didn't even manage to touch the hem of the Dragon Shield Elite's clothes before being brutally reduced to 3 smoldering, black smoke-filled mounds of flesh by the relentless, terrifying firepower. The battle ended in an instant. Looking at the 3 still convulsing, mangled corpses, a chilling fear flickered across Qin Shui's usually shrewd face for the first time. She knew that if it weren't for Lin Yu's almost miraculous, precise warning, Their squad had suffered at least half its casualties in that sudden, deadly ambush. She glanced back at the young man in black who had remained calmly at the back of the group throughout, a deep, undisguised gratitude and awe flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. This man was the true anchor of the team. Continue forward. After clearing the battlefield, Qin Shui's voice rang out again, filled with unwavering resolve. With Lin Yu, their map-filled cheat, their subsequent exploration of the Earth's core became incredibly smooth and efficient. They could always predict the ambush locations of all the stasis-like beings minutes in advance, then use the simplest and most brutal methods to turn those self-proclaimed ambushers into pitiful prey. Finally, after traversing that long passage filled with death and traps, a massive, futuristic underground train platform appeared before them. Chapter 205. This is TQ's last arc. At the end of the platform, a train, its body crafted entirely from an unknown silver-white metal, its streamlined shape resembling a bullet, rests silently on the tracks, as if it has been waiting for decades. However, just as everyone felt a moment of relief upon finding their final destination, several equally well-equipped, wary and weary-looking unfamiliar figures suddenly tumbled out from a similarly concealed maintenance passage at the other end of the platform. They were the lucky solo survivors, who had been separated from the main force of Dragon Shield. They had clearly stumbled upon this hidden escape point by accident. Halt! Don't move! The Dragon Shield elites behind Qin Shui immediately raised their guns, the dark muzzles pointed at the uninvited guests. Just then, several more figures, radiating brutality and murderous intent, charged out from behind the few lone survivors. When the pursuers saw the well-equipped, imposing elite Dragon Shield squad before them, their arrogant and domineering faces froze instantly. Without hesitation, they immediately abandoned their pursuit and turned to flee this dangerous place. However, Qin Shui gave them no chance. Leave no one alive. She uttered 4 words coldly. The next second, gunfire once again rang out throughout the deathly silent underground platform. The gunfire came and went quickly. Those foolish pursuers didn't even have time to utter a word of pleading before they were riddled with bullets by the precise and ruthless crossfire of the Dragon Shield elites, falling helplessly into pools of blood. The few survivors who had narrowly escaped were deathly pale, trembling and barely daring to breathe. Looking at the elite squad before them, like demons from hell, their hearts were filled with boundless fear and awe. Qin Shui ignored these terrified lucky ones, coldly ordering her team members, check their identities. Once you confirmed everything is in order, let them evacuate with us. Yes, sir. A team member immediately stepped forward and began a rigorous identity check on the survivors. Lin Yu, however, paid no attention to these incidents. His gaze remained fixed on the ARC train, silently parked on the tracks. He could sense a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the train, incongruous with this world filled with death and decay, an energy brimming with hope. He knew that was their only key to escape. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the cold, technologically advanced alloy door. Beep! His personal notification sounded. Identification in progress. Related copy key holder detected. Verification successful. Welcome aboard the ARC, emergency evacuation train. Train starts. 30 minutes of energy preheating time required. All passengers, please board as soon as possible. Accompanied by a pleasant, high-tech electronic voice, the tightly closed doors slowly and silently slid open to both sides. The carriage was brightly lit, with rows of ergonomically designed, comfortable seats neatly arranged. This place seemed like a small, mobile paradise, completely isolated from the hell of death and despair outside. Everyone board! Qin Shui's voice rang out promptly. The group immediately and methodically entered the carriages. Lin Yu and Qin Shui stayed behind to cover the rear. The 30-minute wait was undoubtedly a long and agonizing ordeal for everyone in this underground dead city filled with unknown dangers. Everyone remained on high alert, their guns fixed on the deep, unknown dark tunnel. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. When the cold yet hopeful countdown finally reached its end, the entire train emitted a soft yet powerful hum. Energy preheating complete. ARC, about to depart. With a barely perceptible slight push, the train carrying everyone's hopes slowly pulled away from the platform, heading towards the deep, dark tunnel filled with unknowns and light. Just as the train vanished completely into the darkness, Lin Yu glanced back at the lost city, a place forever left behind, a city steeped in death and sin. His face was expressionless, but a deep, knowing glint flashed in his cold eyes. He knew his journey had only just begun. As Lin Yu's figure solidified again within the pillar of light in the central hall of the Boundary Hub, the familiar, magnificent settlement screen appeared before him with a resounding boom. Mission: S198 Lost City. Personal rating. A. You discovered the secret, but didn't find any valuable items. Experience points being calculated. Items detected. Purple quality escape file X1. Panlong conglomerate underground structure overview map X1. Total 2 items, providing 200 experience points. Items detected. Blue quality T.Q military high energy nutrient block X5. Alien bone blade X2. Source energy crystal core rare X3. Total 10 items, providing 100 experience points. Items detected. White quality basic supplies, several tools. Provides 5 experience points. Total experience points gained. 200 plus 100 plus 5 is equal to 305 points. Current level, LV.19, 288/2000. Experience points plus 305, current experience points, 593/2000. Qin Shue's communication came almost instantly, her voice carrying an undeniable urgency. Lin Yu, come with me. Captain Qinglong and the others have submitted the preliminary report. We need to go to the command center immediately for a detailed mission report. Lin Yu didn't refuse. He knew this was his duty, as a member of Dragon Shield. Moreover, he wanted to hear what kind of final assessment the higher-ups at Dragon Shield would make regarding this enigmatic related copy. The two quickly arrived at the highest command center, filled with an atmosphere of solemnity and authority, through Dragon Shield's internal teleportation channels. This was a strategic analysis room filled with futuristic technology. Chapter 206. A middle-aged man, with a refined face and eyes as sharp as a hawk, carrying a gleaming star on his shoulder, stood quietly before a massive three-dimensional star map projected by light energy, seemingly contemplating the future fate of the entire Yin Kingdom. Director Zhang. Qin Shue approached him and respectfully saluted. You're back. The man addressed as Director Zhang slowly turned around. His gaze lingered on Qin Shue's dashing face for half a second, a barely perceptible hint of paternal affection flashing in his eyes. Then, he turned his sharp, seemingly piercing gaze to Lin Yu. You are Lin Yu, aren't you? His voice was gentle yet powerful. You did a great job on this mission. Heroes emerged from among the young, the ancients were right. Lin Yu simply nodded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He knew that while the praise might have some sincerity, it was likely mostly due to Qin Shue and the immensely powerful Qin family behind her. If he were just an ordinary, unconnected treasure hunting expert, he probably wouldn't even have the right to stand here and receive a personal audience. He didn't care. Just then, a technician in a white lab coat strode in, carrying a freshly printed report that was still warm from the heat. Reporting, Director Zhang. The preliminary value assessment of the S198 Corp City instance is complete. Read it. Director Zhang's voice was calm and even. Yes. The technician cleared his throat and reported in a professional yet emotionless tone. Based on all the intelligence and material samples brought back by Captain Qinglong and Lin Yu, our technical team, after 24 hours of continuous analysis, has reached the following conclusions. First, the technological level of this instance world is roughly on par with most of the B-level technology instances we explored before. We haven't discovered any revolutionary or epic-making technologies. Second, the resource value of this instance world, according to preliminary assessments, is relatively scarce. Aside from the usual blue and purple equipment and materials, no large quantities of strategically valuable source energy core veins have been found. Third, and most importantly, the core of this instance world, the progenitor virus, while possessing extremely high infectivity and mutability, is essentially a low-end, weakened version of the zombie virus. Its research value is relatively limited for our Dragon Shield Bureau, and even for the entire Yin Kingdom. In conclusion, our technical team unanimously believes that S198, the City of Corpses, and the related instance it represents. The mission line, its strategic value isn't as high as we initially estimated. It's more like a regular, story-driven, high-difficulty instance. There's no need to deploy a large-scale force for in-depth exploration again. As the technician's cold, rational report concluded, the entire strategic analysis room fell into a brief, deathly silence. Lin Yu, however, understood perfectly. He knew this was the most truthful and cruel answer. Any instance, in the eyes of a behemoth like Dragon Shield, would ultimately become nothing more than a string of cold, value-laden data. I understand. After a long silence, Director Zhang slowly nodded. His refined face showed no disappointment, only the calm of a superior who had seen through everything. He looked at Qin Shue and said in an unquestionable, commanding tone, in that case, the subsequent exploration tasks related to this mission line are entirely yours. Next time, For that so-called train of corpses instance, you lead a standard 5-person elite team. Remember, safety first, intelligence second. As for those so-called treasures, leave it to fate. He had clearly downgraded this instance from strategic to routine in his handling plan. Yes. Mission accomplished. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Shua's face. She knew this was trust, and even more so, an opportunity. Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, a kind smile appeared on his face. He said to Qin Shui, "By the way, Shui, after this mission is over, please give my regards to your grandfather. Tell him that the 2 caddies of Cloud Peak Immortal Tea he gave me last time tasted very good." Having said that, he didn't linger, turning back to gaze at the vast cosmic star map filled with endless stars. Lin Yu, however, watched all of this quietly. His heart remained undisturbed. He knew that in this world, so-called heroes, so-called meritorious officials, in the eyes of those who truly held power, were perhaps far less significant than those 2 caddies of Cloud Peak Immortal Tea from the Qin family. He didn't care. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Oh right. He looked at the purple Maoshan corpse refining technique fragment lying quietly in his spatial backpack, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He'd been so caught up in the killing spree that he completely forgotten about it. But whatever, he shook his head, the zombies in that world don't seem that great. Even if I refined one, it probably wouldn't be much stronger. He knew that while this purple skill book was rare, for most survivors it was the kind of weird and unorthodox skill that was neither useful nor worth discarding. Its market value was probably around 200,000 credits. Instead of wasting time refining a useless corpse servant, he rather exchanged it for something more suitable for him. A clear idea gradually took shape in his mind. After leaving the highest command center, Lin Yu didn't immediately return to the school. Instead, he went straight to the special department inside the Dragon Shield base, the Skill Assessment and Exchange Center, accessible only to intermediate and higher level escorts. He wanted to exchange the Maoshan corpse refining technique he held, a technique he found neither useful nor worth discarding, for a more suitable, life-saving skill that suited his fighting style. The Skill Exchange Center was even quieter and more technologically advanced than Lin Yu had imagined. There were no noisy vendors hawking their wares, nor were their shelves overflowing with goods. Chapter 207. There were only individual, futuristic, silver-white exchange pods. Lin Yu followed the instructions and randomly chose an empty pod, sitting inside. As the pod door slowly closed, a soft, technologically advanced electronic voice gently sounded in his ears. "Welcome to the Dragon Shield Internal Skill Assessment and Exchange System. Please place the skill book you wish to assess or exchange into the slot in front of you." Without hesitation, Lin Yu placed the ancient and weathered Maoshan corpse refining technique fragment into the slot. The next second, a soft blue scanning beam shot out from the slot, scanning the ancient book back and forth several times. Skill assessment in progress. Skill name, Maoshan corpse refining technique fragment. Quality, purple. Type, special summoning. Rarity, high. Usefulness, medium, requires high user character and resources. Overall value assessment, 220,000 credits. Evaluation complete. Please select your desired action. 1. Credit point recycling. 2. Same level skill exchange. Lin Yu looked at the evaluation price on the screen, which was 20,000 higher than he had expected, and his heart stirred slightly. However, he did not choose the seemingly tempting 220,000 credit points, because he knew that credit points could be earned again at any time. But a truly suitable and powerful survival skill was something that could not be obtained by chance. "I choose same level skill exchange," he calmly murmured to himself. Command confirmed. Matching you with a matching purple skill of the same level that meets the exchange criteria. Match successful. The next second, 3 brand new skill icons, also radiating an alluring purple light, instantly appeared on the huge screen in front of Lin Yu. The first skill is a pair of flowing, agile cyan combat boots. Skill, Ghostly Shadow. Quality, purple. Type, passive/active combination. Effect, passive effect, your movement speed will be permanently increased by 15%. When activated actively, you will enter the Ghostly Shadow state for the next 5 seconds, your movement speed will surge by another 50%, and your figure will become blurred, making you extremely difficult to lock onto. After the active effect ends, you will be in a weakened state for 1 minute, with all attributes reduced by 20%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This is an assassin-type divine skill full of explosive power, but also full of great risk. The second skill is a pair of pure white wings full of mystery and ethereal beauty. Skill, Windwalker's Leap. Quality, purple. Type, active skill. Effect, consumes a certain amount of stamina to perform a long-distance gliding jump. The height and distance of the jump depend on your agility attribute. Can be used without restriction in the dungeon world. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This is a highly functional, strategically powerful skill specifically designed for traversing terrain and conducting long-distance pursuits or escapes. The third skill is an ancient talisman imbued with Taoist essence, depicting a mysterious shrinking the earth to an inch rune. Skill, shrinking the earth to an inch. Quality, purple. Type, active skill. Effect, tears through space, allowing for an instantaneous teleportation of no more than 50 meters. Limited to 3 uses per instance world. Note, this is a celestial technique, beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Linyu gazed at these 3 top-tier purple skills, any one of which would drive any survivor mad with desire, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose shrinking the earth to an inch. He didn't even glance at the other 2 equally powerful skills. His choice from the start was singular, shrinking the earth to an inch. He calmly made his final decision. Phantom Step, while incredibly powerful, suffered from a 1-minute weakness after effect, which was far too fatal for a lone wolf like him who preferred solo combat. Windwalker's Leap, while functionally strong, seemed somewhat impractical for someone with his level 3 radar capable of pre-planning the perfect path. Only shrinking the earth to an inch. This purest and most unreasonable spatial displacement technique, with no after effects, no cost, and the ability to instantly escape the battlefield in any dire situation, was the perfect and most needed life-saving trump card for a top-tier scavenger like him, whose very being ingrained with treasure hunting and escape. Skill exchange confirmed. Skill book conversion in progress. Conversion successful. With a soft flash of light, the ancient-sounding Malshan corpse refining technique, fragment, within the slot vanished silently. In its place appeared a brand new skill book, equally radiant with an alluring purple light. Skill book, shrinking the earth to an inch. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's heart. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to learn it. Buzz! The purple skill book instantly transformed into countless specks of light, then merged into his body like a warm, mysterious energy filled with spatial power. He could clearly feel that a new imprint, tightly connected to the space of this world, had been added deep within the depths of his soul. He had gained another trump card, enough to defy fate in any dire situation. Satisfied, he left the exchange capsule, lingering no longer at Dragon Shield, and returned directly to the ivory tower filled with youth and dreams. He was going to continue enjoying his hard-won retirement life. However, as he stepped through the magnificent and solemn gates of Jinghua University, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere of the entire campus was completely different from when he left. The air was thick with a restless, excited, and fervent atmosphere. Countless students gathered in 2s and 3s, their faces filled with excited expressions of anticipation and longing. They were all discussing the same thing. Have you heard? The school really went all out this time. They're even offering gold items as prizes. Yeah. My cousin's in the student council, and he secretly told me that for this treasure hunt, the school has fenced off an entire abandoned wildlife park in the suburbs. They released countless blue and purple treasures inside. My God. What are we waiting for? Let's sign up right now. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He stopped a junior student who seemed to be rushing towards the registration desk and calmly asked, "Excuse me, can I ask what you're talking about?" The junior student was slightly taken aback when he saw Lin Yu, then his face lit up with a fanatical, idol-like expression. You're Senior Lin Yu? I seen the video of you crushing Li Tianba's wrist. You're practically my god. Lin Yu, Chapter 208. Faced with his junior's fervent, adoring gaze, Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected that the trouble he casually dealt with to save himself trouble would cause such a stir on campus, even being recorded on video. He rubbed his temples helplessly and spoke again, his voice carrying an undeniable air of authority. Get to the point. Yes. The junior, jolted awake by Lin Yu's cold gaze, quickly pulled out his Source Series phone, displayed an enticing event poster, and respectfully handed it to Lin Yu. Senior, look. This is it. Our school's annual campus treasure hunt festival. It officially starts in 3 days. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the beautifully crafted poster. The poster's background was an abandoned wildlife park, exuding a primitive and wild atmosphere. At the very center of the poster, the theme of the event is prominently displayed in large, striking gold lettering, Jinghua Treasure Hunt Festival, A game for the brave, a feast for the wise. Below the theme are detailed rules for the event. Event location, abandoned wildlife park, western suburbs of Jinghua City, conducted with the highest level of security checks by the school to ensure the absence of any high-risk creatures. Event time, starts in 3 days. Event rules. 1. All participants are prohibited from any form of malicious attack upon entering the event area. The entire event will be under constant, real-time monitoring by the school's team of instructors and professional security personnel. 2. Each person may leave the event area with only one most valuable item found, regardless of whether it is a blue, purple, or gold treasure. 3. If 2 or more people simultaneously find the same treasure, they can determine its final ownership through a battle. The winner receives the treasure. However, they must pay the loser a certain amount of credits as compensation. Lin Yu looked at the rules, so full of humanity and an atmosphere of peace, and a slight thought stirred within him. He knew this was no longer a bloody, brutal survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world. It was more like a large-scale, outdoor, live-action treasure hunt game, officially organized by the school and full of fun and challenges. What truly stirred his long calm heart was the line at the bottom of the poster, in bold, blood-red font, exuding a deadly allure, the grand prize. Grand prize for this event, gold quality special item, Goddess of Fortune's Dice X1. Purple quality rare equipment, Shadow Assassin's Cloak, Berserker's Fury Axe, etc., a total of 5 items. Interesting. Lin Yu looked at the gold quality special item, so full of uncertainty yet brimming with infinite possibilities, a faint, playful smile curving his lips. He had developed a slight interest in this event. He handed the phone back to the junior, who was still looking at him with admiration, and calmly nodded. I understand. With that, he turned and walked slowly towards his dormitory. He didn't notice that the moment he turned, the junior's face lit up with an even more fervent, imaginative, and excited expression. Oh my god! Senior Lin Yu, he smiled. He must be interested in this treasure hunt too. This is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, at Jinghua University, in another luxurious and prestigious VIP private training room, several arrogant young men, all wearing badges emblazoned with Awakening Class 1, were fawningly surrounding a handsome young man sitting on a leather sofa. His face was handsome, but his eyes were filled with a sinister and calculating glint. This was the brother of the unfortunate fellow whose wrist Lin Yu had publicly crushed. Li Tianba. No, to be precise, he was Li Tianba's cousin. And also the true behind-the-scenes controller of the Jinghua University Student Union, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Zhao Xian. Young Master Xian, look, this is inside information my father just obtained from the board of directors. A lean, shrewd-looking young man respectfully handed Zhao Xian an encrypted electronic document. The exact coordinates of the 5 purple items in this treasure hunt are all here. Zhao Xian's face remained expressionless. He simply calmly accepted the cheating map that would drive any student mad. He slowly forwarded the map to several other obsequious lackeys beside him, Wang Lei, Li Feng, and Sun Yu. These 5 places, the 3 of you each go to one. His voice was cold and filled with unquestionable authority. The remaining 2, find 2 trustworthy people to retrieve them. Remember, hand them over to me immediately after you get them. Afterwards, each of you will receive 100,000 credits as a reward. Yes, young Master Xian. Wang Lei, and the others' faces lit up with wild joy and excitement. 100,000 credits. That was an astronomical figure they might not even earn after risking their lives to complete several high-difficulty dungeons. Then, young Master Xian, what about you? Wang Lei asked cautiously, tentatively. Me? Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cold, hypocritical smile. Of course, I'm going to get a piece of blue trash. He paused, a deep, calculating glint flashing in his eyes. After all, I'm an excellent student. How could I do something like stealing from someone I don't know? I need to avoid suspicion. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Wang Lei and the others immediately understood and showered him with flattery filled with admiration. Oh right, Zhao Xian seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at the thin young man who had initially given him the information and asked, what about that golden thing? Didn't your dad get any information? No. A troubled expression appeared on the thin young man's face. My dad said that the golden thing was placed there by that old geezer, the principal. No one knows exactly where it is except himself. Old geezer. A cold, apprehensive glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He knew that the seemingly kind and amiable old man who spent his days wandering around campus with a birdcage was the real, most terrifying hidden boss in this ivory tower. He dared not provoke him. Never mind, he shook his head. We just need to get our hands on those 5 purple treasures. His face regained its cold smile, full of confidence and control. It was as if those 5 purple treasures, enough to drive everyone mad, were already his for the taking. Just then, he suddenly remembered the name of that damn good-for-nothing who had brought shame upon him and the entire Li family. By the way, he looked at Wang Lei, his voice icy, that trash named. Lin Yu, what's he been up to lately? Reporting to young Master Xian, Wang Lei immediately replied, ever since that guy scared away your cousin. Cough cough, that idiot Li Tianba, he's been stuck in that trashy ordinary class, spending his days either reading or sleeping, no different from a cripple. Trash. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. I don't care who he is. After this treasure hunt is over, I'm going to make him disappear from this world completely. Chapter 209. Leaving the Dragon Shield's command center, filled with a chilling atmosphere, Lin Yu didn't immediately return to Jinghui University. His burning desire for power, and the weight of the upcoming zombie train instance prompted him to make a decision. He was going to a place where he could quickly transform his newly acquired trump cards into real combat power. The Realm Hub, his personal VIP training space. This was a hidden feature he stumbled upon in the Dragon Shield's B-level database, overlooked by most ordinary survivors. Most skills are subject to various restrictions in the real world. For example, his newly acquired Shrinking the Earth to an Inch skill could only be used 3 times a week in the real world, a drop in the ocean for a skill requiring repeated practice to master spatial awareness. But in the Realm Hub's exclusive training space, all these restrictions would be lifted. As long as you could afford the exorbitant venue fee, enough to bankrupt any ordinary survivor. 10,000 credits per day. Lin Yu stared at the long string of numbers in his account that had skyrocketed due to the last dungeon run, his face showing no hesitation. Money only has meaning when it's spent and converted into real strength. He immediately chose to reserve the entire training space for 2 days. As he stepped into the boundless, pure white training space filled with futuristic technology, a cold system notification appeared as expected. Welcome to your personal training space. Duration, 48 hours. During this period, all your skill cooldowns and usage limits will be temporarily removed. Enjoy your training. Lin Yu took a deep breath, feeling the pure energy in this space that seemed to nourish his soul. An unprecedentedly fierce flame ignited in his eyes. Shrink the earth to an inch. With a thought, he silently recited the mysterious incantation representing the power of space. Buzz. An indescribable, spatially distorting energy instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second, his figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 50 meters away in an open space. The entire process was fluid and silent, without even a whiff of wind. However, Lin Yu's face showed no joy. Instead, his brows were furrowed. Something's wrong. This feeling is wrong. He could clearly feel that during that fraction of a second of spatial traversal, his body had endured a tremendous tearing force from the spatial turbulence. Although this force was nothing to his already formidable, tempered physique. He knew it was because his control over this skill was far from sufficient. He was merely using it, not truly controlling it. For the next 7 days, Lin Yu completely isolated himself from the world. He was like a most fanatical and obsessive ascetic, pouring all his time and energy into the relentless, frenzied practice of the skill shrinking the earth to an inch. Once. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. He constantly performed various extreme spatial traversals in the training space. Sometimes he would narrowly escape between 2 fast-moving targets. Sometimes he would continuously perform zigzag jumps, a breathtaking blend of depth and artistry. His body grew increasingly resilient with each spatial tearing and reassembly. His spirit, through repeated insights and mastery of spatial traversal, grew increasingly refined and powerful. Finally, at the very last moment of the 7th day, when he activated shrinking the earth to an inch again, he no longer needed any preparation or charging. His figure left a faint, almost imperceptible afterimage in his original spot. His true body had already silently appeared 50 meters away, in any corner he wanted to reach. The entire process was seamless and effortless, without the slightest hesitation or strain. He had finally completely integrated this purple, heaven-defying life-saving technique into his combat instincts. Just as he was contentedly preparing to end this seclusion, the campus communicator on his wrist at Jinghui University suddenly began vibrating wildly. It displayed countless unread messages from the short-haired boy with black-rimmed glasses, timid yet enthusiastic, filled with anxiety and worry. Senior Lin Yu. Where are you? Come back quickly. The school's treasure hunt festival starts today. Lin Yu stared at the urgent messages, his face expressionless. He calmly finished his training and leisurely returned to the bustling ivory tower, a place brimming with youthful energy and restlessness. When he arrived at the entrance to the abandoned wildlife park on the western outskirts of Jinghua City, the scene before him made even his usually unfazed heart flutter slightly. The wide entrance was already packed with people, a cacophony of voices. Tens of thousands of energetic and vibrant students from various departments of Jinghua University, like a group of fanatical warriors about to charge into battle, crowded before the three narrow entrances, waiting for the final moment of entry. Their ordinary Class 1 was relegated to the very edge, the very back, in an inconspicuous corner. It was a blatant display of discrimination and injustice. Amidst the deafening roar and frenzy at the entrance, Lin Yu's ordinary Class 1 line was like a forgotten, insignificant corner of a grand banquet. The students in the class wore anxious and resentful expressions. They watched as the students from the professional classes and awakened classes confidently entered first, their hearts filled with bitterness. It's so unfair. Why do they get in first? By the time we get in, it'd be too late. A hot-tempered boy muttered under his breath. Exactly. We're at the very back. Forget about the purple treasures. Even the blue ones are probably all gone by now. Another girl said, her face full of worry. They saw this treasure hunt as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could change their destiny. However, amidst this oppressive atmosphere filled with anxiety and complaints, Lin Yu stood like a true outsider. He stood calmly at the back of the queue, not even glancing at the throng of people ahead. He simply closed his eyes slowly. Then, he silently and completely activated his powerful Level 3 radar system, which had long since become one with the entire world. Buzz. Chapter 210. A black and white 3D map covering an area of 8 kilometers instantly unfolded in his mind like God's creation panorama. The terrain of the entire wildlife park was far more complex and vast than he had imagined. It was less like a zoo and more like an abandoned mini-city. Artificial hills of varying heights, a maze-like network of visitor pathways, and enormous animal enclosures, each with its own distinct regional style. Tropical rainforest enclosure, polar ice and snow enclosure, African savanna enclosure. It was practically a giant natural maze filled with unknowns and challenges, and scattered within that intricate, spiderweb-like maze were countless glittering points of temptation and opportunity. Lin Yu could clearly see a supply point emitting an alluring purple light, quietly glowing in a specimen room on the second basement level of an abandoned reptile enclosure, less than 3 kilometers from their entrance. He didn't even need to search for it, because he had the standard answer from the very beginning. He calmly retracted the radar, a glint of absolute confidence, as if he understood everything, flashing in his deep eyes. He knew that this was a treasure hunt game full of unknowns, and luck for others. For him, it was nothing more than a simple scavenging trip, following a map. Finally, after a long and agonizing wait, it was their ordinary Class 1's turn to enter. The students in the class were like wild horses, galloping frantically towards what they considered their lucky spots. Only Lin Yu walked leisurely at the back. He didn't even try to cut in front of anyone. He strolled leisurely, like a genuine tourist sightseeing, step by step into the enormous labyrinth brimming with opportunities and challenges. Upon entering the park, Lin Yu immediately distinguished himself from the ordinary students, who were wandering around like headless flies. He ignored the readily available white and blue resource points scattered around him. His eyes were fixed on only one goal. That was the purple and gold treasures hidden deepest and hardest to find. He moved unhurriedly towards the purple dot in the reptile pavilion. While activating his level 3 radar at full power once more, he wanted to thoroughly uncover all the secrets of this enormous labyrinth. 8 kilometers above ground, 8 kilometers underground. A carpet scan with no blind spots. He saw countless students, filled with curiosity and excitement, frantically exploring this enormous labyrinth like a swarm of worker bees. Some were operating dozens of miniature hummingbird drones, conducting carpet-like aerial reconnaissance. Some people held various high-value object detectors with a futuristic, technological feel, meticulously scanning every inch of the land beneath their feet like professional prospectors. A group of people were even gathered around an ancient stone tablet inscribed with mysterious runes, excitedly discussing the plot and mystery of the so-called golden item. Look! These hieroglyphs. I think I've seen them in an ancient book passed down in my family, exclaimed a seemingly erudite young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his face beaming with excitement. It says that to find the blessings of Lady Luck, one must first find 3 keys representing wisdom, courage, and humility. Lin Yu listened calmly, his face expressionless. He didn't need any plot or mystery. Because he was the biggest bug? He completely immersed himself in the radar scan, thoroughly filtering out the boring, distracting human factors. Finally, just as his radar was about to scan the very top of the massive, futuristic artificial ecosystem at the very center of the wildlife park, a dazzling, blinding golden spot, seemingly capable of setting the entire world ablaze, unexpectedly entered his radar field of vision. Found it. An overwhelming surge of joy erupted within Lin Yu. He had found the ultimate prize. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned the nearby purple target, pushing his speed to its limit, and charged headlong towards the golden tower representing unparalleled glory and opportunity. A scavenging extravaganza, his own personal feast, had officially begun. The artificial ecosystem at the very center of the wildlife park was a magnificent building brimming with futuristic technology. Beneath its enormous transparent dome, a complete tropical rainforest ecosystem, brimming with primitive and wild energy, was simulated. Towering ancient trees, entwined vines, and the vibrant cries of monkeys and birds transported one to Jurassic Park millions of years ago. This is the most magnificent and crowded area in the entire park. Countless students are walking in awe on the transparent observation walkway suspended in midair, admiring this magnificent spectacle that perfectly blends technology and nature. They are completely unaware that the ultimate treasure that drives them all crazy is hidden right above them. Lin Yu's figure, like a wisp of non-existent smoke, silently avoids all the crowds and arrives at an inconspicuous staff-only maintenance passage in the eco-pavilion. Without hesitation, he slips inside. Then he ascends the vertical maintenance staircase, covered in rust and cobwebs. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, he reaches the very top of this enormous dome. Here is a small platform filled with various precision instruments and ventilation ducts. And in the very center of the platform, a colossal artificial world tree, tens of meters high and requiring more than a dozen people to encircle, made of an unknown metal and brimming with life, stands silently. It is the core of the entire eco-pavilion. It was also the source of all energy. On Lin Yu's radar map, the golden dot radiating supreme divine power quietly shone at the heart of the enormous world tree of humanity. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly. He knew he was only one step away from the ultimate prize. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the cold, metallic trunk of the massive tree. Where his palm touched, a tiny, extremely well-hidden compartment, perfectly blending into the surrounding bark texture, was revealed. He pressed gently. With a click, the compartment opened. Inside lay a small square box, no bigger than a palm, carved entirely from an unknown, warm white jade, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. On the surface of the box was engraved an ancient, enigmatic seal script riddle. I am silent, yet I proclaim the power of 1,000 ages. I am formless, yet I encompass the endless night. What is it? Chapter 211. Lin Yu stared at the enigmatic riddle, his face expressionless. He didn't even bother to think about it. He calmly pulled out the extraordinary red key from his spatial backpack, a key that already seemed to resonate with his will. He gently placed the fisherman's universal key onto the enigmatic white jade box. The instant the key touched the box, a miracle occurred again. The ancient brass key suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling, almost blinding red light. At its tip, the lifelike statue of a fisherman came to life. It slowly raised its head, its small, brass-carved eyes gleaming with all-knowing wisdom. Then, it slowly spoke. Its voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap of supreme majesty, exploding in Lin Yu's mind. Scroll before the words were even finished, the brass key transformed into a pool of shimmering liquid, like liquid gold, and then, with incredible speed, reformed and reassembled. Finally, it became a small seal, also carved from white jade, engraved with the ancient seal script character book. Click! Lin Yu gently pressed the seal, transformed from the key, into the slot in the square box. The entire box opened with a click. A soft golden light, filled with an aura of luck and destiny, emanated from the box. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly. He knew he was about to receive the ultimate prize of this treasure hunt. He slowly turned his gaze to the box. At the bottom of the box, on a soft mat made of golden silk, lay a tiny die, no bigger than a die, crafted entirely from the purest, unidentified golden divine stone. Each of its 6 faces was engraved with 1 to 6 red dots, each imbued with an aura of mystery and destiny. Name: Goddess of Fortune's Dice. Quality: Gold, special item. Passive effect: Fate's Will. In the final settlement phase of any dungeon, you can roll this die to gain an additional 10% to 60% experience bonus. Active skill: Judgment of Fate. After entering any dungeon, you can roll this die to grant yourself a powerful fate buff that lasts throughout the entire dungeon. 1 to 3. Absolute bad luck. You choke on water, trip on flat ground, and have a 90% chance of getting the lowest level white junk from any treasure chest. 4 to 5. Relatively lucky. You will have a higher probability of triggering hidden quests and obtaining higher quality items. 6 points. Absolutely incredible luck. You are the most dazzling person in this world. You are the protagonist destined by fate. You will obtain a golden adventure that belongs only to you. Note: gamblers, gamble until the end, and you will have everything. Of course, you may also end up with nothing. Lin Yu looked at this heaven-defying golden treasure, full of uncertainty yet brimming with infinite possibilities, and an expression of uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. He had truly struck gold this time, after storing the Goddess of Fortune's dice, a die powerful enough to change the fate of any survivor, into his inventory. Lin Yu didn't immediately leave. He glanced at the time displayed on his wrist communicator. There were still over 20 hours until the event ended. His heart, pounding with excitement at his enormous gain, quickly calmed, replaced by a colder, more greedy rationality. The rule was that he could only take one item out. But the rule didn't prohibit trading within the event area. A bold and business-minded plan instantly formed in his mind. He would use the remaining 20-odd hours to squeeze every last drop out of this enormous treasure trove. He would turn all the purple treasures he couldn't take out himself into cold credits that he could carry with him. Without further hesitation, he activated his level 3 radar at full power once more. His gaze, like that of a cunning hawk, was fixed on the purple dots he had previously marked on the radar map. A frenzied, solo sweep had officially begun. The first purple target was the specimen room on the second basement level of the reptile house. Lin Yu's figure, like a ghost, silently slid down from the giant world tree, disappearing back into the primeval, wild rainforest. Using the radar's precise navigation, he perfectly avoided the crowds, and quickly arrived at the reptile house, filled with an eerie and sinister atmosphere. He easily found the secret passage hidden behind the giant python specimen leading to the second basement level. Then he saw the safe radiating an alluring purple light. The fisherman's master key once again displayed its power. With a click, the safe opened. A purple cloak, crafted entirely from an unknown, shadow-black material, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light and exuding an aura of mystery and assassination, appeared before him. Name: Shadow Assassin's Cloak. Quality: purple. Effect: when equipped, greatly enhances the user's stealth ability and grants an additional speed bonus when moving in the shadows. A top-tier assassin's equipment. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. However, this equipment overlapped somewhat with the shadow step skill he had just acquired. Without hesitation, he pocketed it. The second purple target was located inside the belly of a massive lion specimen made of realistic materials in the African Savannah Pavilion. Lin Yu used the same trick again. A massive, two-handed axe, forged entirely from burning volcanic lava and radiating an aura of rage and destruction, has been acquired. Name: Berserker's Fury Battle Axe. Quality: purple. Effect: greatly increases the user's strength attribute when equipped. Furthermore, there is a chance to trigger the Fury effect upon attack, dealing additional fire damage to enemies. The third purple target. Chapter 212. Lin Yu was like a highly efficient assembly line worker, frantically harvesting the city's most core and precious wealth in an almost mechanical, numb yet supremely pleasurable way. In just half a day, 3 of the 5 purple treasures that Zhao Xian considered his for the taking had fallen into his hands. As for the remaining 2, he couldn't find them. The radar no longer showed their glowing spots. Clearly, they had been snatched up by those chosen ones, who also possessed inside information. But it's about time. Lin Yu looked at the 3 top-quality equipment pieces radiating an alluring purple light in his spatial backpack, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He knew it was time to proceed with the final step of his plan. Without any further hesitation, he turned and walked unhurriedly towards one of the 3 exits filled with a noisy and frenzied atmosphere. When Lin Yu appeared on the wide lawn at the east exit, he immediately became the center of attention. Because, right in front of everyone, he pulled a huge white cloth from his spatial backpack and spread it on the ground. Then, like a seasoned street vendor, he laid out the 3 pieces of purple-grade equipment, enough to make any survivor envious, one by one on the white cloth. Finally, he even pulled a piece of cardboard from his backpack and scribbled a few impactful words on it with a marker. Top-grade purple equipment, fire sale. 150,000 per piece. First come, first served, no credit. Boom! The entire exit erupted in chaos. Everyone, from the ordinary students still basking in the glory of a single blue-tier item to the self-proclaimed gifted ones, swarmed towards Lin Yu's small, makeshift stall like sharks smelling blood. Holy crap! Purple gear? I can't believe my eyes. And 3 pieces at that. My god. Who is this guy? Did he buy all the purple prizes for this event? 15,000? That's a steal. That Berserker's Fury battle axe would fetch at least 200,000 on the black market. Everyone's face was filled with a fanatical, greedy, and determined expression. Amidst this tense atmosphere, thick with noise and fervor, a storm brewing, Lin Yu, however, keenly sensed something. On the outskirts of the crowd, in the shadows filled with voyeurism and malice, a barrage of cold, malevolent gazes, filled with jealousy and murderous intent, were fixed on him like venomous snakes. He knew he had become everyone's prey. Lin Yu's stall was instantly surrounded by layers upon layers of people. Every person's eyes burned with the most primal, fanatical desire for purple equipment. However, faced with this temptation that could drive anyone mad, Lin Yu remained calm and composed, as if he weren't selling a life-changing treasure, but merely a few worthless street stall items. Quiet. He calmly uttered 2 words, his voice soft, yet like a cold current, instantly piercing through all the noise, silencing the entire scene. All eyes were fixed on the young stall owner, who exuded an aura of mystery and power. They then realized that although this man appeared young, his deep, seemingly calm eyes held a terrifying, oppressive force that made them afraid to look him in the eye. The rules are simple. Lin Yu's voice was cold and filled with undeniable authority. 150,000, a fixed price. Whoever transfers first gets the item. With that, he projected his personal credit account's QR code into the air. I buy it. A burly, power-type awakened individual, his muscles like cast iron, was the first to push his way through the crowd. His face was flushed with excitement. He stared intently at the Berserker's Wrath battle axe, radiating an aura of rage and destruction, as if gazing upon his dream lover. Without hesitation, he immediately transferred the 150,000 credits he had prepared beforehand. Ding! Accompanied by a pleasant notification sound, Lin Yu calmly handed him the purple battle axe, a weapon capable of driving any power-type awakened individual mad. Deal? The moment the burly man received the battle axe, he trembled violently with extreme excitement. He clutched the battle axe to his chest like he was holding a stunningly beautiful woman, then rushed towards the exit without looking back. He knew he had become the target of everyone's wrath. If he didn't leave now, he'd probably be torn to pieces. His actions instantly ignited a frenzy among everyone present. Me too. That shadow assassin's cloak. It's mine. Get out of the way. I got here first. The scene descended into chaos once more. However, at the heart of this chaotic storm of greed and fanaticism, a cold, sinister voice, filled with boundless rage and murderous intent, swept over all the clamor without warning, like the chilling winds of the deepest hell. Stop it, all of you. The crowd parted automatically, as if Moses were parting the sea. A handsome young man, his eyes filled with gloom and savagery, slowly walked forward, surrounded by a group of equally arrogant student council members. It was Zhao Xian. His eyes, filled with savagery and murderous intent, were fixed on Lin Yu, who hadn't even glanced at him once. His heart was filled with a terrifying rage, enough to burn the entire world to ashes. He couldn't understand. He couldn't accept it. He clearly possessed the most accurate inside information. He had meticulously calculated every detail. Why? Why had 3 of the 5 purple treasures that should have belonged to him fallen into the hands of this damn who appeared out of nowhere? This was the greatest humiliation he could suffer. The most ruthless trampling of his arrogant, control-obsessed self. Who are you? His voice was hoarse and cold, filled with an unquestionable, condescending interrogation. Lin Yu finally slowly raised his head. He looked at the prodigy before him, who, in his eyes, resembled a clown filled with impotent rage, his face expressionless. He didn't even bother to answer. He calmly turned his gaze to 2 other equally enthusiastic buyers in the crowd. Want more? He asked calmly. No, I'm packing up. Ignored. Chapter 213. Blatant, undisguised disregard. Boom! Zhao Xian's brain exploded at that moment. He, Zhao Xian, the eldest young master of the Zhao family, the future president of the Jinghui University Student Union, he was actually publicly ignored by some nobody, a lowly piece of trash, who hadn't even awakened his superpowers. You are looking for death. He squeezed out 3 icy words filled with boundless killing intent through gritted teeth. He took a sudden step forward, a powerful aura belonging to an awakened being pressing down on Lin Yu. He would make this arrogant trash pay the most painful bloody price for his arrogance. However, at the very last moment before he made his move. Several figures, equally imposing, appeared before him like ghosts. They were the supervisors of this treasure hunt, and also the school's instructors. Zhao Xian, a stern-faced middle-aged man at the head of the group, warned coldly, looking at him, "This is the school's activity area. I expect you to follow the rules." Zhao Xian's body stiffened abruptly. His face, once filled with violence and murderous intent, instantly turned incredibly ugly. He knew he couldn't make a move here. Otherwise, he would face the school's most severe punishment. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing a trickle of blood, but he seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. He looked at Lin Yu, who had remained calm throughout, his eyes filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. He made the most vicious vow in his heart. He was determined to uncover this guy's entire background. Then he would make him and his entire family pay the ultimate price for today's humiliation. Facing Zhao Xian's venomous gaze, Lin Yu remained completely unmoved. He was already used to this kind of powerless rage from a mediocre person. He calmly sold the remaining 2 pieces of purple equipment to the 2 quickest and most decisive buyers in the crowd. 300,000 credits were easily deposited into his account again. Thus, all his goals for this campus treasure hunt festival were perfectly achieved. He obtained the golden treasure full of infinite possibilities. He also reaped a huge fortune that would ensure his livelihood for a long time to come. He contentedly put away the white cloth and cardboard that had long since fulfilled their historical purpose. Then, under the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe, envy, and fear, he left, leaving behind a legendary figure, shrouded in mystery and power, whom countless people could only look up to. It also left behind a ticking time bomb, threatening to drive him to utter madness due to endless humiliation and anger. When Lin Yu's figure re-emerged at the magnificent and solemn gates of Jinghui University, he immediately opened his personal account. Looking at the long string of zeros, enough to drive any ordinary person mad. A faint, heartfelt smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He knew he could once again indulge himself in the training space of the Realm Hub for a while longer. He didn't linger at the school any longer, returning directly to his safe haven near Jinghui University City. He needed time to process his immense gains from this experience. He also needed to make final preparations for the new journey that was about to begin, filled with unknowns and challenges. Just as he was enjoying this brief calm before the storm, a massive undercurrent of malice and conspiracy aimed at him was surging wildly in another dark corner of Jinghui University. The vice president's office of the student union. Zhao Xian sat grimly behind a massive desk crafted from expensive mahogany. Several student union members stood before him, their faces equally terrified. "Have you found out?" His voice was hoarse and cold, filled with an undeniable, chilling authority. We found out, young Master Xian." The thin young man who had tipped him off during the treasure hunt answered tremblingly, "That guy's name is Lin Yu. He's a freshman in our class." But what?" A cold, impatient glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. "But he's just an ordinary, unawakened good-for-nothing from Class 1. The thin young man mustered his courage and revealed all the information he had gathered. He has no parents, only a mother to depend on. His family background is extremely ordinary. Before entering Jinghui University, he had no outstanding talents whatsoever. He had never even achieved an A-level or higher dungeon rating. He's just a bottom-tier, most ordinary scavenger. Good for nothing?" Zhao Xian's brows furrowed deeply. His eyes were filled with an expression of utter disbelief and absurdity. A complete nobody? He actually dared to publicly provoke him, the eldest young master of the Zhao family? A piece of trash who hadn't even awakened any superpowers? He actually managed to steal 3 of the 5 purple treasures in that treasure hunt filled with unknowns and luck? How could this be? There's definitely something wrong with this. Are you sure what you found is true? His voice grew increasingly cold and dangerous. Absolutely. Absolutely true, young Master Xian. The thin young man was terrified by his terrifying gaze, nodding repeatedly. These were all retrieved from the school's official archives. Absolutely. Absolutely impossible to be fake. Archives. A deep, knowing glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He knew that the most unreliable thing in this world was the so-called official archives. It seems this guy is even more complex than I imagined. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He stopped worrying about how Lin Yu had managed it, because that no longer mattered. What mattered was that he now knew all of this guy's weaknesses. A defenseless mother, his only support. Heh. Very good. He looked at the thin young man, a devilish smile full of approval spreading across his face. You did well this time. Now I give you another task. His voice became incredibly gentle and seductive. Go and find out everything about him. Everything that's not in the school archives. Address, job, social circle. Everything. I make him pay the price he can't bear for his arrogance. Chapter 214. The annual treasure hunt festival at Jinhui University concluded in an eerie atmosphere. It was eerie because this grand carnival, which was supposed to last 3 days, ended abruptly on the very first day. The reason was simple. All the good stuff was gone. Besides the 3 top-tier purple equipment pieces that Lin Yu had publicly sold, and the golden treasure goddess of fortune's dice that he had acquired, the remaining 2 pieces of purple equipment in the park were also found by Zhao Xian's men. As for the blue equipment and items, they were completely devoured by the students within the first few hours of the event. For the remaining 2 days, the entire abandoned wildlife park became a veritable junkyard. Students wandered around, finding nothing but some worthless basic supplies. Ultimately, everyone lost interest, and the Grand Treasure Hunt Festival simply fizzled out. However, after this farcical event concluded, a truly terrifying storm, filled with malice and murderous intent, was brewing wildly within the elite circles of Jinhui University, targeting Lin Yu. Student Union Vice President's office. Zhao Xian sat grimly behind his massive mahogany desk. His handsome face was slightly contorted with extreme anger, his eyes burning with a raging fury capable of incinerating everything. Before him stood Wang Lei, the thin young man who had previously tipped him off, trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Xian slammed his hand on the desk, throwing the background investigation report on Lin Yu to the ground. An orphan, burdened only by a sickly old mother. A piece of trash, who hasn't even awakened any superpowers. And you're telling me this kind of scum stole the 3 purple treasures that rightfully belong to me? Are you treating me like a fool? His voice was filled with a brutal roar, his terrifying aura making the temperature in the entire office seem to drop several degrees. Young Master Xian. Young Master Xian. We really tried our best to investigate. Wang Lei was terrified, collapsing to his knees with a thud. We even used the Zhao family's connections, and checked the Dragon Shield's internal database. But all the data shows that Lin Yu is just an ordinary scavenger. Dragon Shield? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He seemed to have grasped something crucial. What's his connection to Dragon Shield? He seems to be a newly recruited escort for Dragon Shield, Wang Lei quickly replied. And he's very close to Qin Shui, the captain of the 9th Squad. It seems like a newcomer that Miss Qin highly values. Qin Shui? The Qin family? Zhao Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, a trace of humanity, called fear, appeared on his usually tyrannical face. No matter how arrogant and domineering he was, he would never dare to easily provoke the true behemoth that was the Qin family. The power of that family was enough to make him and the Zhao family behind him completely vanish from the face of the earth overnight. Zhao Xian clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he could no longer deal with that damn **** using overt methods. But he couldn't swallow this insult. He absolutely couldn't. Since I can't win openly. A cold, venomous smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a cruel arc like that of a viper. Then, let's play dirty. He opened his personal terminal, and skillfully logged into a gray underground forum filled with blood and sin. Jieshu, the arena of anonymous players. This is a paradise for all desperados, who walk the line between law and morality. As long as you can afford it, you can buy anything you want here, including human lives. Without any hesitation, he directly posted a brand new anonymous kill order filled with endless killing intent in the bounty section at the top of the forum. Bounty target, Lin Yu, student of Class 1, Ordinary Class, Jinhui University. Bounty content, encounter this person in any instance world and successfully kill him. Bounty rewards. 1. Successfully kill once, consuming its resurrection count, 200,000 credits. 2. Successfully exhaust all its resurrection counts and completely eliminate it, an additional 500,000 credits. The moment this blood-soaked and tempting kill order was issued, it was like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil, instantly creating a massive upheaval throughout the underground forum. Countless desperate individuals gleamed with the greedy and cruel light of shark-smelling blood. They knew that yet another pitiful but valuable fat sheep had appeared, meanwhile, at Jinhui University, in a regular class. Lin Yu was enjoying his hard-won retirement life like a true model student. The so-called combat courses offered by the school seemed to him like child's play, full of flaws and wishful thinking. As for those psychological counseling classes, he couldn't even be bothered to listen. He had experienced far more life and death situations than any of those so-called psychological counselors had in their entire lives. Just then, the special communicator on his wrist, supplied internally by Dragon Shield, vibrated slightly. It displayed an encrypted notification from Dragon Shield's technical department. Hello, Escort Linyu. System monitoring has detected an anonymous kill order targeting you on the underground forum of the Realm Hub. While we cannot identify the specific poster, if you can provide detailed information about your recent dungeon runs, our technical team can analyze it quickly. Linyu looked at the seemingly concerned notification, his face expressionless. He simply replied with 2 words, "Never mind." Then he closed the communicator and continued to gaze at the peaceful sky outside the window. A kill order? He didn't even bother to guess whether the so-called anonymous was Zhao Tianlong, whom he had contradicted, or a relative of some unlucky fool he had casually killed in some dungeon. Because it no longer mattered. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, too many people wanted him dead. So many that he couldn't even count them all. The only thing he could do was become stronger before those damn bastards came knocking. Strong enough to completely, cleanly, and ruthlessly crush everything that dared to oppose him. Just then, Qin Shue's communication arrived as scheduled. On the screen, Qin Shue's beautiful and heroic face appeared extremely solemn. Linyu, it's almost time. Come to the Dragon Shield Bureau's warehouse and pick up some supplies. Then, I introduce you to some of our new teammates. We should set off. Chapter 215. The Dragon Shield Bureau's supply depot was even larger than Linyu had imagined, brimming with futuristic technology. It resembled a massive military fortress, with rows of shelves made of an unknown alloy reaching to the sky, neatly arranged with various blue and purple equipment and items that would make any survivor envious. The rules here are simple, Qin Shui explained succinctly, as she led Linyu deeper into the warehouse. I applied for authorization. Before each mission, each team member can receive or purchase a certain amount of supplies for free or at a discount, based on their mission requirements and personal contribution points. She glanced at Linyu, a hint of a smile flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. Based on your performance in the Lost City, you can at least take 3 purple items from here for free to enter the next dungeon. Linyu's heart stirred slightly, but he wasn't immediately blinded by this enormous temptation. He knew that what he needed most right now wasn't more equipment, but rather to quickly improve his raw strength. He calmly shook his head. I don't need anything for the time being. Qin Shui had clearly anticipated his answer. She simply shrugged helplessly, and then led him to a separate teleportation preparation room at the deepest part of the warehouse. Inside the preparation room, 3 unfamiliar figures were already standing. One was a tall, slender young woman with short, neat hair and eyes as sharp as a hawk. She wore a technologically advanced, form-fitting reconnaissance combat suit and carried a uniquely designed composite bow on her back. The other 2 were burly, resolute-faced, and taciturn twin brothers. They wore identical white medic uniforms, exuding a reassuring aura of composure. Let me introduce you, Qin Shui said, pointing to the short-haired woman. Her name is Su Mu, a reconnaissance soldier, and also my best friend. She be in charge of all reconnaissance and long-range fire support for our squad. Su Mu nodded amicably to Linyu, her sharp eyes filled with curiosity. She had already heard about this legendary man from Qin Shui. These 2 are the Wang brothers, Wang Shan and Wang Shi, Qin Shui said, pointing to the twins. They are the top medics trained by our Qin family from childhood. Their only mission is to ensure the absolute safety of all of us. Wang Shan and Wang Shi also nodded respectfully to Linyu. They knew that the seemingly ordinary man was someone the young lady had personally designated for special protection. Linyu responded calmly. He knew these 3 were true elites. All right, everyone's here. Qin Shui glanced at the time, her face once again filled with a solemn seriousness. We should enter the dungeon. She paused, then looked at Linyu, adding in a very earnest tone, by the way, Linyu, one of the Wang brothers' resurrection slots is reserved for you. I specifically applied for it from the family. So go all out in there, we got your back. A warm feeling washed over Linyu. Looking into Qin Shui's sincere eyes, he nodded solemnly. I understand. He said nothing more, silently treasuring this profound trust. Then, he was the first to walk to the center of the teleportation pillar. He slowly closed his eyes, silently reciting the 2 mysterious words filled with destiny and choice. Throw. Whoosh. The goddess of fortune's dice, lying quietly in his spatial inventory, suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling golden light. Then it began to spin wildly at an incredible speed. Finally, when it slowly came to a stop, a bright red number, brimming with luck, appeared at its top. 4. Ding! Your fate status in this instance is relatively lucky. You will have a higher probability of triggering hidden quests and obtaining higher quality items. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's heart. He knew he was about to take off again. The next second, a blinding white light completely engulfed them all. Welcome to S562 Zombie Train. Instance type, Elite 5-player instance. Mission objective, survive and reach the final station. Instance duration, 24 hours. Escape rules, after 12 hours, the system will announce 3 escape stations. Only by reaching the correct station and successfully disembarking will the mission be completed. World Malice, Dark Fury. When the train enters any tunnel, all zombie-like creatures will enter a berserk state, and their perception and aggression will be greatly enhanced. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, he found himself in a narrow and oppressive luggage compartment filled with the smell of rust and blood. The carriage was surrounded by piles of rotting luggage and cargo. Through the carriage's only filthy window, he could see a rapidly receding, desolate wasteland, a scene of utter decay and ruin. They were already on that train to hell. Ignoring the oppressive and bloody atmosphere, he immediately and silently activated his radar system, which had been ready for action. Buzz! A black and white 3D map covering the entire train instantly unfolded in his mind. The train was longer than he had imagined. More than 10 carriages. On his radar map, hundreds of red dots representing zombies were densely packed throughout every corner of the train. Most of them were concentrated in the middle and front sections of the train. Those were clearly the former passenger area and dining car, and scattered within that sea of red death were a few blue and white resource dots, radiating an alluring glow. Most of them were food and water. Clearly, this train had carried other survivors before, but they had all long since become food for these walking corpses. However, what truly excited Lin Yu was a supply point radiating a dazzling purple light, quietly glowing at the very front of the radar map, inside the train's driver's cab. Chapter 216. Found it. Lin Yu understood immediately. That must be the key to the next related instance. He retracted the radar, then turned to Qin Shui and the others, who had also immediately entered combat mode, and calmly said, I have a golden item, usable 3 times per instance. It allows me to sense the approximate location of the most valuable items. This was a perfect excuse he had prepared long ago to conceal his radar ability. Just now, I used it once. He pointed towards the front of the train. It told me that the most valuable item on this train is at the very front. Qin Shui's face showed no surprise. She had already suspected the ability to locate items. Aside from luck, this could only be it. However, regarding Lin Yu's guess about the item, she believed it was red and could locate nearby people or monsters. Or perhaps it wasn't an item, but a red skill. Okay. Qin Shui made a decisive decision, her heroic face filled with absolute confidence and decisiveness. Now that the target is clear, let's formulate a battle plan. She opened her tactical tablet and pulled up the original structural diagram of the train. From here to the locomotive, there are 19 carriages. She pointed to the map, speaking with a solemn tone. The first 12 are ordinary passenger carriages, with the highest zombie density, but the threat is relatively low. The real danger lies in the last 7 carriages. The dining car, the sleeper carriages, and finally the driver's cab. The spaces there are more complex, and may harbor even more terrifying mutants. Therefore, I suggest we focus on stealth in the early stages and avoid unnecessary combat. Get through the passenger area as quickly as possible. Save all your energy and stamina for the final battle. Agreed? Lin Yu nodded. He knew Qin Shui's plan was the safest and most efficient. Good. Since everyone agrees. Qin Shui's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Then let's set off now. The 5-person team, like the most agile cheetahs, silently pushed open the heavy iron door of the luggage compartment. A stronger, more pungent stench, a mixture of blood, decay, and vomit, assaulted their senses. Before them lay a horrific scene, a living hell, enough to shatter any ordinary person. In the passenger carriage before them, dozens of zombies dressed in various ordinary clothes swarmed aimlessly, like walking corpses. Their bodies were covered in gruesome wounds and congealed black blood. Their faces were filled with a primal, frenzied thirst for the flesh and blood of the living. The entire floor, walls, and even the ceiling of the carriage were completely covered in a thick layer of dried, dark red blood. Clearly, a brutal, one-sided massacre had taken place here. Qin Shui and the others stared at this visually shocking and horrific scene, their faces expressionless. They were already accustomed to such sights. Su Mu, scout. Qin Shui's voice was cold and calm. Understood. Sumu nodded, took the technologically advanced compound bow from behind her back, and then drew a uniquely shaped reconnaissance arrow from the quiver. A tiny camera, no bigger than a fingernail, was embedded in the arrowhead. She drew back the bowstring, without any aiming, relying solely on her battle instincts ingrained in her soul, and released the arrow. Whoosh! The reconnaissance arrow, as if it had eyes, drew a perfect arc in the air, silently embedding itself in the tightly closed door at the far end of the carriage. The next second, a three-dimensional overhead view of the entire carriage, along with the movement trajectories of all the zombies, appeared clearly on Qin Shue's tactical tablet. Very good. A hint of approval flashed in Qin Shue's eyes. She stared at the densely packed red dots representing zombies on the tablet, her brain working at lightning speed. Their movements are very predictable. Every 30 seconds, a 5-second gap appears, allowing us to pass safely. Wang Shan and Wang Shi, you two will cover the rear. Sumu, you handle remote suppression and surveillance. Lin Yu, you and I will advance. She gave the final order with an unquestionable tone. Lin Yu and Qin Shui exchanged a glance, then, like two perfectly synchronized black lightning bolts, they flashed past the zombies as they turned. Their movements were light yet deadly beautiful. They were like two top dancers walking on a nice edge, performing a breathtaking, extreme crossing on a narrow stage filled with the aura of death. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. They passed through this terrifying carriage filled with death and danger without incident. However, just as they were about to reach the door of the next carriage, the entire train suddenly shuddered. The bright light outside the window vanished instantly, replaced by utter darkness, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. They had entered the tunnel. Roar! The boundless malice of the world arrived as expected. With the chilling darkness descending, the dozens of ordinary zombies inside the carriage, who had been wandering aimlessly, seemed to be injected with the most violent stimulant. Their bodies jolted violently, their lifeless gray-white pupils instantly replaced by a scarlet red filled with endless madness and brutality. Roar! They simultaneously let out a frenzied roar filled with pain and hunger, a sound powerful enough to tear eardrums. Their previously slightly stiff bodies became incredibly agile and ferocious. Their senses and desire to attack surged to an unbelievably terrifying level in an instant. Damn it! They discovered us! Su Mu's terrified voice echoed through the group. A commotion erupted. The dozens of zombies, now completely enraged, turned around simultaneously. Their mad, greedy crimson eyes fixed on Lin Yu and Qin Shui, who were about to enter the next carriage. Like a pack of rabid dogs smelling blood, they charged at them with a swiftness drastically different from before. Damn it! Qin Shui's expression instantly changed. She hadn't expected the world's malice to strike so quickly and so irrationally. Without hesitation, she immediately drew her technologically advanced, specially crafted high-frequency particle sword from her waist, preparing for the impending bloody battle. However, at this critical moment, a deep, mechanical roar, seemingly from hell, came without warning from the train's next station. Then, ding! Energy replenishment detected at the next station. Train, about to make a temporary stop. All passengers, please prepare to disembark. With that cold system notification, the entire train jolted violently again, then came to a slow, rapid stop. The doors slowly opened. Chapter 217. A faint, hopeful ray of sunlight streamed into the deathly silent platform, illuminating the terrifying train carriage filled with death and darkness. Lin Yu and Qin Shui, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, were both slightly stunned. Then, their faces lit up with a look of relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. They knew they had gambled correctly once again. Let's go! Qin Shui acted decisively, grabbing Lin Yu's hand and rushing off the terrifying train filled with death and danger without looking back. Su Mu and the Wang brothers followed closely behind. Like a group of prisoners who had miraculously escaped from hell, they breathed in the fresh air on the platform, aired with the stench of rust and blood, yet undeniably safe. However, before they could fully recover from their relief at surviving the ordeal, a cold, challenging system notification arrived as scheduled. Mission update. Within 30 minutes, locate a compressed energy block, blue, from the energy warehouse at this station and install it into the energy replenishment compartment at the rear of the train. Mission failure. The train will be permanently grounded. Special note. The energy warehouse at this station is guarded by an elite-level mutated creature. The energy warehouse is located at the deepest part of the platform, a massive fortress constructed from thick steel. When Lin Yu and his group arrived, a chilling, terrifying pressure, filled with an intense sense of danger, rushed out from behind the tightly closed warehouse doors. It's inside, Lin Yu said, his voice heavy with apprehension as he looked at the massive red dot on the radar map, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. Prepare for battle. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Qin Shue's eyes. Behind her, Su Mu and the Wang brothers immediately assumed battle formation. However, just as Qin Shue was about to personally step forward and cleave open the heavy warehouse door with her sword, Lin Yu stopped her. "Wait," he said calmly. "We can use a smarter approach." He pointed to an inconspicuous ventilation duct on the warehouse ceiling. "Go in from there, and we can circle around to its back and give it a big surprise." Qin Shue looked at him, a hint of appreciation flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. "Okay. We do it your way." The five of them once again demonstrated astonishing teamwork. The Wang brothers were responsible for lookout duty, Su Mu for guard duty, while Lin Yu and Qin Shui, like two nimble geckos, silently climbed up the wall into the dusty, cobweb-covered ventilation duct. Inside the duct, it was pitch black. But to Lin Yu, who possessed radar, it was as bright as day. He led Qin Shui, navigating precisely through the labyrinthine network of pipes. Finally, they reached the air vent that led directly into the warehouse. Lin Yu silently pushed open the grill, and there stood the so-called elite boss. It was a terrifying humanoid insected monster, 5 meters tall, covered in a thick, obsidian-hard black carapace, with a pair of side-like forelimbs on its back. At this moment, it stood with its back to Lin Yu and the others, like a loyal guardian, silently protecting the mountain of compressed energy blocks emitting an alluring blue light behind it. "Now!" A chilling killing intent flashed in Qin Shue's eyes. She instantly drew her sword from her waist, transforming into a swift, phantom-like figure as she leaped down from the ventilation duct dozens of meters high. Her weapon was a strange long sword, imbued with both classical and technological beauty. The blade was in the traditional Tang Dynasty style, straight and slender, exuding a sharp, murderous aura. However, embedded in the hilt was a small source energy crystal core emitting a faint blue light. Name: Longquan Modified. Quality: Purple. Description: a specially crafted captain-level sword created by Dragon Shield's top weapon masters, perfectly combining the ancient sword Longquan with modern source energy technology. Clang. A deafening clang of metal clashing against metal rang out. Driven by source energy, Qin Shue's Dragon Spring Modified drew a dazzling blue arc of light, slashing fiercely at the elite boss's side like forelimb. Sparks flew. The terrifying recoil sent Qin Shue tumbling through the air before landing steadily, though her hand holding the sword felt slightly numb. Her determined attack had only left a shallow white mark on the monster's thick black carapace. Roar! The enraged monster roared furiously, its massive body turning with a speed disproportionate to its size. Its enormous side-like forelimb, whistling through the air, swept towards Qin Shui. Qin Shui retreated swiftly, her longsword dancing like a dragon, constantly parrying the monster's storm of attacks. With each collision, the energy core on the sword's hilt flashed, dissipating most of the immense force. But Qin Shui was still forced to retreat steadily, clearly at a significant disadvantage in pure strength. Its carapace is too hard. Its physical and energy resistance is very high. Su Mu's calm voice rang out in the communication channel. She had already drawn her bow and fired a series of uniquely shaped arrows, which exploded on the monster, either slowing its movements or interfering with its senses. Wang Shan, Wang Shi, use holy light to continuously disrupt its vision. Qin Shui, continue the attack. I need more data. Understood. The Wang brothers immediately understood, clasping their hands together, and two gentle yet dazzling healing spells precisely enveloped the monster's head. Just then, Su Mu fired another unusual arrow, its arrowhead spiraling, silently embedding itself in the monster's back carapace. Resonance analysis in progress. Su Mu's eyes flashed with a massive stream of data. Shui, give it a few more hard blows. I need to lock onto its core frequency. Okay. Qin Shui shouted, no longer focusing solely on defense. Her footwork shifted, her figure moving like a ghost as she darted around the monster at high speed. The Dragon Spring Modified in her hand transformed into countless beams of light, relentlessly striking the monster's carapace from various tricky angles. Chapter 218. Lin Yu, standing in the ventilation duct high above, calmly observed the entire battle like an outsider. His face was expressionless, but he silently nodded inwardly. Beautiful teamwork. With each strike from Qin Shui, the 3D model in Su Mu's tactical goggles became increasingly clear, countless streams of energy surging across its surface. Suddenly, a plate of armor below the model's chest flashed a faint red light the instant the monster launched a powerful attack. Found it. Su Mu's voice was filled with elation. When it launches a powerful attack, to mobilize all its power, the third plate of armor below its chest resonates momentarily with the internal energy core. At that moment, its defensive power is at its lowest. Qin Shui, the opportunity is only half a second. Roger. An unprecedented gleam flashed in Qin Shui's eyes. She seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity all along, facing the monster's next attack. The deadly scythe pierced her, but instead of retreating, she advanced, dodging at an unbelievable angle, almost pressing herself against the monster's chest. Now, the monster's massive scythe, weakened by the force of its attack, revealed a slight opening, and the armor plates on its chest trembled slightly from the energy resonance. Qin Shui poured all her power into Dragon Spring Modified, the hilt's crystal core erupting with an intensely brilliant blue light, the entire longsword transforming into a blue lightning bolt tearing through the darkness. Swoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, only the dull thud of a blade piercing flesh. Dragon Spring Modified precisely and effortlessly pierced that fleeting weakness, sinking all the way to the hilt. The battle was over. The once mighty ultimate biological weapon, its massive, dark blue-green body suddenly stiffened, the light in its crimson eyes rapidly fading, before it crashed to the ground. After defeating the elite boss, the group successfully obtained the blue compressed energy block. On the monster's corpse, they also found a piece of loot peeled from its carapace core. Name: Insect King Hardened Carapace. Quality: Purple. Description: the carapace core condensed from the life essence of an elite-level mutated insected creature, possessing extremely high physical and energy resistance, a core material for crafting top-tier defensive equipment. Qin Shui picked up the carapace and tossed it directly to Su Mu behind her. Su Mu, you deserve the credit this time, this is yours. Okay. Su Mu accepted it without hesitation. A thrilling battle ended without incident thanks to perfect teamwork. They quickly returned to the train, installed the energy block, and prepared for the next challenge. Just then, Lin Yu seemed to suddenly remember something and calmly asked Qin Shui, "By the way, Qin Shui, I have a classmate who luckily obtained a purple unstable potion in a dungeon. It said that as long as you can find a level 50 or higher alchemist, you can stabilize it into a red finished product. He wants to know who he should ask to make this the most profitable deal." Qin Shui looked at him, a sly smile flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. "Your classmate, you're not yourself, are you?" Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. "Sort of. Hee hee." Qin Shui let out a clear, bell-like laugh. "You really are meticulous." Her smile vanished, replaced by a solemn seriousness that settled on her strikingly beautiful face. She looked at Lin Yu and said with utmost seriousness, "If I were your classmate, I would give you that potion." "Why?" "Because only I can give you the safest and fairest guarantee." Qin Shui's voice was filled with absolute confidence. "Let me put it this way, Lin Yu. Do you really think those so-called awakened ones, those so-called chosen ones, are just relying on that elusive 5% talent?" She looked at Lin Yu, a cold, disdainful glint flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. "Wrong. Utterly wrong. In this world, true talent boils down to one word. Money. Or rather, power. As long as you have enough money and enough power, you can buy anything you want. Including those super rare red tier awakening scrolls that can unlock one's acquired abilities. I'm the best example." She looked at Lin Yu, calmly revealing a shocking secret that would drive any ordinary person utterly insane. "I wasn't born with any awakened profession or superpower. My combat soldier profession was all bought for me by my father with money. So Lin Yu." She looked at him, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with sincerity and unwavering determination. "Give me your things. I can assure you, it will become what it's meant to be. You only need to worry about one thing." A mischievous, sly smile curved her lips. "That's because you're worried I might embezzle it." Looking into Qin Shui's sincere and confident eyes, Lin Yu's heart, long since frozen in ice, stirred slightly. He knew Qin Shui was right. In this cruel, class-based, and privilege-driven post-apocalyptic world, so-called talent was a joke, fragile as a joke in the face of true power. He remained silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "I understand." He said nothing more. After successfully installing the blue compressed energy block into the train's energy replenishment compartment, the Ark, carrying all their hopes, slowly started moving again. However, this time, the atmosphere inside the carriage was more oppressive and heavy than ever before. Because they all knew. The next stop would bring an even more terrifying and unknown challenge. Chapter 219. Half an hour later, the train slowly came to a stop again. This platform was even more dilapidated than any of the previous ones, filled with the aura of death. The entire platform was completely covered by a thick, viscous, dark red unknown fungal carpet. The air was filled with an extremely strong, nauseating stench, a mixture of putrid odor, and a strong, pungent smell of blood. Mission update. Please find a compressed energy block, purple, at the next station. The moment that cold system notification rang in everyone's minds. On Lin Yu's radar map, the red dot representing the elite boss on the next platform lit up as expected. However, this time, the creature type tag next to the red dot made his pupils shrink abruptly. Flying zombie. These two words, filled with Eastern terror and the aura of death, instantly filled him with an extremely strong sense of foreboding. He knew they were about to encounter real trouble. Everyone, high alert. Qin Shue's voice was filled with unprecedented solemnity. She could clearly feel a chilling, terrifying pressure, filled with an extremely mean and evil aura, slowly emanating from the deepest part of the platform. However, this time, they didn't see any trace of the enemy. The entire platform was deathly silent. A silence that was chilling. Lin Yu, where is it? Qin Shue's gaze fell on the black-clad youth, who had stood calmly behind her the entire time. She knew that in this strange and unknown environment, only Lin Yu's perception was the most reliable eye. Lin Yu didn't speak. He simply raised his right hand and pointed to the top of everyone's heads. It's up there. His voice was calm yet icy. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then, they saw a terrifying scene they would never forget. Above them, on the platform dome dozens of meters high, already covered in a dark red fungal carpet, hung silently upside down like a weightless gecko. It was the aerial overlord that perfectly combined zombie and zombie. Two terrifying undead creatures from different worldviews, flying zombie. Its eyes, long devoid of life and filled with endless resentment. With its savage, scarlet eyes, it looked down mockingly at its prey, whom it considered as insignificant as ants. Hold your breath, fire. Qin Shue's reaction was lightning fast. She let out a roar filled with shock and rage. Su Mu and the Wang brothers behind her immediately aimed their weapons at the terrifying figure hanging upside down from the ceiling. However, it was too late. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, the flying zombie vanished from the dome. It no longer needed to rely on its breathing to determine the humans' locations. It could see them, faster than the limits of vision. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the medic responsible for covering the rear. Wang Shi, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile appeared terrifying face. Then, it opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs. It viciously bit down on Wang Shi's vulnerable neck, filled with terror and disbelief. No! A heart-wrenching, desperate cry escaped Wang Shi's throat. He wanted to save him, but it was too late. Thud. A dull thud of sharp teeth slicing through flesh rang out abruptly on the deathly silent platform. Wang Shi's body stiffened abruptly. His eyes, once brimming with life, resentment, and despair, quickly lost all their luster. Ding! Your teammate, Wang Shi, will be transformed into a corpse servant in 30 minutes. A cold, malicious system notification exploded in everyone's minds. The entire world seemed to be paused the moment Wang Shi fell. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a suffocating despair. No! Brother! Wang Shan let out a heart-wrenching cry, his resolute face contorted with extreme grief and rage. Like a mad bull, his eyes bloodshot, he charged madly at the flying zombie that had just finished its meal, his healing staff radiating an unprecedentedly brilliant holy light, clearly intending to perish together with his brother's killer. Calm down. Wang Shan, use the resurrection skill in a bit. Qin Shue's voice was like a cold lightning bolt, instantly snapping the man, blinded by hatred, back to reality. She grabbed Wang Shan, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with undeniable authority and composure. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. We must find its weakness first. She knew that against this aerial overlord, whose speed exceeded the limits of vision, and whose defenses were monstrous, any recklessness or impulsiveness would only lead to certain death. Just then, after savoring the delicious blood, a human-like, intoxicated expression of satisfaction flashed in the flying zombie's crimson eyes. It didn't immediately attack the remaining prey. Instead, like an elegant hunter, it gracefully landed atop a towering signal tower not far away, looking down with mocking amusement at the ants below, gripped by the panic and despair of their fallen companions. It was reveling in the death throes of its prey. This brief respite was undoubtedly a lifeline for Qin Shue and the others. Holding your breath won't help, and ordinary weapons probably won't be very effective, she said in a deep voice. Its weakness is probably not physical. Who brought a peachwood sword, rooster blood, glutinous rice, or anything like that? The group exchanged glances. Clearly, no one would carry such folk-related items. In the silence, Lin Yu calmly spoke. I have one. With that, he pulled the ancient soul-suppressing peachwood sword from his spatial backpack. He simply and calmly took the soul-suppressing peachwood sword from his spatial backpack. She took the peachwood sword from Lin Yu's hand. The instant she grasped the sword hilt, a warm, masculine energy surged through her body, dispelling some of the pervasive, bone-chilling cold surrounding her. She could clearly feel that this seemingly ordinary wooden sword contained a terrifying, divine power capable of suppressing all evil. All right. I lead the attack. A fierce fighting spirit reignited in Qin Shue's eyes. Su Mu, Wang Shan, you two are responsible for range containment and support. Create opportunities for me. Yes. Su Mu and Wang Shan also forced themselves to pull themselves together from their grief. Chapter 220. A desperate counterattack against the aerial overlord has officially begun. Qin Shui, wielding the soul-suppressing peachwood sword, soared into the sky like a cannonball, charging headlong at the flying zombie watching the spectacle from atop the signal tower. The flying zombie clearly hadn't expected these ants, whom it considered insignificant, to dare challenge it. A savage rage flashed in its eyes. It let out a piercing shriek, its entire body transforming into a black fighter jet, radiating an aura of death, tearing through the air with terrifying force, as it met the purple lightning head-on. Clang! The peachwood sword clashed violently with the black claws once more. However, this time, the outcome was completely different. Sizzle! The sword. The soul-suppressing peachwood sword erupted with an incomparably dazzling, blinding golden light. The moment the flying zombie's indestructible, jet-black claws touched the gold, it was as if encountering its nemesis, ice and snow. Instantly, a huge, gruesome wound was corroded, emitting plumes of foul-smelling black smoke. Roar! The flying zombie let out its first truly agonizing, disbelieving, and piercing scream since its appearance. It clearly hadn't expected that this unassuming wooden sword could inflict such terrifying damage on its very essence. Effective. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Qin Shui and the others' eyes. They saw the hope of victory. However, the flying zombie was, after all, an elite-level boss. After experiencing a brief period of intense pain, it immediately changed tactics. It ceased any direct confrontation with Qin Shui. It began to utilize its unparalleled aerial advantage, engaging Qin Shui in the most unscrupulous and deadly guerrilla warfare. Its figure transformed into countless black afterimages in the air, sometimes swooping down, sometimes soaring upwards, its sharp claws, like the scythe of death, constantly launching deadly sneak attacks on Qin Shui from various tricky and unpredictable angles. For a time, although Qin Shui wielded a divine weapon, she could only passively defend, unable to inflict any effective damage on the slippery, eel-like flying zombie. The entire battle once again reached a stalemate. Just then Lin Yu, the man everyone regarded as support and strategist, suddenly revealed a cold and calculating smile on his usually calm face. He wanted to test whether this zombie with eyes would have its vision impaired. He slowly pulled something from his spatial backpack that surprised everyone. A most ordinary, unassuming military-grade flashbang. Without any hesitation, the instant Qin Shui once again drew the flying zombie's attention, he hurled a flashbang into the sky. Bang! A not-so-loud explosion resounded in mid-air. The next second, an incomparably dazzling, blindingly bright light, enough to instantly blind any living being, erupted. The flying zombie, which was maneuvering at high speed in the air, suddenly stiffened. Under the intense light, two streams of black, corrosive blood tears instantly flowed from its crimson eyes. Its hearing was completely malfunctioning under the terrifying sonic attack. It was blind and deaf. It was back to needing to breathe to locate itself. Qin Shui seized this once-in-a-lifetime fatal flaw created by Lin Yu in the simplest and most unreasonable way. She let out a majestic shout. She gripped the soul-suppressing peachwood sword tightly. Then, she transformed into a purple-gold meteor filled with judgment and death. One sword, piercing the heart. The battle was over. However, before everyone could fully recover from that breathtaking victory, an even more serious and deadly problem lay before them. Wang Shi, the medic bitten by the flying zombie, was visibly spreading his corpse aura. His skin was turning increasingly bluish-black. His body temperature was growing colder and colder. Perhaps there's an antidote. If not, use one resurrection opportunity, Qin Shui immediately said. No, my brother still has one more chance to revive. The revival skill is reserved for Miss and Mr. Lin. Listen to me first. Within 7 steps of any poisonous area, there will be an antidote. This is the eternal rule of the Realm Hub. Qin Shui's voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Her words instantly awakened everyone. Everyone began searching frantically on the platform, filled with the stench of death and decay, like madmen. However, time flew by. They still found nothing. Wang Shi's breathing grew increasingly weak. His consciousness began to fade. Just as everyone was about to succumb to despair, Lin Yu, the man who had stood calmly beside the flying zombie corpse the entire time, slowly crouched down. After the flying zombie collapsed, he spotted a blue supply item nearby on the radar. From a highly concealed tactical pocket on the flying zombie corpse, which was wearing a TQ military uniform, he pulled out a futuristic-looking metal syringe emitting a faint blue light. Name: Zombie Stop. Quality: Blue. Effect: a potent inhibitor developed by TQ Military's top scientists specifically for the progenitor virus. It can temporarily suppress the spread of the zombie virus for up to 12 hours. When Lin Yu injected the Zombie Stop, radiating a hopeful blue light, into Wang Shi's body, a miracle occurred. The bluish-black zombie aura that had been spreading rapidly on Wang Shi's body was quickly suppressed, as if encountering its nemesis, ice and snow. His icy body temperature began to slowly rise, and his weak breathing became steady and strong. It works! Wang Shan looked at his younger brother, his resolute face flushed red with extreme excitement. He looked at Lin Yu, his tiger-like eyes filled with boundless gratitude and awe. Brother Lin Yu, I can't thank you enough. Lin Yu simply nodded calmly, saying nothing more. This was only a temporary suppression. To truly eradicate the corpse poison from Wang Shi's body, they had to leave this damned instance as soon as possible. After resolving Wang Shi's crisis, everyone finally had time to search for energy. Chapter 221. Xin Shui broke the silence first. She glanced at the flying zombie corpse gradually turning to ash on the ground, then at Wang Shi beside her, who was still unconscious, but whose vital signs had stabilized. She said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and gather supplies. We must get the purple energy block as soon as possible." Everyone immediately sprang into action. Su Mu was responsible for guarding the surroundings, while Wang Shan stayed close to his younger brother, ready to deal with any emergencies. Lin Yu and Xin Shui walked towards the location the flying zombie had last guarded. A huge, locked steel warehouse at the deepest part of the platform. This time, Lin Yu didn't even need a key. The heavy steel door had automatically unlocked the moment the flying zombie died, slowly sliding open to reveal mountains of supplies inside. Just as the system notification had indicated, in the very center of the warehouse, a compressed energy block emitting an alluring purple light was quietly suspended atop a technologically advanced energy base. Around the energy block, numerous military supply crates were scattered. The two exchanged a glance and immediately began an efficient inventory. Here are 20 crates of TQ military-grade high-energy nutrient bars, and 50 crates of standard-sized units of purified water, Xin Shui said calmly and swiftly. There are 12 crates of medical supplies, mainly potent antibiotics and nano-repair gel. Just take some. The supplies we brought in are enough to last us until the end of the dungeon, Lin Yu replied calmly. He didn't touch the food and medicine, which he considered barely useful. His gaze remained fixed on the purple energy block. He knew this was the supplies they needed to leave this damned platform. He stepped forward and carefully removed the energy block, radiating powerful energy fluctuations from its base. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and a pure and abundant energy flowed through his arm, slightly invigorating his mental strength, which had been somewhat depleted from the recent battle. Good stuff. A hint of approval flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in this purple energy block was at least 10 times stronger than the previous blue one. Just then, Wang Shan, who had been silently guarding his younger brother, slowly walked up to Lin Yu. His resolute face was filled with gratitude and awe that words could not describe. He bowed deeply and solemnly to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, his voice was hoarse but full of sincerity, if it weren't for you this time, my brother and I would probably. We can't thank you enough. He didn't say anything empty like this life is yours. Because he knew that for a strong person like Lin Yu, such vague promises were far less valuable than tangible help. He raised his head, his tiger-like eyes filled with unwavering determination. I, Wang Shan, may only be a medic with no great skills. But my life, and my brother's life, were saved by you. From now on, if there's anything we brothers need, no matter what instance, just say the word, and we brothers will be there. He paused, then added, his voice brimming with the confidence only a medic possesses. I have 2 more resurrections, and my brother has 1. As long as we brothers are alive, we can provide you with extra resurrection guarantees. Looking at this seemingly honest yet tough man before him, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, which had long since turned as cold as iron. Wang Shen's promise was far more valuable than any piece of purple equipment. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, a top-tier medic who could provide a second life at any time was worth more than a piece of purple equipment. I got it. Lin Yu nodded calmly, patting Wang Shan on the shoulder. Take care of your brother first. With that, he turned and took the purple energy block back to the Ark. After successfully installing the energy block, the train slowly started moving again. This time, the atmosphere inside the carriage was even more relaxed than before. Well done. Qin Shui looked at the revitalized Wang Shi, a genuine smile spreading across her beautiful, spirited face. She walked over to Lin Yu and said in a teasing tone, Wow, Lin Yu. Even something as obscure as flashbangs is on your person. Just how many other surprises are hidden in your backpack that we don't know about? Lin Yu merely glanced at her indifferently, remaining silent. He couldn't very well tell her that he also carried high-explosive grenades, C4 explosives, and even a single-soldier thermobaric bomb. Could he? If the golden backpack in the beginner dungeon hadn't been so cramped, he could have packed even more. As a proper scavenger, turning one's backpack into a mobile arsenal, isn't that the most basic professional skill? Qin Shui looked at his smug expression and shook her head helplessly. She knew this man harbored far more secrets than she imagined. The group didn't immediately challenge the next carriage. They all knew that as the train ventured deeper, the enemies they faced would only become more terrifying. The appearance of that flying zombie had already sounded the most severe alarm bells. Let's rest for a bit. Qin Shui's voice was full of reason. Our current position is relatively safe. At the next station, the zombies on the train will definitely spawn again. Rushing in now would just be a waste of stamina and ammunition. No one objected. They began to seize this hard-won piece, taking a short break to rest and meditate. Lin Yu, however, closed his eyes again. Instead of resting, he silently and completely activated his radar system, which had been ready for action for so long. He wanted to thoroughly and completely etch every corner of this train into his mind. He wanted to make the most thorough preparations for the final, crucial battle. He could clearly see in the distant, unknown, and dangerous engine room. The purple light, radiating supreme divine power, was still shining quietly, as if waiting for his arrival. He knew he was getting closer and closer to that ultimate secret. An even more terrifying and thrilling ultimate challenge was about to officially begin at the end of that train heading towards hell. Chapter 222. The train traveled smoothly through the dark tunnel, the creaking of wheels against the rails the only melody in this deathly silent world. Inside the carriage, everyone took the opportunity to rest. In the oppressive silence, only Wang Shi occasionally groaned softly from the pain of his wounds. Lin Yu closed his eyes, seemingly meditating, but the three-dimensional radar map in his mind never went off. Like a master chess player, he meticulously planned his next move, memorizing the distribution of zombies in each carriage, every possible cover, and every safe route of attack. He knew Qin Shui's judgment was correct. Rushing into things would only lead them into an unnecessary war of attrition. On this train of death, the reserves of physical and mental strength were far more important than momentary bravery. Just then, the train began to slowly slow down. The pure darkness rushing past the window was gradually replaced by a hazy light filled with an eerie green glow, imbued with an ominous aura. They were about to arrive at the next station. Ding! Next stop, A56 Alien World Transfer Station. Energy is running low. Passengers, please prepare to disembark and replenish your gold quality source energy. The moment that cold system notification sounded in everyone's minds, the atmosphere in the carriage froze again. Aliens? For the first time, Su Mu's usually calm voice betrayed an undisguised shock. Could it be? That's right. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his deep pupils flashing with a cold, knowing light. Our previous guess was correct. This train is carrying us through different fragments of post-apocalyptic worlds. Qin Shui's expression turned incredibly grave. She knew that the word alien represented a terror completely different from zombie, one that was far more cunning and deadly. Everyone, check your weapons. She decisively issued a new order. Wang Shan, protect your brother. Su Mu, prepare your sensory traps. Our opponent this time is likely more formidable than any we faced before. With a screech of brakes, the train slowly pulled into the platform. The doors slid open silently. A strange stench, filled with acidity, corrosiveness, and a strong biological pheromone, assaulted everyone's nostrils, causing them to frown. The platform before them presented a completely different scene. It was no longer a dilapidated human structure, but rather resembled a gigantic lair modified by alien creatures. The ground and walls were covered with a thick layer of black organic material, like dried resin, and were riddled with crisscrossing, writhing pipes like veins. The entire platform exuded a chilling, eerie aura, brimming with life yet utterly malevolent. Lin Yu was the first to step off the train. His feet sizzled softly on the slimy organic matter. Without hesitation, the instant he stepped out of the carriage, he activated his radar system at full power once more. Buzz! A brand new, black and white, three-dimensional map covering the entire alien platform unfolded in his mind. The sight before him caused even his heart, usually unmoved by any horror, to falter slightly. On his radar map, countless blood-red dots, representing danger, lurked densely in every corner of the platform, on the ceiling, inside the ventilation ducts, and even in seemingly inconspicuous shadows. Next to each red dot was a creature-type tag that sent a chill down his spine. Alien! And inside a massive, nest-like building at the very center of the platform, a supply point radiating dazzling golden light was quietly glowing. "They're hiding," Lin Yu's voice calmly rang out through the team channel. "At least 50 of them. They're waiting for us to get there." Truly a classic hunting trap, Qin Shue's lips curled into a cold smile. "Su Mu, take your little cutie. Release them all. I want to see if we're their prey, or the hunters." "Understood." A glint of excitement flashed in Su Mu's eyes. From the futuristic quiver on her back, she drew dozens of uniquely shaped, beetle-like miniature drone arrows at once. She drew back the bowstring and, with incredible speed, unleashed these little cuties, like a shower of petals across the platform. The moment the drone arrows landed, they immediately unfurled their 6 insect-like segments, then silently blended into the surrounding environment, transforming into deadly mobile surveillance and high-voltage electric traps. "All right, Sister Qin Shue," Su Mu said with a confident smile. "Now, the entire platform is under my control. If they dare to move an inch, I guarantee they taste the heat of 100,000 volts." The instant she finished speaking, a pitch-black, ghostly afterimage suddenly darted out from a massive ventilation duct above their heads without warning. It moved with lightning speed, its signature long, slender head imbued with a murderous beauty, and its razor-sharp inner teeth gleaming with a chilling, terrifying light in the dim green glow. It was the deadliest stealth assassin in this lair. Alien Dark. However, what awaited it was a pre-prepared electric net of high-voltage electricity. Sizzle! The arrogant Alien Dark hadn't even had time to get close to the group before it crashed headlong into the electric trap Su Mu had already set up. Terrifying blue arcs of electricity instantly enveloped its entire body, charring its hard exoskeleton black, turning it. A series of teeth-grinding crackling sounds erupted. Roar! It let out a shrill scream filled with pain and resentment, its massive body convulsing violently in midair before crashing helplessly to the ground, and the instant it hit the ground, Qin Shue's figure had already charged forward like a cannonball. Driven by source energy, the dragon spring modified in her hand erupted with an incomparably dazzling blue light, mercilessly and precisely severing the alien messenger iconic long, slender head with a single strike. Dark green, highly corrosive, acidic blood gushed out like a fountain, corroding the thick organic matter in the ground, creating a huge, gruesome crater. The battle was over in an instant. However, no one's face showed any relief, because they all knew that this was only the beginning. The death of this alien darkness was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples of madness throughout the entire lair. Roar! Hiss! Sharp hisses filled with violence and rage echoed from all directions of the platform. The terrifying hunters that had been lurking in the darkness were finally, utterly enraged. Chapter 223. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing, furious roars, the entire alien platform seemed to awaken from its slumber. It was a roar, a mixture of savagery, hunger, and boundless killing intent. Just hearing it was enough to completely shatter the sanity of an ordinary person. "They're here!" Su Mu's voice was filled with unprecedented gravity. The red alarm lights on her tactical goggles flashed almost continuously, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. In her panoramic view, countless terrifying, pitch-black figures, like a tidal wave, were pouring forth from the walls, ceiling, and the massive, rusty pipes on all sides. They were silent, yet possessed the force of a thunderbolt, like a death legion crawling out of the abyss of hell. They moved with ghostly speed, their figures as agile as the wind. They darted and shifted among the complex steel structures as if walking on flat ground, completely disregarding the constraints of physics and gravity. They are the most perfect biological weapons in the world, born for slaughter. Name: Alien Men. Description: a terrifying land-based unit born from the perfect combination of the progenitor virus and some unknown advanced insected gene. They possess an extremely hard exoskeleton, sharp forelimbs, and highly corrosive acidic blood. They are natural hunters, and the most efficient butchers. Everyone, back to back, form a circular defensive formation. Qin Shue's voice was cold and filled with unquestionable authority. Her reaction speed was extremely fast, almost the instant Su Mu issued the alarm. She had already given the correct command. She knew that against such a massive, fearless, and terrifying enemy adept at launching three-dimensional attacks from any angle, any dispersal would be tantamount to suicide. The group sprang into action immediately. A tacit understanding had already formed between them. Wang Shan roared, forcefully placing his massive medical shield, inscribed with holy runes, at the forefront of the group. Holy light swirled on the shield, forming a visible golden barrier, providing the entire group with the most solid and reliable protection. Each time an alien's claw struck the shield, a blinding golden light and a teeth-grinding sizzle erupted. Su Mu continuously drew back her bowstring, her slender fingers moving so fast they almost left after images. Specially crafted arrows, each with different effects, seemed to have eyes, striking with unparalleled precision at the aliens attacking from the most cunning and unexpected angles. Some exploded on the ground, forming a slowing electric net. Others detonated in midair, using intense flashes and noise to disrupt their senses. Still others formed a sticky spiderweb at the pipe openings, temporarily blocking the enemy's advance. Qin Shui, like a true goddess of war, wielded her dragon spring modified, which transformed into dazzling yet deadly blue light curtains in the dimly lit platform. Wherever the sword light touched, the seemingly indestructible alien exoskeletons were easily sliced open like tofu, splattering dark green, acidic blood everywhere and corroding the metal floor, leaving it pitted and scarred. Single-handedly, she defended the largest fan-shaped area, any alien attempting to approach being mercilessly cut in two by her sword. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The number of aliens seemed endless, wave after wave relentlessly assaulting the small circular position. The deafening roars, the clang of weapons, the clashing of metal, and the tearing of flesh intertwined to create a frenzied symphony of death and destruction. However, in the center of this chaotic battlefield, one person stood out as an outsider. Lin Yu stood calmly at the very center of the group, seemingly a true novice. He hadn't even drawn the alien bone blade from his waist. He didn't attack. Qin Shui, Su Mu, and Wang Shan had formed a near-perfect battle cycle. Their attack, defense, and support abilities complemented each other perfectly, allowing them to barely withstand the alien tide of attacks for the time being. But Lin Yu knew this was only temporary. His gaze remained fixed on the radar map, on the massive red dot deep within the lair, radiating terrifying energy. That was the true core of this battle. Once that thing was dealt with, everything before them would be resolved. Qin Shui. His voice rang out calmly through the team channel, clearly reaching the ears of every teammate fighting valiantly. This isn't working. Our ammunition, stamina, and mental energy are all limited. We can't kill them all. Of course I know. Qin Shui's voice was slightly breathless as she decapitated an alien owl that lunged at her with a single strike. Hot, acidic blood splattered onto her energy shield, creating a piercing sound. What's your plan? I need an opportunity to meet their commander. Lin Yu's voice remained eerily calm. Commander? Qin Shui frowned slightly. You know where it is? I know. Lin Yu glanced at the radar. It's right in front of us, inside that largest hatchery. I estimate there are at least 20 xenomorphs guarding it closely. 20. This number startled even Qin Shui. She knew very well that in their current state, trying to force their way through the tight defenses of over 20 xenomorphs to kill the so-called commander was simply a pipe dream. It was no different than jumping into a meat grinder. I have a plan. Lin Yu's voice rang out again, filled with absolute rationality and confidence, but I need you to create a 10-minute, absolute gap for me. 10 minutes? Qin Shui gasped. What do you need 10 minutes for? There are over 20 aliens. A helpless smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He half-jokingly complained, since entering this instance, I hardly done anything, just watched you guys perform. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm being kept by you. If I don't stretch my muscles, I'm afraid I rust. He paused, his tone becoming serious again. I need 10 minutes to properly confront that big guy. You just need to help me hold off the outer mobs, and create an undisturbed environment for me. Hearing Lin Yu's somewhat off-the-cuff remarks in the tense battlefield, Qin Shui was first stunned, then understood. This guy was using his own way to relieve the pressure on everyone. Chapter 224. But more importantly, the absolute confidence in his words deeply moved her. She knew that now, they had no other choice but to trust Lin Yu. Okay. I agree. A resolute glint flashed in Qin Shui's eyes, a madness that risked everything. 10 minutes it is. She took a deep breath, her voice suddenly rising, issuing a near-mad order to everyone through the team channel. Everyone! Hear my command? Her voice was filled with unquestionable madness and determination. Su Mu! Detonate all the traps. Use your maximum firepower to blast a path straight ahead. Wang Shan! Summon all medical drones and heal me at all costs. I need to withstand a wave of damage. Use your holy light to give me the strongest shield. We must fight for Linyu. Fight for those precious 10 minutes. Yes! Su Mu and Wang Shan roared in unison without hesitation. A fierce, death-defying flame ignited in their eyes. They unconditionally trusted Qin Shue's judgment. The next second, boom! A mad glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes as she pressed a detonator without hesitation. All the high-voltage electric traps and concussion bombs she had secretly laid along the platform walls and pipes were detonated simultaneously in that instant. Terrifying blue arcs of electricity, like dancing lightning snakes, instantly transformed the entire platform into a death zone filled with destruction and paralysis. The violent shockwave of the explosion sent more than a dozen aliens flying directly in front of them. Countless aliens stiffened abruptly under the terrifying electric shocks and explosions, their attacks momentarily halted. Meanwhile, Wang Shan poured all his holy light power into Qin Shue without reservation, bestowing upon her a golden shield as thick as a city wall, brimming with divine and protective aura. Dozens of miniature medical drones also simultaneously took to the air, circling around Qin Shue, ready to heal her injuries at any moment. Now! Qin Shue shouted with a commanding voice. She transformed into a purple meteor, activating a powerful dash ability, ignoring the claws and corrosive acid attacking from both sides. Without hesitation or logic, she tore open a fleeting, blood-soaked, and courageous opening in the black sea of death composed of alien creatures. Lin Yu's figure flashed past like a ghost the instant the opening appeared. He didn't even look at how Qin Shue and the others had risked their lives to create this opportunity for him, because he knew that any hesitation or turning back would be a betrayal of his teammates' trust. His goal, from beginning to end, was singular, that final hatching nest, filled with death and opportunity. As Lin Yu's figure shot into the enormous hatching nest, filled with viscous organic matter. Like an arrow released from a bow, an overwhelming stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses, making him want to vomit. The sight before him caused even his heart, already as cold as iron, to tremble slightly. In the very center of the hatching nest, a terrifying monster 10 meters tall, several times larger than a typical alien warrior, its body a mixture of metal and bone, with a pair of enormous, crown-like, magnificent bone wings on its back, lay silently. Its long, ferocious head was covered by a semi-transparent carapace, through which the complex biological structure beneath could be vaguely seen. Its abdomen was connected to countless thick, writhing, flesh-colored tubes, like umbilical cords, extending deep into the nest's walls, seemingly providing a continuous source of life energy for the entire ecosystem. Around it, hundreds of alien eggs, brimming with malevolent energy, were densely packed, constantly hatching. Some eggs had already hatched, empty inside, while others were still gently undulating, as if new life might emerge at any moment. Without a doubt, it was the absolute ruler of this nest. Name, Alien Queen. Description: the core of the entire species, while it possesses intelligence and power far exceeding that of ordinary xenomorphs, and can endlessly produce more xenomorph warriors. The moment Lin Yu intruded, the xenomorph queen abruptly raised its enormous, ferocious head, radiating supreme majesty, its crimson eyes, hidden beneath its carapace, brimming with intelligence and savagery, locked onto Lin Yu, this uninvited guest who dared to trespass into its sacred territory. The next moment, an icy, terrifying mental pressure, filled with supreme majesty, erupted like a burst dam. This mental power was formless and intangible, yet felt as heavy as a mountain, enough to instantly turn the brain of anyone with a weak mind into mush, utterly reducing them to idiocy. However, facing this terrifying impact capable of crushing even the strongest will, Lin Yu smiled. His smile was so cold, so full of mockery. Mental attack? Heh. Trying to teach a fish to swim in front of an expert. He sneered inwardly, offering no resistance whatsoever. He knew such an attack was meaningless to him. Divine strike. He let out a suppressed, supremely majestic roar. Buzz. An indescribable, seemingly emanating from the heavens, golden, mysterious energy, filled with an aura of holiness and majesty, poured into his crown without warning. The terrifying mental pressure, upon contact with this golden energy, melted away like ice meeting the blazing sun, failing to even cause the slightest ripple in his mind. Chapter 225. The next second, Lin Yu's entire body was completely enveloped by an incomparably dazzling, blindingly bright golden aura. His muscles visibly expanded and bulged. His ordinary combat suit was instantly torn apart, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles like cast steel. His bones crackled and popped under the strain. He was instantly half a head taller. A power far greater, more terrifying, and more domineering than ever before, a world-destroying force, like a raging torrent, swept over his entire body in an instant. Ding! Skill Divine Strike activated. Your attributes have received a 50% boost. You are now immune to all mental control effects. Effect duration: 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Roar? For the first time, a hint of human emotion appeared in the alien queen's scarlet eyes, usually filled with intelligence and savagery, shock and disbelief. It clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly weak human could so calmly and directly withstand its mental attack. However, Lin Yu gave it absolutely no time to react. The instant Divine Strike was activated, he stomped his foot like a cheetah poised for battle, the slippery organic matter on the ground exploding with a deafening roar. He transformed into a golden lightning bolt, the alien bone blade in his hand drawing a cold arc filled with the meaning of death and judgment in the dim light. Aiming directly for the alien queen's massive, ferocious head. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once this queen is dealt with, the crisis outside will crumble on its own. Although the alien queen is enormous, its reaction speed is astonishing. Facing Lin Yu's earth-shattering, deadly attack, its massive, crown-like bone wings suddenly flapped, and its entire body moved to the side, with an agility completely disproportionate to its size, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! Lin Yu's alien bone blade slammed into the wall behind the queen, leaving a terrifying half-meter-deep gash in the hard organic material. A slash. Missing his first attack, Lin Yu didn't linger. He pushed off with his feet, retreating like a ghost, creating a safe distance between himself and the enraged queen. Just then, Qin Shui and the others finally repelled a wave of attacks, rushing into the incubation nest filled with death and danger, their bodies covered in blood. When they saw the alien queen, whose size was beyond imagination, their faces showed undisguised shock and despair. My God! This is the real boss? Su Mu's voice trembled. This oppressive aura was more terrifying than all the monsters they had encountered before combined. Everyone! Don't give up! Qin Shui's eyes were also filled with solemnity, but even more so with an indomitable, frenzied fighting spirit. We have no way out. Today, it's either it or us. She shouted, wielding Dragon Spring Modified, and was the first to charge fiercely towards the terrifying queen. A true final battle had begun. However, the course of the battle proved far more brutal than anyone had imagined. The alien queen's power far exceeded their comprehension. Her indestructible exoskeleton was virtually immune to most of their attacks. Only Qin Shui's Dragon Spring Modified and Lin Yu's alien bone blade could barely penetrate its defenses. Its razor-sharp claws and tail blade, with each swing, unleashed a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing through steel. Even more terrifying, it seemed to possess the bizarre ability to manipulate the surrounding organic matter. With a flap of its bony wings, the slimy black organic matter on the ground seemed to come alive, transforming into countless resilient tentacles that swept towards the group from all directions. Caught off guard, Wang Shan was tightly bound to the ankle by a tentacle, then easily flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily into a distant wall, instantly losing his fighting ability. Wang Shan! Qin Shui and Su Mu cried out in unison, but they were also in dire straits. In the blink of an eye, the entire team was facing imminent annihilation. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He slowly pulled out the heart of the tide, radiating supreme divine power, from his spatial backpack, preparing to use his last and strongest trump card. However, just as he was about to activate the heart of the tide, Qin Shui's resolute and frantic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yu! Wait! Let me do it! After narrowly dodging a fatal sweeping attack from the Empress, Qin Shui abruptly pulled out a blood-red item from her spatial backpack, an item brimming with mystery and antiquity that astonished even Lin Yu. It was an ancient codex bound from unknown, seemingly still warm, crimson flesh, filled with an aura of evil and misfortune. Chapter 226. Name: Crimson Codex of the Dead. Quality: Red. Description: a sinful book recording forbidden, blasphemous necromancy. Effect: at the cost of your own life force, temporarily summon monsters you have personally killed in this dungeon from the river Styx to fight for you. The summoned creatures will possess 70% of their original strength, and will be immortal until the end of this dungeon. Note: Those who toy with the dead will ultimately be toyed with by death. What kind of skill is this? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask through the team channel. The aura emanating from this item made him feel a slight unease. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu, a trusting smile appearing on her beautiful face, slightly pale from blood loss and exhaustion. Without any concealment, she quickly explained, "This is my last trump card, originally intended for the most crucial moment. This codex can summon all the monsters I personally killed in this dungeon, including the 2 elite bosses and the dozen or so TQ zombies. They will possess 70% of their former strength, and as long as the dungeon doesn't end, they are immortal. Even if scattered, they will immediately reform. However, this skill can only be used once per dungeon, and they will completely disappear after leaving the dungeon." Hearing Qin Shui tell him her most crucial trump card so clearly, and without reservation, Lin Yu felt a warm current flow through her heart. In this cruel cycle of reincarnation, this kind of unreserved trust is more precious than any equipment or skill. But now it seems there's no need to hide it anymore. Qin Shui's voice carried a hint of madness. "Next, I show you my trump card." She let out a majestic shout, biting her finger without hesitation, and then forcefully pressed her vibrant, life-giving blood onto the blood-red tome, which exuded an aura of evil. "In the name of Qin Shui, return from the realm of death. My most loyal servant." Buzz! The blood-red tome erupted with an incomparably dazzling light the moment it touched Qin Shui's blood. A blinding, blood-red light, the next second. 2 enormous black portals, brimming with death and resentment, burst open behind the alien queen, immediately afterwards. A terrifying humanoid insected monster, 5 meters tall, covered in an obsidian-like hard shell, and a terrifying aerial overlord, dressed in TQ military standard combat uniform, with a blue face and fangs, slowly emerged from the 2 death-filled portals. Behind them, a dozen or so TQ military zombies staggered out, their eyes flashing the same crimson light. These were none other than the 2 elite-level bosses, and the horde of elite monsters that Qin Shui had personally slain. Their scarlet eyes, filled with savagery and killing intent, were fixed on the alien queen, who was also momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. A massive, ultimate free-for-all between monsters had begun. Lin Yu, watching the chaotic monster civil war unfold before him, silently put away Heart of the Tide and retreated to the sidelines, entering spectator mode. The moment the 2 elite-level bosses, brimming with the aura of death and resentment, led their undead minions back from hell, the battle within the hatchery underwent a dramatic reversal. Roar! The obsidian-shelled insected boss let out a deafening roar. Its arms, like giant blades, suddenly crossed, creating a gust of wind that tore through the air, as it fearlessly charged towards the alien queen's flank. Meanwhile, the blue-faced, fanged aerial overlord let out a shriek, flapped its wings, creating a foul wind, and launched a swift attack on the queen from the air. Although the alien queen was powerful and far more intelligent than ordinary aliens, it was still just a boss. It was completely stunned by this sudden backstab. Faced with the frenzied attack of 2 equally elite and fearless opponents, its previously overwhelming offensive was instantly shattered. It was plunged into a bitter battle it had never experienced before, filled with frustration and madness. The Obsidian Insect King possessed astonishing strength and defense, directly clashing with the queen's claws. Each collision produced a deafening metallic clang, sparks flying everywhere. Its primary task was to restrain, using its immortality to relentlessly entangle the queen. Meanwhile, the flying boss in the air was even more cunning. Utilizing its speed advantage, it constantly circled in the air, searching for openings in the queen's attacks, occasionally swooping down to leave deep, bone-revealing wounds on the queen's back and bony wings with its sharp claws. Not to mention the dozen or so TQ zombies constantly harassing the queen. While they can't fatally harm her, they effectively draw her attention, keeping her constantly annoyed. The battle quickly became incredibly chaotic. The queen's roars, the howls of the 2 undead bosses, and the sounds of energy clashing with flesh filled the air. The queen's powerful corrosive acid repeatedly melted the 2 bosses' bodies, leaving them mangled beyond recognition, but the next second, under the power of the Crimson Codex, they reformed from the black aura of death and rejoined the battle, like tireless war machines. Qin Shui and the others were finally free from the suffocating pressure of death, gaining a precious moment to catch their breath. Well done! Sumu watched the epic monster civil war, her face flushed with excitement and filled with uncontrollable elation. This feeling of watching the tigers fight from the sidelines was simply too exhilarating. Wang Shan immediately scrambled to his feet, ignoring his own injuries, and rushed to Qin Shui's side. Qin Shui's face was ashen from forcibly using the Crimson Codex of the Dead, clearly having paid a heavy price. Wang Shan didn't dare delay, and immediately began emergency treatment on her. Chapter 227. Lin Yu, like a true hunter, activated his divine strike golden aura and silently retreated to the edge of the battlefield. He didn't participate in the battle, which he considered a foregone conclusion. His gaze remained fixed on the only remaining supply point behind the alien queen, still radiating an alluring golden light. Compressed energy block, gold, he knew that was the core of their mission. As for the battle before them, he leave it to Qin Shui's undead legion. Time flew by in the oppressive atmosphere, thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. The epic monster civil war finally came to an end after nearly 10 minutes. In the end, after paying an extremely heavy price, the alien queen, with her superior absolute strength, successfully tore the two relentlessly fighting undead minions to shreds once more. But it itself was also severely wounded. Its once indestructible exoskeleton was now riddled with gruesome wounds and cracks, and dark green, acidic blood flowed wildly, corroding the ground into a swamp. Its massive head drooped limply, emitting heavy breaths, clearly suffering a brief but fatal weakness from the immense strain. And at that very moment, a golden sword light, long poised and imbued with the intent of death and judgment, flashed without warning from the shadows behind it. It was Lin Yu. He had seized this once-in-a-lifetime, fleeting, fatal opening, the alien bone blade in his hand, amplified by the immense power of divine strike, transformed into a golden scythe of death, mercilessly and precisely slicing through the alien queen's defenseless, vulnerable neck. A massive, ferocious head shot into the air, gushing dark green blood like a fountain. The battle was over. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire lair suddenly trembled violently. A more intense and ferocious screech erupted from outside. The queen's death seemed to have completely enraged the entire alien horde. Not good. The alien army is about to storm in. We must retreat. Qin Shui shouted decisively. Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all. In a flash, she rushed to the queen's corpse, stuffed the compressed energy block, gold, and another dropped item into her coat, then called to the others, and without looking back, they retreated swiftly back the way they came. After dealing with this last and most terrifying threat, the group retreated safely back to the train carriage, firmly shutting out the swarming alien army. Only then did they finally have time to tally their spoils. Besides the compressed energy block, gold, required for the mission, beside the corpse of the alien queen, they also found a black data logger made of a special alloy, distinctly TQ. Military style. Clearly, this was another unfortunate TQ. Soldier's last words before being devoured by the queen. Qin Shui took the logger in her hand and projected its contents into the air. A fragmented communication log filled with despair and resentment appeared before everyone. Calling headquarters, this is Pioneer Team 3. We have failed. Project Arc has encountered an unforeseen, fatal, unforeseen event. Those damned, anti-TQ madmen. They actually brought the most primitive, and most terrifying, progenitor virus onto the train. The train is completely out of control. We will all be trapped in this damned, moving, iron coffin. No! There is still a chance. There is still a final chance. According to Dr. Albert's final backup plan, at the terminal station, which is the north station of City A56, there is a hidden final safe house that can completely purify all viruses. There, he left behind the real antidote. We must get there. The communication log ends here. When Lin Yu and the others finished reading the communication record filled with shocking secrets, their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. They finally knew what kind of secret was hidden at the end of this death train. The so-called ARC project, the so-called antidote, all pointed to one ultimate goal. The North Station. Just then, the cold system notification arrived again as scheduled. Instance progress reached 12 hours. Generating evacuation plan. Generation complete. Evacuation point A56 Alien World East Station. Mechanism. After arriving at this station, the train will have 30 minutes of free evacuation time. Evacuation point B, A56 Alien World North Station, train terminal. Mechanism. Arrive at the terminal, search for the last hope. Evacuation point C, A56 Alien World Outpost. Mechanism. This station is an emergency shelter. You can disembark here and wait for the next rescue. 3 completely different evacuation points. Qin Shui and the others wore extremely solemn, thoughtful expressions. They began rapidly analyzing the pros and cons and risks of these 3 evacuation points. The East Station sounds the safest, with 30 minutes of free evacuation, like a standard dungeon exit. But it feels like a trap, bait to lure those who are afraid of death to abandon the main quest. Su Mu was the first to voice her opinion. The front station, while offering refuge, the phrase waiting for the next rescue is far too ambiguous, Wang Shan added. Who knows when the next rescue will be? Or rather, whether there will even be a rescue. It feels more like a cage trapping us here indefinitely. Their gazes, in unison, fell upon Lin Yu, who had been calmly observing the communication record throughout. They knew that in this critical moment filled with unknowns and choices, only this man could point them in the right direction. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, looked at everyone, and calmly uttered 5 words. We're going to the North Station. Chapter 228. Lin Yu's calm yet unwavering decision, like a stabilizing force, instantly brought this controversial discussion to a close. Although Qin Shui and the others were still filled with doubts about the unknown and fear of the ultimate challenge, they chose to trust Lin Yu without hesitation. Because this man, through one miraculous performance after another, had proven to them his extraordinary, almost monstrous, judgment and unfathomable strength. Following him seemed to guarantee victory. After successfully installing the golden compressed energy block into the train's energy center, the arc, carrying their last hope, slowly started again after a slight tremor. This time, the atmosphere inside the carriage was more oppressive and heavy than ever before. Everyone knew that they were about to face the final chapter of this journey to death. The North Station, the place that concealed the antidote and the last hope, inevitably also concealed the most terrifying dangers. That would be the most dangerous and deadly ultimate challenge. The train sped through the dark tunnel, and outside the window, nothing but endless darkness rushed past. It was as if the train was traveling on a one-way track to hell, with no turning back, only an abyss-like end. Time, in this suffocating silence, flew by second by second. No one spoke. Everyone was seizing this last moment, checking their equipment, recovering their strength, and getting themselves into peak condition. Qin Shui's face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes were even sharper. Su Mu wiped her longbow and arrows clean again and again. Wang Shan closed his eyes to rest, holding a holy light rune in his hand, muttering a prayer. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer, the train's speed gradually decreased once more. However, this time, unlike when they arrived at the station, there was no light outside the window. It was still that same pitch-black, despairing darkness. Finally, with a piercing metallic scraping sound, the train came to a complete stop. Ding! A cold system notification sounded in everyone's mind without warning, but this time, its color was a shocking blood red. Warning! Warning! Train energy depleted again. Severe track collapse ahead, impassable. All passengers, please immediately search the surrounding area and obtain a red quality source energy core to repair the train and clear the obstacles ahead. Mission time limit, 60 minutes. Mission failure. This area will initiate a self-destruct sequence in 60 minutes, detonating completely. At that time, all creatures remaining here will be utterly annihilated. When the blood-red system alarm, filled with endless malice and the aura of death, exploded in everyone's minds, like a nuclear bomb, the entire world seemed to be paused at that moment. Everyone's faces showed indescribable shock, horror, and profound despair. How could this be? For the first time, a trace of pallor, a hint of panic, appeared on Qin Shui's strikingly beautiful face. She abruptly stood up, looking out at the bottomless darkness, her heart turning icy cold. She never dreamed that at this final, crucial moment, just a step away from the final destination, such a fatal and utterly unreasonable accident would occur. Su Mu's face was also filled with unwilling anger. She slammed her fist hard against the metal wall beside her, producing a dull thud. This is a complete dead end. They had calculated everything, but they hadn't anticipated that this damn system would pull such a stunt at the last moment. 60 minutes. They only had 60 minutes. They had to find the so-called legendary red quality source energy core in this dark, impenetrable ruin filled with unknown dangers, and also clear the massive landslide that could have derailed the entire train. This was simply an impossible task. Red quality items weren't easy to find, especially in this desperate situation, with a death countdown. Despair, like icy seawater, began to slowly engulf everyone's hearts. However, just as everyone was about to fall into the abyss of despair, and even Qin Shui felt helpless at the last moment, Lin Yu, the man who had calmly gazed at the endless darkness outside the window the entire time, slowly stood up. His deep, unwavering eyes, instead of showing any fear or despair, ignited an unprecedented, wildly burning fighting spirit. This was not simply a dead end, but a challenge that concealed immense opportunity. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. This final hurdle was both the graveyard of the weak and the stage where the strong reaped the ultimate rewards. He slowly turned around, looking at his teammates, who were shrouded in despair. A cold, confident smile, radiating absolute control, curved his lips. "Don't just stand there." His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap of supreme authority, exploding in the deathly silence of the carriage, instantly dispelling the gloom of despair in everyone's hearts. Qin Shui, Su Mu, and Wang Shan abruptly looked up, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu stretched his limbs, his bones cracking and popping, the powerful aura still lingering from his divine strike state flowing once more. He spoke with the casualness of someone going downstairs to buy a bottle of water. "It's just a red stone, isn't it? I go get it." Without another word, he offered no further explanation. He was like a true, fearless savior, the first to push open the cold, icy door to hell. Then, to the astonishment of his teammates, he leaped, resolutely throwing himself into the battlefield of the final challenge. Qin Shui and the others watched his resolute and confident figure disappear into the unfathomable darkness. Their hearts, long frozen by despair, seemed to be rekindled in that moment. Chapter 229. The moment Lin Yu's figure shot out of the car like an arrow, the pitch-black darkness, like the most greedy beast, tried to devour him completely. However, his eyes, long accustomed to extreme environments, remained completely calm. Before his powerful radar system, the so-called darkness was nothing more than a map, its mysteries revealed, laid bare. "Follow me." Qin Shui's delicate shout followed immediately. Without hesitation, she led Su Mu and the Wang brothers, closely following Lin Yu's steps, leaping together into this underground ruin filled with the unknown and the aura of death. Underfoot lay cold, hard rails and rubble. The air was thick with an intense, oppressive stench, a mixture of dust, rust, and damp mold. The beams of the tactical searchlights, like sharp swords, tore through layers of darkness, yet could only illuminate a limited area of about 10 meters ahead. Further away lay a chilling abyss that seemed to devour all light. This was an abandoned underground subway transfer station, its scale beyond imagination. Countless abandoned tunnels crisscrossed like a spiderweb, connecting platforms and maintenance passages of varying sizes, all dilapidated and unsafe. The entire spatial structure was infuriatingly complex, practically a natural maze meticulously designed to trap any intruders. "How's the situation?" Qin Shui's voice rang out, filled with great concern. She knew that in such an environment, if they lost their way, only the system's merciless erasure awaited them. "Found it." Lin Yu's voice was calm yet filled with absolute confidence. The location of the red energy core should be in a separate central energy control room at the very bottom of the entire transfer station. But his tone shifted, becoming slightly more serious. "The path to there is troublesome. The entire transfer station structure is extremely unstable. Many passageways have suffered severe collapses. We must traverse this ruin within 60 minutes. Qin Shui's heart sank slightly. She knew that the trouble Lin Yu spoke of was far from simple. "Lead the way." She didn't ask any further questions. She knew that now, the only thing they could do was unconditionally trust this man. "Stay close to me." Lin Yu uttered 3 words succinctly, then, like a guide intimately familiar with this maze, led the group without hesitation into a seemingly inconspicuous maintenance passageway filled with cobwebs and rust. They proceeded cautiously with every step, because no one knew whether the seemingly solid ground beneath their feet might suddenly collapse at any moment, plunging them into an endless abyss. "The third fork on the left, go in. Then take the emergency staircase down to the 3rd basement level." Lin Yu walked at the front, his voice like a precise GPS navigator, constantly guiding everyone in the only correct direction. Qin Shui and the others followed closely behind him, their hearts pounding in their chests. They could clearly hear a series of grating, creaking sounds emanating from the surrounding walls and ceiling, as if they were about to collapse under the weight of the pressure. This underground labyrinth, forgotten for countless years, seemed poised to collapse at any moment, burying these uninvited guests forever. Just as they passed through a narrow corridor and reached the 3rd basement level. Boom! A deafening roar erupted without warning from behind them. The corridor they had just traversed had collapsed completely and cleanly. Huge boulders and twisted steel bars instantly blocked their path. "Damn it!" Su Mu stared at the completely sealed-off escape route, a pale, lingering fear appearing on her usually calm face for the first time. She knew that if they had been even a few seconds slower, they would likely be a mangled mass of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from the rubble. However, Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. It was as if all of this was within his expectations. "Don't stop, keep going." His voice was cold and filled with undeniable authority. Our time is running out. The group forced down their fear and continued walking. However, the shadow of death did not dissipate. Just as they were about to reach the next crucial point, a suspended bridge connecting two platforms. Boom! Another, even more terrifying roar came from directly in front of them. The only suspension bridge they could cross had suddenly and inexplicably snapped in half right before their eyes. A terrifying abyss, over 10 meters wide and seemingly bottomless, had abruptly and irrationally appeared before them. It's over. Wang Shen's face was filled with despair. Now we're trapped, with no way forward and no way back. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom at that moment. They were trapped. Trapped in this labyrinth of despair, filled with death and collapse. However, amidst this suffocating atmosphere of despair, Lin Yu, the man who had calmly gazed at the bottomless abyss from beginning to end, slowly spoke. It's not time to give up yet. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a ray of hope, instantly tearing through the deathly darkness. He looked at everyone and calmly said, "Wait for me here. I go to the other side and see if I can find another way." Having said that, he didn't hesitate any longer. Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, he slowly closed his eyes. Then, in his heart, he calmly uttered those 4 words. Shrinking the earth to an inch. Whoosh! A mysterious energy, filled with a sense of spatial distortion, instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second, his figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of that bottomless abyss. The entire process was silent, filled with a dreamlike and unreal feeling. This is? A spatial skill? A knowing, bitter smile flashed in Qin Shui's sharp phoenix eyes, but her surprise was far less exaggerated than before. After all, Lin Yu had already revealed enough trump cards, adding another spatial skill seemed acceptable. This guy, he really did have some trump cards we didn't know about. Lin Yu didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He calmly inspected the opposite bank, then took out a climbing rope from his spatial backpack. He firmly secured one end of the rope to a fairly sturdy support pillar on the opposite bank, then threw the other end with all his might towards Qin Shui and the others. Chapter 230. The group, one by one, grabbed the sturdy alloy climbing rope and swung safely to the other side. Keep going. Lin Yu didn't give them much time for reflection. He glanced at the rapidly ticking death countdown on his wrist, his voice becoming serious again. The group immediately suppressed their distractions and followed Lin Yu's footsteps, heading deeper into the unknown labyrinth. The journey ahead, though still fraught with various collapses and dangers, became a series of thrilling adventures thanks to Lin Yu's almost bug-like radar navigation and his unpredictable spatial displacement skills. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the core of this underground transit station. It was a colossal, circular central hall, resembling an underground palace. The hall's dome was inlaid with countless enormous, now extinguished searchlights, and countless dark tunnels led in different directions around it. The entire scene was a desolate and magnificent post-apocalyptic spectacle. In the very center of the hall stood a towering, futuristic central energy control tower, tens of meters high, crafted from an unknown silver-white metal. Like a silent giant, it stood there quietly. On Lin Yu's radar map, the blood-red dot radiating overwhelming power glowed silently at the very top of that control tower. That's it, Lin Yu said calmly, pointing to the control tower that exuded a chilling aura. However, there was only one path leading to that control tower. It was a fragile maintenance bridge, less than a meter wide, suspended dozens of meters in the air, constructed of rusted steel. The bridge's surface was riddled with cracks and gaps, as if a slight breeze could cause it to collapse and plunge into the bottomless abyss below. Looking at this only possible path to survival, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats once more. This path was far more dangerous and deadly than any challenge they had faced before. Just as Qin Shui was about to issue another command for teamwork, Lin Yu suddenly reached out and stopped her. Wait. He looked at the control tower, brimming with both danger and opportunity, then at his teammates, who, though powerful, were now all somewhat exhausted. A resolute look appeared on his face. He turned to Qin Shui, looking at her with an unwavering calm, and said, "From here on, I go alone." What? Qin Shui's brows furrowed instantly. No! It's too dangerous. Your safety is the top priority for this mission. No, quite the opposite. Lin Yu shook his head, his deep eyes flashing with cold, absolute rationality. The structure of this overpass is too unstable. It simply cannot support the weight of all 5 of us. Forcing us to cross together will only increase the risk of total annihilation. He paused, then added, his voice filled with the absolute confidence only a lone wolf possesses. Furthermore, according to my perception, there are no powerful biological threats in the control tower ahead. This is just a simple retrieval mission, testing individual abilities. Letting me go alone is the most efficient and safest option. You all return immediately to the train to prepare for the final departure. That's the greatest contribution you can make to the team. Qin Shui remained silent. Looking into Lin Yu's confident and resolute eyes, she knew she couldn't argue. This man, though mostly a silent outsider, always made the most correct and rational judgments at crucial moments. She knew Lin Yu was right. Letting this lone wolf, skilled at dancing on the edge of a knife, face this final challenge alone was the optimal solution. Okay. After a long silence, she nodded solemnly, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions, worry and trust. Be careful. If you encounter any danger we can't perceive, don't be reckless, retreat immediately. We will wait for you on the train. Lin Yu nodded calmly. He watched Qin Shui lead Su Mu and the Wang brothers, cautiously retreating step by step along the equally perilous path they had come from, into the distance, until their figures completely disappeared into the deep darkness. The entire vast central hall was now empty except for him. And the solitary control tower, the one filled with the final challenge. A long-lost feeling of freedom and control instantly swept over him. He loved this feeling. This feeling of being completely in control of his own destiny, this solitary journey. A cold, expectant smile curved his lips. Without further hesitation, his figure, like a weightless leaf, silently stepped onto the bridge of death leading to the final treasure. That maintenance bridge, suspended above the abyss, was even more fragile than Lin Yu had imagined. With each step he took, the steel beneath his feet emitted a sickening creak, as if it might snap at any moment. Countless grains of rust and dust, like silent hourglasses, dripped from the cracks in the bridge, falling into the endless darkness below that swallowed all light. Any ordinary person, walking on such a death-soaked single-plank bridge, would likely have already collapsed, unable to move an inch. But Lin Yu walked as if on flat ground. His steps were light and rhythmic, without the slightest unnecessary movement. He walked, without incident, across that precarious bridge of death, untouched by a single leaf. Chapter 231. After nearly 5 minutes, he arrived at the futuristic Central Energy Control Tower. The tower's doors were crafted from a single, thick piece of special alloy, covered in complex electronic circuits and combination locks, exuding a chilling, heavily guarded aura. However, all of this was meaningless to Lin Yu. He slowly pulled out the red key from his spatial backpack, a key that had accompanied him through countless life and death experiences, a key imbued with supreme divine power, defying the heavens. The fisherman's master key. He didn't even bother to study the complex combination locks. He simply and calmly placed the antique brass key gently against the cold alloy door. Beep! Performing highest level clearance cracking. Crack successful. Accompanied by a soft, synthesized electronic sound, the sturdy door, capable of withstanding any explosion, silently slid open to both sides. Lin Yu's figure, like a true ghost, flashed into the control tower. Inside was a vast, technologically advanced circular space. Around the space were concentric rings of futuristic control panels, covered with countless holographic projection screens, now extinguished, flickering with a faint red light. And in the very center of the space, a massive energy reactor crafted from transparent crystal stood silently. Inside the reactor, a fist-sized, eerily blood-red rhomboid crystal core, seemingly containing the terrifying energy of a star, slowly rotated, emitting a chilling energy fluctuation powerful enough to distort space itself. That was their ultimate objective. Source energy core, red. Around that red core was a powerful, mesh-like energy shield composed of countless blue energy beams. Lin Yu knew that to obtain the core, he had to first disable this damned energy shield. His gaze, like a highly precise scanner, rapidly scanned the complex control panels around him. Soon, he found the only main switch for the energy shield, the one still glowing green, on an inconspicuous main control computer in a corner. He walked over and, without hesitation, pressed it. ZZZZT. With a piercing sound of energy dissipating, the energy shield surrounding the red core instantly transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. He stepped forward, slowly extending his hand, preparing to claim that red treasure, enough to drive any power mad, into his possession. However, the instant he put the red core into his backpack, his level 3 radar, which had been constantly activated, suddenly, without warning, erupted with an incomparably dazzling, blindingly brilliant, golden light. This is... Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. His heart, at this moment, pounded wildly, violently, almost leaping out of his throat. He could clearly see it, right beneath the immense energy signal emanating from that enormous red core, powerful enough to obscure everything. A tiny, golden speck of light, no bigger than a fingernail, yet radiating supreme divine power, brimming with infinite possibilities, was nowhere to hide. It had always been perfectly concealed by the immense energy of that red core. If it weren't for his near-bug-like radar system. If it weren't for his scavenger's heart, filled with an extreme greed for any treasure. This earth-shattering secret, capable of changing the entire realm hub world, would have likely slipped through his fingers. Lin Yu forcibly suppressed the surging waves of immense joy within him. He carefully removed the red core, radiating terrifying heat, from the energy base. Then, he saw the small, ancient, and mysterious hidden compartment beneath the base. He reached out and gently opened the compartment. Inside, lying quietly, was an ancient golden scroll made of an unknown material, seemingly crafted from solidified light, filled with supreme Taoist principles. He carefully cradled the golden scroll, which seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, in his palm. The next second, a golden system notification, radiating supreme majesty, exploded before him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a gold-quality special consumable. Skill Upgrade Scroll X1. Name: Skill Upgrade Scroll. Quality: Gold. Type: Special Consumable. Effect: Allows you to unconditionally upgrade one gold-quality skill to red quality. This process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Note: From mortal to god, sometimes only this one step separates you. Boom! The moment Lin Yu saw the item's effect, his mind went completely blank, overwhelmed by a roar of ecstatic joy. Red quality. He looked at the two equally dazzling golden, heaven-defying trump cards in his skill bar. Divine Strike. Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. Luck is important, but in this world fraught with danger, betrayal, and conspiracy, absolute power capable of crushing all threats is the foundation of his survival. Upgrade Divine Strike. He roared from the bottom of his heart, making his final decision. Chapter 232. The instant Lin Yu made his choice, the golden divine skill advancement scroll transformed into countless dazzling points of light, filled with holiness and majesty. Then, like a surging golden dragon, it roared and charged into the depths of his soul, colliding violently with the golden imprint representing the divine strike skill. An incomparably dazzling, blindingly bright, blood-red divine light, enough to make even gods and demons tremble, erupted from his body. Ding! Congratulations! Your skill Divine Strike Gold has successfully advanced to Divine Demon Descent, Red. Name: Divine Demon Descent. Quality: Red. Type: Active Skill. Main effect: After activation, all your attributes will receive a 100% boost. Effect lasts for 3 hours. Cooldown time 5 hours. New passive: Divine Soul Descent. Each time this skill is activated, there is a 10% chance to trigger a Divine Soul Lottery, randomly selecting a historical/mythological figure's martial soul to possess you for 3 hours. During this time, you will gain the martial soul's special attribute bonuses and core martial skills. Note: when a god possesses you, the god is also you. Lin Yu felt the terrifying, almost overflowing power surging within him. His once calm and collected heart was now stirred by a raging storm. All attributes doubled, lasting a full 3 hours. There was even a chance to summon a martial soul from history or mythology to possess him. He knew that from this moment on, he truly possessed the qualifications to directly confront those so-called top players. Satisfied, he carefully pocketed the 2 crimson treasures, each capable of altering his destiny. Then, without further ado, he turned and sped back along the equally perilous and challenging path, returning to the Ark, the vessel carrying all their hopes. His return journey was several times faster than his arrival. He no longer needed to consider his teammates. He pushed his speed and his unpredictable spatial displacement skills to their limits. His figure moved like a ghost among the collapsing ruins and bottomless abysses, a beauty born of death and art. In just 10 minutes, he returned safely to the Ark, which lay silently moored on its tracks. When Qin Shui and the others saw the crimson core in his hand, radiating terrifying energy, their hearts, which had been filled with anxiety, finally settled completely. Did you get it? Qin Shui stared at the man who exuded a subtle yet unfathomable aura of mystery, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yu didn't say much. He simply walked forward calmly, and installed the red core into the train's energy replenishment compartment. Boom! Accompanied by a powerful roar, the train's lights instantly became brighter and more dazzling than ever before. An unprecedented surge of powerful energy swept across the entire train. Ding! Red source energy core installed. Train main energy replenished to 120%. Railway obstacles cleared. Train to restart soon, expected arrival at terminal A56 Alien World North Station in 3 hours. Friendly reminder, there will be no unplanned stops on this journey. Have a pleasant journey. When that hopeful system notification rang in everyone's ears, the entire carriage erupted in a wild, jubilant cheer, as if they had survived a catastrophe. They knew they had succeeded. They had survived a near-death experience that could have wiped out any top-tier team. However, amidst this atmosphere of joy and relief, Qin Shui, the iron-blooded captain who had maintained absolute composure throughout, slowly stood up. Her sharp phoenix eyes slowly swept over each of her teammates, who were filled with the joy of surviving a close call. Finally, they settled on the tightly closed train door leading to the front of the train, a door shrouded in unknown danger and uncertainty. Her face was once again completely replaced by a terrifying fighting spirit, filled with coldness and a chilling aura. Holding the Dragon Spring modified, Qin Shui's sharp phoenix eyes, having just experienced a heart-wrenching battle, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they burned with an even more intense and soaring fighting spirit. She turned around, her gaze like a sword, pointing directly at the tightly closed train door leading to the front of the train, still filled with the aura of the unknown and death. Everyone! Our mission isn't over yet. Her clear, powerful voice echoed through the surviving carriage, instantly dispelling the initial sense of relief. We're just idling around anyway. Before we reach our final destination, we need to clean up all the trash on this train. Her words were filled with unwavering determination, like a resounding bugle call, instantly igniting a fire in everyone's hearts. Sumu immediately drew back his compound bow, his eyes sharpening, the data stream on his tactical goggles flashing rapidly once more. Wang Shan also gripped his medical shield tightly, shielding his unconscious brother behind him, his face resolute. A new journey seemed about to begin, everyone ready to plunge once more into the baptism of blood and fire. However, just as this high-spirited fighting spirit was about to translate into action, a calm, even somewhat untimely, voice suddenly rang out, like a ladle of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan. Wait a moment. Lin Yu slowly stepped out from the back of the group, interrupting their already impatient anticipation. He looked at the battle-ready Qin Shui, a hint of helplessness on his face. He shrugged and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Miss Qin, have we forgotten something? Chapter 233. Qin Shui was slightly taken aback, looking at him with some confusion. Forgot what? Your servants. Lin Yu pointed to the deep shadows at the junction of the carriages. Since we have such a tireless, invulnerable, and resurrected undead legion, why should we personally fight those mindless ordinary zombies? His words were like a wake-up call, instantly enlightening everyone. Sumu was the first to react. She slapped her forehead, exclaiming with sudden realization, that's right. How could I forget that? We have 2 elite-level bosses as henchmen. Wang Shan's resolute face also broke into a simple, honest smile. He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, yeah, we were too excited during the fight, our brains haven't quite caught up yet. Let them go, we just follow behind and pick up the scraps. A rare, faint blush appeared on Qin Shui's handsome face. She had indeed been blinded by the joy of victory, and the excitement of reaching the finish line, her only thought being to lead the team to victory, completely forgetting that she possessed such an overpowered ace force. She coughed slightly, somewhat embarrassed, then regained her captain's composure, glaring at Lin Yu as if to say, you think you know everything? She walked to the deep shadows. Unlike the complex ritual of sacrificing life force and chanting incantations required for her previous summoning, this time she simply extended her right hand and gently pressed her slender, white palm into the rippling shadows. Time to get to work. Her voice was calm and indifferent, like calling a pet. The next second, the shadows surged violently, as if a gate connecting to the river Styx had been silently opened. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar filled with death and resentment, the ultimate biological weapon, 5 meters tall and covered in obsidian-like hard armor, took its heavy steps out of the shadows first. Immediately afterward, the aerial overlord flying zombie glided out silently, its crimson eyes flashing with a thirst for slaughter. Behind them, a dozen or so elite zombies dressed in TQ military uniforms staggered out, still clutching the various firearms they had used in life. Although they could no longer fire, their fearless and chilling aura was still terrifying. This undead army, recently torn to shreds in a devastating battle against the alien queen, has returned to the world unscathed, perfectly preserved. The chilling aura of death emanating from them is even more intense than before, as if their journey through the river Styx has only made them stronger. They stand silently behind Qin Shui, their empty eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with absolute obedience to their master's commands. Qin Shui looks at her powerful undead servant army, and nods in satisfaction. She waves her jade-like hand, pointing towards the tightly closed carriage door ahead, a door shrouded in unknown danger, and issues a concise yet bloodthirsty command. Go! Clear the area ahead. The two elite-level undead. The next moment, this terrifying legion of death and resentment, like a black torrent of steel, crashed through the train door with a terrifying, crushing force, and plunged into the death carriage filled with ordinary zombies. A one-sided, predictable, bloody massacre had officially begun. Lin Yu and his group, meanwhile, were completely relegated to being hands-off managers. They leisurely followed behind this army of the undead, like a group of kings inspecting their territory, or like a group of tourists on an armed escort, preparing to embark on an unprecedented, relaxed, and enjoyable death train journey. Chapter 234. As the undead army charged into the next carriage like tigers among sheep, the once quiet train was instantly engulfed by deafening roars, muffled crashes, and the cracking of bones. However, all this commotion seemed detached from Lin Yu and the others, as if separated by a thick pane of glass, so unreal. They leisurely followed behind the undead army, their path cleared of debris. Although the air still reeked of blood, for these survivors, accustomed to life and death, the smell brought a strange sense of security. The battle ahead didn't need to be observed. The sounds alone revealed a devastating, one-sided crushing defeat. Ordinary zombies, even elite individuals initially enhanced by the progenitor virus, were as fragile as paper dolls before the obsidian insect king's indestructible carapace and razor-sharp arms, easily torn in two. The flying zombie transformed into an aerial reaper, its form flashing like black lightning within the cramped carriage. Each dive precisely claimed the heads of several zombies, its efficiency outrageously high. As for the dozen or so TQ squad zombie underlings, they took teamwork to the extreme. Forming a basic combat formation, they advanced step by step, utterly overwhelming any who tried to get close with the simplest and most brutal method. It's not the sheer number of zombies that's scary, it's their cunning. The entire cleanup process was fluid and efficient, like a precisely tuned killing machine. Wow! Sumu exclaimed in surprise at the sight before her. She pulled a bag of potato chips from her tactical backpack, tore open the packaging, and started crunching away, commenting with interest, "If I'd known it would be this easy, I would have brought more snacks. This is way more exciting than watching a holographic movie." She even casually offered some chips to Lin Yu and Qin Shui. "Want some? Barbecue flavor?" Qin Shui rolled her eyes at her helplessly, but still took a chip. The continuous high-intensity combat and mental strain had left her feeling somewhat tired, and she naturally wouldn't refuse this rare moment of relaxation. Wang Shi's complexion had improved considerably. Although still unconscious, his breathing was steady and strong, clearly indicating that the standstill effect was still ongoing. Lin Yu didn't eat any chips. He simply walked calmly along the flank of the group, seemingly on guard, but in reality, his mental radar remained on low power. Although the undead legion was powerful enough, caution was ingrained in his bones. In this completely relaxed atmosphere, the conversations among the group increased. Speaking of which, Shui, Sumu nudged Qin Shui's arm curiously. "What's the story behind your Crimson Codex of the Dead? It's way too overpowered. Red quality items are incredibly expensive on our Dragon Shield Bureau's exchange list, and they're always out of stock." Qin Shui smiled proudly, but then her expression turned somewhat helpless. "It was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather for my 18th birthday. He said he found it in a dungeon years ago. The price was that his entire elite squad was almost wiped out." She paused, her tone becoming somewhat complicated. "This thing is powerful, but it has many limitations. It can only be used once per instance. More importantly, its aura is too evil. Using it makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't usually want to use it." Then she whispered in Sumu's ear, "Actually, I just wanted to show it off to Lin Yu." Lin Yu understood immediately. He hadn't deliberately listened to the girl's whispers. Any powerful force inevitably comes with corresponding costs and limitations. Things like gods and demons descend, and the dice of fortune, which have almost no negative effects, are truly 1 in a million. They chatted like this as the undead army advanced rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen carriages filled with zombies were completely emptied. They even made an unexpected discovery in a relatively clean luxury dining car. In the kitchen storage room of this dining car, there was a batch of unopened military-grade canned goods and high-purity energy drinks. "Looks like we're in luck." Sumu excitedly ran over, stuffing things into his backpack like a little squirrel. These are useful too. We can sell them for a bit back at the Realm Hub. Everyone joined in without ceremony, enjoying a short but pleasant picnic. In this strangely relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, they were getting closer and closer to the final driver's cab. The entire cleanup process went incredibly smoothly. Possessing powerful and immortal summoned creatures in the dungeon world is just that domineering, that unreasonable. Chapter 235. Under the Undead Legion's overwhelming offensive, the zombies in the last passenger carriage were completely wiped out. With a deafening roar, the sturdy door, crafted from heavy alloy, leading to the train's driver's cab was ripped open with a massive gash by the Obsidian Insect King's battering ram-like arms. A strong smell of rust and a faint whiff of gunpowder wafted from behind the door, a stark contrast to the nauseating stench of blood and decay that had filled the carriages earlier. Having received no further orders, the Undead Legion stood silently on either side of the doorway, like the most loyal guards, their crimson eyes scanning the surroundings warily, protecting their masters from any potential danger. It seems the final battle is over, Qin Shui said softly, looking at the chaotic driver's cab. Lin Yu and the others stepped inside. The cockpit wasn't large, filled with sophisticated instruments and control panels, most of which were completely darkened by the power outage. Only a few emergency red warning lights stubbornly flashed, adding an eerie atmosphere to the deathly silence. There were no zombies, nor any signs of a struggle. Only a man in a crisp TQ military officer's uniform lay slumped quietly in the driver's seat. His face was serene, as if he were merely asleep, but the gaping, clear wound in his chest, pierced by a sharp weapon, and the dried, dark red blood, silently testified to the horrific tragedy of his final moments. In his hand, he still clutched a broken command sword tightly. Clearly, in his final, and most feeble, resistance, he had put up a last, futile struggle. Suicide. Wang Shan stepped forward, carefully examining the wounds on the body, and concluded, the wounds pierced through from the inside out, likely caused by some kind of energy overload. It seems that after the train completely lost control, and he himself was infected, he chose the most decisive way to end his life, to avoid becoming a monster. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They looked at the unknown officer, a sense of respect welling up within them. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, to maintain the last vestige of human dignity and choose to die with dignity was itself an immense act of courage. Lin Yu's gaze didn't linger on the corpse. His sharp eyes, comparable to those of a hawk, immediately locked onto the officer's blood-soaked bosom. There was a noticeable bulge. He stepped forward, bowed slightly to the corpse as a sign of respect, and then reached into the officer's robes, pulling out a futuristic black combination lock made of a special memory metal. The lock was seamless, featuring only a complex biometric lock requiring both iris and fingerprint verification. This level of security would deter even the most elite hackers. It seems this contains our final key, Qin Shui said, her brow furrowing slightly as she looked at the lock. But how do we open it? However, her words were barely out of her mouth when Lin Yu calmly pulled out the same unassuming yet imposing brass key from his spatial backpack. The fisherman's master key makes its reappearance. Lin Yu calmly aimed the tip of the key at the biometric lock on the combination lock box. Beep! Permission cracking in progress. Crack successful. With a crisp unlocking sound, the seemingly indestructible combination lock box opened. Inside the box were no physical items, only a soft blue light shot into the sky, converging in midair to form an encrypted holographic document filled with complex data streams and mysterious symbols. This is... A hint of shock flashed in Qin Shui's eyes. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He knew the importance of this document, and immediately used his Dragon Shield internal communicator to scan and read it with the highest privileges. The next second, a long-buried, earth-shattering secret, enough to overturn everyone's understanding, was revealed before them. It turned out that the so-called ARC project was far more insane and grandiose than they had imagined. The TQ forces didn't just want to escape the apocalypse with the remnants of humanity. Their ultimate goal was to create a completely new, perfect world, one they led. This plan was named Project Eden. They believed that the progenitor virus was not a disaster, but rather a divine key given to humanity for evolution. They brought back virus samples from the Land of Souls, and captured advanced Zerg with perfect biological genes from the alien world, attempting to combine these two. By combining these elements, they created a perfect, ultimate biological weapon possessing both immortality and limitless evolutionary potential. Their secret base for conducting this forbidden experiment is located in the next related instance world. This document is the final map and access key to that Garden of Eden. Just as everyone was utterly stunned by this insane plan, A cold system notification resounded in everyone's minds. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the key to the next related instance world. Please make your final choice. Option A. Immediately enter the final chapter of the related instance. S909 Starfall City from the current site. Note: choosing this option will make this instance a private instance, and you will not enter the Realm Hub's public matchmaking system. All benefits will be exclusively for your team. Option B. Abandon this opportunity and return to the Realm Hub Central Hall. This instance world will automatically unlock in 7 days, and will be open to all survivors who meet the level requirements. Chapter 236. As the two choices, each imbued with the weight of fate and choice, clearly appeared on everyone's retinas, the Ark, fresh from the crucible of blood and fire, fell into a somber silence once more. This choice was far more difficult than any before. It would directly determine the ultimate course of this perilous journey, and also the strategic deployment of their team, and indeed the entire Dragon Shield Bureau, along this mission line. Enter immediately, or wait 7 days. Su Mu broke the silence, her face revealing an unprecedented seriousness. She lightly tapped the compound bow in her hand with her fingertips, her mind racing, analyzing the pros and cons. The benefits of entering immediately are obvious, she said calmly and logically. A private instance means no competitors. We are the first pioneers of this new world, and all the resources and secrets will be exclusively ours. It's like discovering a huge gold mine in untouched virgin land. We have absolute priority in mining it. She paused, her tone becoming serious. However, the risks are equally enormous. Although it's just a low-level alien world, it's still an alien world, and the difficulty is undeniable. Wang Shan nodded immediately in agreement. He glanced at his younger brother, still unconscious beside him, his resolute face filled with worry. I agree with Su Mu's analysis, he said in a low, steady voice. Safety first. I think we should choose to return and rest, which will allow the Bureau to provide us with more intelligence support and equipment replenishment. Su Mu and Wang Shan's analysis were both quite reasonable, one focused on opportunities, the other on risks. This caused Qin Shui to fall into a brief moment of contemplation. As the team leader, she had to be responsible for the safety of the entire team. She spoke slowly, her voice carrying a hint of insight into higher-level strategies typical of someone from a wealthy family. What you said makes sense. But you overlooked the most crucial point. The attitude of the Dragon Shield's higher-ups. She looked at everyone, a complex light flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. Before entering this instance, what was Director Zhang's final assessment of this related instance questline? Low strategic value. He has downgraded this quest from strategic to regular. What does this mean? It means that if we choose to return this time, 7 days later, the Bureau will likely not approve our original team, using such large resources, to re-enter this instance that they consider uninteresting. They will likely just assign any team to conduct routine exploration and evaluation. At that time, all our efforts today, the key we obtained with our lives and blood, will all benefit others. More importantly, her voice grew colder and heavier. Once this instance is open to all survivors, can you imagine what kind of scene it will be? The Wings of Liberty from the US, Amaterasu from Japan, the Templar Order from the European Union. All the world's top forces will swarm in like sharks smelling blood. At that time, that city of fallen stars. It will no longer be a treasure trove, but a far more bloody and cruel meat grinder. What we will face is not only unknown monsters, but also the human heart, which is even more terrifying than monsters. Qin Shui's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing any hesitation Su Mu and Wang Shan might have felt due to the risks. They realized then that behind these seemingly simple options lay such a complex game of strategy and a perilous future. Their gazes ultimately fell on the man, who had listened calmly throughout, offering no opinion. Lin Yu. At this crossroads filled with unknowns and choices, they instinctively entrusted the final decision to this man, who had repeatedly created miracles, and led them out of dire straits. Lin Yu felt the gazes of the crowd, and he slowly raised his head. He didn't analyze the complex pros and cons or the future situation. He simply looked calmly at Qin Shui and asked the simplest, most crucial question. Who is being assigned to this mission by Dragon Shield? Qin Shui paused slightly, then replied, It's us, the 9th Squad, the elite 5-man team. That's enough. Lin Yu nodded, his voice calm yet filled with unwavering resolve. Since the mission is ours, we should conclude it ourselves. I have no interest in others' handouts. As for those so-called competitors, a cold, confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. I have even less interest in them. Chapter 237. When Lin Yu's voice, brimming with absolute confidence and control, echoed in the carriage. The decision regarding their future fate was no longer in doubt. All right. It's settled. A fierce flame reignited in Qin Shua's eyes. Infected by Lin Yu's domineering aura, she declared with boundless pride, at worst, we die. We still have resurrections. We, the Qin family, have never been afraid of anyone. Su Mu and Wang Shan nodded heavily. All their doubts and worries vanished the moment Lin Yu made his decision. They believed in this man. Unconditionally. Ding! Team selection confirmed. Enter immediately. You will have 1 hour to rest. During this time, you can return to your respective realm hub personal spaces at any time for resupply and preparation. After 1 hour, you will be automatically teleported to the new instance world, S909 Eden Project, Starfall City. Countdown begins. 59:59 as the system notification sound faded, 5 beams of white light simultaneously illuminated the area, enveloping everyone. The light dissipated, and Lin Yu was back in his familiar personal space, located in the central hall of the Realm Hub. This was a pure white, boundless space filled with futuristic technology, his only, absolutely safe haven. He didn't immediately go for a so-called rest. He immediately opened his personal communicator, skillfully edited an encrypted message, and sent it. Mom, I'm fine. Just finished a mission. Don't worry. This was a habit he had maintained without fail ever since leading the instance world. After receiving his mother's concerned and relieved reply, it's good that you're safe, Lin Yu's heart, which had been slightly tense due to the series of battles, finally relaxed completely. He glanced at his credit point balance and, without hesitation, opened the paid features list of his personal space. Personal exclusive training space, 10,000 credit points/day. Although he only had less than an hour to rest, every minute and second was incredibly precious to Lin Yu right now. He needed an absolutely safe and unrestricted environment to familiarize himself with the new, world-destroying power he had just acquired. He paid 10,000 credit points to directly activate the training space function. The pure white space before him instantly transformed into a vast, boundless, metallic-textured fighting arena. Welcome to your personal exclusive training space. Duration, 59 minutes. During this period, all your skill cooldowns and usage limits will be temporarily removed. Enjoy your training. Lin Yu took a deep breath, sensing the source energy particles in this space, several times purer than those outside. An unprecedented, wildly burning madness and anticipation ignited in his deep eyes. He wanted to test just how terrifying the power of that true red divine skill, which had evolved from gold, truly was. He slowly closed his eyes, completely immersing his mind in the depths of his soul. Gods and demons descend. He let out a suppressed roar, filled with supreme majesty. Boom! A dazzling, blood-red divine light, 10 times more terrifying than when he activated Divine Strike, seemingly capable of completely dyeing the heavens and earth red, erupted from his body. He felt as if he had been instantly broken down into countless atoms, only to be reassembled in an even more powerful and perfect form. All attributes doubled. It was an unprecedented sense of power. However, this was not the end. Just as that terrifying power swept over his entire body, a brand new system notification, brimming with the aura of destiny and serendipitous encounters, exploded in his mind. Ding! Passive skill Divine Soul Descent has been triggered. Performing a Divine Soul Lottery for you. Randomly selecting a powerful martial soul from the river of history and the mythological era. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a B-grade martial soul. Wei General Wen Pin. Accompanied by. As the system notification sound faded, a 3-meter-tall phantom of an ancient general, clad in heavy black armor, wielding a wide, thick-backed long sword, his face resolute and exuding an imposing aura, slowly materialized behind him. Although the phantom was merely an energy form, its terrifying, domineering aura, honed through countless battles, seemed to freeze the entire training space. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's system panel underwent a dramatic transformation. His strength and stamina attributes, already doubled, received an additional terrifying 30% boost, and in his hand, a purple-quality long sword, equally imbued with a chilling killing intent and a profound sense of history, appeared out of nowhere. Name, Army-Suppressing Long Sword, Purple Temporary. Effect, when equipped, all your slashing attacks will have the effects of armor penetration and stun. Lin Yu felt the explosive power within him, almost bursting out of his body. Looking at the menacing weapon in his hand, still seemingly warm from the battlefield, an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face. This is the power of a god or demon descending to earth. Ding! Martial soul bound. You can choose to summon when pinged with a 20% probability the next time you activate a skill, or have an 80% probability of randomly drawing a new one. Lin Yu closed the system panel with satisfaction. Chapter 238. As the brief 1-hour rest period came to an end, 5 beams of white light once again enveloped Lin Yu and the others. This teleportation process was longer and more intense than any before. Lin Yu could clearly feel that he had traversed countless spatial faults filled with turbulence and folds before finally arriving in that entirely new and unknown world. The light dissipated, and the blinding sunlight and slightly thin air caused a slight discomfort to everyone who had just emerged from the dark underground ruins. They found themselves on the rooftop of a skyscraper in a modern city. Below was a smooth helipad, and all around them stood towering steel jungles reaching into the clouds. This city, in terms of both architectural style and technological level, was no different from their real world. But this was a dead city. Looking around, the wide streets were deserted, littered with abandoned vehicles and burnt wreckage. Countless newspapers and miscellaneous items swirled in the bleak autumn wind, telling the story of the city's former prosperity and present desolation. Even more chilling were the enormous, grotesque claw marks, as if slashed by some terrifying creature, marked the glass facades of the towering skyscrapers. Large patches of dried, eerily dark green, viscous liquid even clung to the walls of some buildings. The entire city was shrouded in a suffocating, ominous atmosphere, filled with an aura of death and misfortune. Just then, the cold, epic system notification sounded, booming into everyone's minds. Welcome to the final chapter of the related dungeon. S909 Project Eden, City of Fallen Stars. Dungeon type, Alien World. Mission objective: infiltrate the secret lair of the Eden organization, find and kill their first perfect biological weapon, the Alien King, the Star Eater. Completing this mission will calculate the contribution points for all related dungeons. The higher the contribution, the greater the reward. World Malice, Endless Tide. In this world, every hour, all non-boss level alien units killed will regenerate at their death location, consuming surrounding organic matter. Dungeon time limit, 72 hours. After 48 hours, the system will announce 3 random extraction points. Upon seeing the world's malevolent force, Endless Tide, everyone's heart sank. Infinite resurrection? Su Mu's face turned incredibly grim. How are we supposed to fight like this? Aren't we facing an endless army of aliens? No, this precisely illustrates that the core of this instance isn't about clearing out the mobs. Qin Shue's eyes gleamed with wisdom. She quickly grasped the system's true intention. The system's purpose is to force us to abandon all unnecessary battles within a limited time, to strike at the heart of the enemy, and capture the leader first. That's right. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He immediately and silently activated his level 3 radar. Buzz. A meticulously detailed 3D map of the city, covering an area of 8 kilometers, instantly unfolded in his mind. The sight before him caused a flicker of solemnity to cross his deep eyes. He could clearly see that inside the skyscraper they were in, from the rooftop beneath their feet down to dozens of floors below, was a dense, countless network of blood-red dots, each representing danger. While these dots weren't as enormous or dazzling as the alien queen they had encountered before, their number and density far surpassed anything they had seen before. This place was practically a monster's lair. Their team had been surrounded by enemies the instant they entered this world. Just as everyone was still reeling from the cruel rules of the Endless Tide, Lin Yu's cold, wary voice rang out without warning, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. There are. Situation. Watch out above. His voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly penetrating. Qin Shue and the others reacted almost instinctively the moment they heard him. Without hesitation, Qin Shue and Wang Shan lowered their center of gravity, crossing their weapons and shields above their heads. Su Mu, with unbelievable agility, rolled to the side, creating a safe distance, his compound bow instantly drawn to its full extent, and in the very next second after they completed this series of tactical maneuvers. Whoosh! 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 Several lightning-fast, jet-black afterimages, like deadly meteors falling from the heavens, silently swooped down from the smooth glass curtain wall of the hundreds of meters high skyscraper without warning. Their speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye, leaving faint, distorted afterimages in the air, just as their long, black lightning-like forms were about to reach the crowd's heads. They're resilient and powerful. Scorpion-like bony tails lashed out, precisely hooking onto the buildings. Exterior metal structure. Their entire bodies, like rapidly swinging pendulums, swept towards the crowd at a bizarre angle completely defying the laws of physics. Their signature, razor-sharp inner fangs, capable of being launched instantly, gleamed brilliantly in the blinding sunlight. A chilling, menacing glint in their eyes. Even more terrifying was their incredible ability to mimic appearance, like a chameleon. Their colors blended perfectly with the surrounding glass walls and steel structures. If Lin Yu's radar hadn't precisely locked onto their energy signals, the group probably wouldn't have noticed these deadly ghostly assassins lurking in the light until the very last moment their skulls were pierced. Name: Shadow Raider Alien. Description: created by the Eden Organization, a perfect stealth assassination unit created by fusing the messenger alien with some unknown chameleon gene. They possess extreme speed, eerie mimicry abilities, and terrifyingly deadly attack power. Ready! Chapter 239. Qin Shui let out a sharp, furious shout. Driven by source energy, the dragon spring modified in her hand erupted with an incomparably dazzling blue light screen, spreading upwards like a peacock's tail, precisely meeting the deadly black shadows. Clang! 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 A series of ear-piercing metallic clangs exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. The deadly attack of those shadow raiders was forcefully blocked by Qin Shui's impenetrable sword screen. However, they did not give up. Using the immense recoil, they nimbly flipped in midair, their limbs sticking firmly to the ground nearby like suction cups, then transformed into several black lightning bolts, launching a second, even more ferocious ground charge towards the group from different angles. At the same time, Su Mu's arrows finally arrived. She didn't fire ordinary arrows, but several specially made explosive arrows with dangerously red tips. Boom! 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 Violent explosions resounded on the rooftop. The terrifying shockwave and flames instantly engulfed the leading shadow raiders. However, just when everyone thought they had dealt with these troublesome creatures, an even more bizarre and deadly scene unfolded. The shadow raiders' corpses, blown to pieces, didn't bleed like ordinary creatures. Instead, they inflated like balloons. Then, bang! Their corpses exploded. Large swaths of highly corrosive, scalding, dark green acid sprayed wildly in all directions, like a torrential downpour. Name: Acid Explosion Bug Alien. Description: a special alien unit used as a living bomb. Their bodies are filled with a high concentration of strong acid. Upon death, they trigger a violent explosion, causing devastating corrosive damage to everything around them. Get out of the way! Qin Shui's expression changed instantly. She shoved Wang Shan aside, then rolled away in a clumsy manner, narrowly avoiding the deadly acid rain. Sizzle! The ear-piercing corrosive sound was incessant. The hard concrete ground, before the terrifying acid, was as fragile as butter, instantly corroding into huge, grotesque pits, emitting puffs of nauseating, pungent smoke. The group dodged and weaved, finally managing to clear out this first wave of enemies. But everyone's faces were filled with lingering fear and solemnity. They knew this was just the beginning. This city of fallen stars, rife with death and danger, was far more cunning and deadly than they had imagined. Every step they took from here on would be fraught with peril. After the harrowing encounter on the rooftop, everyone deeply understood the dangers of being exposed in open terrain. The elusive shadow raiders and the unpredictable acid explosion bugs were a nightmare for every team. We can't stay on the roof any longer. It's a sitting duck, Qin Shui said decisively, looking down at the city below, a labyrinth of steel. We have to go down, get inside the building, and use the complex environment to our advantage. No one objected. Compared to the unobstructed view from the rooftop, the intricate interior of the building clearly offered them better cover and tactical space. They quickly located the fire escape leading downstairs, and then cautiously explored downwards, floor by floor. The entire skyscraper's interior was also a scene of devastation. Broken desks and chairs, scattered documents, and the horrifying claw marks and congealed acid on the walls and ceilings all testified to the fierce battle that had once taken place here. Lin Yu's radar system played a crucial role here. He could clearly sense that every corner of the building harbored varying numbers of alien units. Like the most patient hunters, they hid in ventilation ducts, ceiling cavities, and even dark storage rooms, waiting for their prey to walk into their trap. Under Lin Yu's precise navigation, the group narrowly avoided one deadly trap after another, successfully reaching the middle level of the building. Just then, a unique signal appeared on Lin Yu's radar. It was a reinforced, isolated office area. The radar showed an extremely weak energy signal, an unknown type of red dot signal, likely an NPC. Something's up ahead, Lin Yu's voice rang out. 50 meters away, the administrative office area on the left. Something seems off there. Everyone immediately became alert. They approached the unknown area step by step in standard tactical formation. When they pushed open the slightly ajar door made of thick bulletproof glass, the scene before them made everyone pause in surprise. This was an office that had been converted into a temporary military outpost. The entrance was piled high with desks, chairs, and filing cabinets, forming a sturdy defensive fortification. Inside, various military-grade ammunition boxes and medical kits were scattered. And in the very center of the room, several corpses wearing different uniforms lay haphazardly in pools of blood. Qin Shui immediately recognized the two types of uniforms. One type was the familiar black combat uniform of the TQ forces. The other was a uniform they had never seen before, pure white, with a strange emblem on the chest composed of olive branches and a double helix structure, exuding a sense of holiness and life. This should be the uniform of the Eden organization. Qin Shui's eyes flashed with understanding. It seems this was once a secret observation post of the Eden organization. But they were attacked by the TQ forces. Wang Shan stepped forward and began to examine the corpses. Chapter 240. All fatal wounds, one shot, one kill, he said in a deep voice. These NPCs from the TQ unit died from the aliens' claws. And those guys in white uniforms died from penetrating rifle wounds. It seems a fierce three-way battle took place here. Just then, Su Mu discovered a personal data terminal, PDA, that wasn't completely destroyed beside the body of an Eden researcher in a white uniform. She picked up the PDA and tried to crack it. It's encrypted, but the level isn't high. Su Mu's fingers flew across the virtual screen, and soon, she successfully bypassed the firewall. A fragmented communication log, filled with terror and resentment, appeared before everyone. Log ID, E734. Recorder, Senior Researcher Anna Lee. They're here. Those mad dogs from the TQ forces. They're like a pack of hyenas smelling blood, attacking our outposts like madmen. They want to steal our achievements. Steal the power that belongs to the gods. The Star Eater. The Star Eater has gone out of control. Its growth rate is completely beyond our expectations. It no longer obeys any commands. It treats us, all its parents, as food. Those idiots from the TQ forces. They think they can control everything. They brought that so-called Gaia purification protocol. A damn, indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction capable of wiping an entire city from the earth. They want to use this thing to threaten us into handing over control of the Star Eater. Madmen. They're all madmen. This world has completely gone mad. The log ends here. After reading this diary entry filled with despair and madness, a tidal wave of emotion surged within everyone. They finally understood the chaotic and dangerous world they inhabited. They not only faced the threat of an endless, completely out-of-control alien army, but also had to constantly guard against the friendly forces of the TQ forces, who were equally ruthless in their pursuit of the Star Eater. They even had to be wary of the remnants of the Eden organization, who might still be hiding in some corner of the city. This instant's world, from the very beginning, was a deadly game of betrayal, conspiracy, and slaughter, a three-way war, and their small team of 5 was like mortals caught in a war of gods, insignificant and helpless. After uncovering the cruel and chaotic truth of this world, a heavy sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts. The deadly game of a three-way war, the endless army of aliens, and the Gaia purification protocol hanging overhead, ready to be activated at any moment, all of this felt like heavy mountains, suffocating them. Our situation is extremely precarious. Qin Shui broke the silence, her usually sharp and capable face now filled with unprecedented gravity. We must determine our next objective as soon as possible. Otherwise, once we're drawn into this three-way conflict, we won't even know how we died. She turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her tone questioning and dependent. Lin Yu, what are your thoughts? Use your treasure hunting abilities to see if there's anything worthwhile around here. Having survived so many life or death trials, she had subconsciously adopted Lin Yu's intuition and judgment as the team's highest guiding principle. Lin Yu didn't answer immediately. He simply closed his eyes calmly, immersing himself once again completely in the black and white radar world. He needed time to carefully and thoroughly analyze this new battlefield, filled with unknowns and dangers. The radar's full-power scan, like the most faithful eyes, presented everything within an 8-kilometer radius in meticulous detail to his mind. He saw that in this desolate city, besides the dense clusters of red dots representing aliens, there were also scattered, distinctly different energy signals. This energy signal had no biological type, it must be NPCs. They seemed to be establishing a temporary military outpost on the other side of the city, seemingly preparing for some large-scale operation. And on the other side, there were also signals from unknown biological types. They seemed to be hiding within some huge underground research facility, their movements secretive, plotting something unknown. Their small team of 5 was like the most inconspicuous prey that had stumbled into this hunting ground. Lin Yu knew that what they needed most right now wasn't to immediately search for the final boss, the Star Eater. Rather, they needed to find a relatively safe place to settle down, replenish their equipment, build up their strength, and then observe the situation. His gaze swept quickly across the radar map, searching for the optimal choice. Soon, a supply point emitting a stable purple light caught his attention. It was a large, independent fire station located several kilometers outside the city center. Its location was far from the core area of the three-way conflict, and the number of aliens around it was relatively small. More importantly, a fire station is a natural fortress. It must contain a large amount of medical supplies, demolition tools, and even heavy fire trucks. This was practically a perfect, tailor-made starting area for them. I found a place. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze gleaming with an all-knowing wisdom. Of course, he couldn't directly tell his teammates that there was a purple treasure in the fire station. That would completely expose the extraordinary nature of his radar ability. He used a more cautious approach, one more in line with his treasure-hunting expert persona. I sense a purple supply point about 3 kilometers to the northeast. He looked at everyone and continued in a logically analytical tone. I think we should go there first. On one hand, we can use the facilities there to build a temporary safe house. On the other hand, these places usually store a large amount of emergency supplies, which can provide us with excellent resupply. He paused, then added to make his suggestion seem even more impeccable. As for the final boss, the Star Eater. Based on my intuition from previous treasure hunts, a being of that level should have gold-level supplies around it, definitely the strongest in the entire dungeon world. It's not currently within my perception range. I estimate I only be able to sense it in the city center. Therefore, I suggest we first establish a foothold at that purple supply point, and then gradually explore towards the city center. This is the safest plan. Lin Yu's words were reasonable and logically clear, providing a specific objective while perfectly concealing the truth about his radar ability. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui and the others' eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. All right. Let's do it that way. Qin Shui decided immediately. Chapter 241. With a wave of her hand, her voice clear and powerful, she issued new marching orders. Lin Yu as the spearhead, I provide flank cover. Su Mu will provide long-range reconnaissance. Wang Shan and Wang Shi will provide central support. We advance in a standard diamond formation, move out. Yes. Su Mu and Wang Shan responded in unison, their eyes once again blazing with fighting spirit. Although the road ahead was fraught with unknowns and dangers, having a clear objective was far better than wandering aimlessly through this enormous labyrinth of death like headless flies. Moreover, the one guiding them was that unfathomable man who had repeatedly created miracles. Lin Yu didn't say much, he simply nodded calmly. Then, like a seasoned hunter, he was the first to silently blend into the urban jungle of steel and ruins, filled with an oppressive and deathly atmosphere. The streets of Starfall City were even more dilapidated and eerie than they had imagined. The ground was covered with a thick layer of black organic matter, like dried resin, which hissed softly when stepped on. In some places, this substance even seemed to wriggle slightly, as if it possessed a life of its own, sending chills down one's spine. Most of the city's buildings had also been corroded by this eerie substance. The once smooth glass curtain walls were now murky and cloudy, and the sturdy load-bearing walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and grotesque pits carved by strong acid. This place had completely become a paradise for aliens. With exceptional tactical skills, the group, led by Lin Yu, cautiously traversed this street filled with the aura of death. They deliberately chose narrow, easily defensible alleyways, avoiding wide, unobstructed main streets. Lin Yu's footsteps were light, almost silent. His eyes appeared calmly focused ahead, but in reality, his mind was completely absorbed in the black and white radar world covering an area of 8 kilometers. He could clearly see a dozen red dots representing shadow raiders, less than 500 meters ahead, silently roaming like ghosts inside an abandoned shopping mall. And within the ventilation ducts of an office building to their left, several acid explosion bugs, exuding a dangerous aura, lurked like live landmines, waiting for any prey that dared to approach. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, but unlike before, he didn't immediately report these dangerous signals to his teammates. He knew that these scattered, small-scale enemies posed no fatal threat to his well-coordinated and powerful elite squad. He was more interested in seeing how Qin Shui and Su Mu, two equally gifted top players, could perform without his map-wide sheet. He needed a deeper understanding of his teammates' true strength and fighting style, crucial for the even more brutal challenges they were about to face. They soon encountered their first wave of enemies. Just as they crossed a narrow alley and were about to cross a relatively wide road, a sudden change occurred. "Watch out for the rooftop on the right," Sumu's alert voice boomed almost simultaneously in the team chat. Her sharp, hawk-like eyes precisely spotted a faint, discordant distortion of light on the rooftop of a building dozens of meters away, caused by sunlight refraction. The next second, 3 jet-black afterimages, almost perfectly blending into their surroundings, descended silently from the sky like 3 arrows released from a bow. They were aimed directly at Wang Shan and his brothers at the rear of the team. It was the Shadow Assassins. Their attacks were silent, yet brimming with deadly intent. However, what awaited them was a pre-prepared net of death. "Now! Attack!" Qin Shue's reaction was lightning fast. She didn't even glance at the enemies descending from the sky, her dragon spring. The modified dragon spring sword transformed into a dazzling blue sword curtain, like a precise barrier, instantly sealing off all attack routes of the 3 Shadow Slayers. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The claws of the 3 Shadow Slayers were as fragile as paper before the incomparably sharp blade of the modified dragon spring. Instantly severed, they let out a shrill scream, filled with pain and resentment, using the recoil to try and blend back into the environment, disappearing into the shadows. But how could Qin Shui give them that chance? Trying to run? Too late. A cold, confident smile curled at the corner of her lips. She stomped her foot, her entire body shooting out like a cannonball, the modified dragon spring in her hand drawing a perfect arc in the air, filled with the meaning of death and judgment. One sword strike, and the throat is sealed. 3 hideous heads shot skyward, dark green. Acidic blood gushed out like a fountain. The entire battle was fluid and clean, from spotting the enemy to annihilating them all, taking less than 5 seconds. Lin Yu watched Qin Shue's textbook perfect, violently aesthetic fighting style, and a barely perceptible hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Truly worthy of being the ace captain of the 9th Squad of the Dragon Shield Bureau, truly worthy of being the Qin family's chosen one, nurtured with all their resources. Her combat intuition and reaction speed far surpassed that of ordinary survivors, reaching a true level of strength. He knew that as long as Qin Shui was there, this squad would always possess a sharp spear capable of tearing through any enemy defense. After resolving this first wave of trouble, the group didn't linger, continuing their rapid advance towards the purple supply point with extremely high efficiency. Along the way, they encountered several more sporadic alien attacks. But with Su Mu's near-perfect 360-degree reconnaissance and Qin Shue's domineering frontal assault, every enemy attempting to approach became, without exception, food reserves for their undead legion. Qin Shui also remembered Lin Yu's instructions, personally ending the lives of those monsters each time, accumulating more cannon fodder for her Crimson Codex of the Dead to summon at crucial moments. After nearly an hour of tense and exciting city traversal, a magnificent red and white building, brimming with the atmosphere of human civilization, finally appeared before them. The 7th Fire Station, the last stronghold that still stands stubbornly amidst the post-apocalyptic ruins. Chapter 242. The 7th Fire Station, like a weathered red giant, stands silently in this deathly city corroded by black organic matter. Its red and white exterior walls, though also covered with grotesque claw marks and acid-corroded pits, retain an astonishingly intact main structure. The heavy alloy roller shutter doors are tightly closed, completely isolating the inner and outer worlds. This place feels like a forgotten, safe island. Looks like we found the right place. Qin Shui looked at the building before her, brimming with the aura of human civilization, and a relaxed smile finally appeared on her tense face. This place is practically a natural fortress. As long as we can get in and guard the gate, even hundreds of aliens won't be able to easily break in. Su Mu's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Don't get too excited yet. Lin Yu's calm voice timely poured cold water on the 2 women who were getting a little too excited. My intuition tells me that this place isn't as safe as it seems. His radar map clearly showed this. Behind that tightly closed alloy roller shutter door, several red dots, exuding a dangerous aura, lay in wait like loyal guards. An ambush? Qin Shue's expression instantly turned serious again. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Looks like watchdogs. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Qin Shue's lips. Perfect. My legion is just short a few decent cannon fodder. Without further hesitation, she walked directly to the tightly closed roller shutter door. She didn't choose to break it open by force. That would create a huge noise and attract unnecessary trouble. She didn't wait for Lin Yu to open the door either. If they couldn't even open this kind of door, it would make Dragon Shield look useless. She pulled a palm-sized, high-tech, multifunctional decryptor from her tactical pouch. This was the latest product from Dragon Shield's technical department, specifically designed to crack various physical and electronic locks. She attached the decryptor to the roller shutter door's control panel. Beep beep beep. Accompanied by a series of rapid electronic beeps, the progress bar on the decryptor began to advance rapidly. Initiating physical structure analysis. Analysis complete. Initiating electronic password cracking. Crack complete. Just 10 seconds. Click. With a crisp unlocking sound, the incredibly heavy alloy roller shutter door silently and slowly rose upwards. Just as the gate rose, revealing the equally dark and unknown space within. Hiss. 5 terrifying figures, even larger than the Shadow Strikers, covered in a layer of black armor as hard as steel, and with massive bone shields on their backs, roared out of the darkness like 5 out-of-control heavy tanks, carrying a terrifying aura of crushing everything in their path. These were the purest of the xenomorph race, born for the frontal battlefield, the guardian xenomorphs. However, what greeted them was Qin Shui's already prepared, icy sword light, filled with the chilling intent of death and judgment. Well done! Qin Shui let out a powerful and authoritative shout. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her dragon spring modified weapon, fueled by source energy, erupting with an incomparably dazzling blue light. Like the sharpest blade, it pierced fiercely into the seemingly indestructible torrent of steel formed by the 5 guardian aliens. Thud. Thud. A flash of sword light, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Those 5 guardian aliens, who were like nightmares to ordinary survivors, were utterly vulnerable before Qin Shui's monstrous strength. Like 5 lambs to the slaughter, their proudly hardened shells were easily torn apart by the sharp edge of dragon spring modified. Their sharp claws, capable of shredding steel, couldn't even touch Qin Shui's clothes. In a single glance, 5 ferocious heads shot into the sky, one after the other. Once again, a clean, swift, violently aesthetic, one-sided massacre. After dealing with this last watchdog, the group finally managed to enter this fortress full of hope. The fire station's interior was more spacious and tidy than they had imagined. The first floor was a huge garage, where several heavy fire trucks, covered in dust but still appearing intact, sat quietly like silent steel behemoths. The second and third floors housed the firefighters' dormitories, canteen, gym, and recreation room, complete with all kinds of living facilities. Although similarly covered in dust, there were no signs of a battle. This place seems like a completely safe paradise, forgotten by the apocalypse. Great! This is practically a perfect 5-star safe house. Sumu excitedly rolled around on the soft sofa. We can finally rest here. Wang Shan also breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Yu, however, paid no attention to any of this. His gaze, the moment he entered the fire station, was fixed on the tightly closed door of the room at the far end of the 3rd floor, marked Chief's office. On his radar map, the supply point radiating an alluring purple light was right there. He stepped forward, without the slightest hesitation, and used the fisherman's master key to open the long sealed door. A faint, masculine sandalwood scent, exuding righteousness and integrity, wafted from the room. The chief's office was simply furnished. A large desk, a huge bookcase, and a set of genuine leather sofas for guests. Everything was spotless, as if its owner had just left yesterday. Lin Yu's gaze fell directly on the large desk. On the desk, besides a picture frame and a tea set, sat a futuristic, silver-white briefcase. The purple light was emanating from this briefcase. Chapter 243. He stepped forward and opened the briefcase. Inside, lying quietly, was a strangely shaped, giant metal disc, covered with complex sound wave generators, a purple piece of equipment exuding a futuristic technological feel. Name: Portable Sonic Dispersion Device. Quality: Purple. Description: Developed by the Eden Organization, this is a non-lethal strategic device specifically designed to dispel low-level alien units. Effect: When activated, it continuously releases a type of infrasonic wave that is highly stimulating to aliens. Within 10 minutes, it plunges all non-leader level alien units within a 1-kilometer radius into chaos and fear, preventing them from approaching. Note: Single-use item, can only be used once. Great stuff. With this, they essentially possessed a 10-minute absolute safety period in the alien-tied dungeon. Or they could repel those annoying low-level aliens, and focus on dealing with the high-level ones. This was undoubtedly a godsend for the even more dangerous challenges they were about to face. Just as he was contentedly pocketing this purple treasure, Qin Shui and the others arrived after hearing the news. When they saw the equipment's attributes, Their faces also revealed undisguised excitement and joy. With this, our next operation will be much more secure, Qin Shui said excitedly. However, amidst this joyful and relaxed atmosphere, thump, 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 a series of dull yet rhythmic footsteps, without warning, slowly rose from the first floor of the fire station. The heavy, rhythmic footsteps, like the pendulum of death, struck everyone's hearts with a chilling force. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed slightly due to the acquisition of the treasure, instantly froze again. Something's wrong. Qin Shui's expression changed instantly. She was the first to react, drawing her dragon spring-modified sword once more, her entire being like a leopard poised to pounce, instantly entering battle mode. Su Mu and Wang Shan immediately formed a defensive formation, tightly protecting the unconscious Wang Shi behind them. Everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance and seriousness, fixed on the only stairwell leading downstairs. The footsteps grew closer and clearer. It wasn't the silent stealth of an alien, nor the chaotic, dragging pace of a zombie. It was a disciplined and powerful tactical march, unique to elite human soldiers. Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly, his radar map clearly displayed. A dozen or so red dots, filled with unknown information, were rapidly approaching their floor. The type of these red dots was unknown. Not aliens, Lin Yu's voice calmly rang out in the team chat. They're humans. Humans? A hint of doubt flashed in Qin Shui's eyes, but she didn't lower her guard in the slightest. She knew that in this cruel post-apocalyptic world, sometimes, humans were far more terrifying and deadly than those mindless monsters. They should be NPCs, but I don't know if they're T.Q or Eden. Soon, in that oppressive and tense atmosphere, a dozen or so terrifying, fully armed figures, all dressed in black, futuristic combat uniforms, and wearing tactical helmets that could block all detection, appeared at the stairwell. Each of them exuded a cold, battle-hardened, and chilling aura. The weapons they carried were rifles Lin Yu and the others had never seen before, uniquely designed, with muzzles flashing with a ghostly blue energy. On their chests were the same, domineering, and powerful, menacing black tiger emblem, T.Q, Force. The moment they recognized the newcomers, Qin Shui and the others' hearts sank. They knew. They had encountered the most powerful and troublesome third-party force in this instance world. Don't move. Drop your weapons. The burly TQ soldier, who appeared to be the captain, shouted in a cold, emotionless voice, as if electronically manipulated. A dozen dark gun barrels, flashing with deadly blue light, were simultaneously pointed at Lin Yu and his group. The entire scene instantly descended into a tense, deathly standoff. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and a suffocating killing intent. However, amidst this deadly confrontation that could break anyone, Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. He didn't even glance at the TQ soldiers pointing guns at him. His gaze, calmly fixed on the leading TQ captain. Then, with an air of matter-of-fact composure, he spoke calmly. We're on the same side. His voice wasn't loud, but it boomed like a thunderclap in the deathly silent corridor. The TQ captain clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable young man, who wasn't even wearing any standard equipment, would dare to utter such a sentence so casually under these circumstances. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, signaling his team members behind him to hold their fire. Then, with heavy steps, he walked step by step to Lin Yu. His sharp, hawk-like gaze, hidden beneath his tactical helmet, was fixed on Lin Yu, as if trying to see right through him. Who are you? His voice was still cold, but less hostile than before, more scrutinizing and probing. Are you mercenaries recruited? Mercenaries? Qin Shui's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood. She knew this must be a temporary, false identity arranged for them by the Realm Hub system to help these outsiders integrate more seamlessly into this instance world. She immediately seized the opportunity. She stepped forward and, neither servile nor arrogant, addressed the TQ captain. That's right. We accepted an emergency mercenary mission issued by the Realm Hub to assist you in handling this incident. As she spoke, she subtly revealed her dragon shield badge. The TQ captain remained silent for a moment after hearing Qin Shui's words. Chapter 244. He seemed to be verifying some kind of information with their headquarters through an internal communication channel. A few seconds later, his tense body finally relaxed slowly. The hostile red warning light on his helmet turned green, indicating safety. So, friendly forces, his icy voice finally softened with a hint of humanity. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. There are just too many rats in this city. The rats he referred to were, of course, the remnants of the Eden organization. I understand. Qin Shui also sheathed her weapon, a perfectly timed professional smile appearing on her face. So, sir, could you tell us the specific situation? Our mission briefing only tells us that a Class A biohazard leak has occurred here, requiring emergency support. She began to extract more core information about this instance world from the seemingly honest TQ captain in the most natural way possible. A friendly exchange filled with lies and probing had officially begun. The TQ captain, codenamed Stone, was clearly not one for scheming. After confirming Lin Yu and the others' identities as mercenaries and sensing no hostility, he revealed all the information he knew without reservation. "You come at the perfect time," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. "We just finished clearing out the aliens in these surrounding blocks, and we're preparing to set up a temporary forward command post here." He pointed out the window to the city filled with death and ruins. "The situation is worse than you imagine. That first-generation experimental subject, codenamed Star Eater, has completely spiraled out of control. Not only does it possess intelligence and power far exceeding our expectations, but more terrifyingly, it seems to be constantly evolving and growing stronger in a way we cannot comprehend. The entire Starfall city has now become its hunting ground and incubation nest. Several elite special forces teams from our TQ unit have been completely wiped out in their battles against it." His voice carried an undisguised sorrow and anger. "As for those lunatics from the Eden organization," he sneered, his tone filled with disdain and contempt, "they've long been terrified, like a pack of rats, hiding in their filthy underground Eden, barely clinging to life. They're nothing to fear now. Our true enemy may only be one, the Star Eaters." Qin Shui listened quietly, her sharp phoenix eyes gleaming with intelligence. While Captain Stone's words were mostly true, they also concealed some crucial information. For example, why was their TQ forces so fixated on capturing them instead of directly eliminating the Star Eaters? And what exactly was this so-called Gaia purification protocol they spoke of? But she didn't immediately pursue these sensitive questions. She knew that excessive eagerness would only arouse suspicion. She adopted an expression brimming with righteous indignation, saying, "So that's how it is. These damn monsters. Sir, is there anything we can help you with? Our squad, though small, is made up of battle-hardened elites. We're willing to contribute our strength to eliminating the Star Eaters." She began to proactively ingratiate herself, attempting to establish a more stable, temporary strategic alliance. Captain Stone looked at this powerful and incredibly sincere beautiful mercenary before him, a hint of appreciation appearing on his resolute face hidden beneath his helmet. "We already witnessed your strength," he nodded, acknowledging Qin Shui's combat prowess. "To so easily take down the 5 Guardian Xenomorphs from the fire department, you are indeed very strong." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "However, your support isn't needed on the main battlefield yet. Our headquarters has already prepared a final weapon specifically designed to counter the Star Eater." "A final weapon?" Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent, like a perfect background prop, listening quietly. "Our advanced troops have only one mission." Captain Stone's voice was filled with a chilling, iron-blooded aura, that is, before the final weapon arrives on the battlefield, to do everything possible to wipe out the scattered alien units in the city, clearing obstacles for the main force's advance. "I see," Qin Shui said, a knowing expression on her face. "So," Captain Stone said, looking at Qin Shui and the others, his tone authoritative and commanding, "I need you to assist us in holding the alien respawn point. These aliens should be able to respawn after a while, empowered by the Star Eaters. Over the next dozen or so hours, we will use this area as a center for a thorough sweep of the surrounding districts. Once this area is completely cleared, you can safely evacuate through the main road on the west side at the west gate." He pointed to a wide avenue on the map. "That's one of our designated safe evacuation routes." Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Shui's mind in an instant. She knew this was a mission, a test, and even a trap. The TQ forces clearly wanted to use them, these mercenaries, as free cannon fodder and laborers to defend this crucial stronghold. And that so-called safe evacuation route was equally uncertain. Who knew whether what awaited them a dozen hours later was a true path to survival, or the executioner's knife prepared by the TQ forces to discard them after they served their purpose? But she had no choice. Given the current overwhelming disparity in strength, turning against the TQ forces would undoubtedly be suicide. "No problem, sir." Qin Shui's face immediately lit up with a smile brighter than the sun. Without hesitation, she accepted this mission filled with danger and calculation. "I guarantee we complete the mission. We hold this place like nails, no matter what." Chapter 245. "Very good." Captain Stone nodded in satisfaction. He didn't say anything more, only waved to his team behind him, and then led them away from the fire station in a grand procession, once again throwing themselves into the bloody and brutal city cleanup operation. The huge fire station was once again left with only Lin Yu's small team of 5. A hypocritical friendly meeting had come to an end. After Captain Stone and his menacing TQ squad receded like a black tide, the tense atmosphere in the fire station finally began to dissipate. Phew, finally got rid of these plagues. Sumu let out a long sigh of relief. She collapsed onto the soft sofa like a deflated balloon, her previously taut face filled with lingering fear. That really scared me to death. I thought we were going to die here today. The murderous aura emanating from those guys was stronger than all the monsters we encountered before combined. Wang Shan nodded, still shaken. He glanced at the departing TQ soldiers outside the window, his voice heavy with apprehension. Their equipment is too superior, and their discipline is extremely high. This is definitely an elite force that has crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We better not easily become their enemy. Enemy? We're allies now, aren't we? Qin Shui's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. She walked to the window, watching the TQ squad gradually disappear into the distance beyond the city ruins, her sharp phoenix eyes gleaming with an all-knowing wisdom. They want to use us as cannon fodder. And we, in turn, need to use this outpost as our first important safe haven and intelligence base in this city of death. This is a mutually beneficial, false alliance. So what should we do now? Sumu sat up from the sofa, her face regaining its usual composure. Are we really going to wait here like idiots for over 10 hours, then go to that west gate, where life or death is anyone's guess, to evacuate? Of course not. Qin Shui shook her head, her gaze unconsciously returning to the man, who had stood calmly in the corner the entire time, as if everything was irrelevant to him. Lin Yu, what do you think? All eyes turned to Lin Yu once more. They knew that this man was the true brain and pillar of this squad. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, not directly answering Qin Shui's question. He calmly walked to the huge city map, extended his finger, and gently drew a circle on it. That circle enclosed their current location, the 7th fire station. It's safe here, he said, his voice calm yet filled with absolute rationality. Until the TQ forces completely clear this area, no large-scale alien invasion will dare approach. And the TQ forces also need us to guard this rear for them. So, for the next 10 hours, this will be the safest place in the entire Starfall city. He paused, then changed the subject, a glint of greed and opportunity flashing in his deep eyes, a glint only a top-tier scavenger possessed. And we're going to use this hard-won, absolutely safe downtime to do something that's most valuable to us. What is it? Sumu's curiosity was immediately piqued. It's simple. Lin Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. We're going to scavenging. He pointed to the areas around the fire station marked cleared on the map. The TQ force's goal is to wipe out the aliens. They have no interest in the scattered supplies hidden in the ruins. But those places are unexplored treasure troves full of surprises for us. Let's scavenge and also accumulate some undead numbers for Sister Shui's Ape Codex. Maximize our profits while ensuring our absolute safety. And if their weapons can't handle the alien leader, then it'd be your undead's turn. 10 hours later, we return laden with spoils. Whether we choose to retreat through the west gate or continue exploring towards the city center, we have more initiative and greater confidence. Lin Yu's words were like a beacon, instantly illuminating the fog of uncertainty in everyone's hearts. Qin Shui's face revealed a genuine smile full of appreciation. Lin Yu's plan was flawless. It avoided all risks while maximizing their profits. All right. It's settled. Qin Shui declared decisively. We begin our scavenging journey in Starfall City right here. A brand new adventure, brimming with opportunity and challenge, was about to unfold once again in this city of death and ruins. And they, this small team of mortals caught in the war of the gods, would, under the guidance of Lin Yu, this seemingly invincible prophet, step by step, embark on a journey towards an unknown destiny filled with endless possibilities. The storm was brewing. What they needed to do was accumulate absolute power, enough to withstand any storm, before the tempest arrived. Target, East Side, Commercial Street Number 3. Qin Shui opened the city's paper map she found at the fire station, and drew a heavy circle on it with a red marker. According to the map, that's one of the areas with the most concentrated supplies nearby, with a 24-hour convenience store, a community clinic, and a small open-air market. We start there. Her voice was filled with unquestionable confidence and decisiveness. With a secure rear base and a clear objective, this ace captain of Dragon Shield once again displayed her innate, powerful aura as a commander. With no objections, everyone quickly prepared their equipment and followed Lin Yu's footsteps, stepping once more into the city ruins filled with death and opportunity. Chapter 246. This time, their mindset was completely different from before. Less fear of the unknown, more anticipation of the harvest. They were like a group of experienced hunters, walking unhurriedly across their hunting grounds, patiently waiting for their prey to appear. Soon, they arrived at the deserted commercial street, long since covered in black organic matter. Most of the shops on both sides of the street had their shutters tightly locked. Only a few, with their glass doors shattered, revealed the chaotic scene inside. "I go first," Sumu volunteered, drawing a specially made sonic detection arrow from her quiver, its arrowhead flashing with a faint electric light. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air, accurately striking the sign of a convenience store not far away. The next second, a wave of infrasound, inaudible to the human ear, spread rapidly from the arrow's center, like ripples on water. On Sumu's tactical goggles, a simplified waveform image of the convenience store's interior immediately appeared. "There's something inside." Her voice held a hint of excitement. "One in number, and its shape is strange, like a puddle of mud." "Mud?" Qin Shui frowned slightly, immediately conjuring up some extremely disgusting type of monster. She gave the group a standard tactical hand signal. Wang Shan immediately understood, firmly positioning his massive medical shield at the forefront of the group, as steady and reliable as a mountain. Qin Shui took a deep breath, blue light swirling around the dragon spring modified in her hand, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. They approached the convenience store, its glass door already shattered, step by step, cautiously. A nauseating stench of sourness and decay wafted from the shop. And the instant they stepped inside, a massive, highly corrosive, viscous green slime, without warning, descended from the ceiling like a venomous snake, crashing down on Wang Shan at the front. This was the most disgusting control-type support unit in this instant world. Slime Hunter. While its attack wouldn't cause fatal damage, its superglue-like slime was enough to immobilize any heavily armored warrior, then slowly corrode their armor bit by bit with its pervasive acidity. However, Wang Shan showed no sign of panic. He roared, and the medical shield at his hand blazed with golden light. Holy Light Barrier. A visible golden shield, brimming with divine and purifying power, instantly opened up before him. Sizzle! The blobs of green slime, radiating an evil aura, reacted to the golden shield like ice meeting the scorching sun, emitting a piercing corrosive sound and puffs of nauseating blue smoke before slumping helplessly to the ground. "Well done, Wang Shan," Qin Shui exclaimed approvingly. Seizing the fleeting opening created by the slime hunter's missed attack, she propelled herself forward like an arrow, bypassing Wang Shan's shield and heading straight for the disgusting monster clinging to the ceiling, resembling a giant slug. The slime hunter clearly hadn't expected its perfect ambush to be so easily neutralized. Its enormous, mud-like body writhed violently on the ceiling, trying to spew out a second glob of slime, but Qin Shui wasn't about to give it that chance. The dragon spring modified in her hand drew a perfect arc in midair, a arc imbued with the meaning of death and judgment, a flash of light, and the sword pierced precisely into the slime hunter's soft, defenseless abdomen. A dull thud, like a balloon being popped, the slime hunter's body stiffened abruptly. Then, as if losing all support, it crashed from the ceiling, turning into a bubbling, foul-smelling green liquid. Ding! You have successfully killed Slime Hunter X1. Your undead servant reserve pool has been updated. A system notification, audible only to Qin Shui, flashed through her mind. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. After dealing with this minor troublemaker, the group began their first scavenging journey. Although most of the food in the convenience store was expired and rotten, deep in the shelves, they found some vacuum-packed, long shelf-stored military-grade compressed biscuits and several unopened cases of bottled water. In this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, these were undoubtedly invaluable strategic resources. A great start. Sumu excitedly stuffed a few compressed biscuits into his backpack. It seems our plan is entirely feasible. After successfully raiding the first convenience store and acquiring enough food and water to sustain them for several days, the morale of the entire team was boosted. They no longer felt the endless fear and oppression they once did about this city filled with death and the unknown. Instead, they felt a confident sense of my territory, my rules, a feeling of complete control. Next target, that community clinic. Qin Shui pointed to a 3-story building with a Red Cross emblem in the distance, her eyes gleaming with determination. There must be some medical supplies there. No one objected, and they immediately advanced rapidly towards their new target in a more practiced tactical formation. However, just as they were about to reach the clinic's entrance, Sumu, who had been keeping watch on the flank, suddenly stopped. For the first time, A look of confusion and bewilderment appeared on her usually nonchalant face. "Wait, Sister Qin Shui," she asked, looking at Qin Shui, voicing a logical paradox that had been swirling in her mind, yet utterly perplexing. "I've been thinking about something," she said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "That TQ squad leader, Stone, said they clear a safe passage to the west gate for us in a dozen hours. But," she gestured to the surrounding desolate, ominous ruins, "the malice of this world is an endless tide. All non-leader level xenomorphs will respawn on the spot after an hour. How will they guarantee that passage, several kilometers long, will remain safe? Are they going to send a large force, like a bulldozer, to bulldoze through it, and then divide their forces to guard every entrance? How many people would that require? Are they really that powerful? Or," a cold glint flashed in Sumu's eyes, "they've been lying to us from the beginning? That so-called safe passage is just a trap to lure us to our deaths?" Chapter 247. Sumu's question was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples in everyone's hearts. Wang Shan's face also showed a solemn expression. Although he wasn't good at thinking about these complex tactical issues, he knew Sumu's words made a lot of sense. Yes, that is indeed a problem. He scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that those TQ troops have some special method we don't know about? A way to temporarily suppress the world's malice? Lin Yu slowly spoke. "They didn't lie to us." His voice was calm yet full of absolute confidence, like a warm ray of sunshine, instantly dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts caused by suspicion. "They do have a way to create an absolutely safe area." Looking at the doubtful gazes of everyone, he slowly took out the technologically advanced purple metal disc they had found in the fire station from his spatial backpack. "Portable sonic dispersion device. Remember this?" He held the device in his palm. "It can keep all low-level aliens within a 1-kilometer radius away for 10 minutes. This is a strategic item that can create a temporary safe zone. I suspect the TQ forces have a larger, more powerful, and longer-lasting version of this. They only need to activate it during their withdrawal to ensure the passage to the west gate is absolutely safe for a short period." Lin Yu's explanation was reasonable, well-reasoned, and logically clear, instantly dispelling all the doubts in everyone's minds. "So that's how it is." Sumu slapped his forehead, suddenly understanding. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu, a complex expression of admiration and helplessness flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. This man always seemed to be able to see through everything at the most crucial moments, using his extraordinary, almost demonic insight to get to the heart of the matter. With him around, it seemed that no conspiracy or trickery could hide. Having cleared up their doubts, everyone's attention returned to their immediate target, the community clinic, full of unknowns and opportunities. However, just as they were about to enter the clinic, boom! A deafening roar erupted without warning from the alleyway next to the clinic. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying humanoid monster, 4 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel, and wielding a gigantic metal Malaman's club made from a lamppost, charged out of the alleyway like a mad bull. Behind it followed a dozen small, worm-like, and incredibly fast new alien units. Name: Muscle Bug Alien. Description: a heavy siege unit born from the fusion of the Guardian alien's genes and some kind of berserk, power-type creature. It possesses unparalleled terrifying strength, and a crude yet deadly hammer capable of easily crushing tanks. Name: Riftworm Alien. Description: a small, harassing unit skilled in group attacks. They can easily slip through any crack or pipe, launching a surprise and deadly attack on the enemy. A battle far more dangerous than any before has thus unexpectedly begun. The bloody muscle worm target was clear: Wang Shan, the seemingly toughest member of the team. It roared, wielding its massive spiky club with a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing the air apart, and slammed it down fiercely towards Wang Shan's shield. Meanwhile, the rift worms, like the most cunning hyenas, scattered, frantically flanking the team from all sorts of tricky angles. A perfect, three-dimensional encirclement and annihilation of their elite squad. Yet, Qin Shui's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold, bloodthirsty, and crazed smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Well done. My legion just happens to need a decent meat shield." She let out a majestic shout, and the dragon spring modified in her hand instantly transformed into thousands of deadly sword shadows, facing the bursting muscle worm's thunderous attack. Powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, Qin Shui did not choose to retreat. Instead, she met it head-on, with an even more ferocious and unreasonable attitude. From her petite body erupted a terrifying aura that was completely at odds with her appearance, a aura that sent chills down one's spine. Power. Breaking army! She cried out, and the dragon spring modified sword in her hand surged with blue light. A solid sword aura several meters long, like a blue lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, shot out from her hand, arriving faster than expected, and precisely striking the massive, whistling spiky club. Clang! A deafening, terrifying roar, enough to shatter eardrums, resounded across the empty street. The sturdy lamppost, made of a special alloy, was as fragile as a cheap, hollow iron pipe before that incomparably sharp sword aura, instantly cleaved in two. The once arrogant bursting muscle bug was also forced back by the immense impact. For the first time, a hint of human emotion, shock and disbelief, appeared in its scarlet eyes, usually filled with savagery and madness. It clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly frail human woman possessed such terrifying, explosive power, enough to directly confront it. Now! Su Mu! Clear out those annoying little bugs. Having landed a successful blow, Qin Shui didn't linger, and immediately issued a new command. Roger. Su Mu's clear voice rang out in the team channel. She had already drawn her bowstring, and 3 specially made cluster explosive arrows, their arrowheads flashing a dangerous red light, streaked across the sky like 3 small meteors, tracing perfect arcs filled with the meaning of death and judgment, landing precisely in the center of the frantically encircling riftworm's formation. Boom! 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 3 blazing fireballs, brimming with destructive and purifying power, exploded with a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwaves and intense heat instantly engulfed the dozen or so riftworms that moved with ghostly speed. Chapter 248. They didn't even have time to utter a scream before being blasted into a pile of charred, smoking corpses by the ruthless, terrifying firepower. In an instant, Qin Shui once again firmly grasped the situation on the battlefield. The bursting muscle bug, having lost all its minions, was now utterly alone. It let out a frenzied roar filled with impotent rage, threw away its broken weapon, and charged at Qin Shui again, barehanded, like a mad beast. However, what greeted it was Qin Shui's icy, deathly sword dance, filled with boundless killing intent. It's over. Qin Shui's figure left a faint afterimage in place. Her true form had already appeared behind the bursting muscle bug like a ghost. The dragon spring modified in her hand had silently returned to its sheath at some point. Thump! The massive, powerful bursting muscle bug body suddenly stiffened. Then, silently, it split in 2 from head to toe. Another powerful, imposing undead servant was in their grasp. Having dealt with this final problem, the group finally managed to enter the hopeful community clinic. Unlike the previous convenience store, this clinic was remarkably well preserved. Various professional medical instruments were neatly arranged in their respective places, all spotless. The medicine cabinets were crammed with potent antibiotics, painkillers, and the most precious non-repair gel and portable vital sign monitors, all considered miracle drugs in this post-apocalyptic world. We got something. Su Mu looked at the cabinet full of medical supplies, her face filled with barely suppressed joy. These items were worth several times more than the food and water. With these, their team would essentially have countless extra lives in the upcoming battle. The group immediately began an efficient sweep, sorting all the valuable medical supplies and storing them in their respective spatial backpacks. After nearly half an hour of work, they finally emptied this small treasure trove. Alright, let's rest here for a bit. Qin Shui glanced at the sky. It was already dusk. We continue after dark. Night is the best cover. No one objected. They found a relatively clean ward and began a short rest and meditation. Lin Yu, as usual, went alone to the window on the 3rd floor of the clinic. Instead of resting, he silently extended his already prepared radar system once again towards the distant city center. He wanted to see what was happening in other corners of the city, unknown to him. However, this time, the scene reflected on the radar caused his usually calm and unwavering eyes to narrow abruptly. He could clearly see it. Several kilometers away, within an abandoned industrial park, a massive and incredibly chaotic battle was unfolding. On the radar map, hundreds of densely packed red dots, representing danger, collided like 2 black, death-laden torrents. One group, with its disciplined formation, measured advances and retreats, and iron-fisted discipline, was clearly the TQ force they had encountered earlier. The other group, though outnumbered, moved with a frenzied, reckless madness. These red dots were also of unknown species. They could be the remnants of the Eden organization, the Madmen. The 2 forces were engaged in a bloody, relentless struggle for a crucial strategic objective within this abandoned industrial park. Lin Yu watched the area filled with war and death, his heart unmoved. It was none of his business. He was just a passing scavenger. However, just as he was about to retract the radar and ignore this battle of the gods. His gaze was suddenly and irresistibly drawn to a faint yet alluring golden light in the center of the chaotic battlefield. A thought surged through his mind without warning. He slowly turned around, looking at his teammates who were resting with their eyes closed, a faint, seemingly benevolent smile playing on his lips. "Guys, it seems our luck is on the way." His voice was calm yet seductive. "My intuition tells me that over there seems to be some incredible treasure." As Lin Yu's alluring voice echoed in the quiet ward, all his teammates, who had been resting with their eyes closed, snapped their eyes open almost simultaneously. A treasure? Su Mu's eyes instantly lit up with a greedy, dazzling light, as if she had spotted a priceless gem. She sprang from her hospital bed, rushing to Lin Yu's side, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. "What treasure? Is it purple? Or gold?" Her admiration for Lin Yu's almost supernatural treasure hunting intuition bordered on blind worship. Qin Shui and Wang Shan also perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu, awaiting his next words. The energy reaction is very strong and chaotic. Lin Yu, seeing the expectant looks on everyone's faces, wore a perfectly measured, professional serious expression. "Based on my past experience, places like this usually hide high-value items. At least purple." He certainly couldn't tell them directly that a fierce battle was raging there. That would directly expose the extraordinary nature of his radar ability. He could only lure them in with this ambiguous, mystical explanation. However, his tone shifted, becoming serious. The more chaotic the energy, the more dangerous it usually is. "I can sense quite a few competitors over there. If we go now, we might get caught up in unnecessary trouble." He downplayed the bloody, life-or-death war as trouble between competitors. "Competitors?" Qin Shui raised an eyebrow slightly. Her striking, spirited face showed no fear, but rather a cold, challenging smile. "Competition makes things fun, doesn't it?" She walked to the window and glanced at the distant sky, dyed blood-red by the setting sun, filled with an ominous aura. Chapter 249. In this world, no treasure is ever left lying around waiting for us to pick it up. If you want it, you have to rob it. Her voice was filled with an undeniable, domineering confidence befitting a superior. "Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it." Su Mu also waved his little fist, his face full of eagerness. "At worst, we turn those blind competitors into part of our undead legion." Wang Shan didn't speak, but he also nodded heavily in agreement. He knew that to survive and thrive in this cruel world, one must possess the courage and determination to risk everything. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Lin Yu felt a satisfied smile. He knew his plan had succeeded. "Good. Since everyone agrees," Qin Shui decisively declared, "then let's go and meet those so-called competitors." Night, like a giant black curtain, slowly enveloped the silent city. Under the cover of night, Lin Yu and his companions moved swiftly and silently through the urban jungle of ruins and shadows, like the most agile cheetahs. They were rapidly approaching that unknown battlefield, a place brimming with both war and opportunity. As they drew closer, the air thickened with the stench of gunpowder and blood. In the distance, the faint sounds of muffled explosions and the sharp whistling of weapons tearing through the air could be heard. The ground began to tremble slightly rhythmically. "Lin Yu, are you sure we're just going to deal with a few competitors?" Su Mu looked at the explosions in the distance, flashing like festive fireworks, a hint of unease on her face. This looks like a small-scale, localized war. The collision of energy always produces some spectacular visual effects," Lin Yu said expressionlessly, continuing his charade without batting an eye. "Trust me, it's not a big problem." Qin Shui, though also realizing the ferocity of the battle ahead far exceeded their expectations, didn't say anything. She knew that once the decision was made, there was no turning back. She simply addressed the group in a deep voice. "Everyone, stay alert. Whatever lies ahead, we must get through it." Finally, after nearly half an hour, they reached the edge of the abandoned industrial park. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Yu didn't lead the group directly into the chaotic battlefield. He chose an abandoned office building, over 30 stories high, located on the flank of the battlefield. "Let's go up and assess the situation first." His voice was filled with absolute calm and rationality. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." No one objected, and they immediately and silently infiltrated the dark and deathly office building. They followed the dusty, cobweb-covered fire escape upwards. Finally, they reached the highest rooftop, overlooking the entire battlefield. As they peered out, their gaze fell upon the industrial park below, a scene of war and death. The scene before them sent a shiver down their spines, hearts that had long been unmoved by any grand spectacle. Below them, on the vast battlefield, hundreds of fully armed TQ soldiers were engaged in a bloody, relentless slaughter against a similarly large group of fanatical followers of the Eden organization, clad in white uniforms. The TQ soldiers, using various cover, formed well-defined, precise battle formations. Their energy rifles spewed deadly flames, weaving a web of deadly fire across the battlefield, and the Eden organization followers. They became even more frenzied and irrational. Some of them displayed obvious, inhuman biomodification marks on various parts of their bodies. Some had arms transformed into pairs of sharp, mantis-like bone blades. Some had grown fleshy wings on their backs for brief gliding. Some could even spew highly corrosive acidic venom from their mouths. They launched wave after wave of suicidal, frenzied charges towards the TQ forces' positions, fearless and relentless. The entire battlefield was a gigantic and brutal grinder of flesh and blood. Every second, countless lives were lost on that land filled with gunfire and death. My God! Sumu stared at the hellish scene below, her usually somewhat playful face now filled with undisguised shock and horror. This is what you meant by not a big problem. She turned her head, glaring with a resentful look at the culprit, who had lured them to this damn place. However, Lin Yu seemed oblivious to her murderous gaze. His face was expressionless. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. He simply uttered two words calmly. Wait. The wait was long and agonizing. Especially against the backdrop of the hellish battlefield below, filled with the sounds of gunfire and carnage. The tranquility on the rooftop felt eerily oppressive. Sumu had long since lost her earlier playful demeanor. She gripped her compound bow nervously, her palms sweating. More than once, she wanted to break the suffocating silence, but each time she saw Lin Yu's calm, unwavering profile, she could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Qin Shui and Wang Shan also held their breath, suppressing their auras to the extreme. Although they too were filled with tension and apprehension about the unknown, they preferred to trust Lin Yu's judgment. This man, though mostly an enigma, every action he took was imbued with profound meaning. He was undoubtedly waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Lin Yu, meanwhile, lay prone on the edge of the rooftop, his body blending perfectly into the surrounding shadows. The high-powered military binoculars in his hand, like the eyes of death, were fixed unwaveringly on the chaotic battlefield below. Chapter 250. His brain was working at an unimaginable speed. The dense red dots on the radar map were visibly decreasing and disappearing. He was analyzing every detail of the battlefield, deducing every possible outcome. He was searching for that one perfect entry point, the one that would allow them to gain the greatest benefit with the least cost. Time flew by in this agonizing wait filled with death. The fierce encounter was gradually drawing to a close. In the end, the better equipped and more tactically proficient TQ troops emerged victorious. After suffering heavy casualties, they successfully routed the fanatical followers of the Eden organization with their superior firepower and perfect teamwork. The remaining dozen or so remnants of the Eden organization, leaving behind a trail of corpses and debris, fled like stray dogs towards the other side of the industrial park without looking back. However, the TQ forces did not choose to pursue their victory. They were clearly also heavily damaged and unable to fight further. After a brief headcount of casualties, the leading commander immediately ordered a retreat and regrouping. They quickly occupied the core building in the center of the battlefield, which appeared to be an energy transfer station, and then began to use every spare moment to treat the wounded, replenish ammunition, and repair equipment. They had neither the time nor the resources to clean up the ravaged battlefield. And the edge of that battlefield, littered with countless corpses and equipment, a tempting place, was completely transformed into an unguarded vacuum, brimming with endless treasure. Almost there. A sudden glint of greed and elation flashed in Lin Yu's usually calm, unwavering eyes. He knew the perfect moment to enter, the one he'd been waiting for, had finally arrived. Action, he calmly uttered through the team chat. Those two words were like the final clarion call to a grand feast. Sumu and Wang Shan, who had been waiting impatiently, charged out like wild horses the moment they heard his voice. They sprinted down the fire escape. Qin Shui, however, didn't participate in this lowbrow scavenging activity. Her sharp phoenix eyes remained vigilantly fixed on the core building occupied by the TQ forces in the distance. Her Dragon Spring Modified was also poised for action, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. She was providing the most reliable safety guarantee for her teammates. As for Lin Yu, he was like a true king in control of the entire situation. He didn't rush down, he remained prone on the rooftop, monitoring the entire battlefield with his radar and binoculars. His gaze swept past Su Mu and Wang Shan, who were frantically scavenging, and locked onto the very center of the chaotic battlefield. The final target, surrounded by dozens of corpses, radiating an alluring golden light. He knew that was the most delicious main course of this feast. He slowly rose from the rooftop. A cold, expectant smile curved his lips. He was like the most elegant magician about to take the stage. And he was about to offer the most magnificent, yet most deadly final curtain call to this brutal war filled with bloodshed and death. My turn. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He abruptly stood up from the edge of the rooftop, and in that instant, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous calm and restraint, as if blending into the shadows, vanished without a trace, replaced by a terrifying aura of aggression and oppression, as if about to pounce on its prey. He didn't choose to return via the fire escape. That was too slow, too normal. Under Qin Shui's shocked and bewildered gaze, Lin Yu's figure shot off like an arrow from the edge of the rooftop, more than 30 stories high. Lin Yu. Qin Shui's heart nearly stopped beating. She instinctively cried out and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, only to see the black figure plummeting at an alarming speed towards the steel and ruins below. Wang Shi, prepare to respawn. She shouted sharply into the team channel almost instinctively. In her view, Lin Yu's actions were tantamount to suicide. Even if his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, there was absolutely no chance of survival from such a fall. However, what happened next completely overturned her understanding, causing even her usually unfazed heart to tremble violently. Lin Yu, rapidly falling through the air, showed no sign of panic. His body stretched out in the air, like the most agile wingsuit pilot, his limbs pressed tightly against the smooth glass curtain wall of the building. The passive effect of Shadow Step was activated to its maximum at this moment. His figure didn't fall directly off the wall. Instead, it transformed into a jet-black streak of lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye, gliding rapidly down the vertical wall. His toes lightly touched the gaps between the glass and steel, each step dissipating most of the downward force, transforming what would have been a deadly freefall into an extreme parkour performance filled with death and artistic beauty. This utilization of his own strength and the environment had reached an unbelievable, almost freakish level. Qin Shui was dumbfounded. She even forgot to breathe. She knew Lin Yu was strong, but she never dreamed he could control his body to this extent. This completely exceeded her understanding of the concept of ordinary people. Gliding. Accelerating. When he was only 70 or 80 meters from the ground, Lin Yu's speed reached a critical point. He no longer relied on the wall for leverage, but instead pushed off forcefully, his entire body entering freefall, like a black meteorite, hurtling towards the ground. Is he crazy? Qin Shui's heart leaped into her throat again. However, just as Lin Yu's body was about to make that fatal intimate contact with the ground, with only 30 meters left, shrinking the earth to an inch, Lin Yu calmly chanted in his mind. Buzz! A mysterious energy filled with a sense of spatial distortion instantly enveloped his entire body. His figure suddenly stopped in midair, then silently shifted sideways for more than 10 meters, finally landing steadily and lightly in the shadows of a nearby alley. The entire process was smooth and silent, without even raising a speck of dust. Chapter 251. He leaped from 100 meters in the air, completely unharmed. Qin Shui and Wang Shi on the rooftop were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to recover for a long time. This guy. Is he really human? For the first time, Wang Shi's usually taciturn face showed an expression of utter disbelief. Qin Shui gave a helpless bitter smile. She knew she had underestimated this man once again. He always harbored secrets that could shock anyone. This guy's understanding and application of skills is simply monstrous, Qin Shui exclaimed sincerely. She knew she could never perform such precise and daring maneuvers. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Wang Shan, who had been frantically scavenging on the edge of the battlefield, finally reaped a huge harvest. Sister Shui. Sister Shui. We struck gold. We struck gold. Su Mu's excited voice rang out in the team channel. We found several TQ unit ammunition supply crates. They're full of blue source energy cores. At least 100. Wang Shan was equally overjoyed. I also found several pieces of Eden Organization bioequipment. Although most of them are damaged, after repairing them, they at least be blue quality equipment. Their luck was clearly good. The TQ unit was too hasty in their withdrawal, and didn't have time to take all the supplies. However, Lin Yu wasn't interested in these blue junk. After landing, he didn't even go to meet up with Su Mu and the others. He simply relied on the radar's incredibly precise navigation, like a true ghost, silently and alone, making his way to the very center of the chaotic battlefield. The true main course of that feast was still there, quietly awaiting his unveiling. At the very center of the battlefield lay a massive, utterly devastated circular plaza. This was clearly the site of the fiercest fighting. Twisted steel wreckage, shattered concrete blocks, and dozens of corpses in various gruesome poses transformed it into a veritable death trap. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a mixture of gunpowder, ozone, blood, and alien acid. Lin Yu's figure moved like a ghost, silently traversing the ruins of death and devastation. He concealed his presence to the extreme, each step precisely landing on the silent shadows. On his radar map, the golden dot radiating supreme divine power was located in the very center of the plaza, within a massive crater. That was where the TQ Force commander and the leader of the Eden cyborgs perished together. Lin Yu cautiously approached the crater. He could clearly see that on the scorched earth, the body of a high-ranking TQ military officer was intertwined with the body of a severely mutated, inhuman Eden high-level cyborg, locked together. And in their cold, tightly clasped hands lay a futuristic, silver-white metal briefcase. The golden light emanating from this briefcase was striking him. Lin Yu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and then, like the most nimble cat, silently slipped into the crater. He didn't immediately touch the suitcase. He knew that an item of this caliber would undoubtedly have extremely stringent security measures. He first carefully examined the surface of the suitcase. Beneath the handle, he discovered a tiny, faintly glowing red countdown timer, extremely well hidden. Next to the timer was a biolock requiring complex iris and genetic verification. Warning: authentication failed. The suitcase will initiate an internal high-energy particle decomposition program in 3 seconds, completely destroying all items. A line of cold, malicious text was clearly engraved below the biolock. Self-destruct in 3 seconds? Heh, that's ruthless. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew this design was intended to prevent the item from falling into enemy hands. But all of this would be rendered useless against his near-bud-like master key. Without further hesitation, he pulled the unassuming yet incredibly powerful fisherman's master key from his spatial backpack. He gently pressed the tip of the key against the complex biolock. There was no dazzling light or shadow, no earth-shattering noise. Click. A barely audible unlocking sound rang out. The sturdy briefcase, enough to deter even the most elite hackers, opened silently. A soft golden light, brimming with the aura of life and evolution, emanated from the gaps in the briefcase. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He slowly opened the box. Inside, in the center of the shock-absorbing layer made of special gel, lay a crystal test tube, no bigger than a syringe, containing half a tube of a viscous liquid that shimmered with a dazzling golden light, seemingly possessing its own life. Name: Forbidden Fruit of Eden Gene Modification Serum. Quality: Gold. Type: Special Consumable. Effect: After injection, it can forcibly modify the user's gene sequence, permanently increasing all attributes by 50%. Furthermore, there is a high probability, 60%, of randomly gaining a permanent, mutated special ability for a body part, such as bone blade, tail spike, acid spray, etc. Negative effects: the gene sequence will become extremely unstable, producing a strong fear and rejection reaction to infrasound of specific frequencies. The user's appearance will slowly and irreversibly transform into an indescribable, distorted, monstrous form combining human and alien elements. Note: do you crave power? Then accept this gift from the devil. Lin Yu stared at the golden treasure, an object brimming with irresistible allure yet also shrouded in a deadly curse. His brows furrowed deeply. A permanent 50% boost to all attributes. This effect alone was enough to drive any survivor mad, but the terrifying negative effects were equally enough to deter any sane person. To become a monster, neither human nor ghost? Lin Yu knew he wasn't mentally prepared for that. Without hesitation, he immediately stored this alluring yet dangerous forbidden fruit in his spatial inventory. Chapter 252. Just then, Qin Shui and the others' communication came through. Lin Yu, how's it going on your end? We almost finished looting this place. We're ready to leave. I'm coming right away. Lin Yu replied calmly, then quietly left this dangerous area. When he rejoined his teammates, Su Mu immediately approached like a curious cat. How was it? What amazing treasure did you find? Show it to us. Lin Yu didn't hide anything, directly showing everyone the forbidden fruit of Eden. When they saw the terrifying attribute bonuses and equally terrifying negative effects, everyone fell silent. My God. This thing. It's too eerie. Su Mu's face showed a hint of lingering fear. This is definitely not something for humans. Wang Shan shook his head. Qin Shui looked at the golden potion, a complex light flashing in her sharp phoenix eyes. You found this item, so according to the rules, 80% of the profits are yours, and the remaining 20%, converted into credits, will be split equally among the four of us. Su Mu quickly recovered and stated the unspoken distribution rule among these professional teams. However, Lin Yu shook his head. I don't need this, he said calmly. After bringing it back to the realm hub, just put it up for auction. I believe there will always be some madman willing to pay a fortune for it, willing to go to any lengths for power. As for the credits from the sale, he looked at everyone and said in an unquestionable tone, we five will split it equally. He didn't need to win people over this way. He simply felt that this team was worth it. Looking at Lin Yu's calm yet resolute eyes, Qin Shui and the others felt a warm current flow through their hearts. They knew that this man had truly come to regard them as teammates he could entrust with his life, teammates he would share life and death with. After returning laden with their loot, the group didn't linger in the perilous industrial park, quickly returning to their temporary safe house at the 7th fire station. With a large amount of food, water, and medical supplies they had previously scavenged, it had become a fully functional, well-supplied 5-star frontline base. The satisfaction of their haul filled the entire fire station with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Su Mu even pulled out a deck of cards from the fire station's recreation room and enthusiastically played cards with Wang Shan. Qin Shui sat to one side, wiping her beloved Longquan modified, while watching her two lively teammates, a faint smile unconsciously playing on her lips. This stolen moment of peace amidst the post-apocalyptic ruins brought her immense comfort and reassurance. Lin Yu, as usual, sat alone by the window, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he had reactivated his radar system, vigilantly monitoring every movement within hundreds of meters, like a loyal sentinel. This world was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The so-called endless tide could spawn new aliens at any moment. The commercial street they had just cleared was already showing scattered red dots reappearing on his radar map, like mushrooms after rain. Less than 2 hours after they rested, 2 energy signals, not belonging to the aliens but filled with a chilling, murderous aura, unexpectedly entered his radar detection range. They were approaching the fire station at an extremely fast speed. Something's up. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his usually calm and unwavering gaze. Su Mu and Wang Shan, who were playing cards, sprang up from the sofa like startled rabbits the moment they heard his voice, instantly switching into battle mode. Qin Shui also gripped her longsword tightly at the first moment, her gaze sharply fixed on the window. It's TQ Force. Lin Yu's voice was calm yet filled with absolute rationality. Only 2, but their energy reaction is very strong. They must be scouts they sent. What are they doing here? Su Mu frowned slightly. Are they here to interrogate us? Probably not. Qin Shui shook her head. If our previous operation had been exposed, it wouldn't have been 2 scouts, but a fully armed special forces team. She paused, a knowing glint in her eyes. I guess they're here for that golden potion. The commander of TQ Force and the leader of Eden perished together, but that most important trophy has vanished. It's no wonder they're suspicious. Then what do? We meet force with force. Qin Shui's lips curled into a cold smile. We play it by ear. Soon, the 2 TQ soldiers in black standard combat uniforms appeared at the fire station's main entrance. Unlike the previous squad, they didn't simply barge in. Instead, they stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the fire station, which they considered their base, with a gaze filled with scrutiny and intimidation. One of the soldiers, who appeared to be the captain, slowly raised his hand and pressed the communication doorbell at the fire station entrance. We need to talk to the mercenaries inside, he said, his voice, processed electronically, cold and devoid of any emotion. Qin Shui gave the others a wink, then walked alone to the fire station's main entrance. She turned on her communicator and responded in the same professional, neither humble nor arrogant tone. Sirs, what is it? Our men found some signs of looting on the previous battlefield, the captain said bluntly, his voice carrying an undisguised accusation. As far as we know, besides us and those Eden scum, only your squad has been active in that area. Oh, is that so? Qin Shui's face showed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. We wouldn't have known that. We've been on duty the whole time, never leaving this fire station. Perhaps those Eden rats sneaked back to scavenge while you weren't looking. Her lie was flawless, watertight. The 2 TQ soldiers obviously couldn't find any evidence to refute it. They remained silent for a moment. The captain slowly raised his head, and his cold gaze, hidden beneath his tactical helmet, locked onto Qin Shui through his thick mask. Chapter 253. His gaze lingered for half a second on Wang Shi's tactical vest, clearly recently scavenged from somewhere. The vest style was identical to that of the Eden squad leader they had previously killed. Although Wang Shi had carefully removed all the badges and insignia, the unique material and design couldn't escape the eyes of this battle-hardened veteran. A cold, knowing glint flashed in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. Under these circumstances, attacking a powerful friendly squad would be incredibly foolish. It would only push them to the side of silencing witnesses. It'd be better if there wasn't. He coldly uttered these words. Then, he exchanged a meaningful glance with his companion. That glance was filled with warning and killing intent. They said nothing more, turned, and prepared to leave. However, in the instant they turned, the teammate who had been following him suddenly seemed to remember something. He abruptly turned around and added in a greedy and threatening tone, "Oh right, our captain also said that if you find anything you shouldn't on the battlefield, you better hand it over voluntarily. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it won't just be the two of us." A blatant threat. These words instantly lowered the atmosphere in the fire station to an even colder level. Captain TQ, too, was so enraged by his pig teammate's foolish behavior that he almost lost his temper on the spot. He whirled around, intending to yell at his teammate to shut up. But it was too late. The instant the TQ soldier uttered that foolish, threatening remark, a chillingly sharp killing intent flashed simultaneously in Lin Yu and Qin Shui's eyes. They exchanged a glance, reaching a consensus without a word. These two must die. They cannot leave here alive. Otherwise, they will face endless pursuit and trouble from the TQ forces. Attack! Qin Shui's voice was cold and resolute, like the final pronouncement of death. Before her words even finished, she transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, the dragon spring modified in her hand erupting with an incomparably dazzling blue light, creating a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing the air apart, aimed directly at the head of the TQ captain, who hadn't yet reacted, and Lin Yu, at the same time. In that instant, he unleashed his ultimate trump card, a power capable of making even gods and demons tremble. Gods and demons descend. Boom! A blood-red divine light, far more terrifying and domineering than ever before, erupted from his body. His already imposing physique swelled and grew even taller. His muscles, brimming with explosive power, strained against his combat suit, making it flutter wildly. A terrifying aura, dominating the world and regarding all things as ants, instantly enveloped the entire fire station. Although this time, he didn't trigger the 10% divine soul descent or the heaven-defying effects of summoning the previous generals. The mere 100% doubling of all attributes was enough to transform him into a truly overwhelming, humanoid beast. His figure left a faint afterimage. In place, while his true form had already appeared like a ghost before that boastful teammate, he didn't even use any weapon. He simply and calmly raised his right hand, and then, threw a punch. It was a seemingly ordinary punch, yet it contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. A simple, unadorned straight punch. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding thud. The TQ soldier didn't even have time to let out a scream. His sturdy tactical armor, crafted from a special alloy and capable of withstanding any conventional firearms attack, was as fragile as a thin eggshell before that seemingly ordinary fist. It was instantly blasted open, leaving a gaping, terrifying hole. His eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, were filled with boundless terror and disbelief. He never dreamed that this seemingly unremarkable ordinary person would be such a deeply hidden monster. He opened his mouth, wanting to utter a final warning. But Lin Yu wouldn't give him that chance. Lin Yu's other hand, like an iron clamp, gripped his throat tightly, crushing every sound he was about to utter into a deathly silence filled with despair. Meanwhile, Qin Shui's battle was equally devastating. Although the TQ captain was powerful and battle-hardened, he was still utterly helpless against Qin Shui's all-out attack. He barely managed to raise his energy rifle to parry. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The futuristic energy rifle in his hand, along with his arm, was instantly severed in two by the incomparably sharp blade of dragon spring modified. Immediately afterward, Qin Shui's figure, like a persistent, vengeful insect, closed in. One sword, a throat slit. Clean and swift. From the start to the end of the battle, it took less than 3 seconds. The two TQ elite scouts, who were like nightmares to ordinary survivors, didn't even have time to see what their so-called ultimate weapon looked like before they were reduced to two cold corpses, utterly miserable. Su Mu and Wang Shan stared at this bloody scene, a spectacle of violent aesthetics, their faces filled with nothing but shock. They knew Lin Yu and Qin Shui were strong, but they never dreamed that when these two got serious, they could be so ridiculously strong, to such an unreasonable degree. This was a battle on a completely different level. This was a one-sided, crushing defeat. Don't stand there. Quick! Clean up the battlefield. We must move immediately. Qin Shui's voice instantly pulled the two still-dazed fangirls back to reality. She knew this place was no longer safe. The soldiers of the TQ unit must all be carrying special devices that could monitor vital signs in real time. The sudden deaths of those two scouts must have already triggered the highest level of alarm in the TQ unit's temporary command post. At most 10 minutes. Chapter 254. The main force of the TQ unit would inevitably rush towards this place, like mad dogs smelling blood, frantically surrounding it. No one dared to be negligent. They immediately and swiftly cleaned up the two corpses and all traces of the battle. They stripped all valuable equipment and supplies from the two unfortunate men, then, without looking back, silently slipped out of the fire station's back door. Like two cunning foxes who had just stolen a chicken, they had vanished into the endless darkness and unknown urban jungle before the hunters arrived. A friendly meeting filled with danger and calculation ultimately ended in the bloodiest and most unreasonable way. From this moment on, Lin Yu's small team of 5 had completely broken ties with the most powerful armed force in this instant's world, a fight to the death. An even more terrifying and deadly game of pursuit and counter-pursuit was about to officially begin in this Starfall City, a place filled with death and ruins. After successfully eliminating the two clueless T.Q scouts and looting 2 sets of brand new, high-performance standard equipment and a considerable amount of high-purity energy magazines from them, Lin Yu and his team didn't linger. They immediately moved to a new location overnight. They dared not remain in the fire station, a comfortable but also completely exposed location. With Lin Yu's almost bug-like radar navigation, they quickly found a new, more concealed temporary hideout in an abandoned residential area several kilometers away from the fire station. It was a detached, 3-story villa with a sturdy wall and a basement. Located far from all main roads and surrounded by tall buildings and lush vegetation, it was practically a natural, perfect hiding place to evade pursuers. After confirming there were no alien threats nearby, the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They sat around in the villa's dusty living room, firewood scavenged from outside burning in the fireplace, the flickering firelight casting shadows on their faces. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the anxiety about the future made the atmosphere in the living room somewhat oppressive and heavy. What do we do now? Su Mu broke the silence first, her usually nonchalant face revealing genuine confusion for the first time. We completely offended the TQ force. They definitely won't let us off the hook. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Shui snorted coldly, her handsome face filled with disdain and arrogance. They were the ones who acted ruthlessly first, so don't blame us for being ruthless. If they want to use us as cannon fodder, they should be prepared to be killed in return. She paused, her tone becoming serious. However, Su Mu is right. Our situation is indeed very bad. The main force of the TQ force will soon discover the fire station's anomaly, and then they will definitely conduct a thorough search of the entire city. We must figure out our next move as soon as possible. All eyes once again turned to the man, who had remained calmly warming himself by the fire. Lin Yu felt the gazes of the crowd. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, as deep as obsidian illuminated by the firelight, gleaming with a chilling, mad, and confident light. Tell me, is there a possibility? His voice was calm yet alluring. Instead of hiding, we actively hunt them down? His words were like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, instantly creating a tidal wave in everyone's hearts. What? Hunt down the TQ unit? Su Mu's eyes widened instantly. She looked at Lin Yu as if he were a complete madman. Are you kidding me? That's a well-equipped, highly trained elite army. We only have 5 people. 4.5, Wang Shan pointed to his taciturn younger brother, honestly correcting him. I'm not joking. Lin Yu's face was expressionless, his deep eyes flashing with cold, absolute rationality. The conflict between us and the TQ forces is irreconcilable. It's either them or us. Rather than passively waiting for them to come to us, we should take the initiative and firmly grasp all the initiative. He looked at the shocked and disbelieving gazes of the crowd and slowly revealed his crazy and audacious plan. The TQ forces are strong, that's undeniable. But they also have fatal weaknesses. First, their target is the Star Eater. All their strategic deployments revolve around that final boss. This means they will inevitably concentrate their most elite forces on the main roads leading to the city center. The other areas of the city, especially the intricate alleys and residential areas, will inevitably become weak points in their troop deployment. Secondly, and most importantly, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. Will they be resurrected? We, though only 5 of us, possess an undead army that can never be killed. He looked at Qin Shui, his deep eyes gleaming with an almost eerie brilliance. Qin Shui, is there a limit to the number of undead servants your Crimson Codex of the Dead can summon? Qin Shui paused slightly, then shook her head. No. Theoretically, any monster I personally kill in this instance world can be summoned. There's no limit. That's enough. Lin Yu nodded, his voice filled with undeniable, convincing power. From now until the extraction point appears, we have only one mission. That is to hunt down every alien in this city with madness, regardless of level or species. We will use this vast hunting ground cleared for us by the TQ forces to expand your undead army to a terrifying scale that will make any enemy tremble. In this limited time, we will accumulate enough power to directly confront the TQ forces and even to defeat the final boss, the Star Eater. The moment the extraction point appears will be the moment we declare our final dominion over this world. This is a gamble. A gamble with all our courage and wisdom. A gamble on a future that can sweep away everything. A mad gamble. Do you dare to gamble with me? Chapter 255. Lin Yu's words, brimming with demonic allure and inflammatory rhetoric, echoed for a long time in the quiet living room. The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence at that moment. Everyone was utterly shocked by Lin Yu's grand plan, a plan brimming with madness and audacity. The deathly silence lasted for a full half-minute in the flickering firelight. For the first time, Su Muna's face was completely replaced by a mixture of shock, horror, and the deepest, most intense fanaticism. She looked at Lin Yu. Her gaze was no longer that of a teammate, but that of a true madman and a ruthless tyrant. Wang Shan's honest face was also filled with shock. Although his mind wasn't quick enough, he could clearly feel his blood boiling wildly because of Lin Yu's words. Qin Shui, the ace captain of Dragon Shield, the pride of the Qin family, looked at the man before her, who appeared as calm as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. An unprecedentedly brilliant light flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. She knew she had underestimated this man from the very beginning. His ambition, his courage, his madness far exceeded her imagination. This was the true game of the strong, where everything was at stake. Let's gamble. This plan is feasible. Qin Shui was the first to break the silence. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, the dragon spring modified in her hand surging with blue light. A terrifying battle intent, dominating the world, erupting from her petite body. I, Qin Shui, have never fought such a frustrating battle. So what if it's the Tiki forces? So what if it's the alien king? In this instance, we are the rules. Her voice was clear and powerful, like the most stirring war drum, instantly igniting the flames in everyone's hearts. Let's do it. Su Mu jumped up excitedly as well, drawing back her compound bow, her eyes flashing with bloodlust. I've been fed up with those guys and their tin cans for ages. Let's turn them into cannon fodder for our undead legion. Wang Shan slammed his fist into his chest, producing a dull thud. Count me in. Now that we decided, we can't just go through the motions like before. Qin Shui, as expected of Dragon Shield's ace captain, was the first to calm down after her brief excitement, quickly assuming the role of commander. She spread out the relatively complete city map she found in the fire station on the dusty coffee table, her sharp phoenix eyes gleaming with calm and wisdom, like a general strategizing before a sand table. Our goal is to expand our undead army, while completely avoiding the TQ force's main offensive. Therefore, we must choose areas with dense xenomorph populations, but far from the TQ force's main clearing routes. Her finger slowly traced across the map, finally emphasizing several areas. Starlight Shopping Center in the north of the city, the 13th residential complex in the west, and the central subway hub in the south. These 3 places were the most densely populated areas before the apocalypse, and now they are undoubtedly the deepest xenomorph strongholds. Moreover, they perfectly avoid the main road leading to the city center from the TQ forces. We will use these 3 places as our primary hunting grounds in the early stages. Qin Shui's plan was clear and decisive, immediately gaining everyone's unanimous approval. Great. Let's do it. Su Mu excitedly waved her little fist. I've been wanting to go to the mall for free shopping for ages. I have no objections. We follow the captain and brother Lin Yu's arrangements. Wang Shan smiled, casually handing Lin Yu and Qin Shui 2 sets of futuristic tactical armor he had just stripped from T.Q soldiers. These things offer significantly better defense than what we're wearing now. You 2 are the main attackers, put them on. Lin Yu and Qin Shui didn't stand on ceremony. In this cruel world, any piece of equipment that could improve survivability was incredibly precious. After a brief distribution of the spoils and adjusting everyone to their peak condition, this undead scourge reserve team, brimming with high morale, under the cover of night, like the deadliest ghosts, silently once again merged into the urban jungle filled with death and opportunity. Their first target was the Starlight Shopping Center, a silent behemoth still standing amidst the post-apocalyptic ruins. The shopping center's main structure was utterly destroyed, its massive glass dome was mostly shattered, and countless vines and black organic matter hung down from the breaches, making it resemble a gigantic monster's lair filled with eeriness. The group didn't choose to enter through the main entrance. Led by Lin Yu, they circled around to a highly concealed employee entrance at the back of the shopping center. Lin Yu's radar map clearly showed the entire shopping mall, from the underground parking lot to the fifth-floor cinema, was densely packed with hundreds of red dots. Most of them were the Shadow Raiders and Guardian aliens they had encountered before, but there were also many new, unknown energy signals mixed in. There are many prey inside, and they're quite diverse. Lin Yu conveyed the information he had sensed to everyone in an ambiguous way. Everyone be careful, don't get bogged down in battle. Our goal is to harvest as many as possible, not to fight head-on. Understood? Qin Shui nodded. Before the words were even finished, Wang Shan took the lead and opened the rusty iron door of the employee entrance. A one-sided, bloody extermination operation targeting the alien nest inside the shopping mall had begun. The interior of the shopping mall was a complex and intricate space, with corners everywhere that could be used for hiding and ambushes. Those cunning Shadow Raiders, like the deadliest ghosts, constantly launched surprise attacks from ceiling ventilation ducts, elevator shafts, and even behind abandoned shelves used as roadblocks. Meanwhile, the tough-skinned Guardian aliens fearlessly formed solid defensive lines, attempting to use their massive bodies and sharp claws to tear these intruders to shreds with their might. However, they faced a perfectly coordinated elite squad. Chapter 256. Qin Shui's figure moved, like a butterfly flitting among flowers across the chaotic battlefield. She didn't directly confront the tough-skinned Guardian aliens. Her targets were only the cunning and vulnerable Shadow Strikers. Every strike of her sword was precise and deadly. With a flash of sword light, a hideous head would inevitably fly into the air. Ding! You have successfully killed one Shadow Striker. Your undead servant reserve pool has been updated. Ding! You have successfully killed one Guardian alien. Your undead servant reserve pool has been updated. The cold system notification sounds, like the most beautiful symphony, continuously echoed in Qin Shui's mind. She could clearly feel her connection with the Crimson Codex of the Dead growing ever stronger and closer. The number of her invisible undead army was surging at a visible rate. 10, 50, 100. By the time they had completely purified the entire shopping mall, her undead army had expanded to a terrifying force of over 300, a nascent but formidable size. Although this was still a long way from the undead catastrophe Lin Yu had envisioned. But this was only the beginning. After successfully turning the Starlight Shopping Mall into the undead army's first source of manpower, the group didn't linger and immediately rushed to their next target. The 13th Comprehensive Residential District in the west of the city, known as the Death Maze. Unlike the open commercial district, this residential area consisted of dozens of buildings of varying heights and narrow, crowded alleyways. Its complex terrain made it a natural battlefield for ambushes and street fighting. The night was as dark as ink, making this already death-shrouded residential area even more eerie and terrifying. The broken windows, like empty eye sockets, silently watched the intruders. Occasionally, the night wind would sweep through the narrow alleyways, whistling like the cries of ghosts and wolves, sending chills down one's spine. The environment here is too complex. We must be even more careful, Qin Shui said in a low voice, her sharp phoenix eyes scanning the shadowy corners around them warily. Su Mu, is your drone still working? I need you to conduct a comprehensive, three-dimensional reconnaissance of the 3 buildings ahead. No problem, Sister Shui. Su Mu nodded, drawing another miniature drone arrow, shaped like a beetle, from her quiver. My little darlings are already itching for action. She drew back the bowstring, and the drone arrow, as if possessing its own life, silently rose into the air, transforming into an almost imperceptible black shadow, nimbly weaving between the towering buildings. Soon, a clear 3-dimensional image of the area ahead appeared on Su Mu's tactical goggles. The situation is bad. Her expression turned grave. Aliens are lurking in almost every room of these 3 buildings. And a completely new unit we never seen before has appeared. She synchronized the footage from the drones to everyone's tactical terminals. In the black and white image, a new alien unit, only the size of a hound but moving with lightning speed, crawling swiftly across the walls and ceilings like a gecko, was clearly visible to everyone. Name: Lurker Alien. Description: a perfect group hunting unit born from the fusion of the messenger xenomorph's genes and a certain arthropod predator. They possess extremely strong climbing abilities, keen senses, and razor-sharp, sickle-shaped forelimbs. They usually operate in teams of 5 to 10, coordinating their attacks, making them the ultimate nightmare for any lone predator. Another new trick. Qin Shui snorted coldly, but there was no fear in her eyes. It seems those madmen in Eden have truly created a rich and colorful animal world. They like to play group attacks, so let's give them a central attack. She turned her gaze to Lin Yu beside her. Lin Yu, as if he had already anticipated her thoughts, calmly nodded, then pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous two-story building in the very center of the circle of 3 buildings on the map. This is their blind spot, Lin Yu said calmly, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. We can infiltrate there silently, then use it as a base to lure the scattered hunter squads one by one, divide them, and annihilate them. This tactic was undeniably daring. But it was also the most efficient and safest option at this moment. Okay. Let's do it. Qin Shui decided immediately. Under Lin Yu's near bug-like radar navigation, the group moved like ghosts in the night, perfectly avoiding all the alien units roaming the streets, and silently infiltrated the 2-story building that served as a hunting trap. A reverse ambush, where prey becomes hunter, has begun. Su Mu is the first to act. She pulls out a strangely shaped, bird whistle-like noise device from her backpack. She tunes the device to an extremely subtle frequency, barely detectable by the surrounding aliens, and then gently blows it. Buzz. A faint, alluring sound wave instantly spreads outwards. The nearest hunter squad, upon hearing the sound wave, is like sharks smelling blood. They immediately abandon their ambush point and swiftly surround the 2-story building. They move with ghostly speed, their limbs crawling rapidly along the walls, emitting a chilling, rustling sound. However, what awaits them is a long-awaited army of undead, composed of death and resentment, just as the hunter squad. The moment the squad stepped into the courtyard of the small building, Lin Yu, who had been lying in ambush in the shadows, descended like a god of death from hell, roaring as he came crashing down. Boom! His heavy body slammed into the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The arrogant hunters hadn't even had time to see their enemies clearly before they were brutally crushed into a bloody pulp by the ruthless power. Qin Shui, meanwhile, was already guarding the 2nd-floor window. Like a cold-blooded assassin, she continuously swung her dragon spring-modified sword, each incomparably sharp sword aura like the scythe of death, precisely reaping the fish that tried to climb up the walls. In an instant, the entire small building became a terrifyingly efficient meat and blood slaughtering machine. Chapter 257. The lured hunter squads, like moths to a flame, poured in, only to be mercilessly crushed by Qin Shui, who was already prepared. Lin Yu and Qin Shui perfectly controlled the rhythm of the battle. They were no longer passively responding, but actively using a near-fishing tactic to lure and kill the scattered enemies one by one. This feeling gave Su Mu and Wang Shan an unprecedented sense of control and exhilaration. Looking at the 2 perfectly coordinated individuals, who controlled the entire battle, their eyes were filled with admiration and awe. After nearly 3 hours of bloody and brutal entrapment, this residential area, known as the Death Maze, was finally completely purified by them. Meanwhile, Qin Shui's undead army experienced another explosive surge during this frenzied harvest. Her undead servants had successfully surpassed the 1,000 mark. A faint, yet palpable, aura of death and majesty, that of a monarch, began to slowly gather around her. She gazed out the window at the city ruins, appearing even more desolate under the moonlight, a brilliant light of ambition gleaming in her sharp phoenix eyes. She knew that Lin Yu's insane plan was becoming a reality, step by step, and she was about to become the sole undead queen of this desolate wasteland. As the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, and a new day quietly dawned, the 13th residential complex, known as the Death Maze, had become a veritable dead land. The air was thick with the pungent stench of alien acid and the deathly aura of the undead. The ground was littered with the shredded, mangled remains of aliens. Lin Yu and his group had spent the night in a frenzied hunt in this makeshift 2-story building, serving as their hunting ground. Qin Shui's undead army had snowballed, growing to a terrifying 1,500 strong. This terrifying legion, composed of bizarre, death, and resentful alien undead, lurked silently in Qin Shue's mental world. With a single thought, she could unleash a black tide of death capable of engulfing everything. Phew. Finally, I can rest for a while. Su Mu collapsed onto the sofa without any regard for appearances. For the first time, a genuine weariness was visible on her usually nonchalant face. This night's intense entrapment, while yielding huge results, had also taken an immense toll on her mental energy. She needed to maintain constant drone reconnaissance and precisely control the frequency and range of the sonic decoy device, a mentally demanding and meticulous task for a reconnaissance soldier. Wang Shan was equally exhausted. While he didn't need to personally engage in combat like Qin Shui, he still needed to constantly defend against unexpected alien incursions. "Let's all take a break," Qin Shui said, her voice unusually gentle as she looked at her two teammates, who were practically falling apart from exhaustion. "We can't keep pushing ourselves like this. A balance of work and rest is essential to going further." Although she too had fought all night, her superhuman physique, enhanced by her combat soldier class, kept her energized and highly motivated. More importantly, as the undead army grew stronger, she could clearly feel streams of cold, pure death energy continuously nourishing her body and spirit through the crimson codex of the dead. Far from feeling tired, she felt her power increasing at an incredible pace. This feeling intoxicated her, yet also made her wary. Any power gained without effort inevitably comes at a hidden price. She turned her gaze to the man who had remained calmly seated in the corner, like an eternally tireless statue. "Lin Yu, what's our next target?" She had subconsciously entrusted all decision-making power to this unfathomable man. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his deep, well-like eyes gleaming with an all-knowing wisdom. He didn't immediately answer Qin Shue's question, but instead asked, "How many undead soldiers do you have now?" 1,537, Qin Shui replied with a precise number, her voice carrying an undisguised pride. "Not enough." Lin Yu shook his head, his voice calm yet filled with absolute rationality. "Far from enough. The TQ forces are far stronger than we imagined. Based on my previous observations, they deployed at least 300 elite soldiers in the skirmish at the industrial park. And that was likely not their entire force. 1,500 ordinary undead cannon fodder wouldn't even last a single charge against their energy firepower capable of tearing through steel. What we need isn't quantity, but quality. We need a truly elite undead army. We need more powerful, heavily armored units, like the bursting muscle bugs and guardian aliens." Lin Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the smugness Qin Shui and Su Mu felt from their surge in troop strength. They realized then that their vision was far too short-sighted. They only saw their own increase in power, but failed to see the enemy's far more terrifying war potential. "Then, where should we go next?" Su Mu's voice carried a hint of humility, as if seeking advice. Lin Yu slowly stood up and walked to the city map, which they had already marked extensively. His finger moved slowly across the map, finally stopping at the massive underground transportation hub located at the southernmost tip of the city. Chapter 258. Central Subway Hub. His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Before the apocalypse, that place was the busiest area in the entire city, and the most concentrated transit point for all kinds of supplies. Now, it's undoubtedly the city's most densely populated area for aliens, outside of the city center, and the most likely lair for high-level aliens. That place for us is both hell and heaven. As long as we can successfully purify that place, your undead army, in both quantity and quality, will undergo a truly transformative qualitative change. Then, we will truly have the qualifications to directly challenge the TQ forces. Lin Yu's words were filled with madness, and equally filled with a deadly temptation. Qin Shui looked at the red area marked extremely dangerous on the map. Her sharp phoenix eyes showed no fear, but instead burned with an unprecedented, wildly insane fighting spirit. Lin Yu was right. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. To acquire the absolute power to overturn the tide of battle, one must challenge the most terrifying dangers capable of utterly crushing them. "All right. It's settled," Qin Shui declared decisively, her voice clear and powerful. 2 hours of rest. 2 hours later, we advance on the central subway hub. We let those monsters lurking in the darkness know who the true reapers are on this wasteland of death. 2 hours of rest passed in the blink of an eye. When they opened their eyes again, their faces were no longer weary. Instead, they wore a resolute and chilling expression, as if they were about to enter the final battlefield. They didn't utter a single word of unnecessary chatter. They quickly gathered their equipment and, like 5 shadows blending into the darkness, silently left the villa that served as their temporary base, heading rapidly towards the final hunting ground, the central subway hub, a place brimming with death and opportunity. Located underground in the city, the central subway hub's enormous entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a monster, appeared even more sinister and terrifying under the night sky. A nauseating, chilling aura, a mixture of rust, mold, and the pungent smell of blood, surged upwards from the bottomless darkness. Just standing at this entrance was enough to utterly shatter the spirit of an ordinary person. The situation inside is far more complex than I imagined. Lin Yu stood in the shadows of the entrance, his radar map completely covered by a dense, star-like mass of blood-red dots. There were at least several thousand of these red dots. They were scattered throughout every corner of the underground hub, from the ticket hall to the waiting platforms, and to the crisscrossing, labyrinthine black tunnels. This place was practically a gigantic, three-dimensional alien hive. What chilled Lin Yu even more were the dozen or so enormous dots among these ordinary red dots, radiating a dazzling purple light, and filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. Name: Ironclad Guardians, Alien. Description: the ultimate heavy-armored defensive unit, born from the genes of the Guardian alien after secondary enhancement. Their bodies are covered by an incredibly thick bioalloy, comparable to tank armor, possessing unbelievable defensive capabilities, and a terrifying brute force capable of easily crushing city walls. They are the most loyal and fortified mobile fortresses within the alien's lair. There are big guys. Lin Yu's voice, for the first time, carried a genuine sense of gravity. At least a dozen, their strength far surpassing any elite unit we encountered before. Qin Shui and the others' hearts sank. They knew that this time, they were about to face an unprecedentedly tough battle. Are you scared? Qin Shui looked at her two teammates, whose faces were already turning pale, her voice calm yet full of strength. I'm afraid. Su Mu nodded honestly, but then straightened her back, her eyes flashing with a resolute determination. But, since we come this far, even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, we can only grit our teeth and forge ahead. That's right. Wang Shan also pounded his chest heavily. Very good. Qin Shui nodded in satisfaction. Her team had truly grown stronger in this brutal trial filled with blood and fire. She turned around, looking into the bottomless darkness, a smile full of madness and confidence appearing on her handsome face. Then, let's turn this place into our Undead Legion's final, celebratory feast. Without further hesitation, she was the first to step forward, resolutely entering the underground world filled with endless darkness and the ultimate challenge. An epic, final purge of the entire alien nest had begun. The ferocity of the battle far exceeded everyone's expectations. The entire underground hub had become a massive and brutal meat grinder. The battle raged from late night until dawn the next day. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in through the massive subway entrance, illuminating this underground world filled with death and devastation, the entire underground hub had become a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thousands of alien remains piled up like mountains. And Qin Shui stood silently before that mountain of corpses. Her body, too, was covered in dark green, corrosive, acidic blood. But in her sharp phoenix eyes burned an unprecedented, dazzling divine light, like a raging wildfire. Her undead army, in this final, brutal battle, had undergone an epic final transformation. Their numbers had successfully surpassed 5,000. Among them were hundreds of ironclad guardians, comparable to mobile fortresses. This was no longer a simple cannon fodder force. This was a true undead scourge, capable of making any enemy tremble. Lin Yu also wearily raised his head, clutching the heart of the tide in his hand as he recovered. His eyes, which had always been calm and undisturbed, pierced through the endless darkness, casting their gaze towards the distant city center. His radar map clearly displayed the TQ force, which had been entrenched in the city center, remaining inactive, made its move. Hundreds of red dots, like a tidal wave, surged forth from their temporary command post, then converged into an unstoppable torrent of steel, charging fiercely towards the enormous red dot representing the final boss. The Star Eater, filled with supreme pressure. Chapter 259. They're about to make their move against the final boss. Lin Yu knew that the best, and final, opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He slowly turned around, looking at his teammates who were resting, a cold, bloodthirsty, and playful smile curving his lips. We can test the strength of the Undead Legion by taking out the TQ forces. Lin Yu's calm yet murderous words were like pouring ice water into a boiling oil pan, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the entire underground hub. Isn't that a bit too audacious? Su Mu's eyes instantly gleamed with a greedy and ecstatic light, as if she had seen a treasure ship laden with gold and silver. She rushed to Lin Yu, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. With the current number of aliens, there's no problem for us to raid their base right now. That's right. Wang Shan also excitedly pounded his chest, making a dull thud. Let them taste what it's like to have their base raided. They had long harbored resentment towards those arrogant iron cans of the TQ forces. Now, with the chance to utterly crush them under their feet, how could they possibly miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Xin Shui glanced at her two impatient teammates, then at the calm, seemingly in complete control man. A confident and mad smile spread across her handsome face. She knew that this daring and reckless gamble, orchestrated by Lin Yu, was finally approaching its final, crucial, and decisive moment. All right. All troops, attack. Without uttering another word, she summoned the undead army. Target, TQ Force Command Post. The next second, this terrifying calamity, composed of over 5,000 bizarre, death, and resentful alien undead, roared forth from the massive subway entrance like a black tide of death capable of engulfing everything. Their target was the forward command post, which TQ Force had already fortified like an impregnable fortress. An epic, final sneak attack against the strongest armed force in this instant's world had thus begun. T.Q. Force's forward command post was located in the core energy transfer station of the previously abandoned industrial park. The terrain there was open, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it also possessed an independent energy supply system. After being modified by TQ Force, it had become a heavily guarded war fortress filled with futuristic technology. The towering walls were covered with advanced energy turrets and electromagnetic machine guns capable of automatically targeting enemies. Inside the building, hundreds of TQ soldiers remained, conducting their daily patrols and guard duties. In their eyes, this impregnable fortress was absolutely impenetrable. However, they never dreamed that they were about to face an undead calamity, a force they didn't even know existed, composed of death and nightmares. When that black tide of death, composed of over 5,000 alien undead, appeared out of the city shadows without warning, like a flood bursting its banks, it was a truly terrifying sight. The entire frontline command post instantly blared the highest level, ear-piercing, blood-red alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! My God! What the hell is that? It's aliens! It's an army of aliens! How could they suddenly appear here? All the TQ soldiers in the command post, upon witnessing the terrifying, apocalyptic scene, displayed indescribable shock, horror, and profound despair, although they were veterans. Battle-hardened elites, yet they had never witnessed such a terrifying, overwhelming force. Fire! Fire! Give them a good beating. The commander on the rear roared in fury and shock. The next second, all the automated defensive weapons deployed on the walls, like war machines instantly activated, spewed deadly tongues of fire, weaving a web of destructive and purifying power before the undead legion's ranks. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions resounded. A deafening roar. Countless Hunter and Shadow Striker at the forefront were instantly blasted into a shower of flesh and black liquid under the baptism of that terrifying energy barrage. However, all of this was in vain. The very next second after they were blasted apart, chilling, resentful auras of death rose from their remains, then reformed in midair. They were fearless in the face of death. Roar! The dozens of ironclad guardians, comparable to mobile fortresses, disregarded everything else. The earth, braving the terrifying artillery fire capable of easily melting tanks, roared and slammed into the incredibly heavy base gate, crafted from a special alloy. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The seemingly indestructible alloy gate, under the combined onslaught of dozens of ultimate ferocious beasts, let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, and then collapsed with a deafening crash. The defensive line had been torn apart. No! The commander left behind let out a cry filled with despair. He knew that everything was over. Lin Yu and his group, meanwhile, leisurely followed behind this unstoppable undead scourge. They didn't even need to lift a finger. They were like kings visiting their own backyard, or like a group of distinguished guests attending a grand feast. All they needed to do was, after the undead legion had cleared away all threats, step forward and leisurely reap the sweetest spoils of war belonging to the victors. In the command post warehouse, mountains of blue-quality crystal cores and standard equipment lay untouched, barely even a glance. Their target was only those truly rare resources, radiating an alluring purple light, a purple-quality tactical helmet capable of significantly boosting mental power. Chapter 260. A purple-quality energy submachine gun with an extremely high rate of fire and a voltage paralysis effect, a blueprint documenting the design of the TQ Force's latest individual power armor. Countless purple treasures, enough to cause any force to fight tooth and nail, were simply scavenged by them, one by one, like trash. This one-sided massacre filled with bloodshed and death, and this scavenging frenzy filled with surprises and spoils, lasted for nearly an hour. When that seemingly impregnable war fortress was completely reduced to a deathly ruin filled with wreckage and devastation, Lin Yu and his group, satisfied with their terrifying haul that would make anyone envious, silently disappeared into the endless darkness and unknown urban jungle. They knew that when the main force of the TQ forces returned exhausted from their battle with the Star Eaters, what awaited them would no longer be a safe haven. Instead, it was a ransacked, mocking, and humiliating empty house. After looting the TQ force's forward command post and filling it with a fortune that would make any squad envious, Lin Yu and his team didn't linger. Like the most agile ghosts, they swiftly disappeared into the smoke-filled, death-ridden industrial park, once again merging into the city's endless darkness and shadows. They returned to the small villa in the residential area, which served as a temporary safe house. Each of their faces radiated an unprecedented excitement, filled with thrill and satisfaction. That was so exhilarating. I never fought such an easy battle in my life. Su Mu slammed a tactical backpack full of purple-quality weapon parts onto the ground with a dull thud. She collapsed onto the sofa without any regard for appearances, her face beaming with the ecstatic joy of a successful raid. I just did a quick inventory. Just these purple equipment and materials we bought for free from the TQ Army's home base alone. If we take them back to the auction house in the Realm Hub, they fetch at least 7 figures in credits. We're rich. We're really rich. Wang Shan was equally overjoyed. He grinned sheepishly as he carefully injected a vial of gene enhancement fluid, glowing with a soft green light, that he had just found in the TQ Army's medical kit, into his younger brother, Wang Shi's body. Well done. Qin Shui looked at her 2 teammates, who were as excited as children who had won a battle. A genuine smile also appeared on her own spirited face. They won this crazy gamble. They not only exacted a severe revenge on the TQ Force's previous arrogance and threats, but also reaped a terrifying fortune that would fundamentally transform their squad's strength. However, amidst this joyful and relaxed atmosphere, Su Mu seemed to suddenly remember something. She abruptly sat up on the sofa, looking at the man who had remained calmly standing by the window throughout, as if everything was irrelevant to him. Right, Lin Yu, what do we do now? The main force of the TQ forces should already be fighting the final boss. The Star Eater, right? Should we go and take a look? Her voice carried an undisguised curiosity and a hint of gleeful excitement. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Yu. Lin Yu slowly turned around. He didn't directly answer Su Mu's question. He looked at everyone and calmly said, "Are you curious? Since the TQ forces dared to challenge the Star Eaters, they must possess a trump card we don't know about, enough to severely damage a monster of that level." He paused, then changed the subject, continuing in a seemingly logical and analytical tone. "When I was observing their base just now, I noticed that their remaining forces were significantly fewer than I expected. This is very unusual. The only explanation is that they committed most of their elite troops to the main battlefield against the Star Eaters. This shows that they are determined to win. And we, as allies, shouldn't we be there to support them at this crucial moment?" Lin Yu's words sounded so reasonable and so righteous. But how could Qin Shui and Su Mu not hear the cunning and calculating fisherman's trap in his words? Su Mu couldn't help but laugh first. "Lin Yu, you're so naughty. I love it." Qin Shui rolled her eyes at him helplessly, but a smile of approval and appreciation curved her lips. Lin Yu's suggestion, though it sounded somewhat shameless, was also the best option at the moment. Whether TQ forces win or both sides suffer heavy losses, this hidden crocodile will have absolute initiative to reap the benefits. Alright. It's settled then. Qin Shui made the final decision. We be the proper fishermen. However, before we set off, we must make thorough preparations. She glanced at the 2 sets of futuristic black combat uniforms she had just stripped from the TQ scouts. "Su Mu, Wang Shan, you 2 put on these. Their defense and concealment are much better than ours. As for me..." She glanced at the equally high-performance white combat uniform she had taken from the Eden squad leader and nodded in satisfaction. "I don't need it. Lin Yu, what about you?" She turned her gaze to the man still dressed in ordinary scavenger clothing. "I don't need any," Lin Yu shook his head. "I'm used to it." He didn't need any equipment to provide him with any so-called sense of security. After a brief loot division and preparations, this fisherman's squad, once again under the cover of night, moved silently like the deadliest ghosts, rapidly approaching the city center, already shrouded in war and death. The city center of Starfall City had long since become a veritable hell on Earth. The skyscrapers that once symbolized prosperity and glory were now mostly burning, twisted steel wrecks. The wide central avenue was littered with various armored vehicles cut in half, and tanks long since scrapped. The air was thick with an extremely strong, pungent odor, a mixture of ozone, gunpowder, and the distinctive acidic blood of the aliens. This was the final battleground between the TQ forces and that ultimate biological weapon, the Star Eater.